Bro, this story has by far the best fights in all the manhwa that I've read. Look at this simple scene where our blonde menace throws a firecracker at two incoming assassins. One of them gets distracted for a second, and as it hits his forehead, he uses the distraction to pierce the guy's skull, making the first fall to the floor, while the second instantly comes from the right. Then he uses the sword to block behind his back, runs his hand over the guy's sword to lock it under his arm, pulls it from his hand while raising his own sword, and disconnects the guy's head. Just believe in Mamoru when I say this is the best action manga right now, and I usually don't goonbait when the quality is that high. But I gotta say, do you know that TV show Cake Boss? No. What about Cake Queen? 'Cause holy Belinda, she's hiding all that 99% of the time, but sometimes we have a glimpse of paradise. Forget it all, bro, and let's get it. It all starts with rumors about a man who'd gone crazy and couldn't be controlled, a sword master who never left his room. People said he was literally insane, and he was the oldest son of Perdium, Ghislaine Perdium. And there's this blood-soaked knight trying to figure out how he, the strongest knight in the north, is getting beaten by this piece of trash. Then someone walks up and says, "So you warm enough in there? I spent a lot of money on this trap." The boy's giving off that aura, an axe on his back, wanting to know if the guy liked it or not. The bloody soldier asks if he's the trash known as Ghislaine and how he managed to set a trap like this. Did he know their plans? Ghislaine steps closer and says he knew how. Many of them were there, where they were. Every spy who'd passed information along, and the reinforcements. He knew everything from the start. The defeated idiot says that should be impossible. He still had a trump card. How could Ghislaine only to get kicked in the face mid-sentence? Ghislaine tells him to shut up. They can try to invade as many times as they want. He'll win this war, the next one, and every war after that because he knows everyone's plan. The boy looks 30 years younger as he takes off that armor. But then we go back 1 year earlier, near the territory of Perdium. He's staring at his hand, breathing hard, trying to understand what's happening and asking himself if he's alive. This should be impossible because 1 second ago we saw his sword flying through the air and dropping behind him. Now we see the miserable kid for real, the scar on his face getting completely shredded. The knight walks up and says, "This is how it ends for Ghislaine Perdium." For the king of mercenaries and one of the 7 strongest men in the world, the war was over. No way Ghislaine got beaten by that fanboy knight, another one of the 7 strongest known as Idun. Iden asks for his last words. Ghislaine says none. It's just a shame he couldn't finish his revenge. Eden says he's arrogant even in death. He didn't expect someone from a bankrupt house like the Perdiums to show up. He'd heard the boy abandon them after his sister died. Ghislaine asks how this bastard knows so much when he's from a different kingdom. Eden answers, "Of course I do. I've been following your steps for a long time. Because we were the ones who worked with House Delphine to destroy your family." Ghislaine gets stuck on that we. So there were even more people behind everything that happened. And Eden says there's no point explaining now. You're a dead man, accept your fate. Ghislaine screams that he'll never forgive him, but Iden rips the boy's head off, straight up decapitated. Then Ghislaine's looking at himself in the water, trying to understand why his head is still attached to his body. It feels like he's hallucinating, because he's young too. He looks around, wondering if some battle mage captured him and is using him in some experiment. He's ready to kill those bastards trying to bring him back. But then someone calls for the young master. Ricardo walks into the tent, asking if he finally woke up. Out of nowhere, Ghislaine already has a sword at Ricardo's neck from behind, saying he'll walk out alive if he answers everything. If he hesitates too much, he'll die without getting a word out. Ricardo's terrified and goes, "Young master, you're going too far. Are you out of your mind?" Ghislaine is confused. Clearly, this guy isn't scared of him at all. Ricardo shoves him away. "Stop it, young master, for the love of God. You were whining about going to sleep, and now you're acting like this. Looks like your memory's messed up just because you took a nap. Before you went to sleep, you were complaining that you wanted to lead the group for the orc raid. Ghislaine doesn't get it. What do you mean I was whining like a little kid? What are you talking about?" Ricardo just crouches down, grabs the outfit, and says, "Come on, get dressed and let's go. People are waiting." The protagonist still wants to know where they are. Ricardo walks past and says, "We're heading to the territory of Perdium, obviously." The blonde guy freezes, spins around, grabs him by the shoulder, and tells him to say that again. Wait, they're going to the broke, ruined Perdium territory? But when they get there, everything's intact. It's tiny, like a handful of houses and a little castle. So yeah, it's poor, but he's trying to understand how it can look like this. He saw this whole place get reduced to ashes. Ricardo comes up. "What? Did you have some messed up nightmare? Talking about your house like it's some ruined place. You'll get kicked out if the Lord hears you." Ghislaine's face tightens, trying to figure out if he's dreaming. What's going on? But it doesn't feel like a dream. His face is younger. The territory is back to how it used to be. The only explanation is that he went back in time. He starts remembering how, as a kid, he hated this place and resented it. Immaturity, feeling inferior, it got him into all kinds of trouble. And the more time passed, the more everyone there hated him. Tired of being criticized and sick of how everything worked, he ran away from home. Years later, he became a mercenary. He survived countless battles, got skilled, and built a name for himself. After all that, when he finally decided to return to Perdium, kind of to apologize for everything he'd done, the place was completely destroyed. He'd lost everyone he knew and his house was gone. But right now, the banner is still standing and everyone's still here. All the people he only learned to value after he grew up are still alive. He can't believe it. He's laughing, saying he feels like singing from happiness, but he calms down. It's way too early to celebrate. Ricardo said they were going to hunt some orcs, and if he remembers right, this is the day a bunch of people in the squad were going to die since this mission started because of Ghislaine. Since he had a bad reputation in town, he decided, let's go hunt some orcs and prove my name a bit. He tracked only 3 orcs. Let's be real. They're 2 meters tall and basically pure muscle, so that's already dangerous. But when they got there, they found more than 20, an entire squad. A lot of people died because he ended up taking command of the fight, and he obviously shouldn't have. It was supposed to be easier because orcs, no matter how strong, didn't have clear strategies. As he puts on his armor, he thinks, the problem now is, I still want to lead these guys, but I don't think they'll obey me because I'm a useless bastard. Then suddenly one of the watchtowers goes flying over him and explodes behind him. One of the soldiers yells that the orcs attacked, and they're already way too close. How did nobody see these 2-meter monsters coming? Even the protagonist doesn't understand. He doesn't remember them getting there that fast in his past life. And it looks like the squad is about to get massacred again. Everyone's getting hit, people getting thrown around, until someone suddenly shouts for everyone to get into formation. It's this poor guy who should have retired already, with a white mustache named Skovan. He gets things organized, but then he ends up face to face with an orc and freezes, saying they're screwed. They got ambushed and weren't prepared at all. He already knows everyone's going to die until someone behind him yells, calling for the commander. An orc comes in swinging an axe, but then boom, someone blows it up from behind. Ghislaine taps Skovan's shoulder, throws him back, and when the vertical strike comes down, the boy just lets the sword touch his hand, steps aside, and that aura blade slices straight through, splitting it in half. The soldiers are all like, what the hell, that kid's insane. The orc doesn't even understand what happened before it crashes to the ground. Ghislaine flicks his sword and says, it's going to be hard without mana. He should have gone even further back. Then he steps up, asks if the guy is the commander, and tells him to hand it over. Skovan doesn't get it, and the boy says he wants the right to command. The old man thinks, we're done, I can't hand this to that kid, he's an idiot. He'll put every soldier's life at risk, so he stands up and says, I can't hand it over. Ghislaine doesn't understand, but Skovan explains, you think this is a game. Even if you're the young master of the house, I can't just hand over the authority the Lord gave me. Ghislaine is furious, thinking, that bastard, he refused something I know I would have refused to, but he shouldn't have done it now. Then another orc charges at them, and this time Skovan decides to play hero. He shoves Ghislaine aside, saying he'll handle it. But Ghislaine doesn't care. He says fine, he has no choice. Then he throws his sword like a boomerang. Skovan grabs him, asking if he's lost it, because the sword almost took his head off, until he hears the impact. When he looks, the blade is buried dead center in the orc's forehead. The orc staggers, looks around, and drops. The old man can't understand how the kid hit the weak point that perfectly. Ghislaine keeps talking, Skovan, that's your name, right? Do you know what matters most in a fight? The knights are panicking. The orcs are screaming, and the soldiers won't come out from behind their shields. Ghislaine explains you can't win a war when everyone's scared. They needed momentum. He takes off running, yanks the sword out of the orc's head, and jumps straight into the middle of the orc army, leaping over the troops. He lands on the forehead of the orc at the very front and drives the blade into the middle of its skull. Skovan can't process it, while Ghislaine tells the orcs to come at him. He's going to kill all of them, and the boy is surrounded from every side, but he charges anyway. He dodges the first attack, rips an arm off, slips past and lands 2 cuts across another one's chest. Body parts are flying everywhere, and Skovan is wondering if he's dreaming. Even for him as a mana user, it would be impossible to cut like that so easily. So how is this skinny kid doing it? Skovan can see he's getting tired, but he's using tiny movements to dodge and always finishing with 1 or 2 strikes. Ghislaine steps to the side, spins, and takes another head clean off. Skovan is in shock. It's like watching a sword master with no mana, which makes no sense at all. Ghislaine keeps yelling, asking the orcs if that's all they've got. He hasn't even warmed up. They don't deserve their reputation as a warrior race. The soldiers in the back are confused. Wait, every orc is chasing the young master? Someone asks if the kid is running, and they start calling for Skovan, asking what he's doing. But Skovan is asking himself the same thing. Why did Ghislaine throw himself into the middle of them, pull everyone's attention, and run toward a cliff? Then Skovan turns to the warriors and tells everyone to raise a shield wall. They were going to support the Lord's first son. The orcs keep chasing, while Ghislaine thinks that if Skovan figured out what he was doing, then he really is a skilled commander. Ghislaine wanted to cut them all down, but this exhausted body of his wasn't going to manage that. At least he'd done enough for the others to finish it. The orcs in pursuit glance back and see the humans coming in with a shield barrier. Then Ghislaine throws himself off the cliff and says, perfect, now it's on you. Skovan orders everyone forward, and the soldiers shove the creatures back. Shield bashes to the chest, spears, stabs, and the whole group gets driven into the mountainside. The orcs smash into the ground. But where's that kid? The soldiers are yelling for the young master. Then there he is, hanging from the cliff wall with a little grin. Skovan chuckles and tells him to grab his hand already, but then Ghislaine's grip gives out. The boy falls into that nightmare world. There's a little girl calling for Ghislaine. Wait, that's probably his sister. He asks Helena what it is, and then memories start hitting him. Her crying, asking if their mother is gone, then thanking him, then asking what his problem is, saying he's the worst. Holding on to those fragments, he realizes they're all Helena's memories. Then suddenly someone grabs his arm. When he looks, it's her, yelling for them to go together. He opens his eyes in his room and sees that at least he's alive. They managed to keep him in this world. But what was that dream? When he gets up, his whole body cracks with pain. He realizes that's what happens when you push yourself to the limit. Still, he's alive. That's what matters. Then someone calls for the master, and here comes the strongest one in this story. This maid is dangerous. He's seen a bunch of clips where she's unbelievably brutal. Ghislaine immediately perks up and calls for Belinda. She's complaining, asking if he forgot how worried she gets. She should have let the soldiers deal with the orcs. But then the boy hugs her. She's like that, trying to figure out what you're doing that's so weird. What did I do wrong? But he says it's nothing. He's just happy to see her. Belinda had been the boy's personal tutor since he was tiny. She was the only one who stayed on his side, even when he was a total idiot. After his family disappeared, she vanished too, and he never saw her again. He never imagined he'd run into her like this. She's standing there, a little flushed, smiling, asking why he's so happy if they see each other every day. Suddenly, Ghislaine gets serious and thinks, I have to tell Belinda the truth. He pulls her closer and says, listen, something catastrophic is going to happen here in Perdium. She doesn't get it, but he says the truth is that he died and came back to life. She goes, yeah, I know, you almost died to the orcs. Now come on, let's go fix your bed already and stop putting yourself in danger. He tries to explain without getting scolded, and he realizes she doesn't believe any of it. Then she crosses her arms and asks, what were you going to do if you got hurt right around the festival? He doesn't understand, and she says, looks like you even forgot, huh? Lady Helena was waiting for the festival so she could go with you. It was finally a chance for you two to get closer. He glances at the photo and starts remembering the festival. The only thing he knows is he barely ever enjoyed it because of a certain traumatic experience. So he asks when the festival is, and she says it's in a week. Ghislaine starts thinking that's exactly how long, until the day that completely changes his life. Someone comes into the room asking if he's awake, and the protagonist tells himself this is the memory that haunted him the most. He remembers his sister telling him to go with her, and then she walks into the room and he knows that 1 week from now is the date she dies. All of a sudden he hugs his sister too, and Belinda gets confused again. His sister is all awkward, asking what his problem is and what kind of joke he's pulling this time. Ghislaine smiles and says he missed her, but she shoves him away, telling that weirdo to get off her. Something's off with her brother. The protagonist is thinking either this kid is really strong or he's really messed up. Helena wipes herself off, saying Belinda told her to come in there, but what is he up to? What's the game this time? He doesn't get it, and she starts mocking him, saying, you're trash, you're annoying, get out of here, you stink. He's stunned. Did he really say that? He turns his face away, embarrassed, saying he really was kind of trash, and apologizes. Both of them are shocked, and Helena says it must be true. An orc hit him in the head. He's about to say that's an exaggeration, that he beat all the orcs, but then he feels a pain in his chest and drops to the floor. Belinda says now it makes sense. He went through so much he's almost passing out. That's why he's acting like this. The two of them let out a cute little laugh, and he just watches and smiles too, thinking everyone is exactly how he remembers them. So why in the past did he waste so much time on stupid, pointless things? The last time he talked to Helena was when he refused to go with her to the festival, making up some excuse, saying it was annoying and useless. After that, they found her. Well, body is a harsh word. They found her hand, and it looks like she was wiped out along with her bodyguards. He clutches his chest, thinking he should have been with her, when suddenly someone knocks on the door, wanting to come in. On the left is the bodyguard Jamal, and on the right Philip. Both greet Helena, and she tells them to stay outside. They don't need to come in. They say some of the servants asked Helena to take a look at the festival stuff. Ghislaine thinks that's weird. Why would they ask Helena? And Belinda says, well, he probably doesn't know. But they ask her because he's a lazy bum, so somebody has to solve the problems. Ghislaine is confused. Hold on. Why does my sister have to handle the festival? Are we really that short on people? He's starting to realize the family is kind of broke, so he says he'll help too. Helena turns around again, startled, and Belinda says something's wrong. He's volunteering for something. Helena is sure that orc who hit his head must have been way too strong. But then the scene shifts to the city. Everyone's tense and someone's yelling, "Nobody wants to work with you here." It's Helena shoving the protagonist, telling him to get away. Everyone feels uneasy with him hanging around and being a nuisance. He resists. Remembering her body was found far from the festival. Something called her. Something drew her out to end up that far away. And to figure it out, he needed to see outside the castle so he could remember properly. Then someone suddenly calls out to Ghislaine, and when he looks over, he recognizes old Fergus. Fergus says, "My boy, thank God, I heard what happened with the orcs." The protagonist immediately tells him to back off and stop talking about it. Helena shows up and says, "Thank goodness you're here. Take him back to his room. He's acting weird after getting hit in the head." Fergus says, "Okay," and the protagonist thinks he needs to learn the area around the castle fast, so enough of this. He asks the old man where the training grounds around the castle are, and says he wants to go there. Fergus asks why, and he says obviously he wants to train. The old man can't believe it, but here they are. Ghislaine is surprised. The place is way better than he expected. He walks around looking at the weapons, thinking it's perfect for training. In his whole life as a mercenary, he never had anything like this. Fergus explains they kept it organized in case he ever wanted to use it. Fergus was sure everything happening with Ghislaine was just a phase. The protagonist didn't know Fergus did that in his past life. He says he understands what happened. Then he pats the old man's shoulder and says, "You need to live a long life. Dying sucks." Fergus says he shouldn't talk about something he hasn't experienced. And the boy says, "You don't know, I actually died and came back." Fergus tells him to cut it out. But then the protagonist tells him to leave because he's going to start training. Fergus says he'll wait outside. And the protagonist realizes that in his past life, he treated everyone like they were enemies. But he had it completely wrong. Either way, he has to focus on the problem coming in a week. Back then, it was revealed that the person behind Helena's death was the lord of a nearby territory. It was all to attack them in a war that ended the family. You could say Helena's death is literally the start of everything falling apart. So he has to start fixing things right now. First thing, he needs a better body. That's a problem because bodies take time to develop, and he doesn't have time. So even though it's the priority, for now he has to focus on mana, the supernatural resource that lets humans push past their limits. A lot of people think the hardest part of mana is finding it and concentrating it. But he could already do that even on a chaotic battlefield. You just capture the particles in the air and concentrate them into a kind of spinning pool. And for him, after doing it thousands of times across hundreds of battles, it's extremely easy. But obviously, that alone doesn't make you one of the 7 strongest on the continent. On one battlefield he fought on, he found a certain book, and thanks to the technique he learned from it, he could form not 1 or 2 mana circles, but 3. That created a chain of connected energies that produced explosive power. Except it's blowing up in his face. He's there panting, saying that no matter what, everything has a limit. In his past life, after training for countless years, he finally reached 5 cores. The downside of that explosive mana method is it burns through your mana fast. That's why he had to fight countless knights, and only at the end of the war did Idun come for a one-on-one. He's sure that if it had been fair, he would have won. It's clearly an unstable, dangerous technique, but now he's much younger with way more time to develop it, and it's the only thing he has. He stands up thinking, "In this life, I'm going to rip Idun's head off, and all the bastards working with House Delphine. Everyone who planned to wipe out his house was going to die. 1 week later, on the day of the festival, belt on, sword in hand, and the kid is walking through the city like he owns the place. Helena is surprised, saying something's weird. Why did he actually come? He never listens to her and always leaves her alone. The protagonist says he's sorry, and once in a while he has to show up to a festival or two. She just says he's been acting really strange lately. She heard he spent the whole week training. He scratches his neck, saying it's nothing. The oldest son training to be a knight is basic stuff. She pokes at him, saying it's weird again, because he's the one who said he didn't need to be a knight, that he should just become the lord already, or their father should retire. But then she walks off smiling, saying she likes it like this. Finally, the old him was back. Ghislaine looks around and starts focusing. Something he noticed this past week is that small actions change things too. Just the fact that he's there is making Belinda talk to the two knights and tell them to keep an eye on Ghislaine so he doesn't cause trouble. Even if the flow of things looks similar right now, the impact of his actions will change more and more events. So he has to keep in mind that the most important thing is taking advantage of what he knows about the future. He's got something in his pocket, thinking the preparations are complete. Festival starts, they go buy some bread, and Helena drags him around everywhere. After a while, she says it's kind of boring this year. Every year is the same. Nothing new. Ghislaine is confused. It's almost over, so why hasn't anything happened? Is it because he's staying by her side? Then someone asks Helena if she heard about the new events happening nearby. She says she hasn't, and she immediately starts walking, holding his hand, saying it'll be fun. Ghislaine instantly knows who the two traitors were, Jamal and Philip. He memorized their names, and now he's going to have to erase them. Next chapter, Jamal says, "We're here, Helena. Take a look. There's absolutely nothing." Looking around, she says, "Wait, there's nothing here. Are you sure something's happening in this place?" He awkwardly says, "Yeah. Looks like they didn't set anything up. He thought there'd be people here." Helena laughs, saying nobody would come perform in a place like this, while Ghislaine just scans the area. As expected, it just looks like a simple empty street. But you can see the escape routes are completely blocked. They'd already prepared it. Suddenly, Helena grabs him and says, "Come on, brother." Jamal says, "Miss, where are you going? Stay here, let's enjoy it." But she says there's nothing to enjoy here. She keeps pulling the protagonist, and he thinks she really is strong. Then bam, she bumps into Philip, who says, "Helena, how about you wait a little longer?" She doesn't understand. The two of them box her in, and she says they're acting weird. What's going on with them today? Jamal cracks his neck and says, "We didn't want to scare you. It's just that we got a pretty reasonable request." Helena flinches, and someone approaches. A hooded guy shows up with two thugs. A guy named Frank says the two of them did a great job. Jamal steps forward and says, "Of course we know the young lady, so our deal ends here." But Frank asks, "Hold on. Isn't that the oldest son of the Perdiums? I don't remember calling him here." Jamal says, "I'll give him to you for free. He was dumb enough to follow us and didn't even know he was walking to his own grave." Ghislaine calls out to Jamal, asking, "You sold us and thought you'd get away with it?" Jamal looks aside and says, "Why don't you worry about yourself, kid? All I have to do is run somewhere far away. Everyone's sick of these poor lands tormented by barbarians. I'm sure plenty of people will abandon Perdium with me." In 1 second, the protagonist slashes him across the chest. Everyone freezes. Frank doesn't understand what just happened, and I thought it was going to be a cut, but he straight up sliced him open. Ghislaine says they might be tired of holding the territory, but they never sold it. Right then, Philip, who's holding Helena, calls Jamal an idiot. How did he die to an amateur like that? Kid. The sword flew in and got lodged right in the middle of his skull. His eye rolls back as he says it's impossible, and his body drops to the ground. The bandits are stunned. "Abbas, are you sure this is Perdium's son?" The one on the other side is confused too, saying, "I heard this kid had zero training. Something's off." Frank says that, judging by his face, he's sure it's him, but something isn't right. Even catching them with their guard down, he killed 2 knights instantly, with attacks that used mana. Helena asks Ghislaine what's going on. He doesn't answer. He strikes her neck and puts her to sleep. Then someone behind them says, "Wow, thanks for doing the work for us, eldest son. You're really different from what people say. We were planning to kill those 2 ourselves. Why'd you come here hiding your skills?" Ghislaine raises his sword, asking why that matters while noticing he's going to have to face 3 guys. The 2 on the sides were nothing, but the one in the middle clearly had insane mana. He'd have to end this fast, and there are these lines kind of Kurapika style coming out of his hand. He circles them and asks, "Who put in this request?" Frank answers, "Well, a dead man doesn't need to know that, does he?" The protagonist says he knew Frank wouldn't say it easily, but whatever, he already felt like ripping him in half. A bandit asks, "So, boss, should we cut his head off?" Frank says no. Capture him alive and break every single one of his limbs. He'll go insane from the pain. Once he's drowned in suffering, his true form will show up beautifully. The bandits rush in saying they got it. But Ghislaine pulls out a candle from his pocket and tosses it between the 2 of them. They don't really get it, but the thing blows up in their faces. No, actually one of them gets split in half because Ghislaine only used it as a distraction and pierced the first guy's forehead. The second comes in from the right saying it's a cheap trick and swings, but the protagonist moves like it's choreography, blocks from behind, slips an arm under, yanks the sword away, and takes his head off. Damn, the kid's got swagger when he fights, but he feels something weird. Frank came in from behind. Ghislaine blocks with the sword he stole. The old man can't understand how this kid blocked a perfect sneak attack from that position. And Ghislaine has already turned while Frank's still midair and swings a cut that almost takes his neck. Frank's pipe drops. He tries to land a clean hit, and the protagonist manages to use both hands to hold back a single strike. Frank says he's surprised. If he hadn't used mana, he would have lost his neck. Ghislaine thinks he's screwed. He didn't expect this guy to be able to use mana like that. Frank grips his sword and says he has no idea how Ghislaine learned this weird fencing style at this age, but unfortunately it ends here, because there's no way he's losing to mana this week. He keeps up the pressure yelling, while Ghislaine smiles behind the crossblades. Frank doesn't get why the kid looks so happy. What is that face? Ghislaine redirects him to the side, drops low, braces on both swords, and kicks him hard. Good lord. Sent him sliding. Frank fixes his hat and says, "Kid, I already told you, with that mana it won't work." Then he feels something strange and drops to one knee. He looks at his hand, confused. What happened? That attack didn't even feel like it hurt. No way a kick like that should affect me like this. Ghislaine walks closer and says he didn't expect there to be a real culprit behind his sister's death, but now he knows who it was. And Frank better get ready. And with that, the third core unlocks. Frank asks how Ghislaine's body suddenly has that much mana, but in 1 second, the protagonist is already right in front of him with a double attack. The old man is shocked. He's way too fast. They trade blows for real. Frank gets pushed back. The protagonist lands another precise strike. Frank blocks but gets forced back, his sword trembling. He's stunned. How is his hand going numb just from blocking these hits? Something is seriously wrong. Everyone has a natural mana limit, so how did Ghislaine's explode from 1 second to the next? He became a completely different person. Then Ghislaine's slash shatters Frank's sword. Frank's arm jerks up, and with the other sword Ghislaine rips into his chest and drives it in. Frank agonizes, but he still grabs Ghislaine by the neck and throws him into the wall. Then he says, "All right, time to finish our conversation." He demands an answer. Who ordered this? Frank tells himself he's not losing that easily. A blade drops from his sleeve. He says he'll have to kill the girl before he dies. and he goes to throw it, but suddenly his whole arm locks up. Ghislaine has him held with mana ropes and tells Frank they can make a deal. Don't try anything. Answer the question, and Ghislaine will put the sword away. Frank can't understand where those mana ropes came from. Ghislaine says someone of Frank's level should know how to get out of this alive. But everything changes if Ghislaine destroys his mana core. Suddenly, the sword starts glowing in a circle, and it really looks like Frank's mana is being destroyed. All the energy he'd built up starts leaking out. Frank says Ghislaine has lost it. If he lets mana go out of control like that, this whole place could blow up. The kid answers that only happens to amateurs. He can handle it. The older man realizes Ghislaine isn't bluffing. He's actually going to die here. Staring death in the face, he finally screams that it was Count Desmond. Desmond ordered it. He needed a pretext to start a war against the Perdiums and wipe out the family. At last, the protagonist gets the information he wanted. He starts connecting the dots. The Delphines must have contacted the Desmonds to set up this whole plan. He asks if that's why Frank wanted to kill Helena. And when Frank says yes, done, the blade goes in for good. The idiot spits blood, demanding what Ghislaine is doing. Ghislaine says he's just sticking to their deal. Ghislaine tells him he looks terrified. He's not someone who kills people. So why is Frank so scared when it's his turn? Frank starts laughing and headbutts him, warning him nothing will change even if Ghislaine kills him. The job's already done. Nobody will listen to a kid like Ghislaine. Perdium territory is headed for war. Ghislaine smashes Frank's face into the wall and says unfortunately he's already seen this happen. Because he's reincarnated, that's why he can promise this time will be different. A bunch of mana fractures start appearing in Frank's chest, then shoot up into the sky like fireworks. Good Lord, the guy just blew apart. On the ground, all that's left are the remains of Jamal, Philip, and the rest. The good part, his little sister is alive. Ghislaine drops his sword, gathers that aura for a second, and the next moment he coughs up blood and collapses, exhausted. His body really was trash. Blowing up 3 mana cores was supposed to be ridiculously easy back when he was a mercenary king, but he doesn't have time for that. He forces himself up, goes to one of the sealed houses, blows the door open, and finds a few bodies on the floor. One of them looks like the son of some Count de Garde. Looks like the house that was going to attack them lost a son too. You can tell whoever was behind all this wanted to silence everyone, and the moment both bodies were revealed, the war would start. So the best move was to erase all the evidence. The place goes up in flames. He leaves saying their plan isn't going to happen. What he didn't see was that someone had been watching them the whole time. Next chapter, there's a meeting with one guy in the middle and everyone asking how it's even possible. They sent their best Frank, so how did they fail to kill a girl? That was supposed to be easy. The hooded one says they failed because of Ghislaine Perdium. A man slams the table saying that's impossible. Ghislaine was the useless guy from the north. What a disgusting excuse, he's clearly lying. But the hooded man explains. Ghislaine was completely different from every rumor they'd heard. He remembers that pure aura output. So much swagger, so much dodging, so much killing. He tries to explain the face was the same, but it was a different person. Still, he tells them not to worry. They already had someone handling things with the Degards, so the war would start. He just needed one more chance. But the table tells him to shut up. Someone who can't get information out of a child is useless. He failed a mission this stupid, and he's asking for another chance. He should be eliminated. Then someone says this is getting too loud. From the throne, someone asks what chance he wants. The hooded man shouts that he'll get rid of Ghislaine Perdium. The one on the throne asks how, and he says he'll create a natural duel. He has someone in mind who would handle it easily. The nobles tell him to explain the plan properly this time. He says the name is Cainloges, famous for a fencing style based on pure strength. Considered the peak of that duel style, Nobody in the north can beat him, and he's Ghislaine's cousin, so it won't be hard to make it happen. Everyone at the table goes silent. The one on the throne says, "If he fails one more time, there won't be another chance." The hooded man yells that he won't disappoint them, and we're back at Perdium Castle in the training room. Fergus walks in, calling for the young master, when suddenly a mana rope appears out of nowhere, catches the sword's hilt, yanks it, and it lands in Ghislaine's hand. Ghislaine says, "All right, looks like this is going to work." Then he's surprised. "Oh, hey, old Fergus, what's up?" Fergus says, "Sorry, I didn't realize you were training." "But how did you do that, kid?" Ghislaine says it's exactly what it looks like. A mana rope. In his past life, he used it all the time. But in this life, he had to blow up his mana core just to have enough energy to activate it. Still, he's finally managing to generate at least one rope, which is already way better than nothing. Fergus says he's used mana for a long time, but he's never seen anything like it. And now he's thinking, not long ago, this kid didn't use mana and didn't train. So how is he coming up with ideas like using mana this way? Ghislaine asks what Fergus wants. Fergus says he only came to say something. He bows and thanks Ghislaine for protecting the young lady. Ghislaine says there's no need to thank him for that. He just did what obviously had to be done. But enough of that, let's go eat. A few days pass, and the festival obviously gets paused after the attempt on Helena's life. She's furious, saying everyone claims she's lying when she says Ghislaine saved her. She tells him to tell everyone the truth. He says it doesn't matter, they won't believe it anyway. Belinda is angry too, saying those perverts Jamal and Philip really deserve to die. Meanwhile, the protagonist is thinking she survived. For now, he managed to stop the war from happening, but obviously they weren't going to give up that easily. And he knows it'll be hard to stop a continental war by himself. He needs military power. Let's go. Time to build a squad. Then the maid comes in saying it's time to eat. While he thinks he'll have to get involved in politics to build an army, until he sees his meal looks like a piece of toast and nothing else. He says, "Hey Belinda, when's the food coming? Is this the warm-up?" She says it's funny. Looks like he forgot the situation they're in. Then there's shouting outside with people saying they deserve compensation for the festival being canceled. Farmers, nobles, those half-nobles, the broke people in this town, everyone complaining, saying they need money. They canceled the festival, and now people are starving. The protagonist looks over, and Belinda says she knew they'd act like this. Since most merchants need the festival profits to survive, they're screwed now that it's canceled. Everyone's yelling that they have to be compensated, and the protagonist realizes this is really bad. They'll only get more and more aggressive if nobody helps them at all. He looks at Fergus and says, "Send some soldiers out there to calm them down." Fergus explains they don't have any soldiers. He's shocked. And Fergus explains that after the base was destroyed by orcs, it had to be rebuilt. The problem with Perdium territory is that to the north there's the barbarian base, and to the left there's the monster forest. Basically, they're stuck in an endless war, and with no soldiers to deal with it, everything was a complete mess. So he pulls Belinda aside and says they need to talk for a second. Then he goes, "Belinda, you're the one who handles my money, right? Let's use it to calm those merchants down." The plan would have been great until she says he doesn't have any money at all. He's like, "What do you mean? How does he have nothing?" And she tells him that apparently he forgot. He used to spend money like water, and then the count cut off his allowance. The protagonist thinks, "Oh shit, I've got no cash. Hold on, am I broke?" So he decides, "Okay, got it. Belinda, lend me the money." She says she doesn't have a single thing either. The poor guy ends up by the window, totally depressed, thinking, no money, no soldiers, what do I even have in this life? Even knowing the future, he can't fix the problems like this. So first he needs money. He needs some kind of solution. There has to be a way, right? Right then, someone opens the door calling for the young master. The protagonist says, "What is it, Ricardo? Why are you in such a rush?" and Ricardo yells that they've got a huge problem. Young Master Kane wants to talk to him. The scene cuts to one of the soldiers getting absolutely wrecked. He takes another hit to the face, reaches out, then gets slammed in the chest. Wait, who's getting beaten up like that? It's Skavan, that general from the beginning, getting destroyed. He drops to the floor there, and with the protagonist nearby, he calls for the young master. Ghislaine looks down, and someone says he finally arrived. And wow, this guy looks like a 6-meter-tall One Piece character with his shirt open. But then you look at his face, and it's this super nerdy look, except calm down because he's got that cauliflower ear like an MMA fighter. So he's dangerous. Ghislaine calls out. He thinks he remembers that face. Such a weird face, hard to forget. It's like someone put the head of a kid with some issues on the body of a huge, jacked giant. He's the heir of the County of Lodges, the one they have an alliance with, Cane Lodges. Back then, he was the only friend Ghislaine had, but also an enemy. Skovan's in bad shape with a crater in his chest. Ghislaine asks Ricardo what happened. Ricardo explains they heard there was trouble at the tavern and came to check. They found Kane and his servant there, and they started talking. Kane wanted to know if what people were saying about Ghislaine was true. Skovan told the whole story, but then Kane suddenly grabbed his head and told the damn insect to stop lying, and that's how it ended up like this. And Kane says, if you're going to tell a story, you better tell the whole truth. Skovan was lying, saying Ghislaine killed a bunch of orcs, defended his sister, killed some knight like that's even possible. So Kane had to beat him up to make him stop lying. He walks up to the protagonist and says, if that guy hadn't lied, none of this would have happened. Ghislaine remembers how this bastard always treated him like what? Some kind of underling. Every time Kane visited Perdium, he caused trouble, and nobody could really do much, because Ghislaine himself always ended up obeying him. In this city, everyone was scared of Kane, unlike Ghislaine, who had an inferiority complex. Kane's cocky way of acting just made people say he had the confidence a true heir should have, and that only made people criticize Ghislaine more and more. Ghislaine is laughing to himself thinking about it. Kane is staring, thinking, what a piece of trash. Normally he would have come at me already after a provocation like that. The scene jumps back to earlier in Kane's home, with him asking what this talk is about him killing Ghislaine. The hooded man just says, if you succeed in this mission, the esteemed one will give full support to the Lodge family. Kane says it's not hard to kill a kid like him, but Ghislaine is the heir to those lands. How am I supposed to eliminate someone like that? The hooded man says they can cause a duel and make it look like a simple accident. People will believe it was just a dispute between heirs. The hooded man will go with Kane to the city and make sure he doesn't have to worry about anything. It was a huge opportunity for Kane. Kane says he never imagined he'd have to kill his own cousin Ghislaine. It's a shame, but he asks if they're leaving now. But Kane isn't stupid. Are they trying to kill Ghislaine because of that thing about him changing so much? If that's the case, suddenly he looks at the protagonist and says, hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there? When I show up, you know you're supposed to bring what's been prepared. The protagonist doesn't get it and asks, prepared what? Kane says, I heard the festival got interrupted. We should take advantage of the mood and make things more pleasant and relaxed. Or did you forget already? Ghislaine stops to think and asks, you mean that? And then he remembers, every time this guy came, Ghislaine would bring women and alcohol for him. Since Ghislaine didn't want to get beaten up, he obviously just obeyed, and it was because of this bastard that he ended up losing a lot of money. Exactly what Belinda mentioned, that the Count cut off his allowance because he was spending money like an idiot. Then Ghislaine thinks, and says the thing he wanted so badly just showed up, a source of money. Kane yells again, hey, you remember now? Bring it already. Can't you see I'm waiting? But the protagonist says, yeah, I'm gonna get it. But before that, how about you pay what you owe me? The hooded man is shocked. Kane asks what he's talking about. Ghislaine holds out his hand and says, "You know, every time you come here, I'm the one paying for everything. So for everything I've covered, you're giving me 1,000 gold plus interest." Kane doesn't take it seriously and says, "Are you out of your mind? 1,000? You didn't even spend 100. And besides, it's all free because we're friends, right? That's the price of friendship." But the protagonist, clearly trying to start something, says, "We're not friends. You've been trying to step on me forever, so pay up before I beat you up. I need money." The whole bar freezes, everyone watching. Ricardo is trying to figure out what the young master thinks he's doing. Then Kane stands up and says, "Ghislaine's getting pretty bold, huh? Just because Kane went easy on him, he's acting like this." The fake rumor about him beating a knight really went to his head. He needs to remember he's nothing but a parasite leeching off this city. No wonder he's called the scoundrel of the north. Kane goes to wake him up with a punch, but Ghislaine calmly steps to the side. Ricardo and the hooded man don't understand. Kane tries a backhand, but the protagonist ducks under, slips through, and drives a punch deep into Kane's ribs. Kane flinches, and the protagonist comes in with a shot to the face. It shouldn't be that easy. Kane blocks. But honestly, it still looks easy, because even though Hop blocked, he drops to one knee right away. The hooded man asks if the young master is okay. Ghislaine says, "Get up. I know you blocked it, so why are you acting like that?" So it's a setup. The hooded man tells the dangerous Ghislaine to stay back. What does he think he's doing? Everyone in the bar is confused. Wait, Ghislaine hit Kane? How is that possible? The protagonist looks to the side and thinks, "Got it, so that's how you want to play. Fine." Kane tells his buddy, "Did you like his acting?" The other one says it was excellent. They've got all the witnesses they need. It's enough to justify a duel. Kane puts his hand inside his jacket, thinking it's the perfect chance to gain strong supporters. He has to make a good impression. And it's a double win, because he'll also crush the failing Perdium house. He pulls off his glove and says that damn Ghislaine is staining his honor as a knight. So he challenges him to a duel to settle it, except he gets hit in the face. The protagonist throws Kane's glove at him and says he's the one challenging Kane. Kane came onto his land to insult the air in front of the people of Perdium, and he even attacked one of his knights, staining their nobility. He better not think he'll walk away after all that. Kane is stunned because he's the one being challenged. He wipes his mouth and says, "I knew you were stupid, but not stupid enough to dig your own grave. Fine, I accept your duel. Just don't regret it when you die." Then the protagonist calls Ricardo and tells him to bring all the merchants who were protesting in front of the castle. Tell everyone it's time to make a lot of money. The next chapter says that because the festival was canceled, there were lots of people from other cities in town. And since they brought money to spend but didn't get the chance, the perfect opportunity appeared. Ghislaine knows this is the moment to calm everyone down. And now they're at the arena. Everyone's shouting that it's unbelievable. They're going to watch a duel between Master Kane and Ghislaine. People are telling each other to bet on Master Kane, saying that bastard kid is finally going to get what he deserves. Thanks to the duel, the city gets lively, and the merchants start selling. Then the fat guy says the betting is about to start. Obviously, everyone's throwing coins on Kane. Kane's sword hits the ground, and he asks Ghislaine what the hell this is, turning a sacred duel into a marketplace. Because of that, Ghislaine better know Kane's sword won't stop, even when Ghislaine begs for forgiveness. But the protagonist isn't clueless. He knows this is what Kane wanted from the start. He says, "Well, everyone's gathered, so let's begin." But the hooded man says it's hard to proceed with the betting. Everyone looks confused, and the bookmaker explains that nobody put even a single coin on Ghislaine. Damn, they really don't believe in him. The protagonist looks around, and everyone's saying, "Come on, the outcome is obvious. How is he supposed to beat Kane? He doesn't have a chance." and Cain's standing there laughing. So Ghislaine, the big betting market you created is ignoring you. The bookmaker says maybe they can change the bet to how long Ghislaine will last, until suddenly someone slams a bag on the table. It's Scovin saying he's betting all of that on Ghislaine. Then an even bigger bag drops on top. Helena and Belinda say yes, everything on her brother. They look to the side, and the protagonist is surprised. People think Helena has lost her mind and is about to waste the family's money, but she just tells the bookmaker to say whether it's enough or not. He says, yes, that's enough. Now the betting can happen. The hooded man gives Belinda a strange look, while Cain says they're making him wait for no reason. And finally, it's time for the duel to start. Ghislaine says, Cain, you know I'm older than you, so it doesn't make sense for me to make the first move, right? He draws his sword, gives off that aura vibe, and tells Cain to come at him. Cain doesn't react. He crouches and tells him it's too late to try acting like the older one. Then he suddenly leaps in, swings his sword, and lands a clean hit on the protagonist, who manages to block. Cain says now it's too late. If he was holding back before, he'll show his real speed. Then he uses this totally unorthodox grip, holding the handle but striking with the sheath, smacking Ghislaine and knocking him backward. Cain goes in to crush him, but Ghislaine ducks and slips out the other side. Cain takes advantage and tries to kick him, but the protagonist slips away again. Everyone in the arena says, as expected from Master Cain, Ghislaine doesn't stand a chance. Cain's smiling while the protagonist is thinking, look at this guy. Belinda is telling the young ladies they need to stop. Meanwhile, the masked man thinks it's already over. It doesn't matter who the opponent is. Once you go against Cain, you're done. You're cursed. He applies pressure with that ridiculous strength, and everyone gets discouraged when they realize there's no way to counterattack. After a few dodges, every opponent gets tired, and that's when Cain finds one opening and ends the fight. He always wins like that, and there's the protagonist dodging everything. Cain says Ghislaine is sneaky as always, but he really has improved. Then Cain throws in a flashy move, spins the sword, shifts his grip, and hammers down on the protagonist. Ghislaine manages to protect his shoulder, but then Cain keeps the blade behind him. To hook Ghislaine, yanks him in and throws him upward. Everyone in the arena looks up at the sky, and the masked man says it's over for the kid. The protagonist is falling, and he says that's enough. Cain crossed the line. From 1 second to the next, he's suddenly right in front of Cain and slips past him, landing another hit to the ribs. Cain has no idea what's going on, and the masked guy is wondering how he recovered that fast. Ghislaine's standing there saying Cain's fencing is dumb as hell. He probably only wins because people get scared when he shows that little bit of strength he's got. But fine, Ghislaine was going to help him open his eyes today. Cain charges in again, going all out, wanting to know how Ghislaine plans to do that. The moment Cain swings, the protagonist takes a small step to the side and kicks the sword's handle. Then he spins around, whipping past Cain's back like a top and slices Cain's arm. Cain tries to bring the sword back up after missing, but the protagonist drops onto it, steps on the handle, and disarms him. It's that classic combo, hit, then bleed. The whole arena is stunned. Cain's down and can't even react. Nobody understands how Ghislaine got this much better, and whether he's really about to win the duel. Belinda is shocked, and Helena says she wasn't lying. Scovin smirks, and the hooded guy can't believe it. Then Cain realizes all the cuts were shallow, meaning Ghislaine could have stabbed him way worse, so he did it on purpose. But how did this kid suddenly reach this level of swordsmanship? Cain looks up and sees Ghislaine just standing there radiating pressure, and Ghislaine does something nasty. He throws his sword away and says the gap in skill between them is way too big. This wouldn't even be entertaining. So from now on, he'll fight Cain unarmed. Cain starts to yell, but Ghislaine tells him to calm down, and take it as a chance to be educated by his fists. Kane gets up asking what that's supposed to mean. Ghislaine says they're not even comparable in fencing, so Kane should at least get some kind of advantage. How about a fist fight where Kane would have the advantage? If Kane accepts, Ghislaine bets another 2,000 gold that he still wins. The merchants don't get it. None of this makes sense. Kane is way bigger. The hooded guy who'd been scared starts laughing, saying, "Thank God this kid was an idiot. He really went and challenged Kane like that. We're lucky." Then the merchant shouts that anyone who wants to bet on the next fight can put their coins in. Who wins without weapons? Master Ghislaine or Kane? The reaction is the same. Everyone says Ghislaine's fencing got way better. But this is a fight without swords. There's no way he beats Kane. Still, some people in the crowd say they'll bet on the kid this time. Kane starts getting up and says they're making him laugh. He grabs his sword and says if Ghislaine wants to fight without a weapon, fine, but Kane will use this sword and cut him in half. They're face to face. Belinda yells for the protagonist to be careful. Kane goes for a thrust, but the kid says Kane really is going to learn his lesson. He dodges again, slipping under the blade. Kane tries to turn the edge, but the kid does quick footwork, steps out to the right, and drives a punch into Kane's ribs. Before Kane can pull the sword back, the kid lands an uppercut to the chin from under Kane's arm. Kane's head snaps back. He stumbles and drops to one knee. The protagonist is standing there building up that pressure again, and Kane can't understand how a kid is fighting like this. The crowd starts saying it's getting intense, and maybe Master Ghislaine actually has a chance. And the protagonist goes, "Come on, Kane, get up. I haven't even started." Kane can't even clench his teeth anymore. He's basically biting his own mouth from how furious he is, and he lunges at the protagonist again. This time the kid steps to the right, closes in, hooks one arm over, the other behind, twists the whole forearm, and drives a knee into Kane's ribs. While he's getting beaten, Kane's thinking he has to kill this kid to secure the Lodge's family's future, but his thoughts get cut off by a chain of punches to the face. Over and over. How many punches is this going to be? It goes on so long, Kane ends up completely crushed, like he got swarmed by 15,000 bees. Then the protagonist grabs him by the hair and says he feels sorry for Kane's father, Count Loge. Kane's father had helped Ghislaine's father back when they were friends, but his son wasn't very smart. We see a flashback from years ago. Someone's asking what this is about sending more support to the Perdiums. The Empire was already struggling. They should just let those people go bankrupt. The Count is leaving, and someone asks why he's going to help the Perdiums again when he just got back. Kane watches from behind, calls out to his father, and tells him not to go. Everyone keeps insisting he stopped. Why does he keep helping the Perdiums? The father looks back and says it's simply because they were friends. And he says Kane doesn't need any other reason. Now with his head completely battered, Kane remembers his father saying that. He braces for another hit, but Ghislaine says, "All right, you've been educated enough, get up." He even holds out his hand to help, but Kane lowers his head and says he admits defeat. It's over. The crowd can't believe it, and the hooded guy realizes the plan failed. It's a mix of people who bet on Ghislaine celebrating and people who bet against him looking devastated. And the hooded guy realizes the plan failed. It's a mix of people who bet on Ghislaine celebrating and people who bet against him looking devastated, demanding to know how he can admit defeat over such a small disadvantage. Kane stands up and tells him to get lost. This is finished. But the hooded guy is furious. Everything is going wrong because of this kid. Right then, Ghislaine calls out to him. The kid answers that he only did what was necessary. Ghislaine looks at him and suddenly shouts that this man volunteered to pay for drinks for everyone. The hooded guy is confused, but everyone starts thanking him, saying it'll be perfect for a banquet. He tries to protest, saying he's not paying anything, but Ghislaine puts a hand on his shoulder and says, That's the price for losing the duel, and it won't be deducted from his debts. He squeezes, the guy drops to the floor, and Ghislaine says he'll add an extra 1,000 gold, and if he tries to run from the city, he should understand what'll happen. The guy just obeys and says he understands. Ghislaine walks away. The next day, in Ghislaine's room, he opens the chest. It's packed with gold coins. He's impressed. He could hire a whole group of mercenaries with this, but he's an entrepreneur. He knows you can't make money if you have to spend too much time doing it. He has an important business idea he needs to start soon. Meanwhile, Belinda and Helena are staring at him. He turns around and asks what it is. Now they want his money. Helena goes, "Wow, big brother, you've got so much money. What are you going to spend all of that on?" He asks, "You want money?" She says, "No, never. I'm just curious." Belinda says it's obvious what he'll use it for. Amelia's birthday is coming up, and he has to impress her with something expensive. It's easy to see his plan. He doesn't say anything, and Helena says he's going way too far just because of his fiancée. He's confused. Since when? He turns and tells them to explain. Belinda says he's embarrassed, but everyone knows he's just pretending he forgot. Helena tells her to stop acting. Everyone knows it's Amelia, the Count's daughter from the Highfall family, and that's not good news. He freezes. He remembers someone saying it had to be that woman, the most noble of nobles, admired for her kindness, actions that cross social classes. But she's the one who will lead a rebellion and become known as the Witch of the North. And together with Duke Delphine and the traitor, she'll sing the anthem of the patron's downfall. Basically, she's a major traitor. She's part of what brings his family to ruin. He asks Belinda when his father is coming back, and she says maybe in a week. He thinks that might be enough time. Then he says he's going to visit Stardust Highfall. Belinda thinks it's weird if it's not the young lady's birthday yet. Why go so suddenly? He says he needs to collect a bit more money. The scene cuts to a girl crouching down out of nowhere, placing a little shoe on the ground, calling to someone. Why does she have a spider on her chin? She's in front of a poor girl in the city calling for Lady Amelia. Why is there a spider walking on her chin? It's just hanging there. And she's acting like this super kind noble, saying if anyone has to go barefoot in this city, it should be her. She immediately orders the soldiers to give everyone food and shelter. They get to work, and everyone is thanking the spider on the chin lady. Later, she's in the garden, and someone is washing her feet. She's a weird one. It's her bodyguard, Bernaf. Amelia says her father always demands absolute obedience from people, so she's not that sweet. Of course not. She's got a spider on her chin, and you thought she was sweet. She says it's stupid to use force to move the masses. It's much better to keep them fed and warm. Bernaf says yes, everyone's heart belongs to her. That would definitely be a huge advantage in the competition for succession. She looks down and presses her foot into his face. So that's his pay. She tells him to explain what happened in the duel against the Northern Swordmaster. With her foot on his face, he apologizes and says he couldn't draw too much attention. If he won, people might start watching her. He takes her foot off his face, says it's not time for her to reveal herself yet, and kisses her, saying his sword belongs to her. For someone to submit to that, you already know what he is. His life is over. Lady Spider asks how she could have raised him like that. He can't be weak. Then she asks about the Merchants Guild. He tells her not to worry. They're buying all the materials to rebuild a place that was destroyed in the Perdium region. On top of that, they've been collecting everything the Perdiums haven't been paying and hiring all the knights leaving that territory. Since the Perdiums are going bankrupt, they can buy excellent soldiers for a very cheap price. Amelia says perfect. They're to keep the fake identity as merchants until they're ready to attack. They're buying up the protagonist's people to attack them. At that moment, the butler appears. Bernaf stands up. The butler says it's a quick message. Ghislaine Perdium is at the gate, saying he came to discuss something. Amelia asks what that bastard wants. The butler says Ghislaine mentioned he wants to talk about the Merchants Guild. Their plan is exposed. The scene shifts to the reception room. Amelia is sitting in a chair, facing him. Ghislaine walks in with that cape, looking sharp, carrying himself like he owns the place. He goes, "Hey Amelia, how's it going?" She says he's extremely rude, coming in like this without being announced. Did he forget manners and etiquette? He ignores it and says, "Your birthday's coming up, right? That's why I brought you an early present." He puts a flower on the table and says, "I found this. It smells amazing. From now on, I'm going to buy more of these flowers." What was the guild's name again? Oh yeah, the Autumn Merchants Guild. She immediately realizes he knows something and stands up, saying she has no idea what he's talking about. "Thanks for the gift, now leave, goodbye." He looks at her and says, "Sit down." She feels the pressure. Before, this kid used to shake just talking to her. Now he's acting like this? He glances at the teacup and says, "I'll keep it simple. I want money, so hand over 10,000. She turns and says, "Are you out of your mind? Why are you suddenly asking your fiancé for money? Where do you think I'm supposed to pull it from?" "Your father's will." Ghislaine says it has nothing to do with his father. She's going to give him the money. And besides, he knows she isn't exactly eager for this marriage. Obviously, that tea must have been poisoned. And he says maybe she wants to marry that night outside. That could happen if, for example, she took power, since she's secretly building up strength to compete in the succession to King Faud's throne. At that, her cat lets out a scream, jumps in front of her, and she calls for Ghislaine and tells him to stop with those jokes. That's not the kind of thing you say. The protagonist, though, tells her not to worry. He's good at keeping secrets. Of course, that's only possible if he doesn't leave empty-handed. She says fine then, and calls for Bernaf. He walks into the room and greets Ghislaine, saying it's been a long time since they've seen each other. The protagonist knows perfectly well this is the guy who's always by Amelia's side. Even back then, he already had the skills to go head-to-head with the Northern Swordmaster. He turns to Amelia and says, "If I die here, you know it'll start a territorial war. I don't think you're ready for that." She answers that the story won't be that. Unfortunately, he broke into the castle looking to cause trouble and ended up getting killed by bodyguards by accident. That's what the world is going to hear, so kill him. Bernaf starts drawing his sword, saying it's her order. And Ghislaine thinks, good. If she's going this far, he'll have to take this seriously. Come on, duel. Ghislaine is getting his sword ready, and Bernaf gives him a hard stare. They lock eyes, but suddenly a shadow is already behind him. Another assassin comes in to stab him from the back, but then holy hell. The protagonist drops into a roll, flips the chair up along with the guy, and lands a kick straight into his stomach, sending him flying into the window. Right away, Bernaf looks confused. Ghislaine laughs and says, "Sending an assassin really shows how terrible their hospitality is." Then he's the one who charges in, tries to slash from the side, but Bernaf manages to block. Ghislaine asks where everyone's manners went, and Bernaf apologizes, saying Ghislaine was the one who acted rude first. Someone who barges into the young lady's home like that doesn't deserve to live. Then Bernaf uses that same movement sequence the protagonist used. He throws his arm out to catch the sword from underneath and goes for a thrust. But Ghislaine lets one hand off the sword, twists his torso with the other, rolls out, kicks Bernaf's hand, kicks under his arm, and backs off. Bernaf can't believe it. As far as he'd heard, Ghislaine was supposed to be an arrogant nobody with no skill, but he was nowhere near some random beginner. The fiancé is there yelling, "My God, Bernaf, what are you doing? Finish this kid already." He's thinking, yeah, it won't be that easy. But she orders him to hurry up and bring her the head of that bastard. He swore to be her sword, so he'd better obey. He gets serious, tightens his grip on the sword and says, fine, he won't disappoint. It was time to take this seriously. The protagonist says it's funny seeing an escort knight threatening him like this. Bernaf answers that he's there to obey her, no matter what he thinks. Then we get this POV from the protagonist's sword. Never seen a scene like that. And in the very next second, Bernaf is already right in his face, coming in to strike. Even the protagonist is surprised. He has to slip to the side, but he still gets a small cut on his face. He's stunned. This guy is way faster than he expected. Then it turns into that back and forth, fair and dirty at the same time. Block here, block behind, clash in the middle. Amelia is trying to figure out how this damn Ghislaine, known as a troublemaker, can be fighting Bernaf like this. Still, she's confident. Bernaf goes in for another thrust, but the protagonist blocks with the hilt and pulls forward, disarming him for a second. It looks like he's about to pierce his arm, but Bernaf pulls that same sword trapping technique again. Ghislaine steps to the side, letting one hand go, and says it looks like he only has one trick. It seems like Ghislaine is about to kick Bernaf in the back, but he's the one who gets surprised. Bernaf stretches his arm down and leaves him kind of exposed, warning him it won't work twice, and slams Ghislaine into the ground. Ghislaine is hurting and gasping, but Bernaf doesn't stop. He comes in to stab again. But now Ghislaine uses his foot to smack the sword's hilt and slip out of the line. He rolls backward and finally gets away. That's when he realizes the bastard is using mana. Bernaf says, "Hey Ghislaine, you're really nothing like the rumors. Like they say, you don't know someone until you fight them. Your fencing is really weird, like you've got a lot of combat experience." That's not the style of a noble who learns everything in a neat, systematic way. Were you fighting barbarians or something? He finishes by tossing his sword back and saying, "It's a shame this chaotic battlefield technique won't work here. His end has come." Ghislaine stares thinking, good, maybe I really expected too much for myself. This guy can attack with insanely precise lethal accuracy, and when he closes in, he's got a huge physical advantage. Maybe it would have been better to avoid this fight, but there's a problem. He doesn't have much time for that, so he activates the single mana line in the sword's hilt and starts pulling it. Bernaf notices immediately, feels something behind him, but it's too late. He takes a hit from the hilt right to the back of the neck. In the same moment, the protagonist rushes in and drives a knee into the middle of his nose. Bernaf doesn't even understand what happened. Amelia screams for him, but it's already done. Now the protagonist has the sword, comes down from above to strike him in the face, but Bernaf still manages to block at the last second. He slides, creates distance, and tells Amelia she needs to get out of there. From now on, he can't guarantee her safety anymore. He'll have to fight with everything he has. Ghislaine says he's finally going to be useful for something. It's been a long time since he fought someone decent. Next scene, Amelia is running through the corridors in a panic, furious about how that damn Ghislaine dared to humiliate her like this. And on top of that, who leaked the merchant's information? There's no way he could know everything just because of a flower, obviously. There are all these rumors about him killing orcs and assassins who went after his sister, and she thought it was all lies. But what if it's true? She's demanding to know where her guards are, but when she turns the corner, someone's already killed them all. And by the little red outfit, you already know who it is. The real menace, dear Belinda, who says it's been a while since they talked. Amelia recognizes her as the Perdium family's servant. Belinda tells her to stay quiet, and in the next second, she's got a knife at her throat. Thanks, Belinda. She pulled the spider out of this woman's mouth, saying she's been carrying that disgusting thing around all this time. And she says it was at their engagement ceremony. She overheard a conversation between King Fouad and their lord. It seems the brothers used to mess with her using spiders, so to get revenge, she started raising a bunch of spiders and made everyone miserable. Holding the spider, she says she doesn't know if it's her way of dealing with trauma or if she's trying to prove something. Either way, it doesn't suit her. She throws the spider on the floor and stomps it, then warns Amelia she'd better start cooperating. But we're back to the honest one-on-one. The protagonist notices the air feels heavy. This guy has an absurd amount of mana. Bernaf asks what this opponent who entertains thing is supposed to mean. That's the kind of thing he'd expect from a mercenary pretending to be humble. And that's exactly why he can't be considered a noble, like the lady. Ghislaine answers that he is a noble. Yeah, and he shouldn't be hearing that from some random bodyguard. They fall silent. And then suddenly they're trading blows again. Bernaf shouts that he won't dishonor the nobility by acting like this, and he launches a chain of attacks straight at him. Ghislaine gives him that look and moves on pure reflex, blocking everything. A quick dodge, almost at the neck, almost from the other side. He realizes this bastard is insanely relentless. Then he pulls the sword from behind and says that's enough, and he smacks Bernaf's hand aside. And I don't even know what he did there, but with the same strike that knocked Bernaf's sword off to the side, he already threw his arm up to stab. Bernaf tries to defend with a hand block, twists the protagonist's sword and knocks it away, and damn, he disarms Ghislaine. He says Ghislaine fought really well, but that was the final attack. That seems to hit Ghislaine hard. He's bleeding, but Bernaf looks scared because the protagonist realized he couldn't dodge, so he dropped his shoulder to the side just to take the blade. He comes in with another overhead attack. Again, Bernaf blocks at the chest, saying he really can't lower his guard until the very end, but now it's going to end. Bernaf knocks the sword aside, makes the protagonist's arm drop, and drives a kick into his ribs, saying she'll show him the difference between a man and someone who fights for entertainment. And he's basically trash-talking Ghislaine as he gets sent flying, while Ghislaine is thinking that, yeah, this really is just entertainment to him. Using speed and reach, Bernaf is controlling the pace of the fight. Every time Ghislaine tries to get close and lock down a limb, he gets shut down instantly. And when he tries to attack with the sword, Bernaf keeps binding the blades together, basically stopping him from making any move. With the mana he has right now, he can't counter this guy with strength alone. But it's a shame Bernaf is misreading the mana Ghislaine has at this moment. Unfortunately, Ghislaine has to use his trump card to solve this and end it there, because if there's one thing Bernaf doesn't know, it's the mana cultivation technique. So he triggers the third core's explosion, and in 1 second he's face to face with Bernaf, who is starting his next attack. The protagonist meets the guy's blade, but this time he twists it downward. In one move, he knocks Bernaf's sword off to the side. Bernaf is stunned. How could someone gain that much mana in the middle of a duel? Suddenly, the sword is at Bernaf's forehead, and someone screams, "Stop!" How could someone gain that much mana in the middle of a duel? Suddenly, the sword is at Bernaf's forehead, and someone screams, "Stop!" Ghislaine looks over and says she's seriously a pain. She should have handed it over when he asked politely. Belinda asks the young master if this isn't a bit much for a couple's argument. He says no, it's just that they had slightly different opinions. He walks up to Amelia and says he's got some really sad news because of all this mess. The price went up to 20,000 gold. Next chapter, the soldiers are all passed out in the hall or dead, who knows. The woman's room is completely wrecked, and a vase smashes on the floor while some creature hides under the sofa. She's furious and can't even speak, and Bernaf apologizes, saying something is off. He was much stronger than the rumors said. He should have checked him beforehand. In an instant, that kid's mana flared in a way that looked like a high-ranking knight. Amelia is just standing there with her eyes shining, saying that damn Ghislaine changed out of nowhere. Bernaf asks if they should inform the Duchess of the Delphine family, but she smacks him across the face and tells him to be very careful with what he says. Does he have any idea how terrifying Miss Delphine is? If they find out what happened there, their heads would roll. She takes her hand off his face and says the only reason she got involved with Delphine is because Delphine swore she'd help her get rid of the Perdiums, but obviously either Delphine or the brothers are going to want to kill her. The only solution is finding a way to kill that damn Ghislaine. Bernaf says he understands and comments that Ghislaine is covered in cuts and has a nasty shoulder wound. On top of that, he used a huge amount of mana, so he won't be at his best for a while. But it would be impossible to use the territory's knights if the goal is leaving no traces. She says that's exactly why that group was created. The group is called the Wild Felines. She says they're war orphans with no bloodline or status. They'd be perfect for finding 12 people skilled with mana. Bernaf is sure it really is a great solution. Then the scene shifts to a valley connecting the Perdium territory to Highfall. Bernaf says he'll make sure they're all prepared, while Amelia swears Ghislaine will pay a high price for humiliating her. Cut to a carriage. Ghislaine is inside, wrapping his arms, thinking about Amelia. Fergus, sitting in front of him, asks if he's really okay. He tells him to relax. It's nothing serious. The wound isn't even that deep, and considering how risky all of it was no big deal. Besides, the 20,000 coins he got were more than enough to start rebuilding the territory. That saved him years of time. Obviously, it would have been way better to just kill Amelia, but then there'd be no way to avoid a territorial war, and that's not something he needs right now. Perdium already had a hard time defending itself from the barbarians. Starting a conflict on purpose would be insane. He straightens his coat and says, "Amelia, I promised you that this time I'm going to squeeze as much advantage out of you as I possibly can." And Belinda is there looking amazing, watching him, wanting to know if everything went the way he wanted. He's kind of confused, and she asks, "Wait, weren't you the one who said to disarm the guards and find Amelia if a fight broke out?" He stops to think that he had called Fergus, but then all of a sudden he feels something weird. He puts a hand to his throat and sees it come away covered in blood. Another consequence of forcing the third core, it wasn't as bad as that other fight. But if this happens every time, it's going to be a huge problem. He needed a way to recover his mana fast when Belinda suddenly grabs the boy's hand. This girl is unbelievable. And she says his mana flow is a complete mess, like, hey, easy there. She just pulled out. That's not a needle. That thing looks like a dagger. But she goes at him with a whole sequence. Thunk, thunk, piercing his hand in a bunch of different spots. The kid feels something, then coughs up that little Luffy-style puff of smoke. He notices the mana flow that had been totally jammed up starts moving again, at least a little. But this kind of treatment is only possible if you really deeply understand mana. Now he's curious about Belinda. His mother brought her, so he already knew she wasn't some ordinary servant. But who is this woman, really? Something doesn't add up, because someone with that level of skill is working as a servant out in the countryside. Still, the more powerful people he has in his territory, the better, especially since the enemies he's faced so far are only the beginning. In the carriage, Belinda says, "I trust you and I'll help you without hesitating. So tell me, why did you take so much money from Amelia?" He answers that he has something he needs to do, and he needs money for it. And Amelia was the only person with enough coins. The two of them freak out, asking if he really caused that whole disaster just to rob her. If the Highfall dog found out, it would be a total nightmare. He tells them to relax. Amelia will never tell anyone. Don't they trust him? Belinda is furious, but she says yes, she trusts him. She trusts him so much that she'd love to know why they risked everything so he could get that money. He goes quiet for a second, then suddenly brings up the forest of beasts. They were going to develop that place. Hold on, so he wants to expand the city into the forest. I'm as scared as Fergus, who's warning that it can't be done. People have tried countless times. His great-great-grandfather tried it too, but it's impossible. The protagonist cuts in, asking Fergus what happened with the request he made before entering the castle. The old man trembles and says yes. The person he wants to find has been located, but is he sure about this? That person isn't in great shape. Ghislaine says, well, if they're alive, that's what matters. And he's going there now. Belinda says, absolutely not. They're returning to the territory first. In the condition he's in, what is he even going to do wandering around out there? But Ghislaine asks if she really thinks Amelia is going to let him get away after what happened. He knows what she's like, and he knows she'll try to silence him in secret somehow. Belinda smacks his arm and says, don't worry, I'm good in a fight. Fergus is a knight too. If things start going bad, the protagonist cuts her off right away. I appreciate the reassurance, but as far as I know, that isn't your role, and this situation is different. What they needed right then was an assault captain, and that's who they were going to meet. Then the scene shifts to an abandoned little house in the middle of the forest. Someone knocks on the door. Ricardo is with them, saying it's obvious the place is in ruins. Fergus says yes, but he's sure this is the right place. Suddenly the door starts to open, and a guy appears with a massive eyebrow. It's the first time I've ever seen an eyebrow fringe. The old man asks who's there. The four of them jump, and Belinda asks, Master, is this the one you wanted to find, the captain? He just looks like a sick old man who won't be much use. Ghislaine says yes, this is the right person. The old man goes, yeah, sure, must be some bored noble. Don't waste my time, bye. He starts to close the door until Ghislaine says, I'm the captain of the Ratatosk mercenary group. Ghislaine? That makes the old man stop. But is he really? I didn't even know he was already a mercenary. And Ghislaine says he's missed him. What? I'm as confused as Ricardo and Fergus. Who know the Ratatosk mercenary group only had members who had mastered their weapons. People say they don't exist anymore, but at their peak, any mercenary anywhere in the world knew about them. And the leader of that squad was Jillian. The protagonist says he's there to visit him. So the old man is the master, and then he throws an axe that almost hits the kid. Everyone panics. And the old man says, well, it looks like they know who he is. So why are they there? Belinda tells the protagonist to get behind her, 'cause this guy isn't right in the head. But then Ghislaine suddenly talks about the eternal punishment and says he knows how to cure the incurable disease his daughter has. So does he feel like talking now? The story shows that this disease causes a brutal fever, bleeding, coughing up blood all day, and marks on the arm that look like roses. It was an incurable disease that turned someone into a prisoner of pain, which is why it was called the eternal punishment. His daughter is there, agonizing in bed, covered in blood, until Jillian steps closer, calling out for Rachel. Seeing that, Ghislaine thinks it's not too late. In his past life, he tried to recruit this man too, but he wasn't in this world anymore. Looks like he took his own life after his daughter died, and he gave up on everything. Judging by how wrecked the house is, it seems like he spent every last coin trying to cure her. The only things left are his old weapons. Rachel is crying to her father, saying it hurts too much. It hurts too much, she just wants to die. Ghislaine starts taking off his coat, saying he can't hesitate. He has to treat her immediately when Belinda stops him and says it's better to go back. She doesn't know what he's planning, but this isn't something you can solve with brute force. Not even a priest can cure her. People say it's a curse sent by the gods, so there's no way to fix it. But he yanks his arm free and says he can cure it. Wasn't she the one who said she trusted him? Belinda thinks he's lost it, but he shows a sheet of paper and says, find every medicinal herb on this list. Not a single one can be missing. She looks confused, and the protagonist thinks that, for a mercenary who doesn't live anywhere, knowledge is the most valuable weapon. The eternal punishment is incurable right now, but in the future the solution will be discovered. It became insanely popular when it happened, so he remembers exactly how to make it. The method was simple. The only problem was the ingredients were rare and expensive. One of them was the fairy's blessing. You had to slice it up, put it in a jar with the spirits, mix it and let it rest. Then you add some other herbs, grind it, stir it, do whatever else. And there it is, standing face to face with Gillian. He says it's ready. All they have to do is give it to her to drink. The old man doesn't hesitate for even a second. He grabs it and gives it to his daughter without questioning anything. And that was definitely the smart move because, as she starts to recover, the marks fade from her face and everyone goes silent. Belinda says it looks like everything is disappearing. Gillian can't believe the medicine is actually working. The protagonist comes up behind him and says it's going fine. But the man wants to know how this is possible. Not even people with holy powers could cure her. The protagonist explains that holy power stimulates the body's regenerative abilities. But that's not the same thing as curing the disease. Suddenly the old man gives him a hard look, puts his arms beside Ghislaine and asks if she's really going to be saved. He says yes, within 1 or 2 months she'll recover. Right away, the old man collapses to the floor and says that clearly Ghislaine wants something if he came all the way here, but unfortunately the only thing he has to offer is this old, worn-out body. Even if the kid wanted it, he'd be a slave or even a dog. The protagonist says no, he needs Gillian, the true leader of the Ratatosk Mercenary Guild. Ghislaine is impressed, wondering what exactly those eyes were after. Then the old man stands up, cuts his hair, and the vibe hits the floor like stone. In an instant, the protagonist's little group is in shock. 1 second to the next, the old man is a completely different person. Now his eyebrow is floating. Yeah, that's what's happening. Ghislaine asks if there's anyone with them, someone they're waiting for. He says no, everyone in his group is right there. And the man grabs his spear, warning that it looks like someone has a grudge against the young master. Ghislaine says yes, and in the future there will be even more. Suddenly Ghislaine turns and throws a spear, smashing through the wall. The thing is tied to a rope. He yanks it back, and there's a soldier skewered on it. He grabs him by the throat and demands to know who sent him. And it's those guys, the wild felines. The protagonist says he already has an idea who sent them. He starts to draw his sword, saying he didn't want to have to do this today, but Ghislaine blocks him and says he'll handle these people. It looks like everything just blew up, and Belinda is impressed. There wasn't a hint of hesitation in that man's movements. But why would the young master get involved with someone that dangerous? Then Gillian kneels again and says that from today on, he'll follow the orders of Ghislaine Perdium. From today on, his life belongs to the boy. The protagonist thinks he just got the crucial piece he needed to rebuild the territory. He only says that none of that is necessary, but he's counting on Gillian. Meanwhile, in an isolated house, they're saying one of the watchers was killed. It's the feline crew, and one of them tells everyone to shut up. The leader, Viego, says to keep their voices down. One of them apologizes to the captain. The leader asks what's going on. According to the info Bernaf gave them, Ghislaine shouldn't have been able to recognize them or kill them. The guy explains that it looks like a mercenary joined up with Ghislaine. Viego grabs him by the throat and asks if he's lying. The poor feline says he saw it with his own eyes. The leader gets excited. Finally, that guy was starting to move. His former captain? Damn. So he was the one who owned the felines. On the road, Belinda says the place feels suffocating, packed with weapons and packed with people. She doesn't think it's necessary to bring that much stuff. 1 or 2 swords is enough. The protagonist says they'll have to buy another carriage anyway because of Rachel. Besides, Gillian can use all of it. So they'll see what happens. Because the most important thing is getting out of there. Belinda adds that the person watching them was probably sent by Amelia. He says he's sure, and for her that's a huge problem. The mask he was wearing belonged to the Wild Felines group. The protagonist doesn't really recognize the name. She explains it's a group that operates secretly in the region. They deal in kidnapping, human trafficking, assassination, nothing but honest work. And the group is full of skilled mercenaries, so it's going to be tough. The protagonist tells her to explain first how she knows all this if she's always in the castle. She looks awkward and says she heard it here and there. People talk a lot, you know? But either way, it's good for him to be careful. He tells her not to worry. Everything will work out. They had Gillian with them. The wagon keeps moving closer when suddenly two things rise up from the ground behind them and start circling around from the sides. The old man glances over, and the two assassins leap at him. He starts pulling weapons off his back, saying, "This is an interesting ambush." He blocks both attacks with his blade. With the sword, he spins to disarm one guy. With the axe, he hooks it on the sword. And while he slices one man's arm, he drives it into the other. Then he lands a clean hit, blowing the attacker's head apart, and both drop dead on the ground, but then ropes get cut, and two logs come crashing down toward everyone. Belinda says they're going to get crushed, but Ghislaine manages to turn the horse in time, and everything explodes in front of them. The protagonist thinks good. He expected that. The bad part is they're surrounded on all sides. Then Viego calls out to the former Ratatosk captain, the damn coward who abandoned the whole group just because of his daughter. The old man climbs down from the wagon and says he doesn't know what he's talking about. Viego tells him to stop lying. He's been living a filthy life because of him, and now he's going to play the senile old man and pretend he forgot his allies. Ghislaine doesn't say a word, so Viego goes, "Good, I'll help you remember," and orders the group to attack. The protagonist asks the old man if he wants help, but he says it's fine. Looks like this is his problem. He was all alone, but then 4 daggers come flying in. Still, he slices them out of the air. The poor guys hit the ground like trash. He yanks out the huge axe again, drives it in, rips another guy's head off, blocks someone's blade with his bare hand, and chops off another arm. Viego realizes the damn old man is as strong as he used to be, so he orders both groups to attack from the sides. The old man jumps up on his horse, leaving them confused, but instead of running, he pulls out an even bigger axe and comes spinning in. If he was already tearing people in half before, now he's sending chunks of arms flying left and right. Everyone's in shock. Then he lets the axe slide, holding it by a rope tied to the end, and he shreds guys from far away. He almost takes the horse with it too. The rest of the bodies drop, but another one comes from behind. The old man pulls out a shield from who knows where and blocks the attack completely. And that one is Viego. He says this bastard turned his life into hell, so he should die the easy way. Then he pulls out 3 shuriken and hits the horse in the neck. That's messed up. As soon as the old man falls, Viego almost lands a hit on his arm. But the old man defends with style, using the bottom end of the axe to hook Viego's arm, yanks him in close, and slams the shield into his stomach, warning him that he's not the captain of the Ratatosk. Viego backs off and tells him to stop lying. If he wasn't the captain, then who was? Gillian answers that the captain is dead. These days, he's just one of young Lord Ghislaine's subordinates. Viego tells him to quit messing around and says he's dying right now as he goes in with another thrust. Clang, clang, clang hits on the shield from every direction, and Gillian blocks again. Viego says it's his fault the mercenaries fell apart, and because of that he lost his purpose and had to live this miserable life. The old man doesn't answer. He blocks another strike with the shield, swings the axe at him, but Viego ducks, kicks upward, and punches a hole straight through the shield. He says that back then he was ready to sacrifice his life to make the Ratatosk the best in history, but this bastard threw it all away to become some noble's pawn. He'll never be forgiven for that. 3 more kunai fly in, but the old man knocks them down with the axe. Viego comes in from above to stab him, and the old man manages to pull back. He goes for a heavy blow, but Viego drops to the ground and still blocks it, and the bastard is smiling, saying, "It doesn't matter how strong this old man is. He's not the captain from years ago." While the old man wasted time searching for a cure for his daughter, Viego fought countless battles and got way stronger. The time when they were on the same level is long gone. He falls back and throws 3 knives again. Jillian turns and catches all 3 in his shoulder, but Viego is already underneath him. The old man tries to bring the axe down, but Viego jumps and dodges, coming down from above straight at his head, saying it's over. But suddenly the old man catches the blade with his bare hand. Then he asks Viego if this is what his revenge is really about. And Viego realizes the old man hasn't been using his full strength until now. At the right moment, one hit to the middle of his head sends him flying into a tree. He drops to the ground writhing, and Ghislaine walks up saying he doesn't get it. If Viego wanted revenge that badly, he had countless chances. Why didn't he come sooner? Viego laughs and says he knows some things, but not everything. He already visited him before, but what he found wasn't the captain of the Ratatosk. All he saw there was an old man who wasn't even worth killing. He always wondered where the Gillian he used to admire had disappeared to. Then the old man throws his sword to the ground and tells him to get up. Since that was his goal, until the very end he'll show him the most respect and fight as the captain of the Ratatosk one last time. Viego thanks him and immediately rushes in, grabs his knife, saying, "Finally," but the old man blocks the first attack. The cat guy is celebrating, yelling that this is what he always wanted. They trade blows cleanly. Viego crouches again and tries to kick, but Jillian steps back, blocks with the axe, and closes in. Then Viego slips underneath, but the old man's arm comes around from the other side and smashes him in the ribs. Viego groans, spits blood, tries to stab again, but the flexible old man leans back and comes down with a vertical strike, saying he'll remember him as the 5th unit of the Ratatosk. Viego Valanos. That's it. Damn. The fights in this story are always good. The old cat guy's fight was drawn better than 90% of the main characters out there. Then someone behind them says it was great work. Belinda shows up and immediately wants to talk money, saying they can sell the armor and whatever's left of the bodies to make some extra cash. The old man apologizes to the protagonist, saying they took too long. The protagonist says it's fine, thinking this guy is way more exceptional than he expected. When he became a mercenary in his past life, he heard countless stories about Jillian, the one who built the foundations of a mercenary group. Thanks to him, he made it far. So he asks if Jillian really remembers who he is. Jillian pulls out the tag and says yes, an old comrade. The protagonist gets thoughtful. He has no idea where his comrades are, because everyone probably ended up in different places in life since they still haven't found him. One of these days, he'll have to take time to track everyone down. But for now, he says they'll follow Belinda's instructions and squeeze as much money as possible out of everything. 2 days pass and they reach Perdium territory. Belinda says it took a while, but they finally made it. The protagonist thinks, yeah, having a home you can return to is a good thing. The first time he left this place thinking he could come back, it didn't really go that way. He asks the old man if he likes these lands. He says, yes, it seems like good land. Ghislaine says, don't lie, old man. I know these houses are ancient and you can't even renovate them. The farming is terrible and the gathering fields aren't producing anything. Thanks to the barbarian war, everything here is a mess. The old man says, yeah, he heard about the problem with the northern people, but it's worse than he thought it would be. Belinda is curious. She didn't expect Ghislaine to be paying attention to all that. Then he says, that's exactly why he needs his friend's strength. He wants to fix all these problems. It'll be a long battle to wipe out everything connected to Duke Delphin and protect what was taken from them. But he swears he'll bring these lands back to life no matter what. The carriage keeps going until Belinda suddenly tells him to look. He recognizes the silhouette right away. His father is in the city. The scene switches to inside the castle during a meeting. They're saying that, unfortunately, they'll have to reduce their forces. Someone warns that at this rate, the front line will be left with no defense. Another person asks why they don't request support from the Highfalls. The mustache guy says those bastards are the ones who cut the support they used to send. Obviously, they're doing it to steal as many soldiers as possible and stockpile resources. Everyone argues, realizing they're screwed. While the protagonist listens, to him, it's the same old men with the same old ideas. Captain of the Knights Randolph, Treasurer Albert, and Administrator Homer. He wonders how long it's been. As the young Lord of Perdium, only a few months. But as the King of Mercenaries, countless decades since he spoke to these people, he welcomes his father, Count Perdium Zaldadieter. Yeah, no, let's call him Zalter. Zalter Perdium is his father. The protagonist thinks that since he was a kid, he never really liked his father because he was extremely strict and serious. But now he can see it. This is a man carrying countless burdens. His face looks exhausted, weighed down by fatigue, all because he's the one responsible for these lands as their lord. Zalter says he heard the boy disappeared from the castle for a week. He says yes, he went to visit the Highfalls. His father asks him not to have caused any trouble, and he says of course not. Then Albert says, "Young lord, I find it hard to believe, but I heard you won a duel against Cain and made some money. You didn't waste it all on gambling, did you?" He thinks obviously not. It was an investment. And he says he actually used the money to negotiate with Amelia. Homer tells the boy to think carefully about the people he's dealing with. He needs to remember he has to inherit this place. He tells him to relax. He's not taking reckless risks. The old man is furious. He doesn't understand how dangerous the Highfalls are. Then Zalter says that's enough. He gets straight to the point. He heard Ghislaine has been getting involved in some trouble. Also, it seems he executed Jamal and Philip, who were selling Helena. The protagonist remembers the two guys he cut down. Then Randolph says, someone in this city is making up a lot of stories, like the kid really executed the two of them. They probably fought each other. Some chaos happened, and he just landed the finishing blow. Something like that. The protagonist realizes Randolph doesn't like the fact that Ghislaine killed knights who one way or another belong to him. He decides it's better to avoid trouble for now and says, yeah, it was more or less like that. Randolph relaxes. I knew it, obviously. Then Zalter suddenly says he did a good job. No matter what he did or didn't do, the important thing is Helena is alive. The protagonist thinks it's the first time in his life he's heard that from his father, and it looks like his father is going to regret it because the first thing he says is, "All right, thanks, Dad. Can I ask for something?" Before his father can say a word, Homer says not to ask for money because the place is broke. Randolph says he doesn't deserve any reward anyway. This was a problem he caused. And he starts poking at things he did in the past, like selling military rations to get money to blow at the casino and stuff like that. But the protagonist says all he wants is permission. His father asks permission for what? And he says he wants to be the pioneer of the beast forest. Obviously, his father says no. He makes a dumb face while telling Belinda, saying the bastard got scared and started yelling at him. Belinda says, well, that's expected. No way he'd send his son to a place packed with monsters where they won't gain anything. The protagonist asks if Ghislaine heard about the plan. Ghislaine says it looks like he wants to use the money he got from the Highfall girl to become the pioneer of the Beast Forest. Beast Forest, a place that's basically a synonym for death, since nobody comes back alive. And because it's so unknown, it's been a long time since anyone even tried to do anything there. Ghislaine says, yeah, he knows almost everything. He understands everyone believes there's nothing to gain there. But they should start, and both of them are just standing there frozen. Then Belinda tells them to stop. This plan clearly makes no sense, so why does he want to do it? And on top of that, he didn't get his father's permission. The protagonist turns and says he doesn't need anyone's permission. He only asked out of courtesy. What he wants to do has to be done. Belinda sighs and asks what's so special about that place that he's obsessed with going there. He says he'll tell her later, thinking that if he reveals it now, it'll only cause problems. But the plan is obviously to become the pioneer and make an absurd amount of money, because that place is barely explored. A little past the entrance there is an insane runestone mine, basically like a diamond but packed with mana, used by mages, magical tools, scrolls, all kinds of things, research, alchemy, and more. In his past life, the damn Delphine discovered it first. But right now, he's the only one with that information. Belinda still isn't very excited, but she says, fine, since he seems to have a plan. Jillian says he's there to follow orders. Then the protagonist says, perfect, go on Belinda, hire about 200 mercenaries. She realizes he really plans to spend all the money he nearly died to get. So Jillian says to the kid, are you sure, young lord? 200 mercenaries are going to be really hard to control. A group that big will want to take everything for themselves, even if you do find something. But the kid says that's exactly why the two of them are going to handpick them personally. He's interested in the most skilled, small-scale mercenary group in the north. Jillian tells him not to say out loud that he's got his eye on the mad dogs, skilled but extremely dangerous, because they tend to kill the people who hire them if things go wrong. And the protagonist says yes, he's interested in the Cerberus mercenaries. The scene cuts to a mountain. From the dog sign you can tell we're at their base. Outside Zimbar territory, the Cerberus mercenaries are hanging out, talking. When one of them spots the kid approaching with Gillian in the distance, the guy in the blue hat on the left says, "Ah, poor things, they have no idea where they're going." He raises the binoculars again and goes, "Hold on, that kid looks like a noble. Let me get a better look." But suddenly there's a hand already on his face. All the mercenaries who were messing around there jump. They hear the scream, and Jillian had already dashed in and blown the guy's head apart. Someone shouts what the bastard thinks he's doing, but he gets thrown away. The mercenaries are shaking at the base, but at the same time, they surround him, telling him to get ready to fight and that he's lost his mind and now he's going to lose his life. Then someone steps up and says he recognizes the kid as a noble, and he'd better understand that won't be enough to get him out of there alive today. He stares at the protagonist, who stares back and tells him to shut up and bring the captain. The guy walks closer, tells him to answer, but he just gives a little laugh and says the noble kid has lost it. He says he's going to teach him some respect and throws a big iron ball, but Gillian steps in and blocks it easily with his sword. The soldiers around them look confused, and the long-haired guy is shocked. His attack got stopped that easily. Ghislaine says these people really don't know how to talk and tells Gillian to do enough but don't kill them. The old man says fine, pulls his sword back, yanks the guy by the arm, grabs the iron ball, and slams it into his chest. He used the guy's own weapon against him. The others rush forward and try to do something, but Gillian uses their friend's body to spin out, smashing them into each other, and they all go flying into the corner. One look around, and everyone's trembling. Ghislaine gets off his horse and asks how long they're going to keep him waiting. This trash needs to get out of his way and bring the captain. Suddenly, someone asks what all the noise is. The soldiers straighten up immediately. The man says he's the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, Cower. Why are they looking for him? The protagonist says he must be kind of slow. Who else would they be looking for in a mercenary camp? He has a request. Cower asks what kind of client shows up beating up his subordinates, and adds that nobles should have better manners. The protagonist says that's how he says hello. He figured it was the best way to train the dogs. Cower asks what he means by train, and warns that if he tries anything else, things will get serious. The scene shifts to negotiations, with Cower telling him to say what he wants. The protagonist says it's straight, the forest of beasts. He's hiring them to be the pioneers of that place. The mercenaries start shaking, asking why they'd go somewhere packed with monsters. Core says it's interesting, But who is he to be asking for a mission that risky? So the protagonist introduces himself as the young lord of Perdium, Ghislaine Perdium. They look at him and suddenly burst out laughing, saying he's the idiot from the rumors. Everyone saying he's lost his mind. Kaur says, "Noble kid, you grew up spoiled. You have no idea what kind of place the Forest of Beasts is. We don't need to talk anymore. Everyone, negotiations are over." They all draw their swords. Ghislaine and the old man stay quiet. Then seeing Kaur tense up, Ghislaine asks if he's really that scared. He'd heard they were skilled, but apparently it was all a lie. Kaur slams his foot down and tells him not to mess with them. They're mercenaries. There's no reason to do something that won't bring profit. Ghislaine keeps insulting him, saying that's a great excuse for someone weak. Kaur laughs again and says he's had enough of these pathetic provocations. Hand over some money and leave before they kill him. But the protagonist closes his eyes and says that's a shame because that's not going to happen. How about they settle it with a duel between him and Kaur? Something they call the recognition of Morianus. Everyone looks shocked, and Kaur asks if he even knows what that means. He says of course he does. Then the story explains the recognition of Morianus, a traditional method passed down among mercenaries. In this fight, both get a dagger they can't use mana, and their hands are tied to each other. Whoever steps out of the circle first loses. It usually turns into a fight to the death, because movement is completely limited. It's a duel where it's common for the winner to die too. And the protagonist says the loser has to admit defeat and obey the winner. And obviously, he becomes the winner's dog. What do you think? The old man is stunned. How does a noble kid even know a trashy mercenary tradition like that? And everyone knows refusing the challenge is basically admitting you're weak. Kaur smirks while the soldiers watch. Then Kaur says, "Everyone, we've got a little noble who wants to be recognized the mercenary way, so let's help him out." Their hands get tied together, the circle gets drawn, and the two face each other. Everyone's yelling for the captain to kill the insolent noble. Kaur says he has no idea how the kid learned this method, but now there's no backing out. He yanks the protagonist toward him and says he's won this 5 times. Ghislaine takes a step back and goes, "Only 5? Then he's the one who pulls Kaur in and says he's won it hundreds of times. Kaur doesn't get it, but Ghislaine locks eyes with him, and they both go for each other's necks. They dodge with the same technique, exchange that sideways glance. The protagonist spins to the right. Clean, straightforward trading. Kaur pulls his arm. The protagonist shields behind his back. Then the protagonist feints and stabs at nothing. And Kaur uses the opening to drive a kick into his stomach, but the kid blocks with his shin. He still feels the impact. Kaur says he's holding up pretty well, but that joke about winning more than 100 times isn't going to slide. If he wants to brag, he should at least say something believable. Kaur comes in again, but the protagonist lowers his head. They keep trading, and everyone around them comments that the noble is getting beaten by the captain. But he's lasting longer than expected. One look from Jillian and everyone freezes. Jillian knows this fight is completely stacked against Ghislaine. The circle is too small, the rules force no mana, so it's pure physical strength. The weight difference is huge, which makes Kaur's movements way more powerful. The young dude can barely dodge or block. In theory, he should be getting dominated easily. And that's why, if Ghislaine ever ends up in real danger, Jillian is going to pull out his axe and kill everyone. Ghislaine manages to get behind Kaur, but Kaur drives his shoulder under his arm and tosses him up. Ghislaine slips out, lands behind him, but that kick still hurts in his leg. As Kaur drags him, Ghislaine thinks that, as expected, without mana protection, he won't last much longer. Kaur says he's got the face of someone suffering. Looks like it's not easy. He attacks again, thinking, "Ghislaine Perdium, it's pathetic how you're trying to resist my strength." Still, among the nobles I've met, this kid is the most determined, but this is as far as he goes. Kaur has figured out how Ghislaine thinks. To deal with blade attacks, he prefers to block and only sometimes dodge. And for smaller hits, he uses his body to absorb them as a strategy. But in a no-mana fight, it's inevitable he'll rack up damage. And by now, he has to be aware of the shock building up in his leg. It's starting to show on his face. And Kaur wants to see him suffer more. The more he suffers, the more fun it is. Kaur shows off, twirls the dagger, goes in again. But the protagonist blocks again with his own dagger, dips low, blocks the strike on the arm, tries to cut back. Kaur grabs his arm to drive a knee into his face, and the kid tanks it again on the same leg. His bones start to crack, and Kaur says it's over. Time for him to die, and he goes for a clean shot to the back of the head. The soldiers panic. Jillian is ready to draw the axe, but the kid smiles. He drops to the ground rolling, out of Kaur's attack. Kaur is confused. How did he dodge from that position? In midair, Ghislaine plants a foot in front of Kaur, throws himself behind him, spins around the side and slices his ribs. The soldiers in the area are stunned. Kaur lunges for revenge, yanking him back in, but the kid does the same spinning move again and tears across his chest. Everyone starts shouting that the captain took 2 cuts. How is that possible? The noble who was losing is doing this now. Kaur goes for another stab, but the protagonist slips under and drives a shoulder into his chin. He fakes a stab, but instead throws a straight punch into his face. Then he spins the dagger and buries it into Kaur's arm. Kaur starts losing it, throwing a storm of attacks, trying to figure out what the hell this kid is. He could barely withstand Kaur's strength before, so what trick is he using now? Jillian starts to understand. Normally when you attack, you tense your muscles to get more power. That kills flexibility, but it gives you control. Ghislaine instead is staying loose and letting Kaur's movement carry him. Jillian didn't expect the kid to do that to survive the weight disadvantage, so Gillian puts the axe away. The captain is a mess, and the soldiers are yelling for him to win. The protagonist praises Kaur, saying he's determined for not using mana in a situation like this. Kaur snaps back that the damn kid even talks like he's experienced. He must know that even the captain position gets won through this contest, meaning if he breaks the rules, he loses everything. The protagonist praises him for sticking to the rules, and Kaur says he's realized that in a straight fight he's at a slight disadvantage. But there isn't only one way to win. Suddenly Kaur starts swinging his arm to the side, hauling the protagonist up, reminding him that stepping out of the circle also means losing. Kaur thinks, no matter how skilled this kid is, if I throw him out of the circle, he has no choice but to step out and lose. But the protagonist pulls off something insane. He twists his arm, braces under his own elbow, uses Kaur like a counterweight, pulls himself in and kicks Kaur's legs. Then he grips even harder and yanks Kaur. He stomps the knee, shoves him sideways, and slams his face into the ground. The soldiers are all like, did the captain step out? Kaur realizes it's over. Ghislaine says that's enough, he won. The captain asks what kind of person he is to have that level of skill. The protagonist tells him to watch how he talks to his new master. Then he hauls Kaur up. Kaur asks what's going on. The fight's already over. Kaur drops to the ground in panic, begging him to wait, saying that according to the rules it's over. He hits him in the face. Kaur drops to the ground in panic, begging him to wait, saying that according to the rules it's over. So Ghislaine hits him again. Ghislaine asks what the rules are on a battlefield. Kaur tells the bastard to stop, saying he's not a noble. But the protagonist keeps beating him, saying he's going to learn not to question what his master says. Kaur gets completely pummeled, while the soldiers wonder if it's really okay not to interfere. Kaur desperately begs him to stop, but the protagonist drags him up again and says he still hasn't stepped out of the circle. Kaur is seriously scared now. He looks at the soldiers and asks what they think they're doing. Weren't they supposed to kill this kid? They start to move. But Jillian just draws his axe and warns that anyone who tries to get in the Duke's way is going to die. Everyone freezes, and Kaur realizes he's done for. He glances to the side, and the protagonist is right there, asking if they can keep going. So he lands another slap. While Kaur thinks nobles are all pathetic cowards, arrogant pigs, parasites, narcissists, every time he puts even a little pressure on them, they start kneeling, apologizing, trying to buy their way out with money. That's how they empty everyone's pockets. And that money, plus acting like that, is how he built his group. So why was he getting beaten up by some spoiled noble now? He's completely wrecked, and the soldiers around them are saying that at this rate, he's going to die. Ghislaine raises the guy's arm and asks if that's enough. Then he shoots a look at the knights. What are you doing? Bring water, bandages, and a towel. If you leave your captain like this, he's going to die any second now. The soldier realizes this guy isn't right in the head and says he understands. They run off while Jillian just watches. The mercenaries, who are usually clumsy as hell, were suddenly obeying the kid because in their world, fists matter more than the law, and the Duke stamped his authority into everyone's head in the most direct way possible. He made it clear who the leader was. Then he puts the paper in front of Kaur, who's barely holding together, and tells him to sign. The guy looks it over, clicks his tongue and signs. There. The protagonist looks at him like, "What do you mean there?" The idiot turns his face away and tells him to take care of everyone. The kid grabs his hand and says that from now on they're family, and they're going to do great work together. A few days later, outside the territory of Perdium, the knights gather. Everyone's tired, wondering why they're there so early. The bald guy says, "Hey, you know the one who hired us is Perdium's heir?" The others laugh, saying that kid's an amateur. He's screwed trying to handle a bunch of mercenaries. One of them stays quiet, listening while they talk about pretending to work and collecting a great paycheck. Then someone suddenly smacks him. Good grief. This one's from the Kane family, saying they needed a representative to deal with the boss. People recognize him right away as Gordon the Muscle. He says, yeah, that's him. He heard what they were saying, and he's sure today's going to be easy, but they need to stick together and work as one. So the boss would listen to what they had to say. One of them says, yeah, last job we had some guy making a bunch of ridiculous demands and everything went wrong. The bald guy asks, hey, Gordon, what are you planning? Gordon says you've got to know how to talk to that kind of person. Then they pull out a pile of gold and say he'll be the group's representative, so everyone can relax. Obviously, everyone agrees they're already getting paid, and now they're getting paid again just to have this guy represent them. They tell him he can run things however he wants. Then people start shouting that someone's coming. Far off on the horizon, they can see the protagonist approaching. They're confused. Wait, the kid came alone? And the other soldiers say he looks skinny. The moment he sees Gordon's muscles, he'll want to run. Gordon says, come on, let's go welcome the kid. Better yet, let's teach that noble a little lesson. But his expression changes when he sees someone coming with him. Jillian and the whole Mad Dog gang. That name is ridiculous. The mercenaries recognize them instantly. Gordon, that's the Mad Dog's hat over there, isn't it? What happened? Why are the roadiest mercenaries obeying this kid? As they get closer, Gordon and the others are already shaking. Ghislaine looks at him and asks if he's the leader. Standing there all crooked, yeah, I am, sir. The protagonist tells him to say his name. Gordon the Muscle? The protagonist looks confused, thumps his chest and says, impressive. Listen up, I'm the Duke of Perdium, Ghislaine Perdium. So Gordon, gather the mercenaries. From now on, we're going to conquer the forest of beasts. Next scene, every time Belinda shows up, I'm happy. She's helping my boy put on his armor, and he's already got that full Dark Knight vibe. All the preparations for the Forest Pioneer group were finished. The expedition's temporary base was set up. Supplies were secured. and the troops were ready. That shot is pure aura. Cape flying, everyone looking sharp. Just don't bring Belinda along and put her in danger. The protagonist tells her to count the people. She says they managed to hire 148 mercenaries from the agency, plus 41 from the Brainy group. The Mad Dogs total 192. He asks if she talked properly with Scovan, and she says yes. She thought he'd be against it, but he even volunteered to make sure nobody would find out they were entering the forest. Since he and Ricardo normally patrol that area, they won't have to worry. Ghislaine smiles and tells everyone to line up. Right ahead is the forest of monsters, and they'll be the pioneers. Everyone's heard the rumors, a place full of unknown dangers, countless monsters, threats never seen before, probably things they can't even imagine waiting for them inside, but even so, they'll be the pioneers. Of course, the mercenaries start freaking out, saying they didn't know they were being hired for this, the place where everyone who goes in never comes out alive. Belinda tells those idiots to shut up. While the young master is speaking, nobody talks back. Ghislaine says he promises that if they succeed, everyone will be paid triple. Now they don't even care about their lives anymore. Suddenly they're fired up, saying it's worth it. Belinda, on the other hand, asks Ghislaine what he's talking about. They've already spent almost all the money they have. How are they supposed to pay that? He says that's the secret to boosting morale. Besides, he knows they'll profit way more if it works. He turns back to her with that clueless face, asking if she trusts him or not. And she says it looks like she has to, doesn't she? What else can she do? Kaur asks if the kid has gone insane. Paying triple would make anyone lose their mind. But Ghislaine says the kid always has a plan. Then Jillian announces the expedition into the forest of monsters is starting now. Ghislaine's looking slick with that nasty red cape, big trees, axe swings, and yeah, this expedition is going full lumberjack mode. Cut it all down. Another tree hits the ground, and finally a little light breaks into the area. He says they'll keep clearing the path in that direction. They're to fell and cut all the trees and load them onto the carts. Anyone with free hands, because there aren't enough axes, should dig around the trunks to help pull out the roots. He says all that, but remembers that from what he learned in his past life, this place is insanely vast. Someday they might be able to drive out all the monsters, but what they need right now is money, so forget everything else. He's going in a straight line to the place where the mana stones are supposed to be. That's the safest way to get the money that will let them survive whatever gets thrown at their house. Kaur notices the kid is actually getting his hands dirty and working. The knight says, "Look at this idiot trying to lead by example." Thinking that's dignity, his friend agrees, saying it's just a performance and he'll stop soon and start resting. Belinda, absolute queen, snaps at them, tells them to get back to work. Furious, they're looking down on him. But she also wants to know, Ghislaine, why are you working when you spent all your money hiring these people? They'll look down on you if you do the same work they do. He says he doesn't care. What matters is getting it done as fast as possible. This forest isn't the kind of place you want to stay in for long. Belinda glances over and says he seems strangely familiar with this place. Kaur mutters that the kid's life is great. He even has a woman worrying about him while everyone else is walking into hell. Then he gets smacked in the back. The old guy didn't hold back, yelling. The two start fighting while the protagonist is more focused on the fact that so far everything is way too quiet. He remembers that after Delphine got his first pioneers, he created a kind of guide with records of monsters and resources, and thanks to that guide, Ghislaine made some preparations. One guy sees hundreds of lanterns and says the person who hired them is crazy. Just buy torches. It'd be way cheaper. While they talk and others chop wood, the protagonist keeps thinking the weirdest part is that nothing is happening. He read all the records, but he's never seen it with his own eyes. So he tells everyone to keep their guard up. The forest is getting denser and denser. They go back to hacking away, And the knights say the great forest is dangerous, but I haven't seen a single monster yet. Gordon the idiot is hauling wood, getting kicked around, while everyone says it's too easy. They even tell Gordon to give back the money he threw around, trying to act like the leader. Then his expression changes. He stops and says, "Hey, I'm sure we cut down a ton of trees here, didn't we?" The others say yeah. That's why he wants to know why there's no path anymore. Everyone's face changes instantly, and the protagonist tells them to stay alert. The knights are confused too. It doesn't make sense, and the atmosphere has changed. Ghislaine calls to Gordon and warns him that if he stays there a few more seconds, he's going to die. He needs to walk toward them very slowly, one step at a time. Gordon turns and says he understands, but he's a complete idiot. He bangs the wood against a trunk, trips and falls. The knights tense up, and when Gordon looks back, nothing happened, but everyone can feel something is wrong. The lamp-headed guy says their employer is getting scared for no reason. He tells everyone to look around. It just seems like they took the wrong route because everything looks the same. He's totally lost. Ghislaine just tells him again to come over, or he's going to die. The bald guy tells him to stop trying to scare everyone, saying he's using fear to control them, right? Then roots wrap around his waist and yank him away. The protagonist says that's the problem with this place. The monsters don't give off any presence, and nobody can predict their movements. The guy gets dragged into the tree's mouth, shredded apart, and the tree opens a huge eye right in front of the protagonist. And since they're in a forest, all the trees around them start transforming. Gordon and the knights start running in panic, yelling that the monster showed up. Yeah, this is what they were hired for. Everyone's screaming that they're going to get eaten, begging for help. It looks like the protagonist is jumping into attack, but it's vines latching onto everyone. The mercenaries start getting devoured. 2 more swallowed up. Gordon's struggling, begging to be let go. A guy runs in with an axe and manages to cut the root. Except he doesn't. The axe breaks and the root stays intact. Gordon looks at him, begging him to try again. But it's too late. He gets pulled away. But then a real beast steps in, rips the vine apart, and slices straight through the middle of the eye. Everyone realizes their employer hit what looks like the weak point. The protagonist tells everyone to calm down. If they run off separately, they'll be easy targets and they'll all die. They need to raise their shields and form a tight formation so nobody else gets grabbed by the vines. Everyone has to focus on defense until the next command. They say they understand and raise a Spartan-style wall, while some are still yelling. There's no way they're going to die to plants in a cursed place like this. Ghislaine goes to Carr and asks where the lamp oil is. Carr says it's all there, just like he asked. Ghislaine says, perfect, light all the lamps and throw them. We're burning these things. The problem is the monsters are staring right at them. Ghislaine tells them to stop thinking and just throw them already. And they start hurling lamp after lamp at the trees. They hit, and it's like the trees are blocking everything. They realize it didn't work at all. There's no way to burn them like that. But Jillian's axe is singing, cutting through vine after vine. Beautiful stuff, Belinda. She stabs the thing in the eye 3 times, and the protagonist calls out to both of them. He tells them to back up the Mad Dog Squad over there and start throwing the lamps too. Meanwhile, he's going to draw aggro. Damn it, come on, one-on-one. Belinda yells, young master, watch out. But relax, the kid's basically a Beyblade. He starts spinning, slicing vines left and right. The trees launch attacks, and they're dodging, ducking under, slipping past. Then another dose of poison gets dumped right on someone's head, and the soldiers are all like, why does it look like these trees have legs? The poor employer's about to get crushed, but the protagonist slides underneath, rips off another chunk of the tree, and drives his sword into its eye. Dude's in a 1 versus 4 while the idiots are just standing there watching. A soldier realizes he really did pull the attention of every single tree. That's when Belinda says it's now or never. Throw all the lamps, and the rain starts. The whole grove catches fire, writhing, and the guys start celebrating. But the protagonist tells them to stay focused and keep attacking until they're sure everything's burned. The trees are screaming in the flames, and the soldiers are stunned. So it really is possible to fight these things. Still, they're worried. At this rate, the fire's going to spread through the entire forest. Gordon says he doesn't care. As long as those bastards die, it's perfect. But the protagonist tells them not to drop their guard. This is nowhere near over. Now the monsters are going to show their true form. All of a sudden, thick smoke covers the whole troop. Everyone's confused, trying to figure out where it came from. Belinda calls to him and asks what those things even are. He explains it's a monster whose outer layer is weak to fire, but the inside isn't. Once the armor that burns easily falls apart, the wet interior creates this fog, basically pure steam from water hitting fire. And then the creatures reveal themselves. Some kind of octopus with legs thing sprinting straight at them. The soldiers back up, freaking out, asking how they didn't die. The protagonist raises his sword and tells everyone to listen. First, grab your weapons, because from here on out, the real fight starts. And he charges in. The mercenaries just watch him throw himself into the middle of all those monsters. Everyone's terrified. How are they supposed to face giant creatures like that head on? Meanwhile, the Mad Dog group pushes forward with Cower ordering everyone to go in. Even Belinda takes the risk, telling the young master to be careful. Jillian turns to the mercenaries and asks why they're hesitating. This is an order from the Duke, so trust it and move. Somehow that lights a fire under them. They rush in saying they trust the employer will handle it if anything goes wrong. The protagonist explains that now the monsters don't have armor. You can cut them without mana, so there's no reason to be scared anymore. They're huge and scary looking, but they're not actually strong. And with that, the brawl kicks off. Coer, Belinda, all the mercenaries, the protagonist, everyone dives in. He says hesitating on the battlefield means death. That's why his job has always been to crush the hesitation of the people who follow him. He drives the sword into a monster's mouth and rips upward, saying, "This is how you push people to make the impossible possible." The creature drops dead, and Gordon's thinking it looks like they killed everything. Everyone exhausted says it's unbelievable. While the protagonist orders them into formation, and this time everyone obeys. He warns them, this is the forest of beasts, and they're only at the entrance. This place is packed with creatures way more dangerous than these, but they don't need to worry because he'll always be leading. Just trust him and follow. Everyone gets chills and I shout, "Yes, sir." We move on, and it looks like we find the first mana stones. Chop down a tree, kill a monster, then an orc attack shows up. Belinda looks after my boy, then some dark pelicans show up, and some giant rat that looks like a T-Rex. And like always, people hesitate, asking what they're supposed to do. Monsters just keep coming. But while the mercenaries freeze, Cor and Gillian charge in and carve a path straight through. A monster goes in to bite one of the mercenaries, but Gillian steps in front, tanks it with his shield, and the protagonist comes down from above and drives the blade into its head. After one more pull, the protagonist asks if anyone got hurt. They're like, no, thank God everyone's still alive. And now the running joke is, if you don't want to die, stay close to Gillian. It's the only safe place in the forest. The trio pauses side by side, trading compliments, and then we go back to chopping trees. But there's this one guy in the background scared, saying something's wrong. Yeah, everyone's crazy. The forest is crazy and everyone inside it is getting even worse. After a while, they finally find a lake. It clearly looks like the perfect place for some terrifying monster. But the soldiers are desperate and run over to drink water. Belinda says exactly that. Who knows what's in a lake like this? The protagonist is excited because they're exactly where they need to be. The lake is the critical junction point with another area full of ruins. It's also the perfect place to rest. And they already have the tents up. Around the campfire, people are asking, what am I even doing here with my life? This was just day one. What are the odds I get out of here alive? A friend says, well, they don't have a choice, but thank God they're still alive. Over at another fire, Gordon is asking, what do you mean you want us to run? Someone says Manus is losing it. Manus, the scared guy, goes, you're all insane. Our lives matter more than money. But Gordon says, yeah, but we're basically almost there. We're getting paid triple, and the guy who hired us said we're close because the target was near the entrance. Manus says they're crazy for trusting that kid. That kid's a demon, and he's risking everyone's lives just to get glory. The one-eyed guy answers, whatever, we got paid up front. A mercenary does what he's paid to do, so it's worth it. Gordon wipes his fingers and says, he saved us a bunch of times. He clearly doesn't want everyone dead. Manus insists it's just luck. One mistake from that kid and everyone dies. They need to remember, mercenaries are nothing but meat shields when danger shows up. That noble kid won't treat them any differently. People start wavering and Manus is thinking, good, everyone needs to get on my side because I want to go back, but going alone is suicide. And if I go back with these guys and a monster shows up, I'll let them die. But another knight says, what are you talking about? If it weren't for the guy who hired us, everyone would already be dead. He tells them to look, and in the corner, Ghislaine is rubbing ointment on some guys who got hurt. The protagonist says, hey idiot, don't stick that arm in the water or it'll get infected. Ah, thank you, sir. Belinda asks why he's wasting such expensive medicine on these guys instead of saving it for himself. He says medicine is meant to be used on wounds, saving it for later, and dying with it in your hand would be the dumbest thing imaginable. He calls for the next person. The one who hates seeing this is Manus because it's boosting morale, and the one-eyed guy says the medicine the kid's using is already worth more than their lives. If his goal was just to throw everyone away, he wouldn't be doing this. Everyone starts shouting that, yeah, he's different. He doesn't look like someone who'd abandon them. Manus is furious. The plan was almost perfect, and that damn one-eyed old man was ruining everything. Suddenly, Ghislaine shows up and tells everyone to stop talking and get some rest. Then he calls Jillian and Cor over for a quick talk. Kaur says, you sure you're going to leave those guys like that? I'd cut a few tongues out. The protagonist says it doesn't matter. With monsters all around, there isn't much those guys can do. Besides, there's something they need to check immediately. Inside one of the huts, Belinda asks, why do you want to know how many lamps we have? Kaur says he counted 24. Ghislaine looks thoughtful. Just like he suspected, the number dropped. Ever since they entered the forest, monsters have been attacking day and night. But apparently more time has passed than I thought. About 3 days, because he says for the last 2 they haven't been attacked. Belinda and Kaur ask what that means. Then Jillian says they've entered the territory of monsters that are active at night. In other words, things are about to change in a big way from here on out. I don't get it. If they haven't been attacked at night, why does night active matter now? Well, we're about to find out, because the protagonist looks to the side and says, yeah, from now on it'll be even more dangerous, and the danger shows up fast. Next scene, the camp is calm, everyone's asleep, Gordon just relaxing. When something approaches him with a light, he looks up and opens his eyes. One of the lamps is floating right into his face. He jumps, wondering why it's hovering. Then some creature kind of sticks to his side, showing up out of nowhere. He panics, screams, everyone wakes up, but he's swinging and not hitting anything. It's like there are little dragons. He's as confused as I am. Everyone asks Gordon what happened, and he says there was something right next to him. But the other mercenaries think he's lost it. There was nothing there. He looks around and realizes whatever it was, it's gone. They tell him, Gordon, for the love of God, you had a nightmare. You're making all this noise, go back to sleep." He's about to say it wasn't that, when the bandana guy shows up and says it wasn't a nightmare. He felt something weird too, and when he woke up, the lantern vanished right in front of him. More mercenaries wake up saying they heard a strange laugh. The ones who didn't see anything ask why everyone's lying. Bandana just says whatever it was, one thing's clear: something was there. Then the protagonist says yes, everyone saw it. People line up immediately, and he tells them to group up. The mercenaries grab their weapons, fully awake now, while the protagonist is in the hut, talking with Gordon, who wants to know what this is about monsters surrounding them. Bandana says something is definitely wrong. Nobody can see it with their own eyes, and Ghislaine says that's the nature of these creatures. They started being followed the moment they passed the lake. This is one of the creatures that rules this forest, known as pallor. They can blend into the darkness, so you can't see them. Physical attacks don't work either. Hundreds of them gather to follow a person and steal all the light around them, because their hunting method depends on total darkness. This is the moment they've been trying to create. People are even more scared by the part where he says there are hundreds following them. Belinda immediately understands why the lantern light kept disappearing. Kaur is furious. Those bastards were planning to mess with them before attacking. He says, let's use the info we have and hit them first. Ghislaine says no, they'll wait for the moment the creatures attack, because only then can they counterattack. Belinda warns that half the lanterns are already gone. Can they really just stand there and wait? The protagonist explains these creatures are sadistic. If they try to attack now, they'll get even more tactical, hiding deeper, dragging it out, using more persistent tactics. They lose the chance to kill them all at once. Jillian asks, hold on, you're saying there's a way to catch hundreds of invisible and vulnerable creatures all at once? The protagonist says yes, and asks Belinda if she brought the magic scrolls he told her to prepare. She says yes, they've already been handed out to all the mercenaries. He thanks her and says now he'll explain how the fight is going to work. The Pallor group is surrounding their camp from 3 directions, stealing lanterns little by little and closing in. Since they don't have a huge number of mercenaries, it's impossible to cover the whole area, especially since the enemy isn't human. If they try to fight head-on, their sides will collapse. Jillian says he gets why the lake is behind the camp, one less direction to worry about. The protagonist says yes, on paper they're at a disadvantage, but they're going to flip it by taking the initiative. First they'll split into 3 units. The shield unit will hold the attacks, the crossbow unit will slow them down, and the elite assault unit, obviously including him, will go in. Then, when the Pallor start hitting the shields, the crossbows will stall the creatures, while the assault team pushes on the left. They'll apply pressure from one side, open a gap on the left, and then surround the creatures from behind. Everyone takes a look and says it's a plausible plan, but Kaur knows the hardest part is the center holding out until they've already reached the rear. Belinda suddenly raises her hand and tells them to wait a second. Ghislaine had said they can't attack the creatures because they blend into the shadows. So how were they supposed to do it? Everyone looks at the protagonist. Kaur says maybe it's by using mana, but our boy explains that it all depends on the magic scrolls. Night pushes on a bit more to the point where there aren't any lamps anymore. I'm guessing because the creatures are all coming in to attack. Everyone's already raised their shields. The crossbow guys are in the back, and the protagonist remembers that in that book it said these creatures are extremely sensitive to light. Everyone starts tearing open the scrolls, and he says this is the moment they'll reveal their true form. The magic shots shoot up into the sky, the whole forest lights up, and the creatures' real shapes are revealed. Gordon says he can finally see the bastards that were surrounding them. And then the Pallor start moving toward the shields, but the crossbow crew is already firing while the protagonist raises his sword and says, Good, their true form's been revealed. The assault unit can move in, so the creatures start getting sliced up, and the protagonist goes first, cutting down 3, 4. He knows these. Things have the advantage of blending into the shadows, but physically they're weak. With the pace they're pushing, they can end this in an instant. Everyone charges. He knows Jillian blocks their attacks easily and draws all their attention. Kaur can break the creature's rhythm without any trouble. A few come in to attack him, and that's when Belinda shows up, with the support they need, closing any opening. Then she calls for the young master, and the protagonist comes spinning in with cloak and sword and cuts down another 5, 6. This was Perdium's elite force. While the creatures are getting hit from the sides, up front they're getting pierced by crossbows. The problem is the people in the center are kind of scared, wondering why there are so many monsters, and they're starting to run out of bolts. Then 5 or 6 jump toward them, and people start screaming in panic, thinking they're going to die. But the protagonist team arrives and cuts everything down. He glances to the side and says they held out for a long time. Everyone gets fired up. The guy who hired them finally arrived. Now they just have to surround them from all sides and finish this. But one of the Pallor blows a signal on a horn, and suddenly they're all running away. The protagonist realizes those bastards figured out the plan, and he immediately tells Belinda to locate the creature with the horn on its head, probably the leader. That one was giving the retreat signal, and they had to break that formation. Everyone moves, and Kaur wants to know why they're going to chase them. Belinda even says it might be better to just let them go. It's over. But the protagonist explains these creatures are obsessive. If they escape today, they'll keep following them forever until the day they get revenge. It would be the worst thing if they showed up in the middle of some other problem. So to avoid all that, they had to end it here and now. At the very least, they had to kill the leader to break their whole command structure. Belinda's watching, and she starts shifting like she's thinking he's changed a lot. I don't know if that's doubt or a compliment, but I do know that, as always, living up to her name, she looks amazing. And she throws that necklace thing that sticks to a tree, and then she yanks herself along. Seriously, Belinda? What are you hiding with that weapon under your skirt? She's dangerous. Honestly, it's better that skirt covers everything so she doesn't distract the warriors. She ends up above one of the creatures, pulls her cord, the hook catches around its neck, and she drops down, telling the protagonist the leader is right there. He charges, activating the aura on his sword, says he sees it, throws a buff on his feet, launches forward, stabbing through 3, 4, 5, driving it into the belly of 8, and apparently he's already reached the leader, telling it it's over, and he slices it in half too. The body crumbles apart, and he says, "Done. The leader's dead. Now just wipe out what's left." The mercenaries get excited. Kaur and Jillian rush in, and the sun is already coming up. One more sword strike, and he says that was finally the last one. Then he praises everyone's work and says this victory is theirs. The mercenaries are all hyped, raising their swords, shouting. Gordon and the others are celebrating, mostly because they're alive, which is the important part. Belinda comes over asking if he's hurt, what happened, but he just praises everyone and tells them to check how many are still alive. Right away, he tells Kaur to call the rest of the mercenary group so they can start spreading this creature's body around the area. Since it's one of the most dangerous creatures in the forest, anything that smells it dead will basically stay away. Jillian says Kaur's an amateur. This is just to keep the base safe. Kaur's already ready to start a fight, saying he knows more than Gillian does. Meanwhile, the protagonist is just thinking, it's been 10 days since they entered the forest. In theory, now that they killed the Pallor, the biggest dangers are dealt with. All that was left was to find the mines, but he doesn't believe it ends like this. Neither do I. Belinda, towering, says she checked. And there are still 41 from the Mad Dog group and 126 total, meaning 3 people died and none of them were from the Mad Dog group. And Kaur says of course not, he's the leader. But the protagonist really wants to know which mercenaries died, and she says they can't confirm because they didn't find the bodies. But you already know, right? Gordon comments that Manus, the buck-tooth guy, disappeared. Someone asks if he died, and another guy says, "Idiot, they just said they didn't find the body." And the other friend goes, "Well, he probably ran, that's obvious." And there's the sweet little trio on the run. They could have been fine living their lives, but nope, here they go, doing something stupid. The one with the scar on his face says, "Man, Manus, thank God you warned us. If we'd stayed in that fight, we would have died." The buck-tooth one says, "Move, stop getting distracted. We have to get out of here." But when he looks back, the others are frozen. Manus walks up asking if they're deaf, and then his friend points and tells him to look behind them, and what looks like a gigantic snake is staring them down, and yeah, Manus and company are done for, no question. Next chapter switches to that same snake wrapped around some crystals. It shows up with 3 bodies in its mouth. And who is it? Them. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the trio. But the scene goes back to the protagonist group, back to chopping trees. Kaur says everyone's working without him even having to ask. It's the first time he's seen those lazy guys act this disciplined. Gillian walks by and says, unlike a certain someone, Kaur's more worried about the fact that it'd be a problem to lose all these guys at once if he pays too much. Ghislaine tells him to relax. He's going to hire all of them as personal soldiers. Because like everyone knows, a disorganized mercenary band doesn't beat any large-scale army. But these guys had already pushed past normal limits just by going through this. They'd be a perfect foundation to expand his forces. Then the bandana guy, only now we find out his name is Gazel, says everything's clear. The bodies were moved away. Kaur says the effect is incredible. It's been a while since they've seen any monsters. But the protagonist looks to the side and notices a strange silence. Suddenly, Belinda drops down from a branch with the bomb she carries, lands in front of the protagonist, and says she's back. He asks if there's anything ahead, and she says yes, excited. But he doesn't look happy about it. He immediately tells everyone to start clearing as fast as possible. The destination they wanted so badly was right up ahead. Then a blue light takes over the forest, and everyone freezes. The mercenaries are standing there flushed, saying it's unbelievable, and the protagonist says that's why the expedition was done. They'd found a runestone mine, a whole pile of mana stones. Kaur is trembling. He's never seen anything so valuable, and Gillian replies that he knew the kid had a plan. Belinda grabs our boy, wanting to know how he had information like that, and the mercenaries are all thinking, runestone is the kind of material you're lucky to see once in your life. But it's covering the ground. They were going to go back rich today until someone says no, nobody's going back anywhere. The protagonist looks over and look who's standing there. Manus completely burned away, no eyes, nothing, warning that it's over for everyone. His body drops to the ground in the smoke. Gordon and the others want to go closer, but Ghislaine tells everyone to take a step back. He draws his sword and swings, blowing the smoke away, and under it there are dozens of corpses. Everyone realizes it wasn't just monsters, there were a lot of humans too. Gillian and Belinda start to hesitate. The protagonist says it's obvious they won't be able to collect this peacefully. With the scale and the number of dead creatures there had to be some high-rank monster. And since some of the corpses still had flesh, that means the thing is nearby. This place isn't abandoned. The protagonist thinks that for the first time he has no idea what's out there. That book had no record of this, so he tells everyone to stay sharp and get ready to fight. In the blink of an eye, the snake is already on him, coming into attack, and he tells everyone to spread out. I thought he'd hesitate, but he throws himself straight in, face to face. Does that Captain Levi-style spin at its head, lands a hit on the back of the snake's neck, drops onto its back, goes for a stab, but unfortunately it does no damage at all. And the worst part is he put all his mana into that strike. Jillian knows that if he couldn't hurt it, nobody can. As the protagonist tries to create distance, the snake opens its mouth and sprays a rain of venom at him. He snaps his cloak up and blocks, but in mid-air, while he's spinning, the thing comes in for another hit. The kid uses the spin to pull his sword again and slams the full blade into its tail. I don't know what happened because the attack kept coming, and it blew both of them into the ground. Belinda screams for the protagonist, but the snake is thrashing. Its back, its belly, its ribs. I don't even know what parts a snake has, but it's whipping its whole body around. And the soldiers realize that if they're not careful, they'll get crushed without being able to do anything. One of them almost gets taken, but Gillian gets there in time. Others would have died too, but this time Belinda pulled them out. Kaur tells the mercenary group to fall back, and it's total chaos. Meanwhile, the protagonist is up on the bones, sure that all those mana stones belong to this blood python, one of the monsters considered impossible to hunt, a creature that lives deep in the forest, so you normally wouldn't find it here. Their chances of winning were extremely low, and turning back now and waiting for another chance was an option, but he doesn't have time to waste. If he gives up now, everything they did up to this point was for nothing, and the fight has barely started, and he's already pushing into the third core, telling the bastard not to get in his way because he's someone who already carries enough problems. Third core released, and the python attacks. Our protagonist slips underneath and blocks, leaving the blade inside its mouth, ripping along the side of its head, and he even reaches the eye so it looks like it worked. The bad part is a tail strike comes down from above. He blocks, but it's not enough because, while it hits with its tail, it attacks with its mouth too, and I don't know how the kid is managing to defend. He's yelling, saying it doesn't matter how low the odds are. There are battles that can't be avoided. That's what responsibility is. Everyone watches him tearing into the snake's head, saying that in that moment he was the one responsible for this. He's already exhausted, saying the thing had been cut, but it wasn't showing any sign of weakening, and the longer he keeps the third core open, the riskier it gets. At the rate things are going, he'll run out of mana long before it dies. Suddenly, the rest of the mercenary group comes running in. Belinda asks if he's okay. Jillian raises his shield. She tells him to be careful, that they'll try to hold out for a while, but then the protagonist suddenly tells everyone to leave. Gordon asks what the employer is talking about. Ghislaine tells the kid to explain properly, and then he says it's impossible to guarantee anyone's safety against a monster that big, and he couldn't risk losing everyone there. Belinda asks, so how is he supposed to get out alive? He says he's going to walk out alive after killing that monster, but she knows that just getting that far was already a miracle. There was no way they could keep going. So why did he want to risk it like that? Look at the protagonist hair standing on end straight, up Dragon Ball vibes. Then the python sprays a rain of venom at everyone. The protagonist tells them to run, but the whole group raises their shields and just tanks it. Gordon and the mercenary say no way and ask to fight by his side. The eye patch guy says he's never met a client like this, and Gordon says they've survived countless times thanks to him. So now it's their turn to pay him back. Kaur tells the bastard to stop being greedy. He knows that if they kill this thing, that treasure belongs to them too. Belinda, gorgeous as always, says there's no chance she'd leave him there. Jillian steps up and says he'll distract it and create an opening. And just like everyone believed in him now, he had to believe in everyone. The protagonist goes quiet and points out that this thing's size is way beyond normal. Its poison is lethal, its scales are insanely tough, and not even a mana-infused sword can pierce them. If they take a direct hit, they're dead. But he'd already destroyed its right eye. He just needed to land one more hit. Since they weren't leaving, the Beast Forest expedition was going back together. I've got a bad feeling a bunch of them are going to die here. I don't know, everyone's fired up. And the python charges. Oh my God, don't jump. And Belinda, seriously, you're way too much. You're distracting me. It turns into a full-on brawl, fair or not. The mercenaries keep holding with their shields, taking the tail swings. Carr finds an opening, drives his sword in, and follows with a spinning strike. The python screams. Belinda attacks from underneath. Jillian comes in from the side and lands another axe blow. And the protagonist leaps toward the other eye and manages to stab it too. He thinks that even if he knows the future, not everything goes exactly according to plan. But if he isn't the one who takes action, other people will die, and he refuses to let that happen. The python is blind now, and the protagonist climbs on top, saying he's the only one who knows the future and what happens in this state. The monster goes for a bite, about to do that classic move you already know. My God, he got eaten. No, don't die. But then his sword bursts out from the inside and slices the boss open for good. Everyone smiles, and the protagonist says he's the future of Perdium. Pure hype, this forest arc was insane. They got some mana stones and discovered a new side of Belinda's strength. Next scene, they're already back at Castle Perdium, with people slamming the table and yelling that this is an act of treason. They're all arguing because they found out the kid went into the Beast Forest. Homer tells them to calm down, but Albert says a long expedition like that is extremely dangerous. He was also burning through a ridiculous amount of money and might not even come back alive. Homer says there's no point freaking out now. He's been in the forest for 15 days. It's too late. If that damn Scovan hadn't pretended nothing happened, they could have stopped it. Nobody understands why this kid went to help Ghislaine. He's going to lose his knight position over it. They keep shouting while Zalter listens, only wanting to know what Ghislaine is thinking. Then one of the knights rushes in and tells the Lord he needs to come out immediately. They ask what it is, and he says Archduke Eileen has returned. Outside the castle, here he comes, rolling in with that ridiculous aura. Respect to the people who lied for the protagonist and ended up in jail. Next chapter, everyone's sitting face to face staring at him. His father is looking at him dead serious, and he's got that goofy little smile like, "Hey Dad, I'm back." Zalter doesn't laugh at all. He says he made it crystal clear that any development or any kind of entry into the Beast Forest was forbidden. The protagonist apologizes, but says it was something that had to be done. Homer tells him to explain what he means by had to be done. Randolph from the side says that apparently had to be done means breaking other people's orders. Entering that forest is a serious crime, and what if his entry made the beasts come out and attack the entire state? The protagonist taps his chest and says, "As you can see, I'm alive and nobody invaded the state, so it's fine." Everyone's furious. This guy commits a crime and still has the nerve to talk like that. Then Albert asks if he thinks this is funny. Even if nothing happened in the Beast Forest, he's acting like everything's okay. But he needs to understand there's no room for excuses here. Albert slams a letter on the table. Protagonist looks and sees it's from Count Rayfold. Albert says, "I had a terrible feeling when I heard you went to the Rayfolds, but now I find out you stole 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia. Because of that, Rayfold is furious and is going to cut off all support to our state. This is going to affect everyone's lives." The protagonist realizes it really would look like Rayfold sent it. He doesn't like Amelia, but this doesn't look simple. Normally, manipulating a money-obsessed count isn't hard, but Amelia must have teamed up with an enemy just to hit him. He figured the assassins wouldn't know where she'd end up. That's a problem, because the advantage he had with Amelia has now become useless. If he'd been delayed, all of this would have turned into a huge mess, because he'd be stuck in this place. Albert asks if he has nothing to say. Homer says he can start by returning the 20,000 gold he stole from Amelia. Randolph says, sadly, That amount of money would actually be pretty helpful because they need to pay the knights for a while. Then the protagonist suddenly says he already spent it all. He used the entire 20,000 on the plan to push forward the beast forest development. Everyone goes silent. Up to now, his father barely said anything. Shocked, Albert asks, "Wait, you spent all 20,000? The protagonist says it's a shame, but he really has no excuses about the Rayfold situation. Randolph grabs him by the collar and calls him a damn brat. How can a successor like him destroy the state's future with his own hands? Homer agrees, saying Ghislaine Perdium isn't an archduke, he's a criminal, and he should be arrested and thrown in prison immediately. But then the protagonist says that from today on he'll provide all the necessary funds, including the 20,000 gold. For the first time, his father speaks and tells him to explain himself. The protagonist calls in the biggest, most beautiful woman, Belinda, who walks in carrying a small box. He explains that if he didn't have a plan, he wouldn't have entered the beast forest in the first place. The box opens, lighting up everyone's faces. He says they have extremely high-quality runestone. Immediately, the old guys start yelling, "Runestone, what do you mean?" and grabbing at the box. Homer asks where he got something that valuable. Randolph, trembling, says, "A stone like that is worth more than 20,000 gold. Ghislaine says it was all mine from the beast forest." Albert looks and says if it really is runestone, it can cover things for a while. But it's not enough to run an entire state. Ghislaine says he knows it's not enough, but that's not all he brought. Outside, everyone sees mountains of stone and a massive corpse. How did they even bring that snake all the way there? The mercenaries are running around, working, telling people to be careful with the stones. Homer is stunned. He really pulled this off in 15 days. Randolph says he must be dreaming because there's no way he's actually seeing this. Zalter tells Belinda to say whether this was truly acquired during the expedition. She says, yes, the young lord personally led everything and obtained the items deep in the forest. On top of that, they had remains from the trees of various creatures and even from the blood python. The stones were only a small fraction of everything they got, and now they should understand that his entry into the beast forest was meant to benefit the state. And of course, everything they acquired would be used for the state. Albert awkwardly says, "My lord, maybe we're not in financial trouble anymore." In an instant, Homer and Randolph are patting the kid's back like, "Duke, you're incredible. Want a massage? You must be exhausted from that expedition. If you need anything, just tell me." But the protagonist says, "Hold on, if you want my support, there are conditions." Randolph asks what they are. He says, first, release Scovan and Ricardo because they were only following my orders. Second, we keep restricting public access to the forest. As few people as possible can know about this, because if unnecessary rumors start spreading, we'll pay for it. Homer thinks about it and says that's not a bad request. Then the protagonist says, the last condition is the one he wants most. He will personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and the security forces. Basically, he wants to build the group that will go into the forest and he'll always be in charge of it. Homer takes it differently and asks if he's saying he wants a private army. Randolph agrees, saying that's unacceptable. A dangerous kid like him, what would he do with an army? Albert adds, you're in a position where you can at least be forgiven, but now you're asking to do whatever you want and still expect nobody to get involved. Ghislaine says they're misunderstanding. He's just setting conditions to replace the high-fall financial support. He's basically implying that if they don't accept, maybe he won't help. He explains he only wants that control to avoid delays in operations. Albert hesitates, then looks at Zalter and tells him to say something. The kid was bargaining with the state's future. Then someone calls for the Archduke. Cower and Gillian approach, saying he worked hard. The old man says all the mine materials have been loaded. Just give the order, and they're ready to move anytime. Core asks what he's going to do with the tree shells and the python's blood. The protagonist explains they need to dissect the entire body, extract the venom, blood, meat, even the scales. Most importantly, they have to stop it all from decomposing. Zalter asks Randolph what he thinks. Randolph says the presence of those mercenaries is impressive, but he can't understand how Ghislaine is commanding people that strong. Zalter keeps watching and says they really look like an elite unit. He walks up to the protagonist and says getting mercenaries like that to follow his orders must have taken a huge effort. The protagonist says actually no. Without their help, the expedition would have been the hard part. Zalter closes his eyes, turns away and says they're going back. The counselors ask, stammering, what's going to happen with the protagonist's situation? Zalter says that this time he'll let what Ghislaine did slide, but if he disobeys a direct order again, he'd better be ready for the consequences. The kid thanks his father. Zalter leaves, saying that one day he'll inherit the state, since he's the successor, and at least he truly has the spirit of the Northern Wolf. That title, Noble of the North, is given to the Count of Perdium, who defends the border of the Kingdom of Lutania. His father was always a lonely man, someone with little military power and a state suffering from poverty. Even so, he kept fighting endlessly on the northern frontier, dedicating his entire life to protecting that place, without his wife, without Helena, and even without his son. And in the end, his reward was an even more miserable death that nobody remembered. That's it, no conclusion. We're back with Cower saying finally we can relax a bit. Belinda asks if he's going to the castle and he says no. Then he tells her to get ready because they're leaving at any moment. She's startled and asks if he's not going to rest. He pushed himself too hard and his body was nowhere near recovered. Jillian agrees it's a miracle he survived. She tells him to understand how much work it took to detox his body. But the protagonist puts a hand on her shoulder and says he's counting on her. I'm counting on her too. With those motivating words, she clasps her hands and it feels like everyone trusts the kid. He knows the news that they got a ton of runestone is going to spread fast, and obviously it'll reach the ears of the people who want to bring his state down. And to stop that from happening, they needed to get strong as fast as possible. He's sweating and completely worn out, but he swears he'll raise this place to a level where nobody would dare challenge it. Before he can do that, he collapses and passes out. Next chapter. A carrier pigeon approaches a guy sitting in a chair, and he glances over the message. Confirmed. Part of the forest of beasts had been developed. A war with the Dagard family begins to wipe out the Perdium. Only then would the duchy get involved. The guy's thinking that apparently the real intention finally showed itself to annihilate the Perdium. Everyone at the table says the time has come. They were going to kill whoever the leader of that place was, and Perdium would get a new owner through the Duke's house. Then the man asks how many people are still in Perdium. One of them answers, 1 knight and 2 observers. Immediately, the leader orders them to send a few more people from Degard's territory. The fact that the young Lord Degard was found dead in Perdium is more than enough justification to start a war. Under the Supreme Leader's command, this operation would bring victory. Everyone there is furious, saying they didn't need to reveal such a powerful card as the Desmonds this early. If that damn Frank had done his job, none of this would have happened. As far as I know, the body they're counting on, the protagonist burned it, so I don't know. But let's keep going. One of the guys thinks it's way too soon to reveal their secret card. It feels rushed. Why does the duchy want to step in with Perdium at a time like this? The leader says it's because of the forest of beasts. On top of that, all decisions were made by Duke Delphine. They couldn't question anything. They were supposed to prepare for war now. My God, who's this bargain bin Hisoka in a clown outfit? In theory, he's supposed to be the big deal, right? That Harold Desmond. Meanwhile, we go back to Amelia crying, in Bernhoft's arms saying, Bernhoft, that bastard Ghislaine stole my 20,000, and with that 20,000, he managed to find a runestone mine. How did he survive my little forest kitties? He's making a fool out of me. Bernhoft tells her to calm down. Crying like this, totally desperate, isn't like her. She sighs and says she agrees. She's way too emotional. What happened is in the past. Burnaf says yes and that he's waiting for her next orders. She replies that since the Perdiums found a runestone source, they'll be out of financial trouble soon. He agrees. Those bastards must be celebrating. She says yes, but on the other hand, it's too early for them to celebrate because they still haven't sold the stones. According to her intel, they got everything 2 days ago. That's way too soon for them to set up a distribution network. And that weakness is what they were going to exploit, because it's obvious who they'll try to sell to. Burnaf asks the obvious question. She wants to act before they make the sales. She says, of course, there's only one place in the north that would buy runestone, the most powerful mage tower, ruled by a 7-circle archmage, the Crimson Mage Tower. Those stones are essential for magical research. So normally, the towers try to control every distribution channel. The plan was to place the wild felines in multiple ambushes along every route leading to the tower. This time the target isn't Ghislaine. It's everyone transporting the stones. They'd use guerrilla tactics to hit every carrier. And while they drain Ghislaine's money, they'll steal the stones. Burnaf warns her that in the north there's also the Flame Mage Tower in Bravante territory. Is it really smart to put all their forces only on the Crimson Tower routes? She says it's different because the Flame Tower is going bankrupt. All that place has left is its old glory. And someone as money-obsessed as Ghislaine won't go there. He'll go to the Crimson Tower, which will pay more, and that's when she'll take everything from him. This woman is dangerous too. Another tall woman. Gotta applaud the artist here. Thanks for using all that talent. Next scene shifts to Perdium Castle. Our boy is asleep, knocked out, remembering the moment he got swallowed by that giant snake. Damn. The story explains that when a predator is digesting its prey, before it reaches the esophagus, it gets dissolved by venom first. But the mana created by the third core burns the acid, stopping it from invading his body. The problem is that this creates a smoke that's extremely lethal to breathe in. Normally, most prey loses consciousness or dies at this stage, but the protagonist said he had to endure it, or everything would be over. This expedition, everything he cared about, and the future. He'd lose it all if he couldn't stop himself from being poisoned right then. So the solution was to send the venom into his mana core. That way, the burning of the central core would neutralize the venom inside his body. It was an extremely delicate technique. Only someone who'd reached the superhuman realm and had insane control over their mana and body could pull it off. And the venom combined with the mana would work as new fuel to create a different kind of mana explosion. And that's how he blasted his way out. Suddenly he opens his eyes and says he feels refreshed. He sees he's in his room, but he doesn't understand what happened. All he remembers is that his father kind of forgave him. Then he notices Helena beside him, and she suddenly hugs him. He'd almost forgotten this girl even existed. She says he was unconscious for 2 days. He didn't say anything before leaving, and now he passed out when he came back. She greets him and tells him to be more careful. The protagonist is a little surprised. He's never seen her act like that. But a second later, she shoves him, tells him to get away, and runs off yelling to Belinda that he woke up. Ghislaine, though, is more focused on the 2 days part. After surviving the snake, he only got a little help from Belinda before they continued the trip. He tried to hold out as long as he could, but it wasn't enough. Still, he feels really good considering how hard he pushed himself. In theory, he should have needed more than 2 days to recover from that damage. Something's off. His endurance is much better, and for some reason his total mana increased. It's like the nature of his mana changed. He figures maybe the moment the snake venom mixed with his mana core changed something. But it's a method he never even heard of in his past life. It clearly wasn't intentional. He risked his life, but it looks like it paid off. He needs to check a few things, but if it's true, it's a method that'll let him grow much faster. Not right now, though, because it's time to sell those stones That's the priority. 2 days have passed, so a lot of people probably know by now. He needs to call the mercenaries. Then he hears someone at the door and says, "Come in, Belinda. You don't have to knock." But walking in with her is Zalter, saying he finally woke up. The protagonist is surprised. His father says he heard from Belinda that he was poisoned after falling into the mouth of a blood python. He wants to know if it's true, and Ghislaine says yes. Zalter sighs, saying it's a relief he's alive. Belinda pinches his cheek, saying she got scared. "Are you sure you're okay?" He says yes. Then Zalter calls Ghislaine and says they need to talk for a moment. He has a request to make. The protagonist looks just as surprised as I am. Next chapter, we're heading into the training area. Ghislaine thinks it's the first time he's ever gone one-on-one against his father. In his past life, he avoided him as much as possible because he was scared of getting humiliated. Zalter apologizes for calling him there right after he woke up. Seriously, he didn't even let the kid eat a simple egg sandwich. Ghislaine says it's fine. He's in excellent condition after resting for 2 days. But he asks what request his father wants to make. Zalter looks at him then, suddenly looks away. Ghislaine thinks about something his mother used to say when he was a kid. In a flashback, she says his father never shows his true self to other people. Ghislaine asks why he can't. She explains that his father said he has to be an unshakable pillar. It was the only way to keep the people of that land steady. He always put others before himself. That's why he hid that side of him. The only time it was different was when he confessed his love to her. But she asked the boy to understand that part of him. His father wasn't good at expressing emotions at all. And in the present, Zalter tells Ghislaine to prepare his weapon. Ghislaine stares at him and says he understands. A fair duel. His father charges in hard, going for a vertical slash. Ghislaine pulls off a classic defense, plants his foot, and they trade blows. Parry here, quick cut there. He's holding his ground. They pause for a moment, and he realizes his father's attacks are insanely heavy. His sword carries the strength that's been crushing the northern barbarians, but at the same time, it has the gentleness of someone who's protected this whole state. Zalter comes in again from the front. Ghislaine blocks, but then it looks like Zalter was coming straight in and then shifts to the side. Yet Ghislaine surprises him and forces his father to defend. They lock eyes again, and suddenly each one has a sword pointed at the other's throat. Zalter sheathes his sword and says Ghislaine has improved a lot. Ghislaine thanks him, but Zalter tells him to loosen his grip on the sword at the moment the blades clash. If he has enough strength to bring down big monsters in the forest, he needs to be more careful. Otherwise, his intent becomes too obvious the moment he attacks. Basically, since he's so strong, he doesn't need to squeeze so hard, because then his strike becomes easy to read. I'm translating it for myself here. Ghislaine thinks it's the first time he's ever gotten real advice in his life. His swordsmanship was born from instinctive fighting. Everything he knows came from experience and battle, so there's definitely a lot he doesn't know, since he never had formal training. And in just a few seconds, his father noticed and gave him a tip. He always believed he only needed to rely on himself, that facing every challenge alone was the way. But maybe being guided a little wasn't so bad. He thanks his father for the lesson. Zalter looks at him and says if he's being honest, today his intention was to scold him. Ghislaine doesn't get it. And Zalter explains, no matter how incredible his contributions were, he broke rules. If everyone ignored rules for the same excuse, all you'd get is chaos. But Zalter noticed Ghislaine changed. Unlike the previous incidents where he caused trouble chasing merit, this time he was aiming for something bigger, so he tells him to keep doing what he's doing. He should always think about Perdium and everyone who lives there, and fulfill his responsibilities as the successor. Ghislaine is thinking, responsibilities. Then he suddenly remembers. Wait, Dad, didn't you say you called me here to ask for something? What is it? His father stops and glances back, Got any money you can lend me? Then the scene goes back to the entrance of the Forest of Beasts, but now the vibe is different. The mercenaries are all grinning, fired up. Ghislaine asks if they're good, and everyone yells yes. Kaur says the kid looks healthier. Jillian asks if he's okay. Ghislaine apologizes for making them wait so long. Then he asks Jillian how Rachel is doing. Jillian says he never imagined he'd see the day she could walk again. He bows to Ghislaine and says it's all thanks to the young lord. Ghislaine says he's happy to hear that. He calls Belinda, Jillian, and Kaur and says there's something he needs to tell everyone. His land is in serious danger right now. Of course they're shocked, and they head into a meeting. He starts explaining everything that happened. The day Helena was attacked, how he stopped those two knights who wanted to use her death to start a war, and how he found the body of the D-Guard Lord, and that there's probably another force watching Perdium. He says yes, right now they're being watched, and unfortunately, they don't have the time or resources to prepare for an attack. Belinda says now she understands why he was in such a rush. She thought she'd be able to rest a little after the forest. Kaur laughs, saying first it was those beasts, and now it's a war. This place really doesn't let him get bored. Jillian says, if what Ghislaine told them is true, this is the perfect moment for someone to attack. A poor territory with weak military power discovers a huge runestone mine. Anyone with power will want to take it for themselves. Ghislaine says, of course, they're not going to just sit there and let it happen. Belinda says, well, you should have mentioned this earlier. Let's warn your father and all the vassals. But he says not yet. Since Helena's bodyguards had been with them for a long time, there's a chance other vassals could be enemies too. And since there's no way to confirm it right now, they decide to keep that information to themselves for the time being. Belinda realizes there isn't really much she can say in response. Then he says that thanks to Helena surviving, he managed to buy a little time. But now that they've found the mines, the enemy won't just sit still. It was going to be a tough fight. Everyone falls silent. And then Kaur says, well, all he has to do is give the orders. Besides, hanging around here has been fun. Jillian tells the kid that he already swore he'd fight for him until the end of his life, so he can count on his help. Belinda, huge as always, says that's right. If anyone's going to protect him, it'll be her. The protagonist smiles. He knows the Perdium family's enemy was the Delphine family. But obviously they'd use Count Desmond and Amelia, who were the ones receiving orders. Still, he promises he won't let things go the way they want. So he says the next step is for them to head to the Magic Tower of Flames. Clearly, he's already outmaneuvering Amelia here. Kaur celebrates, saying they're finally going to sell. Time to get rich. Belinda asks why the Tower of Flames. The Crimson Tower people are closer, and they'd pay more. He explains he's just trying to avoid as much friction as possible. Jillian agrees that when you're transporting something expensive like runestone, a lot of people will want to steal it. Belinda gets it, probably to avoid ambushes. He says that, but to us, Ghislaine reveals he knows perfectly well the Crimson Tower is much richer and more powerful. For the Tower of Flames to regain its past glory would be difficult. But he has to choose this place. Why? Because of her, and now, I don't know who exactly, but here we are at the Magic Tower of Flames. Are we about to get another well-designed friend? Definitely. Just seeing her from behind, I can already tell she's dangerous. She's there looking for Professor Renato. The artist really is an artist. He lives up to the job title. I can't wait. The girl wants to know when the one the light mentioned would come looking for her. Next chapter, the protagonist team is arriving at the Magic Tower of Flames. Gordon really is going to become a member. He's there with the whole group, and he says he's heard about this place for a long time, but never expected to be there in person. Just looking at the streets and houses, you can tell life there is completely different from Perdium. It really looks like a European city, while the people over there are broke. So that's where all the magic scrolls are produced. They've got so many mages they use mages as street laborers, Now that's an easy life. Most of the mercenaries had never even seen magic being used in their lives, and the mages are all giving them these hateful stares. Suddenly they cast something and start disappearing. The poor mercenaries are so out of their depth, they're all like, damn, that's incredible. But the protagonist knows that if they're hiding their appearance like that, it's because they're not welcome. Kaur tells everyone to stop acting like idiots and hurry up. Belinda comments that even though these people have fallen from the top among the magic towers, it's still an incredible place. Jillian adds that Breviante territory is one of the richest lands in the whole kingdom. The protagonist thinks, yeah, on the surface it is, but none of them can imagine that this place, still impressive, will end up in ruins. In front of the gate, he says they've arrived. Kaur is freaked out, saying he's standing right next to it and still can't see the top because it's so huge. Belinda asks where the guards are. There are only their armors lying there. But then someone up on the wall throws out a hand and tells everyone to back away. At that moment, ropes appear around the guards, who immediately stand up and shut the gate with their axes. The mages warn that not just anyone can enter this tower, and they need to reveal their identities and what they're doing there. Belinda realizes they're puppets, and Kaur doesn't like it. Clearly, they aren't welcome. Jillian introduces the protagonist. This kid is Ghislaine Perdium, the young lord of the Perdium Empire. Bring us the trade officer. We brought some things to sell. But the wizard answers that they're not interested. They're not buying anything. Belinda tells them to show some respect because they don't even know what items they brought. The guy says, you're from Perdium, that bunch of northern beggars. Whatever you brought is probably low-ranked materials or some filthy potion. It'll be a waste of time dealing with you, so get lost. The axes get pointed at them. Belinda keeps cursing, asking who he's calling a beggar, while Jillian asks the protagonist what he's going to do. He gives a serious look and asks if they're sure about that. Then he shows a little runestone and says if they're mages, they should know what this is. The mage immediately trembles. His eyes go wide and he recognizes it. He starts to ask if everything in the carts behind them is, but the protagonist cuts him off and asks if he's buying or not. Instant change, they start bowing and apologizing for not recognizing such esteemed guests. His name is Sylvain, and he's the trade officer here at the Magic Tower. If he needs anything, just say the word. The protagonist goes straight to the point. You saw what it is, and I brought a lot. And I need someone who can take responsibility for this trade all the way through. That's why I want to personally meet the tower master. Sylvain flinches and says, okay, he'll speak to him immediately. Just give him a moment. Belinda mutters that they should have had that attitude from the start. Sylvain ignores it, and they start walking, but suddenly there are explosions. The protagonist asks what the problem is, and Sylvain explains it's just research going on, normal for a magic tower. And look who's on the ground. The new waifu of the moment. Alfoy tells her, I already told you not to set foot in the lab. You're just taking up space if you can't even use magic properly. Or are you going to ignore what I, Alfoy, the future successor of this tower and a 3-circle master, told you? Wait, I thought his name was Sylvain. Meanwhile, 2 others off to the side are asking why that girl's teacher even brought her here. The blonde guy tells her to be grateful. She at least has a place to sleep in the tower. The poor girl takes a deep breath, looking gorgeous, and says she has the right to use the lab too. She's a mage. Alfoy, clearly a Malfoy reference, says if she's a mage, then she should be able to defend herself from basic magic. He conjures a fireball and tells her to block it. He throws it at her. She tries to raise a barrier, but it does nothing. She shields herself with her arm, but then Chad steps in front and blocks it with his sword. The 3 idiots are confused, and the protagonist asks what kind of magic research this is. Is this really how people behave in the Tower of Flames? Well, considering he's throwing fireballs, it tracks. But now we're in the Master's Tower, with the leader Hubert asking what's going on. Are we out of runestone? How do we end up like this? At this rate, the gap between us and the Crimson Tower will just keep growing. Nobody says anything. He presses them, saying, "That's why I've been telling you to buy runestone for so long. What have you old men been doing?" The old men are thinking this bastard has the nerve to say that when they ask countless times to go after a runestone distribution line, but he kept buying luxury goods and noble nonsense, they couldn't take it anymore. The one with the green hat says, "Runestone is a problem too, but I heard the Crimson Tower Master reached the 7th circle, while you're still at the 6th. Hubert tells him not to mention that guy. If he had more runestone, he'd reach the 7th circle in a day. Green Hat says, "Fine, whatever. If we run out of those stones, we can't even practice magic, so what's the plan?" Hubert is furious, saying that damn Delmuth, how dare he reach the 7th circle before him, and why do those stupid stones have to be so expensive? Right then, Sylvain opens the door and says they urgently need the Tower Master's attention. Hubert points and asks if that idiot can't see they're in the middle of an important meeting, barging in without knocking. Sylvain apologizes but says it's immediate because someone is in the tower with an absurd amount of mana stone. Now that I look at it, Sylvain the treasurer and that kid Alfoy are different people, and at this moment Alfoy is casting a bunch of fireballs at the protagonist, who draws his sword, raises his hand and blocks everything easily. Alfoy throws an even bigger one, but the kid slices it in half without much trouble. The mages are all in shock, and Alfoy wants to know how it's possible to cut his magic in half. That should be impossible. But then a bunch of ropes appear around him, and Belinda immobilizes him, asking what kind of nerve he has to attack her master. Alfoy demands to know who they are. When someone suddenly yells for everyone to stop, it's Hubert asking what's going on. Belinda, huge as always, the new waifu's standing there looking awkward, and the protagonist tells her to let the guy go. Alfoy breaks free and starts yelling, "Professor, Professor." Hubert asks what happened, and he says, "They're intruders. I was just trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab and they attacked me out of nowhere. I only didn't want her to go in because she'll get hurt since she has no mana." Belinda laughs, saying he's crying like a little girl, while Vanessa, off to the side, says she just wanted to practice a bit in the lab. The protagonist glances over and is now sure who she is, Vanessa, the Red Nightmare. So that was what she looked like before she became the terror of these lands. Then Hubert suddenly starts casting a spell, saying he's crazy for coming in here and causing trouble for his student. They'll all be burned to ashes. Belinda asks what they're going to do. This guy seems dangerous, but the protagonist completely ignores everything he's saying and goes, "Tower Master, sorry about the delay. My name's Ghislaine Perdium. I'm the heir of the Perdium family, and I'm here to sell some runestone." Hubert, who was putting on a whole show, realizes this is the guy he was looking for. Alfoy can't believe it. How does a filthy kid like that have runestone? The protagonist just says they're all waiting out front of the castle. If they want, they can go see for themselves. When they get there, of course they can't believe it. There are carts and carts and carts of stones. The leader and the 4 dwarf mages are confused, saying it's impossible. How and where did they get that much runestone? Yellow Hat says, "Tower Master, looks like there are 10 carts. What do you plan to do with it?" The Tower Master doesn't answer, and everyone calls to him. Then he starts laughing, totally excited. "My God, I've never seen this much runestone. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this, I can finally crush those bastards at the Crimson Tower." But outwardly, he's like, I was expecting a bit more stone than this, and the quality doesn't look that good. Gower is ready to cut his head off, saying that bastard has no idea how hard it was to get all that. Vanessa comments that she thinks it's plenty. 1 cart like that would last a few weeks. The leader gets angry and tells the girl to get out of there and shut up. She's supposed to go back to the tower and stay out of it. That's why he hates that damn Renato. Why did he leave this trash with him? The girl has no talent at all, so she should at least have some discipline. The protagonist just watches. The leader looks at the dwarves and asks if they don't agree. And now everyone starts sucking up, going, yeah, yes, yes. Then they step closer and say, the quality of these stones is kind of low, isn't it? Another says, well, since their territory is broke, they might even be fake. Belinda says they've lost their minds. They have no idea how hard they worked to get this, and they're calling it fake. The dwarves answer, how hard you worked isn't our problem. There are lots of scammers these days. The one next to him agrees, yeah, we can't just accept it and buy it for a good price just because the seller says so. Then the protagonist asks, so what? You're not interested in buying? Suddenly their expressions change, and the kid starts walking away, saying, fine. If the Tower of Flames doesn't want it, how about we go find the Crimson Tower? The boss and all the dwarves flinch and start looking at each other. They know that would be a huge problem. Then the one with the blue hat says, come on, boss. If they brought it all the way here, why don't we give them a chance? Letting the poor things leave without money in hand would be so sad. Have some mercy? Hubert agrees, saying, yeah, if all the elders want this, I don't have a choice. Fine, I'll have to be very generous and buy all your runestones, but I'm only paying a tiny bit under market price. The protagonist cuts him off right away and says Hubert's got something wrong. Then he tells Coward to take all the carts away except one and asks, wasn't the plan from the start to sell just one cart, Coward? Same little act, talking things over with the staff. Hubert just stands there fuming. Cor turns around. Yeah, we decided from the beginning we'd only sell one cart. Then he tells the rest of the people to go pull the other carts back where they were resting. Hubert walks up to the protagonist and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Our boy apologizes, saying the subordinates got confused and brought a little more than they were going to sell. They're actually headed to the Crimson Tower and only stopped here because they need some coins. Right away, Hubert can tell he's serious about going to the tower, which is a huge problem. He puts a hand on the kid's shoulder and says, kid, you're pretty funny, aren't you? I never thought our meeting would be this interesting. Why don't we talk a bit more? The dwarves there can all tell the master is about to fall into the kid's trap. The protagonist glances over and says, sure, of course they can talk. Scene changes to the meeting room. Hubert says he'll introduce everyone. These are the elders of the magic tower, each one a 5th circle mage. The protagonist says it really is an impressive group. No wonder they follow the 2nd strongest mage in the northern region. A little jab. Hubert clears his throat and says you must be hearing some weird rumors, kid. The flame magic tower is still the strongest in the north. The protagonist goes, all right, I believe you. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. That's not the point. Belinda has already noticed the protagonist is clearly trying to get under Hubert's skin, but would that actually work out? Jillian says trust him. Like always, he's got a plan. The Tower Master says he's done with the small talk. How much does he want to sell for? He warns the kid there's nowhere else he'll get a better price than here. The protagonist throws it out there. He wants double the market price. The dwarves all start saying the kid is naive. He doesn't understand how the world works. Hubert explains that's not how negotiating works. He doesn't know who taught him to bargain like that, but that's not how things are done. Both sides have to give a little. He can't just make a one-sided decision like that. Ghislaine, though, says he has a feeling the flame magic tower can pay double. The dwarves snap at him to stop messing around in a place like this. He's trying to humiliate all the mages there. All of a sudden, Hubert gets serious, telling the kid to watch what he's saying. He's getting fed up with this brat who has no idea how the world works. Walking around acting like this, the protagonist just stares at him. Hubert says he'll be generous and assume he's young and making mistakes, so he'll show mercy this time, out of generosity, and the kid should take it seriously. He's about to say, I'll pay a bit above market, but the protagonist stands up and says, well, looks like you don't want to buy. Double was a discounted price, and if you're not interested, I'll go to the Crimson Tower. Excuse me, the maid shouts. Stop, kid. I mean, my young friend. Why the rush? You don't seem like you want to negotiate, but you don't have to leave that fast. I was just a little irritated. Sit back down, let's talk. The protagonist looks back and says, fine, he'll give them one more chance. The group just watches. Hubert says, you've got a lot of nerve, and since you were kind enough to come to our home before going anywhere else, we'll pay double the market price. How about that offer? The protagonist smiles and says, well, if you really want to pay double, fine. But I'm only selling one cart. Green Hat doesn't get it. Hubert says that won't work. He needs to buy everything he has to sell. Our boy explains, yeah, but if I sell you one cart for double, then I can go to the Crimson Tower and they'll pay triple. So it doesn't really make sense to sell everything here, does it? Hubert says this damn kid has to be messing with them. Triple. But the protagonist stands up again and says, all right then, we'll talk later. But Hubert stops him. Wait, hold on. Triple, right? What I meant earlier is I'd pay triple. That's what I meant. The protagonist smiles again, sits down and says, got it. Now we're talking. Just what I'd expect from the biggest and most powerful tower in the north. The mage tells him to stay right there and says they'll bring the money immediately. But he walks off with his hand on his face, wondering how a sixth circle mage is getting humiliated by some farm kid from a dead-end place. Still, he has no choice. They need runestones urgently. Then the protagonist says, hey, where are you going? I haven't set all my conditions yet, and we already know what he wants. Hubert turns back, telling him to spit it out. What else is he going to insist on now? The protagonist says he wants her. He wants them to hand Vanessa over to him. They'll definitely think he's some kind of creep, but that's not the point, especially since it looks like they don't even like her. Hubert goes, wait, Vanessa? The protagonist says yes, he wants her. He wants that kid as his exclusive mage. Hold on, kid, what is this? Yeah, no, take back everything I said. How is she a kid? What kind of talk is that? FBI, please forgive me. I didn't know. The kind of excuse that doesn't work. You're going to jail anyway. Next scene suddenly shifts to smoke in a campfire. The protagonist, older I think, talking with some older guy. They're talking about meat, until the guy asks if he's ever heard of Vanessa, the Red Nightmare. The protagonist looks to the side like he has no idea what he's talking about. Guy says he's been traveling around the region gathering information, and it's really interesting. She's the mage who burned the entire northern region of Lutania. Apparently, she reached the 7th circle. The protagonist just thinks her name stands out too much. Red Nightmare 7th circle. The friend says, I don't know, but it looks like she went crazy. She's a mage, but she learned mana cultivation. He says it's weird. Why would she learn mana cultivation instead of magic circles? The friend explains it's because she's insane. Anyway, it seems like she's a disaster who burns everything wherever she goes. Remember that subjugation request they put out? It was because of her. The protagonist thinks, a mage who reached the 7th circle through a cultivation technique. He's curious to know who she is. Claudio, let's recruit that girl. Spoiler, that never happened, because when they found her, she was basically as good as dead. She couldn't control her magic anymore. Still, it was undeniable she had the talent to reach the 7th circle without even properly learning magic. With a little help, her talent would bloom, so he's definitely going to recruit her. Back in the present, his friends are all thinking. Jillian asks why he wants that girl from earlier. Cower comments she didn't even look strong. Belinda tells the kid to let her know whenever he wants to bring a woman like that. Red Hat says, boss, let's get rid of that girl. She's useless anyway, better if he takes her. Yellow agrees. Just us taking care of her until now was already more than enough. Our loyalty to Renato has been repaid. Hubert turns and says, kid, do you have any idea how incredible Vanessa is? She's a mage the whole tower values, but we'll accept your proposal just to make you happy. The protagonist cuts in. On top of that, I want you to send some battle mages who've reached the 3rd circle to Perdium. Before Hubert can respond, the protagonist says a certain territorial war is coming. The elders all flinch. He finishes, so that's it. You'll pay 3 times the price, send some third circle mages for 1 year, and hand Vanessa over to me as my exclusive mage. Those are the 3 conditions for me to sell you the stones. Everyone watches, the elders get tense, and Hubert's aura explodes under his foot. Glass shatters. He calls out Ghislaine Perdium and asks if the kid thinks he's an idiot. Then he cites a law saying mages affiliated with the magic tower can't intervene in territorial wars. Not only does the kid not know the kingdom's basic rules, he's trying to put third circle mages on the front lines. That's a massive insult to the flame tower. There wouldn't even be ashes left of him. Gillian is already getting his axe ready, saying the guy's mana is insane. Kaur agrees no wonder he has 6 circles. Ghislaine doesn't answer and warns Hubert he'll regret it. What he found in Perdium territory is an absurd amount of runestone, dozens of times more than what he brought today. The old men start paying attention. He keeps going. Soon that information will spread across the north, and Hubert knows exactly what that means. Hubert says yes, many others would be interested. He says the kid learns fast. They're not trying to start a war. All Perdium needs is help from the magic tower to build strength. If they help them through this crisis, he promises exclusivity on all runestones to this tower. Hubert asks if he's offering a monopoly. The protagonist says if that happens, it's only a matter of time before the Flame Tower surpasses the Crimson Tower and takes the top spot in the north again. Hubert looks down at the kid's small hand. He's furious. But then he breaks into a smile, claps his hands and says, "Perfect, I accept your deal." The scene cuts to him briefing Alfoy. Basically, that's the summary. Then with a hand on his shoulder, Alfoy asks, "Master, but why me? There are other mages, I'm not." Hubert explains, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm sending you because you're the greatest talent of the flames. Someone with a big future needs to be part of important things." He's clearly being played, but it's all there. "Wow, boss, I'm a great talent. My God." Hubert continues. This experience will help him soon manage the whole tower. He has to keep an eye on things to make sure those farmers don't start sending runestones somewhere else. And if a territorial war really starts, he's not supposed to fight. Everyone is to return immediately. He just needs to survive for 1 year. 1 year, and they'd be back on top of the world. Alfoy stays quiet, then smiles and says they can count on him, though the smile fades right after. The protagonist is out front welcoming him to Perdium. The arriving mages comment, "This castle looks kind of old-fashioned, let's say." Others say it doesn't stand out much, but it's a practical castle. Everyone's making excuses while Alfoy is thinking this place is an open dump. He's only here because the master ordered it. Still, he never imagined he, the great successor of the tower, would come to a miserable place like this. He introduces himself to the protagonist. "I'm Alfoy, a third circle mage and the heir of the magic tower. I was given the deep and important task of helping the protagonist cuts him off. "You're going to have a lot to help with, so don't let your guard down." Alfoy is furious. This brat is treating him like a servant. Just wait. When he becomes tower master, he'll wipe this place out. The protagonist looks around and asks Alfoy, "Where's Vanessa?" Alfoy explains she's coming. "She was carrying our backpacks." Seriously, barefoot carrying luggage. And why did the protagonist call her a kid? She clearly doesn't look like a child. And the artist has a real knack for drawing a cute face. He's genuinely skilled. She drops the bags there and greet the young lord. Alfoy says she took too long. He even thought she hadn't come. Ghislaine looks over, tells her to drop the bags and come with him. She says she hasn't finished carrying everything yet. He grabs one in his hand while Alfoy says she's very disobedient. She was born in the tower, but out of nowhere, the protagonist throws the bag into Alfoy's face. He hits the ground with his nose bleeding, demanding to know what that was supposed to mean. The protagonist says Vanessa isn't part of the magic tower anymore. She's part of his group now, so Alfoy isn't to give her orders. He'll let it slide this time, but if they do it again, they'll be risking their lives. Vanessa just stands there confused, while Alfoy is boiling, saying this bastard is treating the third circle heir of the magic tower like this. The mages are all getting ready, saying he can't find out, but their incredible team could wipe out this whole territory in a second. The protagonist snaps his fingers, and instantly the guys are completely surrounded. In the blink of an eye, the mages tell them to stop acting like barbarians. How are they seriously drawing weapons on witches? The protagonist then tells Alfoy to shut up. It doesn't matter how he was treated before. Here he's just a hired hand. It was a legitimate deal with the Tower Master. So for 1 year he has full authority to command him however he wants. And in return they'll receive the rune stones. If this contract gets cancelled because of what you do, who do you think is going to have to deal with the Tower Master to fix it? Alfoy wants to spit something out in anger, but Ghislaine says he'll make sure the message gets through. Here in Perdium, his job was nothing more than being a walking manor reserve. If he wants to be treated well, then he'd better obey and do his job. The guy is furious. What do you mean, a walking manor reserve? But the protagonist just turns around and tells Gillian and Cower to handle those guys. Cor cracks his neck and says he's going to miss the magic tower, and Gillian says that if they need it, he'll help them adjust to these lands. The idiot is seething, but he gets beaten down while Vanessa just stands there listening to him getting pummeled. Then the protagonist calls her over and tells her that from now on she's not to follow anyone else's orders because she's his exclusive mage. She looks at him kind of emotional, but also kind of sad, probably because she can't even cast a level 1 fireball. Then she tells him that unfortunately she can't use any magic at all, so being his exclusive mage would be pretty pointless. He cuts her off and tells her to follow him. He'll help her use magic. The scene switches to the two of them walking into the training room, and she's still awkward and unsure. He calls Vanessa and asks how far along she is in her magical studies. She explains she's already at the 5th circle, but only in theory. Hey Ghislaine, can you at least buy this girl some shoes first? Or do you want her feet just out like that? Caught you. He says if she's reached 5th circle theory, that's excellent. But she says it's all useless. She can't use magic anyway. He asks if there's any specific reason. She explains she's never been able to feel mana since she was born. She always believed that one day she'd be able to use magic, so she studied her whole life. But the more she studied, the more she realized that day was never going to come. Man, that staff is straight up drowning. She says the teacher who guided her died. Maybe that's why she was expelled from the tower. But he knows that if she reached 5th circle theory, she was as strong as the elders of the magic tower. And magic isn't something you can master just by memorizing it. It's extremely complex to understand the principles behind activation, because only then can you develop the ability to infuse interpretation and magical will. Basically, she has all the understanding in her head right now, but her body can't keep up. And because of that, she pushed herself even harder, painfully, through countless trials and errors. But the truth is, none of her effort was wasted. It's just that her path was different. Then he remembers Claude, his friend, saying, "Oh, she was a 7-circle mage, but it looks like she learned the mana cultivation technique because she's insane." The guy smiles and says that from now on, he's going to teach her the mana cultivation technique. She makes this cute, confused face and asks why he would teach her that technique. She's a mage, and he explains that both systems, whether it's mana circles or cultivation technique, are ultimately about controlling mana, and she probably never tried it before. She looks scared when she realizes he's serious, and shakes her head saying, "No, this is crazy. How is she supposed to use magic through a cultivation technique? It makes no sense. If things go wrong, she might never be able to use magic for the rest of her life." Not like that's much different, right? But he ignores her objections and says, "Vanessa, we're going to try." He looks at her, and she gets embarrassed, looks down at her own hand, and wonders if it's really possible for her to use magic. Suddenly she clenches her fist and says she'll do whatever it takes to use magic. She sits in front of him, unties her shirt, and shows her back, while he knows that in his past life she had the same eyes he did: regret, hatred, and rage. The place she fell into after chasing magic non-stop was an endless abyss. She mastered the mana cultivation technique without even understanding where it came from, and that turned her into a walking disaster driven by instinct. But this time he was there behind her, and to keep her from falling into that abyss again, he was going to reach out a hand. Mana starts flowing into her back. His hand even appears there, energy running through her body, and she feels this strange heat. He tells her to close her mouth and stop messing up her mana like that. What's entering her body right now is his mana, and she can't forget that feeling. He tells her to pay close attention and focus on the sensation of everything entering her body, spreading into every corner, circulating along the edges, and converging toward the center. It took effort to keep that from sounding wrong. Then there's a burst of mana, and she gets pulled into a flashback. Someone says, "Wait, you're saying you're going to cut off all support? Do you even realize what you're saying?" Vanessa has talent. It's probably her old teacher talking to Hubert, saying she was the first person to prove the patterns of transmuted particles in mana. Hubert says he admits she did some interesting research, but Renato must have already realized it. No matter how smart the girl is, if she can't cast any spells, you can't call her a mage. They argue and insult each other, and then Vanessa appears, recognizing her old self. She looks to the side and sees herself apologizing to Professor Renato, saying that if she were talented, he wouldn't have to leave the tower. He puts his hand on her head and says he isn't leaving. He's going on a journey to find a method of magic for her. She has to keep her head up and look to the skies. There's no place in this world where darkness lasts forever, and he promises that one day light will reach her. And look, there's the light. This blonde kid full of swagger, hair blowing in the wind. She runs toward him saying, "Professor, you were right." The glow takes over, and now she's passed out, saying yes, the light found even her. All right then, I want to see this girl's potential. But for the love of God, put some shoes on her and change that outfit. She looks like an abandoned peasant. Next scene though, we're in a cabin with the mercenaries fighting. I don't even know what's going on. Looks like a real brawl, the kind where they're having fun. The big muscular guy says everyone's weak. One of the knights charges him. He yanks his sword out and slams him to the ground. Another comes from behind, but he grabs the one already on the floor by the arm and smashes him into the other guy's ribs. They go flying and tumble outside. The musclehead says he hasn't even warmed up yet. So why is everyone already on the ground? Everyone's saying the boss is the best, and in the background there's someone drinking, clinks his mug, and a little later he's lying down, fishing peacefully. Someone walks up and asks how his training is going. The blonde guy just tells him to say what he wants. And the blue-hatted one says Count Desmond issued a mobilization order. Victor was supposed to be part of it. We don't even get to see his face. He stays silent, grabs a huge swagger hat, pulls it down over his face, and starts walking out, saying, "Fine, they're going." Clearly, he beat up everyone in the bar. He says maybe it's the perfect time, since he was dying of boredom. Next chapter, a letter arrives for Zalter. "My son, Gilmore Deggard, was killed by Ghislaine Perdium, and for that I will pursue vengeance." The father immediately orders all soldiers to be gathered. This is a declaration of war. The scene changes to Randolph, saying Deggard has lost his mind. Why is he claiming Ghislaine killed Gilmore? Everyone in the room is arguing, saying they treated those people like Northern family. So why are they acting like this? What do they gain by fighting them? Everyone goes quiet until the protagonist says it's because of the rune stone. Most likely, the two vassals sent to Digard's territory already reported it. Everyone's like, my God, the vassals betrayed us. Obviously, Zalter is thinking, runestone. It's not uncommon for people to take action over something like that. But it seems like you already knew this would happen, Ghislaine. He's only thinking it, not saying it out loud. Then Randolph says, well, there's nothing to think about. We have way more than enough soldiers to guard us. And more experience, they'll pay for coming at us. But suddenly, someone runs down the hallway, calling for everyone, saying there's urgent news. They're already here. Wait, they've already arrived? What is this? The whole army is there, led by Victor. They climb up to the wall, and yeah, it's already time for war. Albert is confused. They just declared, how are they already here? People start confirming that a total of 6,000 soldiers are approaching. On top of that, it looks like they have over 1,000 support units bringing food and supplies, so this is a siege. They've also identified countless siege weapons, and they're starting construction to begin the assault. Albert says something's off. Randolph, you said they were poor and had fewer people. Randolph says, yeah, maybe that was true, back when they hadn't reduced how much they paid their troops. Homer wants to know how they're going to deal with this, and then Zalter tells everyone to calm down. Arguing among themselves won't help. First, gather all troops at the castle gate, bring all citizens inside the castle, and lower the gates. The other soldiers should take their positions, because the war is about to start. From far away, watching the castle, someone says, Elmore, my son, you were useless as hell, but you became useful after you died. Look at this incredible place we're going to conquer. That's Count Degard, known as Tomos. He says, come with me, Victor. First, I need to speak with my brother of Perdium. From the top of the castle, Zalter shouts. Asking Brother Degard what the meaning of this betrayal is, Tomos puts a hand on his waist and asks what he means by betrayal. His beloved son Gilmore was killed on these lands by Zalter's son, the cursed Ghislaine. The successor of this place, what kind of father wouldn't be furious over his son's death? So surrender now, and things will end peacefully. The protagonist just watches, and obviously Randolph and everyone know he's lying. This conversation isn't going anywhere. Ghislaine is thinking, saving Helena was definitely important, but it was inevitable things would end like this. And since they even brought siege weapons, their goal is to wipe us out completely. Everything's going as expected. Zalter says his son didn't kill Gilmore, and that's the only answer he's giving. If they value their lives, they should return to their lands. Victor is impressed. No wonder Zalter has been the commander protecting the north from barbarians for so many years. And Tomos says, well, as expected from the lone wolf of the north. It's a shame, but I can't even imagine how much blood will be spilled because of your choice. He turns away, saying Zalter will regret it. Everyone leaves laughing. Randolph says to leave it to him. Those guys are disorganized dogs. He'll bring victory to the land. Homer comments that regardless of strength, the difference in numbers is huge. Albert agrees. This battle is going to cost everyone their lives. They start arguing again, saying they need to ask for help and so on. But Zalter stays silent, thinking that in all this chaos, it'll be hard to calm everyone down, especially because the time between the declaration and their arrival was way too short. But considering the number of troops, someone is backing them. So who is it, and what can he do in this situation? Random comment. It's actually cool to see the protagonist talking with his dad now. I think it's the first time I've seen a manhwa where the protagonist has a father who isn't useless, can fight, and is basically standing side by side with him, which is what should be normal, honestly. But it almost never happens because people only want to watch the kids grinding aura. And then Ghislaine tells his father they'll have to prepare for a defensive fight. Compared to Degard, who has 7,000 men, they can barely scrape together 2,000 total. At the very least, they had 3 times as many people. They were ready for this, and their morale was high. They've got about 15 days to prepare. because once the siege weapons are finished, the full-scale attack is going to start. Right now, calling for reinforcements and protecting the castle as much as possible are the best options. His father says yes, that's the expected move. But after that, there's basically nothing they can do. All of a sudden, Ghislaine leans in and whispers something in his ear. Zalter is shocked, and our boy says that for the next 15 days, before the all-out assault, he's going to give everything he's got to turn this around. Look at the kid in that dark armor. Put that helmet on, and he's going to look like the villain. They're in the meeting room, and everyone's dead silent. Then Belinda goes, "Well, yeah, looks like the war's really started." And he says it has. And from now on, he's going to lay out everything they need to do. Someone asks, "Wait, an ambush?" And the protagonist explains, "Yes. Before the enemy starts their main attacks, they're going to ambush all the support units. Step 1 is cutting off the supply flow to those troops, which will make everything way harder for them." Belinda asks how, though. The castle is being watched from every direction. If they do anything, those guys will notice immediately. So the protagonist calls for Cower and Jillian. He says that like he asked. They've got multiple troops stationed at the Beast Forest outpost. If things get messy, they can run there without worrying about being spotted. And Gillian says they already finished making the poncho out of that monster's hide. The material is insanely dark and blends into the night. Perfect for this kind of mission. The protagonist says a large army would obviously be easy to detect, but if it's just a camouflaged elite unit, it won't be easy at all. The only problem is, they don't know exactly where the supplies are, and he tells Belinda he needs her to find that. Let's be real, Belinda is basically the final boss of this team. She gives him a look and says, "Fine, okay then." I just don't like that he keeps putting Belinda's life at risk. You can't go getting her killed. He knows it's an extremely dangerous task. She'd have to get close to the enemy lines and risk her life. But he's sure she can handle it. Lastly, the one thing he needs is their strongest card, the finishing blow in this war, their little barefoot mage. A few days pass, and now we're at Degard's army supply area. A bald guy named Fabro is celebrating, saying, the war's finally going to start. A few more weeks, and we'll gain a lot of land." They toast. It was a great move to stand with Count Desmond. Thanks to him, we'll get to rest, take no risks, and get rich. His friend toasts too, saying it was his brilliant decision that made all this possible. Fabro drinks his wine, thanking Perdium, saying that soon this land will belong to him. But while he's busy celebrating, the quiet protagonist is already closing in with everyone. These guys clearly aren't making it out alive. Jillian says the weather is awful, and Cower agrees it's so dark even he can barely see. Our boy says everything is going perfectly. It's the ideal weather for an ambush. No prisoners needed. They're killing everyone. Even the kid's horse looks like it's ready to wipe people out. They charge toward the guy sitting there, completely relaxed. One of them stands up to grab his spear, but before he can do anything, he gets cut clean in half. 4 or 5 are already torn apart when the others try to stand, trying to figure out where the attack is coming from. Too late. Before they even understand, they hit the ground. The protagonist tells his mercenaries to follow the plan. There's screaming in the cabins. Someone calls for Fabro, yelling that they're being ambushed. The bald guy demands to know where the hell the troops are, who were supposed to be guarding this area. He's got over 1,000 soldiers with him. There's no need to panic. But his friend says it. Looks like 70% are already dead. Fabro does the math and says the solution is to run before they all die. And then his friend takes 2, stabs to the back of the neck. Belinda, looking flawless as always, says she didn't expect to see him there. Vassal of the Perdiums. Fabro, so this guy used to work for them. There's the traitor. The idiot recognizes Belinda and realizes he's done for. Everything's on fire. Bodies everywhere. The protagonist ends up face to face with him. Belinda explains that Fabro was one of the vassals who went to Degard to gather information. But he didn't just sell Perdium's information, he became commander of the supply unit. Fabro is desperate, begging Lord Ghislaine for forgiveness, saying he surrenders. Surrendering after you've already lost is easy, but our boy wants to know who's behind all of this. Fabro says it was Desmond, the whole Desmond family. He was threatened, there was nothing he could do. Ghislaine realizes who was providing soldier support to the Degards. Fabro apologizes, saying things escalated, but they know he served Perdium for a long time, and Degard pays a generous price for him, so he's a valuable man. The protagonist says, "Lift your head." Fabro raises it, all grateful. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you for giving me another chance." And then, of course, he gets sliced in half. His head separates from his body like it's still trying to process what just happened. Our boy says he hates people like him. Anyone who attacks Perdium will find death, nothing else. Belinda up on her horse looks like she can't believe he actually did it. She glances to the side, and Kaur asks, "So what now, Captain? What do we do?" He says they're going back to the castle immediately because the enemy attack should have already started. All their attention will be on the front line. That gives them the advantage to come in from the rear and cause chaos. When the time comes, Kaur and Belinda will support the left side of the castle, while he goes to the right. Jillian will help the main forces. They've got the element of surprise, which is a big advantage, but it's still a fight against thousands. He asks if the old man can handle it, and he says it's fine. If that's the order, he'll do it. Kaur says he's jealous. How dare he give the most fun part to the old guy? Then Belinda asks who's going to deal with the castle entrance, and he says the entrance will be left open. All three are obviously confused, but the protagonist just smiles and says this: "War will be the starting point that changes Perdium's history." On the front line, Zalter is telling all the soldiers to prepare for the enemy assault. Siege weapon shots slam into the walls. He orders them to ready the crossbows, bolts flying. The enemy grabs ladders and starts climbing straight up. Brutal, honest warfare. Zalter is right there on the front line at the top of the wall. Respect. Meanwhile, in the back, Tomos is laughing. "Haha, this castle will be mine today. It's so satisfying to win this war. Catapults, prepare another volley and bring down those walls." Victor watches, thinking, so this is how the Northern Wolf meets his end. He expected more. A huge brute charges at Zalter. Someone who, in theory, fought well against the protagonist, so he's no weakling. Blades clash, sword against axe. Zalter and Randolph are surrounded on all sides. Randolph says defending the wall is one thing, but the real problem is that the gate could fall any minute. What are they going to do? Zalter closes his eyes and says to forget the gate. They're there to protect the wall, nothing else. Then he turns to Scoven and asks where the rest of the support is. Scoven explains that every territory they sent messengers to refused. Zimbara and King Foud said they can't send support for internal matters, and the messenger sent to Lotus disappeared, meaning he was obviously killed. Randolph is furious. How could none of their allies send help? They're all ungrateful bastards. Suddenly, a soldier runs up to Victor and Tamos to report that the supply units have been compromised. The soldiers they sent haven't returned, so something must have happened. Tamos tells him to calm down and not jump to conclusions. It's impossible. How would the Perdiums, who are idiots, even know where their unit is and attack it like that? But Victor looks into the distance and sees smoke. It really is coming from their supply area. Looks like those damn Perdiums had someone with a brain after all. Tamiz asks Victor what they're going to do. The war just started, and if they don't have supplies, Victor slaps him across the face and tells him to shut up. They don't need supplies, that they're taking the castle today. Tamiz can't believe it. Victor looks at the castle. He notices the troops pushing on the left still haven't advanced, probably because of their elite unit. And on the right, the Northern Wolf is there, so it's tough. But the gate, on the other hand, Victor decides he's got it. It's time to push forward and end this in one blow. He orders all troops to attack and bring down the main gate. The idiot has no idea he's about to walk straight into a trap, and Victor is massive, poor horse having to carry him. He calls for aid on. A guy beside him raises a weird weapon. The guy's head is ridiculously flat, but he looks like a Dark Souls boss. Victor says he'll personally break through the castle entrance, and Aiden is to protect that spot. Up on the walls, troops keep climbing ladders, and Zalter and Randolph are still cutting through them. Then Skaven, panicked, calls for his lord and says the siege weapons are getting closer, basically those huge siege stairways. If they connect, it'll become way too easy to climb the wall. They know they can't let those get close. Zalter asks how the catapults are doing. The enemy catapults are basically 3 pieces of wood tied together. Wait, no, a shot goes flying toward them, and then someone launches a spear, blows the stone apart mid-air. Everyone looks up, trying to understand how a shot like that got intercepted. The final boss has arrived. Zalter recognizes him immediately. He tells Perdium there's no point resisting. Their defeat is destined no matter what they do. Then he orders the gate to be smashed, and the battering ram moves in. Meanwhile, at the top of the wall, the siege stairways arrive, bringing wave after wave of soldiers. The attack is coming at the gate, and Zalter can only think about whether he can trust Ghislaine. Inside the castle, there's a magic circle drawn on the floor, and all the mages are sitting around it. Alfoy is demanding they let him go. He's a mage, so why is he being dragged into this damn war? Fergus tells them to stay put. Those are the young master's orders. Alfoy asks if they're blind and deaf. The gate is about to be destroyed. They've already lost. This castle is done. Vanessa is off to the side watching, and then she tells Alfoy not to worry. She's sure the young lord will win. Alfoy tells her not to even say that bastard's name in front of him. They're about to die in some meaningless way because of that kid. What is he going to do? She says she believes in him, but again, he yells at her to shut up, asking if she's really going to keep following orders from that lunatic. Vanessa says no, he's not a lunatic. Then we see her a few days earlier, focusing, trying to make a tiny ball of mana. Embarrassed, she apologizes, saying she can use magic, but this is her limit. The protagonist says it's fine. If she can use magic at all, that's enough. Time will fix her lack of mana because it builds up. But for now, she has to follow him. He has something to show her, and his plan is wild. He placed a bunch of mana stones near the entrance. Seeing that she doesn't understand, she asks why they're burying runestones there. Then the young lord shows up complaining. Why is he making all the mages dig holes? Don't they have other work to do? Gordon grabs him by the bicep and tells him to talk less and work more. Vanessa turns to the boy and asks what he's planning. He says these are preparations. The most basic tactic in war is using numbers to create pressure, and he knows that this time it's impossible to defend the entire castle. Eventually, it'll be overwhelmed by endless attacks. But he's sure there's a way to win. He looks at her, and she freezes, suddenly nervous, asking what he's thinking. Did he really think she could do this? Back in the present, she slams her mana staff into the ground, and Alfoy finally starts to understand. It's a mana transfer circle. He knew it. She's pulling mana from everyone, and from the runestones too. As she remembers Ghislaine saying he knew she could do it, he's coming up from behind, hitting them in the rear. Meanwhile, the crossbow guys are waiting out front by the gate, knowing that any second now it could fall. All of a sudden, from the top of the wall, Randolph tells them to take a look. Out on the horizon, the guards spot Ghislaine's squad coming in with that messed up horse of his. Look at it. Honestly, the horse is clearly scarier than he is. Then someone calls for Victor. They tell him they've got news. An unknown cavalry unit launched a surprise attack from the rear and both flanks, and they're getting completely carved up. The protagonist and his group tore through everyone. The people attacking at the front are trying to figure out why there's an ambush happening. Nobody said reinforcements were coming to help per diem. They're all firing crossbows, but that demon horse is charging in. Then the protagonist jumps, comes down from above, and drops in, slicing up about 5 more. The rest of the bodies hit the ground in pieces, and the people right behind them start saying something's wrong. How is one person dropping that many soldiers with a single attack? Then the protagonist raises his sword and tells Perdium's soldiers to stand up. Counterattack starts now. Damn, look at the protagonist's crew showing up. It's the kid's strategy. And at that moment, at the main base in Thagard, Jillian is pushing through with the rest of the group, cutting everyone down. He says he'll draw attention while the rest of the group destroys all the supplies. Man, look at the hits on that guy's head. There's nothing left of his hat. Thomas can't figure out what's going on because it feels like they've walked into an ambush. One of the soldiers tells him to evacuate immediately, but Jillian is already coming straight at him, saying the enemy commander Thomas Thagard is going to be taken hostage. They already knew it wouldn't be that easy, and an attack comes at him. Jillian turns, tanks it, and of course it's the huge flat-headed bastard Adon. The old man realizes this guy is strong. Adon answers that a surprise attack on the main base proves they've got guts. He introduces himself as Adon Prasco and tells him to reveal his name. Jillian, though, says his name is a secret. He doesn't have a name. He's just a weapon used by the Duke of Perdium. The scene switches to the left wall. Belinda calls for Cower. She's got 2 guys hanging by a rope. He comes over and slices both of them in half, but a bunch of blood splashes all over her, and she tells him to stop cutting things toward her because she's getting filthy. He tells her to deal with it. He doesn't have time to think about that, and she gets furious. What do you mean, old lady? Honestly, we still don't even know how old Belinda is. The scene keeps jumping. Now we're on the right wall, with the protagonist carving through everyone by himself in the middle of the army. The banana army is in shock, knowing that at this pace they're all going to die without even getting up the wall. The protagonist says they're going to use that hesitation to destroy all the siege weapons. The mercenaries get fired up, saying to follow Captain Ghislaine. One of the older guys sees the soldiers turning and says those bastards are slipping up, turning their backs in the middle of a war. They all level their spears at the protagonist, yelling to stop him, and the kid has the horse dodge the attacks on its own. What is that? The spears smack right into its face. Fine then, Matrix horse. And the protagonist obviously isn't on its back anymore. The human drone comes down from above and lands, kicks the first guy, spins the sword, and heads go flying. Then he looks ahead and sees a bunch of warriors climbing the siege weapon. The wall is in worse shape than he wanted, probably because of that. At this rate, the walls would fall before the main gate, which would ruin his strategy. The Allied cavalry is advancing, but the difference in numbers is way too big. There won't be enough time. If this keeps up, they'll be surrounded. The banana leader tells them to stop this kid. If the siege weapon stays standing, the fortress will fall. Ghislaine realizes they don't have time. Before they lose the momentum they created, he has to secure this win. A vertical slash splits the first guy's skull. Another comes in with a sword swing, but the kid is cutting through them like cheese. One comes, then another, and another attacks. He blocks with the blade, slips underneath, and the edge slices through an arm and takes another neck. The guys on the siege weapon start firing, yelling that they have to stop this kid. But the protagonist dodges, charges the general, and drives the sword into his chest. And with the sword still in him, he spins the guy along with the siege weapon. What is that? He basically pinned him to it. But then, oh right, what the hell, the kid Spider-Man. He attaches a line to a man and yanks himself up, grabs the top, drops right in front of the crossbow guys, and that's it. Everyone knows it's over for them, but instead of killing them, the protagonist strikes the middle of the siege weapon and splits it completely. The soldiers realize they're screwed. How are they supposed to take the wall without that weapon? Victor is watching from the side, trying to understand how this guy destroyed that weapon with that body. Was he the commander? The protagonist looks at that formation. Then the whole siege weapon explodes behind him. Victor asks if the main gate still hasn't fallen. The soldier explains that the defenses are better than they expected. They've done some damage, but they'll need at least 10 minutes. Victor orders them to bring it down in 5. In the meantime, he's going to kill the commander, and he wants the gate open when he gets back. If they fail, he'll kill whoever's there himself. But then someone tells the tin head to stay right there. He isn't going anywhere. Victor asks who he is, and the tough guy says he's Cower, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, and he's here to have a little fun. I'm worried Cower is going to die because, in theory, Victor is supposed to be the final boss, and he went straight at him. And Victor's got a warhorse too, because it kicks Cower's horse right in the neck. Cower almost takes one to the neck himself. He has to jump off and his horse is done. He throws the drone attack, comes down from above, lands clean, but Victor blocks it like it's nothing. Kyra keeps pushing, cracking him in the head again, trying to understand how this guy is blocking everything. Then Victor spins his sword and throws him aside, saying he's met plenty like him. Mediocre mercenaries who rely on brute force. Victor goes for a hit to the back. Kyra barely blocks it. But even with a mana-reinforced sword, it snaps in half. Then he takes a hit to the arm and gets launched away, and Victor keeps humiliating him, saying there's nothing easier than dealing with a beast that only acts on instinct. Yeah, Kior, this isn't looking good. This bastard is strong, just like the captain said. We get a flashback of the protagonist warning that the guy's name is Victor, and he's Desmond's wild card, one of the powers rooting for Perdium's fall. Kior asks if Victor is stronger than the protagonist. Ghislaine says he's stronger than anyone Kior's ever fought, except him, obviously. Victor will definitely use the numerical advantage and the siege weapons to pressure the wall. And the moment the middle weakens, he'll send all the troops in at once. But that's exactly what Ghislaine is waiting for. Kara knows that if Victor gets through the main gate, that's the worst case scenario. So he has to hold Victor here until the plan works. Kara steels himself and spins his dagger, saying they're asking too much of him this time. I want Belinda to help the kid, but I don't want her to because what if it puts her life at risk? Don't kill Belinda. The scene cuts to the rear, where Jillian is smashing Otto with axe blows. The exchange looks pretty even. People are telling Lord Tamos to back off. This is insanely dangerous. The rest of the mercenaries keep attacking, cutting down enemy numbers as much as possible. They have to make sure nobody gets in Jillian's way. Jillian's thinking this guy is a pain. He can't waste time here. The problem is Ajin is fighting with a massive shield. He can't get past it. When was the last time he fought someone this tough? Enough. He doesn't have time. He swings another heavy axe strike. Ajin takes it easily. He says it's a pretty powerful attack, but his shield won't break. Then he shifts his arm to move. Jillian swings down from above, but Agent grabs the axe handle. In that distraction, Agent slashes Jillian's horse's neck, and Jillian hits the ground, realizing he's screwed. Agent says his fall has come, and brings the shield down on him. Damn, he crushed him with the shield. Gillian is tanking it while Karor is getting completely sliced up. Ariad is smashing the gate, and it finally falls. And now it's the climax. Zoltzer is in shock. Victor hears the noises. The protagonist knows it's all or nothing. From the ground, Alfoy says they're screwed. The gate fell. She stole everyone's mana, so she'd better do something. But she says no, not yet. She needs more. Victor immediately gives the order. The gate has fallen. All soldiers advance and take the castle. Bring the count to him because he's going to eliminate all the commanders. Cower right there says no. Victor isn't going anywhere. Victor says, "Your name is Cower, right? If you're the mercenary captain, you should know that sometimes it's not worth throwing your life away, so why do you want to fight me again?" At the same time, Adam tells Jillian to look. The gate has fallen. They've been defeated. Their surprise attack was brave, but it didn't change the outcome. Perdium's fatal mistake was trusting the future of the house to mercenaries. No matter how skilled they are, they'll never defeat highly trained knights. Now it's time for him to act like a mercenary and run. It's not worth it for him. At the same time, the conversation with Gillian is basically the same thing. Aiden saying there's no reason to throw his life away in this war. But Kior says, so what? Mercenaries or knights, on the battlefield, the only thing that matters is winning or losing. And both of them rush in. Aiden pulls his axe and says he's done. He's not going to listen to a loser's excuses. But Jillian dodges like the protagonist, threading the axe inside the guy's blade. He twists and yanks him down, throwing Aiden off balance. Aiden is surprised by the pull, and Jillian's axe comes flying in. Aiden blocks with the shield, but now it's his horse that goes down. The thing slams into the ground, and Aiden gets up, asking how a filthy mercenary did that. But Jillian is already on top of him and brings another axe strike down. Aiden tanks it on the shield, but he's shaking. And Jillian says even the toughest defense has an opening. He already swore he'd live as a weapon, so the only thing he can do now is bring victory. He drives the dagger right into the little gap where the eye is. Looks like that one's done. Meanwhile, Cower goes at Victor, saying he knows Victor is stronger than him, but he can't die there. He remembers Ghislaine only asked him to hold Victor in place, and all he wants right now is to land one single hit. Flashback. Cower asks the protagonist how he did it. The kid asks what he means. Kor says that time they were betting, he dodged, then dodged again. How did he do that? Tell me. The protagonist looks at him, sees the bastard really wants to learn, and explains that not everything is about movement. Anyone who fights him for the first time will probably whatever. Because right then Cora is charging Victor, saying he's just an animal that runs straight ahead. And Ghislaine said everyone would underestimate him because of how he fights. This time, Cora clashes blades, steps left, pulls the dagger, and throws it at Victor's neck. Victor just laughs and blocks it in midair. He says Cora's an idiot who makes rushed decisions out of desperation. Unaware that this was the last decision he'd ever make, he's about to drive the thrust in. But Kara remembers Ghislaine saying that if he can hide his real intention until the last move, he can slip the sword strike, taking only a cut at the tip of his eyebrow. He grabs Victor's arm and throws himself over him. Remember, the protagonist said if he does that, at minimum, he gets a hit. Kara goes for Victor's eye, but Victor turns his head. The dagger slides across his chest and sinks into the horse. My God, Kara drops to the ground like a totally useless wreck, and Victor's right there beside him, thinking that bastard used some weird move to deflect the sword on that last attack. How did this guy turn a completely losing situation into a winning one? That was a level only people brave enough to face death could reach. He actually admits the guy wasn't as stupid as he thought. Kira is still there, completely spent, and Victor walks up, saying, well, it's not unusual for some people to push past their limits in a life or death situation. Unfortunately, he made a mistake and ran into the wrong opponent. Now all that's left is to say his last words. Kira says he was right. Victor doesn't get it. Then 3 daggers come flying at him. He's forced to jump back. My God, what is this? Artistry. No, like seriously, people, this was drawn with intent, you know? Every line and shadow in an image reflects the message or emotion the artist wants to create in the viewer. And clearly, this got my blood moving. And then this stunning girl throws a rope over Kair's back, yanks him away, hops on a horse, and takes off. Victor, though, just stands there wondering what Kair meant by, I was right. He's saying that, but he would have died if that woman hadn't helped. He was an idiot waiting for that one attack, and in the end, he got nothing. Unless the reason he risked his life actually worked. Then he looks to the side. and sees the entire army storming through the gate. Way in the back, Vanessa is there, mana pouring off her as she prepares. And Victor realizes what Care wanted was to keep him stuck there. Vanessa remembers the protagonist saying that even once the enemy started entering the castle, they could still turn the war around with her magic. She asked if he really thought she could do it, and he said he didn't think so. He was sure she could. And then the whole mana circle just detonates, energy blasting out in every direction. The army is pushing forward, but it starts getting swallowed by the flow of mana. The runestones begin to glow underground, and then she triggers the flame strike. The entire ground starts burning. Then the first explosion goes off right in front of her, and a huge burst of fire erupts across the castle gate. It's all happening at once. I can barely even process it, other than the fact that everything is exploding everywhere. Ultra, Belinda, Jillian, and the protagonist just watch. Knights are running, getting tortured by the flames. Everyone starts yelling to get away from the castle, but now the protagonist's team is up front, tearing through everyone, ordering them to surround the entrance and kill anyone who tries to escape. Perfect. They set up a siege. On one side, they're being consumed by flames, and on the other, they're getting shredded. And Victor is just standing there facing the gate, unable to do anything. One of the knights runs up, calling for him, saying they've got a problem. Most of the soldiers burned to death. They need the order to retreat. Victor says he's getting irritated. This was a war meticulously prepared by everyone behind the scenes. Every chance of Perdium surviving had already been shut down. But then these damn special forces, those rabid dogs, and now a mage nobody had ever seen before. Together, they wiped out thousands of soldiers in a single night. It was way too convenient to call that a coincidence. Too many things lined up perfectly to ruin his victory. So he says he gets it. Today he fell into a trap. He orders them to gather what's left of the soldiers and make a temporary withdrawal. There's no forest around the area, so as long as they can get away and return to the main camp, they'll survive. It'll take longer than he expected, but there's no choice. They were supposed to call Adon because soon they'd come back for a second attack. That's when he looks back and sees Jillian carrying Adon's head. Damn. Look at the old man, no joke, final boss. Just that heavy eyebrow-loaded stare, wanting to know if Victor is the commander sent by Degard. Victor is in shock, staring at Adon's head. Then it hits the ground, and Jillian says their main force and rear guard are dead. He points his axe and tells Victor to surrender because it's over. Soldiers are screaming, burning in the flames while getting cut down as they try to run. Then Victor starts activating his aura and says not to make him laugh. He gets ready, saying he never imagined the war would end like this, but fine. Then all he has to do is cut off everyone's heads by himself. For him, the war had only just begun. And they're still burning in the flames, trying to get out of the castle and getting blocked. Zoltar's forces are taking advantage of the fact that they control the wall now to rain arrows down. The clown squad is getting completely massacred. And the protagonist says the golden opportunity has arrived. They're going to turn this war around. No mercy. Crazy things keep happening. Until Belinda comes running up to our guy. She calls out to him and asks if he's hurt. He says he's fine and asks about the others. She says yes. Looking at Cower, she says they're okay. And the poor guy gives a thumbs up. Ghislaine celebrates, saying just being alive is already great. But she says if what happened had been even a little later, it would have been a disaster. When she heard his plan, she thought it was ridiculous. He answers that clearly it was doable. She doesn't care. She tells him never to do something like that again. Spending all their runestones on one attack. And he'd better praise Vanessa afterward. The protagonist says, all right, but where's Gillian? Her expression changes, and immediately he takes off like he's riding the devil's horse. Meanwhile, Victor is there, staring down and smashing against Jillian's axe. He comes again with another fast attack. Jillian tanks it again, but the metal looks like it's in a furnace. It's so red. Jillian comments that this guy's attacks are insane, and the pace he's keeping is absurd. But now it's Jillian's turn to go in and rip him apart. Except the guy is a straight-up acrobat. He jumps, dodges, spins, and bam, lands with a slash. He rips open the armor and cuts across Jillian's shoulder. Jillian realizes this guy's strength and speed are ridiculous. There's no time to rest. Victor keeps the pressure on, and Jillian knows that at this pace, it won't work. And Victor calls him a disgusting mercenary. They gave them an inch, and they tried to take a whole mile. Basically, he's saying they made the war a little easier so they could kill everyone, and this is how they acted. Jillian tries to thrust with the axe, but Victor blocks, slides underneath, knocks the axe aside, and Jillian realizes he's screwed. Or maybe not. He tries that technique where he spins the axe to trap the other person's weapon, but this time it doesn't work. Victor just throws his arm up, and Jillian's axe goes flying away. And then Victor warns him that he crossed the line. Damn, he drives a brutal stab into the old man. A ridiculous amount of blood spills out. Jillian coughs up blood, and Victor stares him down. But then Victor realizes the bastard twisted his body at the last second to avoid a vital spot. It really wasn't luck that he beat Adon. Nobody took an attack like that and lived except him. Still, it was stupid of Jillian to come fight after spending everything he had against Adon. But at least Victor knows his friend Adon wouldn't be mad about dying to a man like Jillian. And now it's Victor's turn to say the same. He tells him to die, but suddenly there's an attack from behind. He turns, he's forced to break off, and the protagonist's sword drives in. Victor asks who's there. Yeah, who could it be? The final boss is here. Victor asks who he is. Jillian collapses unconscious, and the protagonist grabs his axe and tosses it up. That was the opening scene of the story, remember? I think it was, right? Victor recognizes the black armor. And then Ghislaine instantly breaks into the third core. He stomps the ground and surges straight at Victor, bringing the axe down from above. Victor blocks the vertical strike. The mana pressure from the third core against Victor seems like it's working, but Victor still manages to defend and shove him back. Both of them tighten their grip, trade one clean hit, then another. The protagonist tries to slip in a cut, but Victor jumps and comes down with another vertical strike. But then our guy grabs the axe in this totally unorthodox way and blocks with the handle upside down. Damn! Look at his technique, using it upside down. He plants the tip for support, climbs up and yanks at Victor's neck. What is this? Wrestling now? He slams Victor to the ground. Victor backs off, confused. How are this guy's movements impossible to predict? At this pace, one wrong move and Victor's the one who dies. But who is this powerful person hiding inside Perdium? Jillian says he knows who Victor is. He also already knew everything Victor brought to this war. The strength he has, the faction behind him, and who's backing him. He knows everything Victor is thinking. Now Victor is confused. Was this a trap? He starts getting up, saying none of this makes any sense. While they trade a few attacks, he thinks it's impossible unless they've been running this whole operation in total secrecy. The protagonist pulls the axe from behind and swings with style, forcing Victor to defend again. Victor's thinking he's Count Desmond's secret card. Nobody knows he even exists. For a second, I thought his arms got cut off, but it was just the animation of his defense dropping to the ground. Then Victor comes in to cut the protagonist's head off, telling him not to think for a second he'd fall for some cheap trick. But again, when the axe hits the ground, the protagonist uses it as a springboard to jump. Victor's already used to that. Seeing him come from above, he goes for a vertical cut, but the protagonist turns it into a pole dance move, slides, slips underneath, and smacks him in the face. He's got style. Before Victor can recover, still riding the momentum, he yanks the axe off the ground and hits him full on again. Victor blocks another impact. Everything around them shakes, and Victor's helmet goes flying. Victor drops to one knee, wrecked, his face covered in blood, and the final boss walks up, saying he doesn't mind using axes, but this sword here fits his style. Victor tells the bastard to say who he is, what he is. The protagonist goes, "Me?" and starts taking off his helmet, saying he's just the young lord of the Perdium Empire. Ghislaine Perdium. Of course, Victor is shocked. He lowers his head and starts laughing like Santa Claus, and he says, "Hold on, you're telling me I, the strongest knight of the North, am going to be defeated by that filthy nobody?" The protagonist says no. Today Victor is going to find out who the real strongest in the North is. Victor laughs and tells him to stop being arrogant. He doesn't know how the bastard set a trap like this. But in war, it's essential to use every method necessary for a decisive victory. No matter what happens, whoever's still standing at the end is the winner. He takes a stance with mana flowing around his body and asks if the kid doesn't agree. But the protagonist also draws his sword, takes his stance, third core blazing, and says yes. He agrees. Now, meanwhile, the rest of the soldiers, Belinda, Kior, Jillian getting pulled out, Vanessa exhausted, are out there saving people and killing what's left. A clean one-on-one in front of the flames. Look at that shot. Suddenly, they're face-to-face, trading blows, blades crashing. The protagonist swings over the top, Victor defends underneath. They rise again, but then Victor lands a hit that seems to knock the protagonist's sword off balance, pushing it aside. Victor goes in for a thrust, but the protagonist blocks by throwing his blade behind his back. Then he whips it around from the side, snapping it over the top, and now Victor blocks with the handle. But then Victor shoves the protagonist's sword and breaks his balance, making him fall backward. Victor closes in, and now our guy, look at this fighting technique. He plants his front foot and blocks the cut, then uses Victor's arm to climb over him and throws a kick, an ugly brawl. Blood sprays, and the protagonist keeps spinning like a Beyblade, forcing Victor to defend again. But Victor doesn't stop either. He uses his other hand under the sword blade to catch the protagonist's attack and shove him away. Our guy slides back, looking full Dragon Ball with his hair spiked up. And damn, he took a cut on the arm. Victor smiles, clearly enjoying it. They lock eyes again for a second, and then Victor rushes in. The blades collide, and the protagonist dips low. Victor takes advantage and throws his cape in the protagonist's face, spins to the other side and swings his sword through, but our guy is the king of jumping. He pops up over it again, but Victor uses the momentum from that low swing to rotate and catch him from above too. The protagonist gets thrown to the other side and comes right back, landing another hit on him. My God, this exchange is straight up fair and brutal. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strikes in a row, and then the two of them lock eyes again. Both their blades get forced down to the ground under the pressure Victor puts on, and he slides over the protagonist's sword to come straight at his face. But the beast just changes his grip, lets Victor's blade slide along his back, uses the opening to grab him by the neck, hurls him away, and follows it up with a hard kick. This is already like those Naruto fights, you know? It doesn't stop for even a second. The protagonist hits the ground and instantly launches himself back toward Victor, who is still falling and has to roll away. But Victor gets back up and uses the fact that the protagonist is charging in to slip his sword in low. Only this time he throws sand in his face. Ghislaine shields his eye, but Victor is already coming in to stab him again. Our boy's thinking that, just as he expected, Victor is strong. There isn't that much difference between them, even with him boosting up to the 3rd core. And in his past life, when he attacked Hound Desmond, this guy also got in his way. But with one quick move, he knocked the guy's arm up and cut him across the ribs. The protagonist says he beat this guy after clashing swords a few times. The only problem was that he wasted too much time, and that was when he realized there were people far too powerful who were interested in Pertum falling. And it was also the day he made a decision. Back to the moment Victor lunges in through the sand to go for the thrust. The protagonist says the decision was that it didn't matter who stood against them. Everyone would get death, nothing else. And then his sword drives deep into Victor's chest, punching all the way through and coming out his back. Look at what he did. With his other palm, he gives Victor's sword a quick smack to knock it down under his shoulder while he pierces his abdomen. Victor still manages to say Lord Desmond's name, but the protagonist just rips his blade sideways and throws him away. Damn, just that huge body lying there, defeated in the flames, coughing blood and staring up while Ghislaine doesn't care about him at all. He just glances once, turns around and walks off. Victor, though, says one last thing. He wanted to ask just one question. Who exactly was he? The Ghislaine he knew was a loser, northern trash. But the truth is, it doesn't matter anymore. That had been a great fight, Ghislaine Paradium. With that, he dies. And the protagonist walks off, gathering aura. When it comes to fight choreography, there's no way around it. This series is the craziest. And when the protagonist wins, it's not like, oh, he won because he's stronger. There's always a strategic reason. You know, like just now, he tapped the other guy's sword so it shifted into his arm. Then he stabbed through, not to mention 1,000 other things that happened. Insane. Let's go to the next part. In the next chapter, the soldiers are all defeated. Those clowns have swords stuck in them. The protagonist helps Jillian get up and heads toward the whole castle team. He looks forward, his dad, Scoven Randolph. He looks to the side, Belinda, Kaur Gordon and Gazelle. Then he smiles and asks if everyone's alive. What are they all doing there? Waiting for him? They should have gone to help, but whatever. It all worked out in the end, and they all come rushing in, emotional. Captain Ghislaine. The mercenaries are celebrating, saying they never imagined that in their mercenary careers they'd take part in a war like this. They're curious and want to know what kind of magic that was that blew up the gate and everything. The protagonist just thanks everyone for taking part. Everyone did an incredible job. Meanwhile, Kaor is obviously messing with Gillian, saying the old man really is weak. One little sword hit and he already needs to be carried. The old man says he's just helping the protagonist walk. It's nothing. Belinda tells them both to stop arguing because she needs to see that experiment right away. But the protagonist wants to know where Vanessa is. Belinda explains she's completely out of energy, but she's safe since Fergus moved her and the other mages into the castle. Then someone calls out to the young lord. It's Randolph, who hugs the kid and says he's proud of him. Really, it's no wonder he's Peridium's successor. His father says the captain of the knights did a great job, and besides that, his father too, who's standing right there watching the boy. Then he walks up to the protagonist and hugs him, saying he did an incredible job. When he explained the plan, he thought it would be impossible, but he really pulled it off. The protagonist says it was only possible because they managed to hold the enemies at the walls for so long, but his father says no, it was all thanks to him. He lifts his son's arm and says that today they were victorious. Peridium survived. Everyone is celebrating and laughing. I'm starting to get worried. That's a lot of happiness. But let's enjoy it while things are good. It's been nothing but disaster lately. And the protagonist says, yes, that's right. That's why he came back in time. But obviously, the war still wasn't over. Randolph wants to know what they're going to do because he's going to check on the soldiers. Salter tells the protagonist to call his soldiers too so they can rest because there's a lot to fix. But the boy, like always, says unfortunately they don't have time to waste. They need to secure a surrender message from Count de Garde as fast as possible. Salter says they'll handle it tomorrow, but the protagonist says no. By then, it'll be too late. He's going right now to de Garde's territory with the mercenaries, and he needs authorization from a lord. Randolph looks confused, and Zalter comments that the war just ended. Why does he need to rush like this when everyone's exhausted? But Ghislaine says the war isn't over. Count de Garde broke the alliance and declared war because he wanted to steal this territory. And they can't give him time to think. They need to make sure he doesn't get away with it because that guy will want to attack again. So right now, while they have the advantage, they need to push forward, not just to end the war, but also to demand reparations. Only then will that guy never challenge them again. Zalter is confused. It would be normal for anyone to be enjoying the victory, but Ghislaine is already focused on the next move. So Zalter tells him he's cleared to go. If he finds a chance to end it decisively, then go ahead. Ghislaine thanks him. His father only asks him to remember that Count de Garde used to be an ally and someone who swore loyalty to the royal family, so he should show at least the necessary courtesy. The protagonist says not to worry about that. Sure. Then our boy calls Kror and Belinda and asks if they can move. Kror says yes, it was just a scratch. He mounts his horse and says they're leaving. Full speed to Degard's territory, and those guys don't even have an army when they get there. If they want, they can take the castle. And speaking of that, we're there right now in Degard's castle, with the guy kicking the table, demanding to know how this happened. It's Thomas, saying he only accepted that secret request because, in theory, Desmond was strong. So how did that army lose to those filthy Peridium people? The advisor beside him asks the Lord to calm down, but Thomas tells him to shut up, like he can calm down right now. He's supposed to stop standing around and get ready to surrender and negotiate. And besides that, the bureaucrats need to prepare the reparations. His servant is there like, reparations, sir? And Thomas says, yes, yes. The Count of Peridium is an idiot. He respects honor way too much. He'll definitely want to negotiate, and now that they're desperate for money, it'll be easy to get out of this crisis with a little bit of it. After that, we just blame Count Desmond, and it's done. The exhausted guy says, but sir, we put all our money into the war. How are we going to have money for reparations? Right then, Tamiens grabs him by the throat, calls him an idiot, and asks how he's worked there so long while being like that. Just take it all from the citizens, or does he feel guilty about it? Those animals aren't more important than him in this castle. The servant says, of course not, and gets thrown to the floor. Tamiens tells him to remember who the master is, and fast. Lol, the servant is thinking that he agreed to manage this place, but he can't stand this tyranny. When suddenly one of the soldiers bursts into the room saying they've got a huge problem. Peridium's soldiers have already arrived. Troops are right in front of the castle. And in the next scene, they're filling Tamiens' hall, and he's there with his hands behind him, thinking, bastards, they got here way too fast. And what is this pressure in the air? But I guarantee things won't go the way they want. Let's see what Zalter Peridium is going to ask for. But then the person who walks in is someone else. It's our boy with Belinda at his side, asking if Count Tamas is ready for surrender negotiations. Tamas stands up, asking why he, the son, is there instead of Zalter. The protagonist says, unfortunately, his father is too busy recovering the territory, so he, with the authority of a lord, was put in charge of resolving this problem. Now put this man on his knees. In the next chapter, though, we jump back a few hours earlier. Caro is saying that Degard bastard really runs fast, huh? What kind of lord abandons his soldiers at the start of the war and runs back to his territory? Gordon apologizes, saying he let the guy escape. Caro says no, the truth is they needed him to escape. They did a great job. The protagonist is thinking about letting Jillian kill Caro one of these days. Caro goes, Captain, are you offering that guy surrender negotiations? Isn't that basically sparing someone? Why do that? The protagonist says, yeah, we already know Count Dagard is shameless, a bastard who tried to take Pertium. And his original excuse was that someone killed his successor. So, if we demand excessive compensation, we'll end up in a bad position and it'll all end with negotiating reparations. Caro says they're making this more complicated than it needs to be. Why don't they just march into that territory and kill everyone? Belinda tells him to stop being stupid. Does he think fights between castles get settled like a mercenary brawl? He tells her not to start with him. Nobles aren't much better than they are. Besides, they attacked first, so they don't need to worry about what position they're in. Then suddenly, the protagonist up front says, "Don't think too hard about it, Karor. I'm just repeating what my father said and what he would have done." Belinda is already sweating. "Excuse me, what do you mean? What your father would have done? What are you thinking?" He smiles and says he's a little different. He's going to take Degard's territory for himself. We're back to the moment Tamis is freaked out, asking who he is, and the protagonist just asks if he's ready for surrender negotiations. The guy gets furious, wanting to talk to Zalter, not the son. But our boy just says he's here with the authority of the Lord. And now put this man on his knees. Right away, Kaur and Gazelle are already behind him. Tamu asks what the meaning of this is. How dare they put their filthy hands on him? He gets slammed to the floor. And Belinda says, "Young master, are you sure? If your father finds out what happened, I'll say I tried to stop you." He says that's fine, while Tamiya's yelling, saying he swore loyalty to the kingdom. Does the boy think he'll get away with doing this to him, one of the king's lackeys? He tells the kid to show respect, but the protagonist just puts the sword to his face and says, "Tamiya's Degard, you were fooled by the sweet temptation the enemy created. Because of that, you broke our alliance and tried to steal Perdium's domain. You are a traitor, and only death awaits those who try to attack Perdium." Tamiya says he can't be serious. Is he really going to kill him like that? And Ghislaine says someone like him, who was willing to risk countless lives on a battlefield, should be ready to give his own life too. Tamiya laughs, thinking this bastard is insane. The protagonist raises the sword, and Tamiya realizes, wait, he's serious. He tells him to wait, right as the blade is coming down over his head, and says, "Hold on, you said I just have to pay the price, right? I'll give you this territory." Everyone's shocked, but Ghislaine is smiling, thinking he knew he'd do that. Then he says, "You know that to take a territory, you have to be blood-related, otherwise it breaks inheritance law. And as a count, you definitely know that better than anyone. You can't trade your territory like it's nothing." Timus says it's easy to solve. He can forge documents and say Ghislaine is a distant blood relative. They're all cousins. He'll leave his domain to him as an inheritance, and all he has to do is accept. Right away, he asks why Lowell is just standing there and tells him to bring pen and paper. Ghislaine, though, says that he doesn't know if this is going to work. But Timus keeps panicking, saying he'll pay the reparations, he'll hand over everything. He doesn't have money right now, but he can definitely raise some by putting a few taxes on the citizens. He just needs time. He begs to be spared. But the protagonist wants to know if he really values his life that much. Since he's so motivated, he'll give him a chance. So he grabs by the neck and, outside the castle, throws him down in front of the citizens. Everyone's confused. Wait, what's going on? Hold on, why is the count here? Timus looks back and asks, "Young lord, why are you putting me in front of this bunch of filthy peasants?" The protagonist tells him to watch his mouth because they're the ones who'll decide whether he lives or dies. Then he tells the citizens of Degard to listen up. He is the young Lord Ghislaine Perdium from the Perdium Empire. Degard declared war on Perdium and was defeated, and now he needs to collect reparations from everyone there. Who wants to volunteer? Everyone's raising a fist, basically saying no way. He stole too much last time just to start the war, and now he wants to take their money again. Let the nobles deal with it among themselves. So the protagonist says he'll give everyone a merciful chance, a choice. They can save this lord and pay ridiculous amounts in war reparations, or they can let him die and be absorbed into Perdium territory. That way, they won't have to carry the burden of defeat. People get tense, and Tamius turns around, saying, "Ghislaine, how dare you insult me like this?" Then, bam, a rock right in the middle of his head, then another one right in the eye. One peasant says that bastard is the one who stole the money he'd been saving for his mother. Another says he's the one who stole a child's bread. Now they've got tools pointed at him, yelling for him to die and beating Tamias down. The poor guy is getting smashed, his face already swollen, and the protagonist just walks away. He looks at the crowd and tells them they can go back now. The war is finally over. Then he says to Belinda, "Well, when you tell my father, you..." She cuts him off. "Okay, you're going to say you've got a plan. I'm not even worried, obviously." Back at the castle, everyone in the meeting is staring wide-eyed, wanting to know, "Wait, what did you do?" Albert asks the boy to explain again, and the protagonist says yes, like he told them. Count Degar is dead. Xalter asks, "Boy, did you forget what I told you? I said to show as much respect as possible." Ghislaine answers that he didn't forget his father's words for even a second, and that's why, the moment he saw Tamos, he concluded this was the best path. If they'd spared that man, they would have been attacked again. People around them say another attack is impossible, but Ghislaine tells them to stop and think. Degarde attacked Paradoc with more than 7,000 men. That wasn't something that man could have pulled off alone. The truth is, Desmond, who provided the troops, and Hayfold were working with them behind the scenes. Everyone's confused because Desmond and Hayfold would be targeting them. Those two are insanely powerful. On top of that, Desmond is famous for being neutral territory. But the protagonist knows that, first of all, the reason they didn't receive any support from the region was because of Amelia. She killed all the messengers and cut off all the flow of information leaving Purda. That kind of isolation tactic was always her specialty. But if he takes control of Degarde's territory, the situation changes completely because now they can't launch an attack directly into their land anymore. Since they'll be sharing borders with Degarde, any movement would look suspicious. Basically, he needs Degarde's territory so he can create proximity with Desmond and Hayfold, because then it becomes harder for them to attack back in Purda. 200 IQ coming from the kid. Xalter scratches his head, saying he understands now why Tamos was killed, but he has to remember that just killing the Lord doesn't make the land his. Lands are inherited by blood relation. The protagonist, though, puts a document on the table and tells him to take a look. His father reads, "Ghislaine is one of my distant relatives and the successor to Degarde territory." The protagonist explains that the Count himself wrote it. With that document, he can dodge any legal trouble that would have come with the inheritance. Xalter gets serious and warns Ghislaine that running a territory isn't easy. Does he really believe he can do it with the strength he currently has? Ghislaine says not to worry. He knows someone suitable for the job. The scene shifts to the Kingdom of Syrium in Austin territory. The bar is a mess with a bunch of people drinking. People are saying this guy is going all out today. Looks like he's not going to lose. The cup slides across the table. The dice get gathered up and shaken, and it stops in front of a bald guy who warns, "He'd better know what happens if he tries any tricks, Claude." It's the friend of our protagonist from his past life, who tells him not to rush. Things are just getting fun. How about they start making bets? Next chapter, we're in a meeting inside a church, with someone saying he'll be recognized for his immense contribution in the name of His Majesty. Xalter hands the staff to the protagonist, saying he now holds the title of Baron of Fenris. Everyone celebrates long live Baron Ghislaine Fenris. So he renamed the city and even got a new name. The protagonist says that after the war, he became a lord, but we rewind a bit, with him explaining that in Degarde territory there are 5 baronies, and he's going to build his base in the barony of Fenris, right in the center. He asks if anyone has questions, but the old guys already get it. He doesn't know anything. He's not asking, he's informing them, and that's that. Albert says something to Xalter, and Xalter replies that, well, he can do it if he wants. Besides, all those places had to end up in someone's hands eventually. And because of that, he also wants to bring up a small problem they're having. That war made them kind of poor. Could the boy sell a little runestone? The protagonist cuts in and says unfortunately he doesn't have any left. His father asks why. He tells him to remember that he used it all to blow up the castle gate. There's no need to worry. He'll mine some more. Back to the present. Belinda, looking great, calls for the young master, saying it's good he got some rest. His friends are congratulating him for being the young lord now. Cower laughs, saying his captain is really settling in, taking territory. Belinda says she's happy the time she spent taking care of the boy turned him into an incredible man. Cower says that explains why he's so rude. Then he takes a hard kick to the stomach. She keeps praising the boy, saying he's a real lord now and it's amazing. Then suddenly, someone calls for the protagonist. It's Helena with a blue-haired friend I've never seen. But from the vibe, you can tell she's going to matter. Helena taps his chest and says, this isn't the Ghislaine she knew. Or should she call him the new lord now? He tells her to stop messing with him, but asks what Rachel is doing there. Rachel? Yeah, the protagonist calls her name. She's the daughter of old man Jillian. She says hi to the protagonist, and he says hi back, telling her to let him know if Helena's been annoying her. Then the protagonist looks at Jillian and says he finally looks 100% recovered. The old man says yes, all thanks to him. The protagonist claps and asks everyone to pay attention. First, he thanks them all for following his orders in the war. Thanks to them, he's now the Lord of Fenris, and his base will be Fenris instead of per diem. That means he can hire them now as a private army instead of a band of mercenaries. They're all like, wait, so I'm not a mercenary anymore? I've got steady work now? The protagonist says yes, and on top of that, everyone will be trained as knights. The work they showed in the recent war proved they all deserved that title. They were more than qualified. Belinda warns that hiring an army on that scale and training everyone is going to cost a lot of money. He says yes, and that's why they need to make a lot of money. He asks how Jillian is doing, and Jillian says he's recovered. The protagonist tells him to take everyone to Fenris and wait for his arrival. But the old man asks why he isn't going with them right away. The boy says he has to visit a certain place first. Public order in Fenris is going to be a mess now that the war is over. He needs them to go ahead and keep things under control. Jillian starts walking away when the protagonist suddenly says he's the person he trusts most. That's the only reason he can rely on him for this. The old man gets emotional. Bose thanks him and asks the Lord to have a safe trip. But the protagonist warns that Belinda and Coyer are coming with him, so they should be ready. Belinda asks where they're going. He says they're going to Austin in Saron territory. She's shocked they're going to another country. Karor knows Austin is famous for casinos and gambling. Everyone's already excited, thinking it'll be fun. But he warns them they're not going for entertainment. Scene change. Vanessa is looking at Alfoy and saying, let me take another sip. Okay, and it's aimed at Alfoy, who tells her to get away from him. She says she wants to drain his mana again because that lets her implant more magic into herself. He says he's not giving her mana, but she orders him to obey. The young lord said his job was basically to be a battery anyway. Suddenly, the protagonist opens the door and says they're full of energy. Alfoy begs the young lord for help, asking him to get this weirdo away from him. She keeps trying to steal his mana, but the protagonist asks if she's okay and pats her head, saying she must be nervous since it was her first battle. She gets shy and thanks him. And Alfoy points out that he's there too. The boy says, oh, congrats, you definitely did your part. Alfoy starts to say that when he leaves for the magic tower, but Ghislaine cuts him off and says that right now he's going on a trip. Scene change to Austin territory. And look who's walking into the bar, the Fantastic Four. Kaor says this is the atmosphere he's missed. Alfoy asks, hold on, I thought we were going to the magic tower. But then the protagonist tosses some money to Karor and tells him to go have fun with Alfoy. He'll call them both when he needs them. Alfoy doesn't get it. How do we have fun with money here? And Karor, off to the side, says the little buddy knows how to use magic but doesn't know how the world works. The idiot still doesn't get it. So Karor tells him to watch. He'll teach him how to make money with money. He's definitely going to lose everything. Meanwhile, Belinda tells the boy she hopes he's there to have fun. She'd even prefer that he relax a bit and place some bets, but he tells her no, he's not there for that. He's there to find the person who's going to manage their territory, someone who lives in these gambling houses, and he needs to pull that guy out of there before he loses a hand. Belinda is obviously freaked out. Wait, why did he come looking in a casino for the person who's going to handle the territory's finances? He tells her not to worry too much. This guy is good at managing resources. Suddenly, someone nearby is yelling, "We got you, Claude, you bastard." He gets slammed to the floor, and they stretch his hand out. The soldiers say today he's going to learn the price of pulling tricks in this place. Now it makes sense why he wins so much money. Captain cut his arm off. The bald guy says, "My God, Claude, I told you not to cheat, but you came in with dice that have some weird weight inside. You've always been sneaky." Claude says he has no idea what they're talking about. He never rigged dice like that. That bald bastard told him not to cheat, but he's the one cheating in the end. The bald guy answers that it's all part of business, and it looks like they won't understand each other until the end. Then he orders them to finish him. A guy swings a cleaver toward Claude's hand while Claude is there, freaking out. Someone nearby says the game looks fun. Can he join? It's Ghislaine, who obviously blocks the attack with a light aura trick. The bald guy demands to know who he is, and the boy says his name is Ghislaine from Lutania territory. He's Baron Ghislaine Fenris. Wow, introducing himself like the owner already. The bald guy is confused. Wait, a foreign noble? And his soldiers start to attack, but he tells them to stop. And he goes, "Hey kid, welcome to Kraken's betting house. I'm gonna politely ask you not to start a mess. Everyone, put your weapons away." The protagonist was about to kill both of them right there, but then he tells Belinda to obey too. She's standing there, all fired up. Then the guy says, "So what brings someone like you to a rundown place like this?" The protagonist says he's looking for someone, and he found him here. "Get up, Claude, let's go. I've been looking for you." The guy talks like they already know each other. Meanwhile, at the other tables, the dice are rolling. It lands 3, -1, and Alfoy scores 1,000 points. He's already sitting on a pile of money. The people around him are confused. How is this bastard winning so much? Claude is shocked too, saying, "Damn, you're winning a lot. The kid's got serious talent." Alfoy, though, is in this weird daze like, "This is hundreds of times what I make selling scrolls all day. Why is my heart beating so fast?" He's about to get addicted to gambling. The people upstairs are all yelling and nobody even knows what's going on. Linda asks the protagonist if that's the person he was looking for, and he says yes. Then the bald guy says it's a shame, but he can't let that happen. This is a man who didn't honor the rules of this sacred game. He was using a few little tricks, and he has to pay the price. All of a sudden, Claude lets out a little laugh. He drops to his knees and says, "I'm sorry, Baron Fenris. The precious money you gave me, my lord, I ended up spending it all because there's a cheater in this place. They already searched all my stuff, but right when I was about to win big, a rigged die suddenly showed up. That was clearly them." Belinda's confused, trying to figure out what this idiot is talking about. They don't even know each other. She's about to say, "You've never even met the young master." But the protagonist cuts in and says, "Well, looks like that's what he's saying." The bald guy is thinking, so that's where Claude got all that money. He lights his pipe and says he doesn't know how they met. But Claude isn't someone you can trust. Every con artist always has a good answer. And besides, this betting house is in the Austin Empire. Even if you've got some status, you don't want to cause a diplomatic incident, do you? So how about we pretend none of this happened and you go back to your country? But the protagonist wants to squeeze money out of him and says, "Not happening." Unfortunately, the bald guy stole his money. He's furious. And the protagonist sits down and tells him not to make that face. Let's find a middle ground since they both need Claude. The guy wants to know what he's talking about, and the protagonist offers a game. If he wins, he gets Claude and the money. If he loses, the bald guy can take all his titles and all the land he owns. Obviously, all three of them are shocked. And Belinda wants to know why he's putting everything on the line. Claude, standing there, says, "Kid, I appreciate the effort, but why are you going this far for me?" The protagonist grabs Claude and says he needs his help. The bald guy, with a head smaller than the protagonist's arm, says it's been a long time since he's seen a noble with that much guts. And well, since he walked into a betting house, they're gonna play. It's time for a big match, and everyone gathers to watch. People want to know who this nameless noble is who's challenging Boss Crank. Nobody has any idea, but they're happy the night won't be boring. The die hits the table. The guy says the rule is simple. The person with the lowest number wins. If it's a tie, they roll again until there's a winner. He tells the kid to pay attention because nobles these days love to say they didn't understand the rules and that they're too complicated. The protagonist plays dumb. Got it, I think. Well, let's start, yeah? And Crank says since he's in a hurry, fine. A coin goes up. The protagonist calls heads, the other guy calls tails, and it lands tails. So Crank goes first. He drops the die into the cup and starts shaking it back and forth, with everyone cheering. Belinda's bored, saying the guy takes way too long with one little die. But you can see that in the middle of the motion, Crank puts extra weight onto the one. And when it hits the table, what number comes up? 1. Now, everyone knows it's basically over. Victory is guaranteed. Tonight, the noble was going to learn why you don't mess with Boss Crank. Belinda's shaking, and Claude realizes this guy just walked into a trap. Crank apologizes to the kid, saying the game will end fast. There was a lot of noise and chaos, but unfortunately, he drew the short straw right at the start. The protagonist tells the loudmouth to shut up. He needs to think. Crank is surprised. This guy must be bluffing. He's acting calm, but that noble is definitely panicking. Besides, it's impossible for him to win, because this is a special cup that opens depending on how it's held. It always guarantees a die that only lands on one. And of course, he can hide it easily while shaking the cup. Nobody ever catches him, so this noble is finished. But then the protagonist forms a palm of mana and slams it into the cup, smacks the cup on the table, and says the lower number wins, right? So how about I win with 0 points? All that's left is dust from the die. Crank and everyone else are stunned, like, what? That makes no sense. Does that count as 0? Did the boss lose? Belinda realizes the kid already knew he was going to do that, and Claude thinks the kid is insane. Crank points at his face and says that's stupid, like that would ever count. A little noble trick like that isn't going to work. The protagonist grabs his pinky and squeezes until he drops in pain, asking if they can make it work, yes or no. The die falls out of Crank's hand. Everyone sees it. Wait, there was another die in the boss's hand. Why? What was going on? And the protagonist asks Crank where that honor of sacred games went. The bald guy doesn't understand how this kid knew what he was doing from the start. Then he pulls a knife and tries to stab him, but the protagonist just steps aside. Belinda's shocked. The protagonist says, Crank should have acted like that from the beginning. Why pretend to be polite when he's just a street thug? Crank stands up and says he doesn't know what the kid is talking about. But now that it's come to this, he's not letting him walk away. Next chapter, and I miss when Belinda jumps. I think the artist should make her jump at least once every 5 chapters. But while she's not jumping, we see the protagonist redirecting one bandit's thrust, slipping past another attack, stepping on both their shoulders, and launching himself toward Crank, who tries to stab upward, but the protagonist flips behind him, lands at his back, and puts a sword to his neck. The boss is sweating cold. Goons try to say something, but now they're the ones, with blades at their throats. Karor says they were idiots to mess with the wrong person. Belinda, towering over everyone, wants to know what they're gonna do with these people. Ghislaine says he warned them. They're taking all the money and Claude. Crank still insists he can't do that, but the protagonist says, Crank, you know Austin is famous for gambling. If people find out one of the big houses here tried to scam a foreign noble, you'll lose everyone's trust. And you know what the local count will do to you after that. All his tough talk disappears, and he says he understands. Protagonist smiles and says, all right then, let's go, Claude. Where's Claude? The bastard ran. Later, Belinda's furious, saying that gambling addict not only got saved, he also stole the money that was supposed to be theirs and vanished. Kaur is sure he's going to blow that money somewhere else. Belinda swears they'll find him, but the protagonist says it's fine. He knows where he's going. Claude is writing, saying he can't believe he got out alive. He has no idea who that noble is or why he helped him, but thanks to him, he got the money. Sorry, my lord, but I need this. Then we see 1 year earlier, inside an abandoned cabin in the forest. He tosses some coins and tells Anna to take a look. It's incredible. Gambling isn't just luck. There's a formula to winning. If they keep making money, they won't have to hide forever. They can live normally. She tells him to stop, begging him not to keep doing this. She knows his teacher, her father, didn't die because of him. She's crying, begging him to stop. But Claude, his face all beaten up, says it is his fault. He was stupid and immature, and that's what turned that man into a traitor. Sometime later, a mustache guy says a student from the Royal Academy and a traitor, the daughter of Boethius Arcosiris. Miss Anna Arcosiris would be taken away. The artist didn't even get to show his talent, and she was already gone. Claude is crying when the fat guy comes over and says, Claude, you've got 1 year to bring me 2,000 gold because, honestly, she deserved to die, but you've got potential, so maybe you can pull it off. Claude grips the coin, saying that today he's going to free Anna. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of deal where they take the money and don't free her. The scene cuts to Austin's castle. Someone says, damn, looks like the prison's already full. This bunch of useless prisoners does nothing but eat food. If nobody's paying to get them back, there's no reason to keep them alive. Then he says, Hosier, execute everyone nobody came to ransom by next week. The knight says, okay, but what about the 1 year deal? Austin pauses. Right, the traitor's daughter? Have you heard anything from Claude? Hosier says no. Looks like he hasn't been making money lately, and he's just been losing at betting houses. Crank's the one doing well these days. Austin says, I wanted to use her as a servant, but it feels wrong using a traitor's daughter for that, so just execute her with the rest. And it'd be better if Claude doesn't find out, right? In case he shows up one day to pay. Hosier says, but if he shows up to pay, what do we do? And Austin says, obviously kill him and take the money. Nobody's going to find out some gambler died. But then someone walks into the room to speak to the Lord. Austin asks what it is, and the man explains that a guy named Claude is causing a scene, saying he came to pay the ransom. Neither of them gets it. A sack of gold hits the table, and Claude says he brought the 2,000 he asked for. Please release Anna. The fat guy checks it. This money isn't fake. Claude, where did you get this? Claude says it was from a bet. Then the Baron says, oh, from a bet. In that case, arrest this man. Claude doesn't understand, and the knights grab him. He asks what they're doing. He brought the money he promised. Austin says, Claude, this money is very suspicious. First, I need to talk to Crank and find out how you got it. So if you don't want to be executed, you'll stay in prison for now. Claude thinks it's ridiculous. And as soon as the door shuts, Austin laughs, saying it's unbelievable the kid actually got the money. He really got lucky. Meanwhile, Claude screams in desperation. Then suddenly the two knights carrying him get hit in the back of the neck and drop unconscious to the floor. The door opens again, and just from the boot, you already know who it is. Austin is startled, standing there with Hosier, and the protagonist is there with a hand on his shoulder, saying he did a good job. Then Ghislaine walks into the room, saying it's very nice to see Baron Austin. Austin asks who he is, And the protagonist introduces himself as Baron Ghislaine Fenris from the Kingdom of Lutania. With a snap of his fingers, Crank drops to his knees. Austin is totally confused, looks at the money, and starts realizing there's a connection. The protagonist pulls up a chair, plants his foot on the table, and says, "First things first, how about someone bring some tea? Pure aura intimidation." Austin is confused. Hosier points his sword, saying that insolent brat doesn't know how to respect the Baron. But Cower points his sword at him and warns him not to get involved because he won't walk out alive. Hosier freezes. Then Austin asks what these violent acts are supposed to mean in front of him. Who is he? Get this little punk out of my face right now. The protagonist just ignores him and says he's not here to get violent. He's here to get paid. Here he goes again, squeezing money out of someone else. This kid clearly has that frontier spirit in him. And Austin is standing there confused. Compensation? So our guy calls for Belinda, and she boots Crank in the back, sending him stumbling right into our guy's hands. Then he says, "This guy here, the one running one of your betting houses, was cheating me. Because of that, Claude and I almost lost all the money we've got in the world." Crank tries to say that's not really what happened, that it was the kid who cheated, but Belinda immediately smacks him on the back of the head and tells him to shut up. The big guy realizes it. "Damn it, Crank. You've got to pick your opponent smarter." With no real options, he asks, "All right, so what do you want?" The protagonist tells him to relax. First, they need to remember that cheating in a betting house is wrong. Imagine if the trust people have in this whole region got destroyed. And because of that, he wants fair compensation for himself and Claude. Austin answers that he doesn't know exactly what happened, and if he wants to solve it, he should go find a judge. This has nothing to do with him. Ghislaine says it has everything to do with him. The big guy tells him to explain how. And our guy says he must have forgotten that Kraken's betting house is one of the noble's favorites. Countless gamblers from different countries go there, and imagine if he started spreading the word that this place scams nobles. What if everyone stopped going there? Now that would get interesting. Austin realizes the bastard is threatening him and asks, "Hold on, what are you suggesting? That I pay for your silence?" And our guy says exactly, and it'll be double the amount sitting in front of him. On top of that, he's going to release Ana Arceus. Claude doesn't get it. And the protagonist says, "If you do that, I'll pretend nothing happened today." Austin says he understands. He's starting to connect the dots. And then he suddenly starts yelling that Claude is a bastard, dishonest and ungrateful. He gave him the chance to save that woman who should have been executed. And this is how he repays him, teaming up with this idiot noble to extort him. Jared tells Claude to stand back because things are about to get interesting. Belinda still doesn't understand how they ended up in this situation, but the protagonist asks for her dagger, while Austin is yelling, saying that if they die there, then nothing happened. Hosier charges at Ghislaine, but the protagonist kicks the bag of gold, so it smacks Hosier in the face, and then he grabs Belinda's knife and drives it into Austin's hand. The big guy screams in agony while his soldiers are getting beaten all over the place. Our guy just asks them not to kill anyone if possible. The two of them jump in, and Cower is already defending from behind. Then he lands a reverse strike to the knight's head and knocks him out. Belinda seriously uses her ropes. What is that move? That spin, that motion? I'm gonna have to narrate for a few seconds here, like the fact that she angled her foot toward the right corner and made this athletic circle that catches the enemy's neck up on the left side. I'm definitely not describing every single movement just to keep that image on screen longer. That's probably enough, right? Maybe just a little more? Okay. After that, the guys are attacking the protagonist over by the table, and he defends calmly, slips one attack, blocks another, then cracks someone in the back of the head. And wow, actually not the back of the head, it was the cheek, and it wrecked the guy's helmet. Claude is watching the brawl. trying to figure out who these people are. They're all having fun, while Austin is panicking. What Claude can't understand is why they're going this far for him. He remembers the protagonist said he needed him, which is weird, because if there's one lesson Claude learned in life, it's that there's no kindness without a reason. And yeah, Claude's right, because there is a reason he's doing all this. Austin is there with his hand pierced, asking how this bastard can do this to him, a noble. Ghislaine pulls the knife out and says, "I warned you. I'm only here to take the money and Anna." "You got a problem with that?" Then Claude shoves his shoulder, thinking that if he's going to act like this, then he's not going to refuse the help. He steps in and says, "If you've got a problem, Austin, go talk to Fenris in Lutania territory. At least there, you'd be treated like a visitor." He already figures he's gotten involved more than enough. If he's going to regret it, let it be later. Next scene, it's morning, and in the middle of mountains, forests, roads, and destroyed houses, they're riding in a wagon. The protagonist asks if he's sure he doesn't want to live with Anna. Claude says she'll feel more comfortable back in her homeland without him, the one who caused her father's death. "Come on, I saw Anna. She looked like she'd be well designed. What was that? Bring her back into the story." But Claude says it's not like he saved her either. The protagonist glances to the side and turns away, thinking that with this, he's paid off his debt to Claude, the one he created when he got consumed by revenge. So the protagonist was so focused on killing everyone that his friend died. He says he feels a lot lighter. The protagonist asks, "What do you think of the air around here?" Claude says that if they ever get the chance, they could kill the lord of this place and take it for themselves. It looks easy. But the protagonist asks, "Are you trying to get me killed?" Claude turns to him. "Wait, are you the lord of these lands? This place is broke. I followed you because you looked rich." The protagonist grabs him by the collar and says, "Now you're the administrator of these lands. Look at that. You get to take care of this whole territory." Claude immediately realizes why he was called, and he's not happy. He tells him to let him go back. He'll live with Anna. But our guy says it's too late now. Happiness doesn't last long, and the scene cuts to someone else. Harold Desmond is in a meeting, talking about the names Perdium, Fenris, and Ghislaine. He orders them to send the messenger to Amelia. It's time to move forward with the plan. Back in Fenris territory, in the castle, the whole group is gathered. Is Vanessa really going to keep that staff buried there forever? The protagonist stands in front of everyone and thanks them for coming. He's all dressed up like a noble. He says it's time to start working. Everyone cheers, and he says the state has just freed itself from Degardas's tyranny. He put Claude in charge of a bunch of administrative problems and told him to start restoring order. They're walking through the city, and the protagonist says, "Write everything down. We need to know every single person and send them out to the villages. Also, we need to buy at least 6 months' worth of supplies to deal with the food crisis." Claude says he understands and keeps taking notes. They pass another stretch of grass, and the protagonist says they also have to buy a ton of farming equipment. On top of that, he needs to check whether they can clear some nearby forests to create more arable land. One advantage they have is that they can use the blood python's bones as fertilizer, and it's insanely strong. Also, there's a bunch of old ruined stuff here. They're going to throw it all out and rebuild the warehouse, and this and that other thing, and that other thing too. Claude asks if he's messing with him. At that moment, he was the administrator, the inspector, the treasurer, the auditor, the officer, the tax collector, the food officer, and a bunch of other things. That was him. He stands in front of the protagonist, saying it's way too much work for one person. Ghislaine says, "You haven't even tried yet. This is your chance to test your limits. If you need to, hire someone to help you." Claude immediately bolts, but then the protagonist calls for Wendy. Another ninja from Belinda's race shows up and restrains him. Who is that? Where did this upgraded badass maid come from? Claude tried to run instead of hiring someone. Her name is Wendy. She got an order from Belinda, and from now on, she's Claude's bodyguard. Aside from the fact that the job has like 300 responsibilities. It's not that bad, maybe? The protagonist thinks, relax, Claude, you're just getting started. In the future, this will be easy for you. The three of them are outside, and honestly, I don't know where these maids were trained, but that place must be one hell of an academy. And our guy says a noble has the responsibility to protect his people. The lack of trust in the nobility comes from the fact that, obviously, peasants get exploited by greedy lords. Workers lose motivation because of endless poverty. Hunger is tearing through this region. The more these problems get ignored, the more the nobles isolate themselves. That's why he needs to solve these basic problems to lay the foundation for the territory. The only problem is they're out of money. Obviously, it had to run out sometime. The protagonist warns, if we keep spending at this pace, I won't be able to pay your salaries in 3 months. Belinda looks sad, and Gillian says that's clearly a serious issue. Kaur says, so let's go mine some runa stones. But the protagonist says that's something with a more important use than money. They need to invest much more in the mages' research. And the stones aren't infinite. They can't depend on that forever. They need a sustainable way to make money. Right then, Claude opens the door. The protagonist says, Claude, perfect timing. I've got something to ask you. But Claude says there's no need to ask anything because he already has the perfect plan to save the territory. They're going to build a casino. Belinda tells Wendy that next time, she can hit him before he opens his mouth and says something stupid. Claude is desperate, asking what they want him to do. There's no way to farm anywhere. They can't even use runa stones. He's trying to be realistic. This piece of land is trash. It's good for nothing, so let's turn it into an entertainment territory. Alfoy, standing behind them, says he agrees with the idea. Ghislaine says it's something to consider in the distant future. For now, Claude should stick to the tasks he was given. Claude asks, how long do you think we've got food for? Ghislaine explains that a casino in a territory like this might make some money at first. But then the casino underworld and street crowd would start gaining too much influence. And it would obviously be a terrible choice, considering he's already fighting 2 treacherous enemies. Claude says fine. He just wants to make it clear they can't keep buying food forever. They need something else before the money runs out or the food runs out. Alfoy agrees, saying nobody likes working their ass off, so they should just build a casino already. Ghislaine says fine, he'll handle the food problem. Claude is confused, and our guy explains that he'll make sure a ton of plants start growing in their territory. For now, Claude should do the rest of what he asked without complaining. Claude tells him to remember he already said there's no way to farm in that soil. It's awful. The protagonist asks if he's sure, and both of them say yes, it's awful, no matter what. Ghislaine says, all right then, how about we make a bet? 3 months later, that's it. There's a whole cornfield or a rice paddy, whatever. The point is, there are plants everywhere, and everyone's harvesting, happy as can be. Ghislaine explains that rye grows even in harsh places. All he had to do was spread blood python bone powder before planting the seeds because it's packed with nutrients. On top of that, the rye seeds themselves were infused with mana. With that many nutrients, they grow way faster, and the harvest comes sooner. Alfoy gets it. So that's why you had us mages doing that mana sigil. Vanessa says he's incredible. How did he figure out you could use a mana sigil normally used on humans on plants? He looks a little awkward because it wasn't even his idea. The mana compression sigil was a magic circle that draws power from a runestone and speeds up growth wherever it's used. In his past life, people argued about whether it was worth spending runestone energy on something as simple as grain. But the amount is tiny, and the results are ridiculous. In the end, it became a theory spread by magic students everywhere. He has no idea about the underlying principle because he doesn't understand magic. What matters is that it works and everyone's celebrating, shouting, "Long live Baron Fenris." But look over there in the corner. Who's trying to run away? Claude and Alfoy. But the kid asks, "Hold on, you two, where do you think you're going? It's time to write up the contracts, isn't it?" They turn around, wondering what kind of contract he means, and the protagonist explains, "Well, if you won, I was going to pay 5,000 gold and give you your freedom, but if I won, you'd work as unpaid slaves for 10 years. What kind of unfair bet was that?" The poor guys just stand there, freaked out, forcing a little laugh, saying they don't remember anything like that. And that was the end of the first harvest. With that, they secured a steady food supply, which gave them the freedom to use the runestones for more important things than selling them. Then everyone from the Flame Tower got called in, and Hubert was there asking, "Wait, you want to set up a branch of the Magic Tower here?" The protagonist said yes, that's exactly what he wanted. Hubert warned him, "Kid, I came here just to congratulate you on becoming a lord, but why are you asking for this out of nowhere?" So he explained, in that war against the Dagardes, they won, but at the cost of blowing up all the runestones, even with the Magic Tower's help. Hubert was confused. "Hold on, you blew up those precious stones? I knew you won, but I didn't know that." And the protagonist kept going. Imagine if their young territory, Fenris, got attacked again. He'd have to blow up even more runestones, meaning he wouldn't be able to deliver any to them anymore. Hubert wanted to know why the kid always went straight to extremes, and the kid said basically he needed a few more mages because those people shine when it comes to building, and more building. Put them to work constructing things, and sure enough, they built a flame tower unit in the city of Fenris. Thanks to that, a lot more mages got sent there, which sped everything up. But the mages were furious, cursing that damn Ghislaine. He was insane for wanting to put mages to work. Then Ghislaine beat everyone up, and that was that. Problem solved. He walked past Alfoy and told him to collect everyone's contracts. Alfoy thought, "Perfect. I won't be the only slave around here." After a few months, the territory finally started running properly. But then, out of nowhere, Claude burst into the room and told the Lord they had a problem. A rebellion had broken out in Hayfold. Amelia and her team were slaughtering people to take control of the territory. The protagonist thought it really happened earlier than in his past life, probably because of his interference. Desmond and Amelia, both puppets of Duke Delphin, were starting to move. Since their plan to steal Perdium failed, they had no choice but to act directly. It was obvious his war was nowhere near over. Gillian asked what they were going to do. Belinda pointed out that if Amelia was taking over that territory, they were at risk too. The protagonist thought that if they wanted to pressure him, he wasn't going to just sit there. And he said they were going to the Empire, straight to the capital city of Cardania. In a half-abandoned room, someone, maybe a girl, walked toward the sunlight, and their hands started burning. Hard to tell wearing a hat. It could even be a man with that look, kind of like Griffith from Berserk. The long-haired figure says they wanted to die. Next chapter, though, we see an eagle flying over the Empire. Everything looks incredible. Carriages, soldiers, mountains, a stunning view. And the protagonist arrived with his team. The guy with the eye patch said every territory they'd seen so far looked like a joke compared to this. Gordon agreed. Their town looked like a farm. Cure told them to show some respect, or the captain would beat them up. Meanwhile, Vanessa was thrilled, saying she was seeing tons of materials that didn't even exist in the Magic Tower. Alfoy, a little awkward, admitted it really did look like they had more money than the entire tower. Ghislaine, though he's a bit unhinged, said he didn't like any of it. He wanted to destroy the whole place just because it felt like everyone here was full of themselves. Claude asked the maid with the upside-down neckline, what was wrong with that kid? She said if the Lord said it, that was that. But Claude thought the guy clearly had a psycho streak. He was reacting like he hated this place from a past life. The protagonist just stared, remembering this was the impenetrable fortress. Legend said it was blessed by the goddess, but he destroyed it once before. It was also where he died. He attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphine, who had stolen the throne, but the bastard wasn't there. In the middle of the war, he got blinded by revenge and made the mistake of turning everyone into his enemy. But he knew he couldn't do everything alone. Apparently, he'd already destroyed the city once. He really was dangerous. Then we cut back a bit to Peridium Castle, with Zalter asking why he was going to the capital. The protagonist said it was something very important, but Zalter warned him he must have forgotten he was a lord who was supposed to take care of Fenris. The protagonist said he'd provide Peridium with a year's worth of food, and in return, he wanted Homer and Randolph to look after Fenris for a while. Two of them were excited. A year of food would help Peridium a lot. Zalter said that wasn't the main issue. He knew Hayfold was planning to attack them, and he surely knew about the rebellion too. Everything was getting tense. The protagonist fired an arrow thinking, good, Dad already knows. If Desmond and Hayfold attacked at the same time, they wouldn't stand a chance. The arrow flew and hit a poor bird dead on, dropping it instantly. He finished by saying, they needed to take advantage of the fact that Amelia had just taken control. Things would take time to stabilize. That window was when they needed to gather strength to withstand the attack. Zalter asked what strength he meant. The protagonist said they needed the neighboring kingdom. Then the scene changes to an old man saying, yes, just as you requested. We have this wonderful mansion, cheap, with an amazing garden. The place is completely wrecked. He asked Belinda what she thought, and she said, well, at least it's spacious. Claude and Alfoy started tearing into the old man, who insisted it only looked like it hadn't been supervised for a while, but there were plenty of good things about it. Gordon, though, got spooked, rubbed his belly, and said the place was extremely cold, like it was cursed. Someone nearby commented that it didn't even seem like he was the same guy who invaded the Beast Forest. Vanessa thought he should just wear warmer clothes so he wouldn't feel cold. Then the old salesman said, anyway, that whole thing about spirits of the dead is just a rumor. I swear on my name, this mansion has no problems at all. The protagonist said he'd take it and asked the price. But Claude told him to stop right now. Look at this guy's face. He's clearly trying to scam you. This mansion hasn't sold in forever because it's garbage. You need to understand this man is a con artist and ghosts are real. You know, the protagonist told Claude to relax. The ghost wasn't going to kill him. And if one showed up, they'd beat it up. So why be so scared? The salesman latched on immediately. Oh, Baron, what a smart decision. Normally, the mansion and land would cost at least 1,000 gold. But I can't deny the management's been poor, so 500. The protagonist said, 200 or nothing. The guy went with the classic, pardon? And the kid said, I'm scared. You said this place has a ghost. And I know you won't sell it to anyone else for 200, so don't push it. The old man said he couldn't do that. There were places in the capital much smaller that cost 200. Ghislaine told him to be honest. Nobody was going to buy a cursed property. And on top of that, the yearly taxes had to be even higher because it was a big estate. Who else would buy it if not them? While they argued, a long-haired figure was watching them. Then they vanished. Looks like the negotiation ended because Belinda was telling everyone to move. Everyone went into the mansion and started cleaning until someone called the protagonist over. It was Claude asking, you said you were going to build a faction here in the kingdom. That'll work for us. How are you going to do that? Do you really think the people here will want to get involved with nobles from some tiny town like ours? Ghislaine said he knew perfectly well the kingdom's nobles had no reason to talk to him, and that was exactly what he was going to change first. He'd make them want to talk to him. A bunch of herbs and cauldrons got set up in a room. The mages could already tell something like alchemy was about to happen. The protagonist said it was similar. From now on, they were going to make cosmetics. He was launching his own makeup brand, the real secret to making money. Alfoy didn't get it. The protagonist explained they'd make prototypes and send them as gifts to noble estates. The others thought it was weird. Wait, that's how you're going to build connections across the kingdom? It'll be hard to get nobles to meet you over cosmetics. Ghislaine said once they used his products, they'd understand. He guaranteed the nobles would all want it. He knew they used their appearance as power and dignity. Nobles usually did whatever it took to look as beautiful as possible. In the future, it would be revealed that some cosmetics popular in this era, made with lead, mercury, and cinnabar, were extremely dangerous for the skin. Duke Delphine himself created a crude version and made a fortune, and it was one of the recipes he stole when he attacked the protagonist's house. The perfect cosmetic that solved the problems of all the old products was known as Deneb. First, you use magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. Then you put beeswax into a preheated jar and let it melt. Combine it with evening primrose oil, seeds, and fruit extract. Then you mix in the powdered zinc, and last of all, add the fairy's blessing. He dropped a little bit into the cauldron. It glowed, and everyone was impressed. Vanessa said the smell was amazing. Alfoy asked if all of that had been spent just to make a cosmetic. Claude started to suspect something. How did a noble kid from an isolated place know this? Ghislaine kept turning the jar and said it still wasn't finished. It needed to rest for a day until it became a cream. The secret was that once someone used it, they wouldn't want to use anything else. It would basically become an essential item for every noble. He thanked Duke Delphine, saying his recipe really was good. But while they were talking about delivering it to the nobles, that Griffith from the deep web was watching from behind a window. Night fell, thunder rolled over the mansion, and everyone went to sleep. But in the darkness, the devil appeared, glanced around, and under the clothes you could see the strength. Now it was obvious it was a woman. She walked over to the jar, picked it up, and looked at it, clearly interested. Then the protagonist, looking like a ghost, appeared behind the ghost and startled her. He told her she could relax. He guaranteed the effect. The moment got dramatic as a huge thunderclap hit outside. They stood there, and suddenly Griffin attacked him. Or Griffith, really? The kid drew his sword, did that usual side block, pivoted, knocked her down, and followed up. But she powered through, forced him to defend from behind, and he just watched. He recognized that sword technique, and damn, what technique. So much strength. The artist didn't even need to draw faces to make it impressive. Exchange continued, with the protagonist thinking, grace, modesty, a spiral of roses. Every movement she made was a graceful arc. And she came again from behind, another classic defense. But then, a shift. He shot his arm forward, pulled her close and put the blade to her neck. He leaned in and told her to stop pretending to be a ghost in a place like this, and to explain her connection to the Branford family. A little later, Belinda seriously put some clothes on and came running in wearing pajamas. And Jillian came with her, asking what all that noise was. The protagonist told everyone to go back to their rooms and rest. The window was open, and he said things were going even better than he expected. Next day, bright sun in the sky, someone was helping a noblewoman get ready, rubbing cream into her hands, applying lipstick, saying the madam looked as beautiful as ever. She was Countess Muriel of Aylesbury, but she was thinking to herself, no, that's not what she wanted. Her face was covered in layers of powder and paint. When she was younger, she was the pioneer who led the capital's fashion world. Every woman copied the cosmetics she wore and the clothes she wore. But as the years passed, her fame became something from the past, and now her makeup was nothing more than a veil hiding the passage of time. It seemed like she would never return to those days again. The only people who don't age are the ones who die, so be grateful. The maid standing off to the side comes over and says it's time to go to the salon, and the lady says yes, but her expression changes the moment she notices the girl's face, young and glowing. She immediately slaps the girl across the face, demanding to know what she used, what kind of mixture that is. how her skin got so firm, what she did to her face. She'd better explain every single detail. The maid says Count Aylesborough got some cosmetics as a gift and handed them out to the servants because he figured it was pointless stuff anyway. From what people are saying, it's a hot-selling product from a noble who recently arrived in the capital. And now, wow, there are already a bunch of carriages heading to our boy's house. Claude and the others are there, completely confused about what's going on. Was the Empire's queen inside that place or something? There are tons of knights. Everything looks ridiculously high class. Claude already knows they're screwed. This is going to turn into a massive negotiation. That damn cosmetic really worked. And of course, it's the famous Countess Marielle. Wendy immediately shoves Claude and tells him to go say hello to her. Claude, all awkward, is like, let's go inside and talk. Claude leads her through the garden, and calling it a garden is generous considering all the wrecked trees while our boy is just chilling. All embarrassed, Claude calls out, "My lord, Countess Aylesborough has come to visit." But he's still there feeding the crow. Then she asks if he's Baron Fenris, and suddenly the kid turns into a total gentleman, takes her hand, and says, "Nice to meet you." A polite kiss. "I am Baron Ghislaine Fenris, lord of this northern territory. It's an honor that you came to such a private place." She says, though, that he didn't send her any gift. She heard about this through her husband, so maybe her reputation isn't actually impressive enough to reach wherever he lives. Ghislaine says that's not true. He just thought it would be rude to send a present directly to a lady. Still, of course, he recognizes the capital's fashion authority. The boy knows how to flatter. She goes, fine. You're not completely hopeless, so let's talk business. Your cosmetics, give them all to me. Ghislaine asks if she tried them. She says yes, they're excellent. The other products she used before aren't even necessary anymore because of his, and she wants to monopolize them. She's rolling her eyes like she's obsessed with cosmetics. She says all he has to do is develop and deliver the products. That's easy. So what does she do? Just promote them? Basically, she wants full control through marketing. Ghislaine says he'll always accept large-scale purchases, basically telling her she's not getting a monopoly. But she replies that, as he should know, doing business in the capital alone will be extremely difficult. No matter how good the products are, it won't be easy to break into the influential circles. They're already established. And considering he's living in a pretty run-down mansion, it doesn't look like he has the money to force his way into the capital. Ghislaine just listens. Belinda realizes this woman came here to threaten the young master. Meanwhile, Claude thinks Ghislaine picked this mansion because he's stubborn and refuses to spend money. Then Ghislaine says the price will be a bit high. Would that be okay for her? She'd better brace herself because if he says high, he means it. She says, don't joke around. You know the Aylesborough family is one of the richest in the capital. And he says it'll cost 100 gold per unit. She asks if he's working as a clown. He says no. He knows the Queen of High Society is standing right in front of him. And since someone that important is interested, the item should be worth at least that much. She's unhinged. She liked it, praised it, even blushed. And the next second she's furious. If it were jewelry or furniture, maybe it would be worth 100 gold. But for a cosmetic, that's insane. Profit, she'd have to sell it for even more than that, which makes a monopoly impossible. This kid is messing with her. Ghislaine just smiles. Then he says, all right, how about this? I won't sell to you exclusively, but I can give you a certain honor. Belinda looks great standing there, as always. The Countess doesn't understand what he means by honor. Then he hands her a box full of deneb. He says it's a cosmetic they developed recently, and it's a gift to celebrate their connection. Looks like he sent her a different one. He says many nobles don't know how effective deneb is. It's the product that will change the market. And if she has it, she becomes the person who changed the market again. She looks at him from behind her feathers and says, he really knows how to choose the prettiest words. Then she says fine and closes the box. She presses her little feather fan to his face. and tells him he'll handle distribution. She'll lead the marketing side. Ghislaine smiles. Excellent, madam. She's already in her carriage, saying that if he needs anything, he should just tell her. If it's within her influence, she'll help. Ghislaine says, perfect, I actually want to ask for something. She asks what it is, and he says he just wants her to tell Marquise Branford one thing. Baron Ghislaine Fenris can solve his daughter's problem, and that's it. The scene shifts to Branford's territory. Behind a desk sits an older man with a serious presence, asking who this Ghislaine Fenris is. Next chapter, Claude is celebrating, saying they hit the gold bucket. And there really are tons of boxes of gold. These people are rich now. Alfoy and Cower keep saying it can't be real. That countess is insanely wealthy. So what's going on? Is she that famous? Alfoy says with that kind of money, he could go to casinos all day. He calls out to Ghislaine, saying forget fixing the land. Let's start building a castle and push this cosmetics business. Belinda is confused. Why is Claude so excited? That money isn't even his. Jillian praises Ghislaine, saying he secured a strong position in the kingdom incredibly easily. Ghislaine says not yet. There's something else he truly wants. Night falls. He's walking in the garden, looks ahead, and there's a suit of armor standing there. No, actually, it's a knight. The knight asks if he's Baron Fenris and says Count Branford has summoned him. Ghislaine goes lone wolf mode. Now they're at the bridge. 2 knights at the door. It opens and Branford is inside. Actually, Ghislaine came with Belinda and Claude. He stares seriously at Branford, who looks like a sad man. Ghislaine says it's an honor to meet the Marquis. He is Ghislaine Fenris. Branford looks up and says he knows he's the son of Zoltar Margov and the heir of Perdium, the arrogant kid who won the war against Degard, killed the count and stole the land. Ghislaine Perdium, someone completely different from his father. The man is up to date on the news. That's exactly what Ghislaine thinks. This guy is watching what happens outside his territory too. He's the kingdom's minister and the nation's highest authority, leader of the royalist faction opposing Duke Delphine, so somewhat important. And if Delphine is an enemy, then he's Ghislaine's enemy too. Any matter in the kingdom, big or small, has to pass through the Marquise's hands. If it weren't for Countess Marielle, Ghislaine never would have gotten this meeting. Someone tells him to sit, and Ghislaine sees Deneb already on the table. The Marquise keeps working while talking, asking, so you're saying you can solve my daughter's problem? Ghislaine, with that sly little smile, says yes, he can cure her illness. Branford sighs and says he's never even met Rosalind. So how does he plan to cure her? No one has found a cure for years, and Ghislaine doesn't even know the symptoms. Ghislaine says his stay in the capital let him hear some rumors, and he discovered she has an illness he's cured once before. Branford says his confidence is impressive. Ghislaine is about to thank him, but Branford immediately tells him to leave, saying he's not the first person to come claiming he can cure her. They all failed, and they paid with their lives for speaking irresponsibly. He doesn't want to see a talented young man like Ghislaine throw his life away. The man is radiating intimidation. Don't try it, because I'll kill you. Ghislaine thinks Branford is cold and calculating, and it's no wonder he's tried everything possible to cure her. Suddenly, Ghislaine asks if he plans to just not cure the girl. Branford says it's not a big deal. Having strange skin won't ruin her life. Ghislaine replies that he's sure the young lady doesn't feel the same way. Branford's face hardens. He says he called Ghislaine here so he could judge with his own eyes. Is he really that confident? Ghislaine thumps his chest and says yes, he's different. They stare each other down, and the old man says fine. If Ghislaine wants to risk his life, then he'd better give it everything he's got. He tells the man beside him to provide any support Baron Fenris needs. If it works, Ghislaine will be rewarded. But Ghislaine says a reward won't be enough. He wants something he desires. The scene cuts, and Branford tells him to repeat that. Apparently, it was bold. Ghislaine says, Marquise, you're the pillar holding up the kingdom. And guaranteeing me something small like that wouldn't be difficult, would it? Branford asks if he's going to demand that in exchange for treating his daughter. Ghislaine says yes, he believes it's worth the price. And besides, what's the point of being the kingdom's pillar if he can't even protect his own family? What use is his authority? That line was wild. Belinda and Claude are stunned. How can he talk to the Marquise like that at a moment like this? Branford says the price of demanding anything from him isn't cheap. If that's what Ghislaine wants, he'll have to put absolutely everything on the line. His sister, his parents, his comfortable life, the whole mercenary crew, the entire team. Does he have the nerve? Ghislaine looks at him and grips his hands, saying yes. They keep staring at each other because that's basically all anyone does here. Then Branford suddenly orders them to notify the royal treasurer and cut all support to Perdium, and to have the guards surround the Fenris mansion in the capital. From that moment on, entry and exit are forbidden. Ghislaine has 1 week. Within that time, Rosalind had better be in perfect condition, without even a single mark. Ghislaine says that's possible. Claude wants to know why he's doing this now, when everything was finally going well. Belinda knows that if the Marquise truly wants it, Perdium and Fenris are finished. She doesn't understand what the young master is thinking. He should know the Marquise doesn't tolerate anyone who threatens his authority, especially when his daughter Rosalind's illness is involved. If someone that powerful couldn't find a solution, he simply accepted it was impossible. That's exactly why Ghislaine has to succeed. Branford warns that from now on, there's no going back for Ghislaine Perdium. I still don't understand what request he made, because it wasn't revealed, but it looks like the entire territory is on the line. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the stairs, Rosalind is remembering a conversation with her father. She asked if she really had to risk her life just to help others. Branford told her that help without power is nothing but hypocrisy. If she wants to be in a position to help people, she needs the strength first. So she did what her father asked and gained that strength. But this horrible appearance is what she got as a result. Right then, Ghislaine appears behind her and says he knew it was her, Marquise Branford's daughter, Rosalind. He's the Lord of Fenris territory, Ghislaine, and he's there to help her. Griffin asks what he's doing there. He says he's there to cure her illness. Did the cosmetics she used have any effect? She throws them at him. Ghislaine dodges, and she tells him to stop pretending. Does he think he's the first person to try to cure her? She doesn't care about medicine or methods. She just wants to be alone because it's all pointless. Ghislaine says it's different because he's putting his life at risk to treat her. She turns around and says everyone who came here chasing their own greed said the same thing, that they were different, that their lives were on the line, and he must think he's special just because he has some cosmetics. Now that I'm noticing it, the boy has a little wolf at his neck. He tells my lady he knows she's been through a lot. She's the girl who inherited her father's bloodline, the leader of the royalist faction. She also holds the title of the King's Chancellor's daughter, Rosalind Branford, and when her mother died, she became the pride and saint of the family. That was because she'd been gifted with talent in both the pen and the sword. She was an excellent swordswoman and knew how to use mana. On top of that, she managed several industries in the capital. But an unknown skin disease completely destroyed her life. Even the Marquise's family tried every possible method, but they couldn't find a cure. Because of that, he tried to solve the problem through a political marriage. She couldn't live like she used to, but the Branford name would protect her. And the protagonist knows the suffering she's going through is irreversible. Her spontaneous skin eruptions were caused by cultivating a mana technique the wrong way. It's one of those rare rejections that happen when the balance between negative mana and positive mana collapses. In other words, what happened to her is that her entire mana system is a total mess. And she stands up, huge and dangerous, telling him to get out of there before she kills him. The protagonist knows that the more she detonates her mana like that, the harder it becomes to cure her. That's why he apologizes, but says the treatment is going to be forced this time. He goes all in. He blocks her attack with the hilt of the sword he was still drawing, throws a hand onto her shoulder, and slams her face into the floor. Right away, he tells Belinda and Wendy to come in, bringing a stretcher, and they tie the girl down. She's thrashing around, asking what's going on, and ordering them to untie her immediately. He starts taking off his cloak, warning that he'll have to remove her mask to check her condition. She keeps screaming that she doesn't want any treatment, but then the mask drops to the floor, and everyone stares in shock. The protagonist says, "All right, she's going to have to hold on for a week." He believes she can do it as long as she stays determined. Rosalind is there grinding her teeth like a rabid dog, saying he's insane. Either he wants to die, or he really thinks he has a solution. He starts doing something to her face, saying that if he can't do it, he dies, and she does too, even if she doesn't realize it. Looking at his mana, the protagonist thinks, well, he's sure he'll succeed, because this treatment method was invented by none other than her, just in the future. Mana starts flooding the entire room. She's in agony, repeating, "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts," asking if she has to endure this for a whole week. Then she sinks into this empty numbness, wondering why it has to be her. Out of everyone in the world, why does she have to suffer this much pain? She remembers the protagonist saying that if he doesn't treat her, he dies and she dies too. She keeps her teeth clenched. Now she says that if she's going to die anyway, then he'd better give it everything he's got until the end, because if this doesn't work, she'll hunt him for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, back at the protagonist's mansion, it's packed with knights from the capital. Gordon is freaked out, saying this looks dangerous, and Alfoy is sure that mess from that damn lord caused some kind of disaster again. Then Julian and Cower come down, telling them to relax, to just drink and take it easy. He knows that Kid wouldn't do anything without a plan. Time skip, a week passes. Branford comes down the stairs calmly with his soldiers. When he looks ahead, the protagonist is standing there in a room soaked with blood everywhere. Rosalind, though, has a cloth over her face. She looks like someone who died. Then the protagonist glances back. That same stare-off as always between him and Branford. The boy starts to remove the cloth, and the man is stunned. We don't get to see it yet because news is spreading through the city. People are saying Branford's daughter was cured of that disease, which is unbelievable because everyone thought it was impossible. It even sounds like there's going to be a banquet soon. Before long, the trio is entering Branford's room, bowing. The old man says he really wasn't just talk. Ghislaine thanks him, saying it's all thanks to the chance he was given. The old man says it's fine. Promises are promises. Now he can ask for whatever he wants. I thought he already asked. This guy is not ready for what the kid is about to say. Belinda is trembling, and the person beside her looks tense. Then Ghislaine asks Branford to become his guardian. The others are confused, but Belinda says she knew he was going to ask for that. Claude already gets it. If the Marquise becomes his guardian, he immediately takes responsibility for everything Ghislaine does. But at the same time, the kid gets full backing from the kingdom's core power base. Branford says the kid called it a small favor, but it's obvious he didn't come all that way for nothing. The protagonist has that sly little smile. Then Branford says, however, there's someone in the north he's interested in. The protagonist cuts in and asks if he means Count Bravante. The old man says the north also has the Rayfords and the Desmonds, so why does he think it's Bravante? The protagonist says everyone knows Desmond pretends to be neutral, but nobody has any idea what he's really planning. Meanwhile, the Rayfords are in total chaos because of internal fighting. The remaining lords are incompetent and greedy, and Count Bravante is definitely extremely rich and the closest to the royal faction. Not to mention, he has the military power of the Tower of Flames. Considering all that, he's the only interesting option for Branford. Now the old man wants to know if the kid is saying he's more valuable than Bravante, and now the kid has to sell his pitch. He asks Count Branford, "Don't you think Bravante is kind of underwhelming?" The old man gives him that look, something these two do constantly, and suddenly laughs, saying it's exactly as he said. That man is a good person, no doubt, but he's lazy, indecisive, and easy to sway. So the protagonist says that because of that personality, Bravante may have already been influenced by the Delphines, the royal faction's enemies. And since Branford wants to secure what he wants, why not be even bolder? Put Ghislaine in as the North's representative. The kid just keeps asking for more. Branford says he understands now why he risked his life for all this. Still, it's undeniable. He put his entire territory on the line, so he suddenly stands and tells everyone present that today, Marquise Branford will support Baron Ghislaine Fenris as his guardian. The Baron's enemy is his enemy, and anyone who challenges him will have to remember that Branford stands with him. Because of that, Ghislaine must swear that from now on, everything he does will take Branford's honor into account. The protagonist immediately drops to one knee, strikes his sword, and swears he'll keep that in mind. Then suddenly, someone congratulates the Baron from behind, saying she wasn't able to congratulate him earlier because everything was chaos. "Here we go, time to brace for it," she says. "Even though my father rewarded you, the one who truly owes you is me." She's hiding behind her fan. And wow, she reminds you of that maid from the story with the blonde villain. No denying it, she was extremely dangerous. And she's telling our boy she's going to become his guardian. Well, from guardian to wife is one step, so let's move along. Because the next scene is already at the party the Baron organized. Everyone's saying some noble cured Lady Rosalind with cosmetics. Yeah, the lies are already spreading. People are saying it's impossible. How do cosmetics cure a disease like that when even doctors couldn't? The nobles are telling each other to stop reacting to every little rumor like that because it's stupid. Then someone announces that he has arrived. All the nobles look over, and honestly, Belinda is unreal. She's basically wearing a curtain, and somehow she's still the most intimidating person in the room. But everyone's really watching him, Baron Fenris, walking in with total swagger. Until Belinda begs him, for the love of God, to take his hand out of his pocket and put a smile on his face. The protagonist asks if she didn't overdo it with the outfit. No, it's perfect. And she smiles, all pleased, saying it's really rare for her to be able to go to a banquet like this, especially one organized by the kingdom's forces for him. She has to look her absolute best. The protagonist glances to the side and says he's not sure this is really for him. Then it's announced that Marquis Branford is arriving, and all the nobles look over again. The old man walks in wearing that outfit of his that looks like an entire wardrobe, with the fierce one beside him. She steps forward, careful with her feet, and now looking beautiful, she greets everyone and says she hopes they're doing well. Marquise Branford's daughter, Rosalind. Everyone cheers, saying she's more beautiful than ever, that she really was cured. Belinda tells our boy she barely recognized her. Nobody would believe she's the same person who had that explosive temper a few days ago. Rosalind gives him a small, gentle smile while he stands there serious. Branford thanks everyone for attending the banquet celebrating his daughter's recovery. But today, he's also here to announce the guardian. Everyone's thinking, so the rumor is true. Branford says few people know him. The man who managed to cure Rosalind of the disease that had been destroying her for years, Baron Ghislaine Fenris. And that's why the Branford family will do their best completely and absolutely for their new guardian. From today on, they should treat him the way they treat Branford. Now they can enjoy the banquet. Except the enjoying part isn't really happening. The nobles are tearing into the kid with their eyes. The protagonist thinks the Marquise really didn't hold back with that announcement, and earlier the old man told him to attend the banquet. Now that he was the kid's guardian, he would be introduced to nobles from the other factions. That way, everyone could help him. Ghislaine has a smile on his face. A lot of important people in the kingdom are there. It's a headache, but it's going to help a lot. Now, the people around him are asking if he isn't too young, if he really deserves this. Even if he cured Rosalind's disease, his family had nothing. Belinda is furious, saying those bastards are trying to humiliate them. Then Rosalind calls out to our boy. She adjusts that massive dress and says she'd like to extend her gratitude to him. Everyone watches the interaction, and she tells him to ignore the jealous noses. It's only natural that rumors follow popular people. All of a sudden, the protagonist feels like he's in a romance drama. This kind of popularity, I'd rather refuse. Their eyes are almost burning my skin. Out of nowhere, he turns into a poet. She says that today is a special day. She can finally return to the public eye, and since her father announced Ghislaine as guardian, the nobles are curious and restless. So let's go say hello to everyone. She reaches out her hand and says they're waiting for them. Obviously, before going off with a woman, he has to look at his wife. Belinda tells him, go ahead, and he smiles. The story explains that the royal faction is divided into 3 main groups. The first is Countess Marielle's. She's one of the richest of all and dominates culture and commerce. The second is the pregnant Chief Justice. He's the one who handles the laws and the administrative side. And the third is Marquis Maurice Macquarie, commander of the Royal Army. He's responsible for the military side, attacks, and defenses. Rosalind says these are the 3 nobles who run the kingdom of Lutania. They have enormous power over administration, finances, and the military. And now that he's the North's representative, who he greets first, will decide whose pride gets boosted and whose pride gets bruised. The protagonist remembers Branford saying the world he's stepping into now is completely different from the one he came from. Who would you choose? The one on the left, whatever, because he's already selling cosmetics. The guy on the right, the pregnant law guy, seems like a good option. The law guy, you know? If you want something to get you out of trouble when you mess up, a good lawyer is useful. But our boy is a bit greedier and wants money. So he greets Count Aylesbury, Marielle's husband, who says, "Kid, nice to meet you. It's really good to meet you. My wife also has a lot of confidence in your products. If you need help," Marielle steps in saying, this young man is so loyal to us. Then suddenly, someone from the army calls out to him from the back. One of them says, "Hey, if this kid is the son of a Margrave, he should be greeting the army chief first." And the one in the red shirt replies that it looks like Branford got old if he chose a weird kid like this. The protagonist glances at him and walks right past. He went over to greet the lawyer. That army guy, I can already tell he's basically useless, right? I mean, he's ignoring things to that extent. The chubby guy is there thanking our boy for taking care of Rosalind. It took a huge weight off his chest. Then the chubby guy says, "I heard you're interested in some elf and dwarf slaves. If you need any legal help with the trades, paying fees, taxes, that kind of thing, just talk to me." The protagonist thanks him. Up to now, we still haven't seen a single elf or dwarf. I'm losing it. So far, it's been humans only. Last, the protagonist goes to greet this Morris guy, who says that this damn kid is getting full of himself just because he's getting Branford's support. He could cut him off at any moment. The protagonist, though, is all polite and noble about it, saying yes, he still has a lot to learn. So he hopes Morris will guide him. Branford is just listening to the guy talk about how the old man is backing this broke kid. Rosalind comes over and asks our boy if the order was intentional. He says he did what his heart told him to do. But suddenly, there are a million nobles who want to talk to him. Everyone's crowding around the kid, while off to the side, the justice guy and Aylesbury are talking. They're saying, well, now Macquarie is going to resent him. Marielle says she's not worried. That guy was a simple man. And the justice guy says he might be jealous, but there's no way he can cut ties with the Baron. Then Branford comes up, saying he deserves this treatment because he's the one who cured Rosalind. And the justice guy, still don't know his name, says discovering a talent like that is incredible, and it's just what you'd expect from Branford. But the old man explains he didn't do anything. The kid, by his own strength, managed to stand in front of him, and he was also the one with enough strength to turn an unfavorable war into a victory. On top of that, it looks like he can read negotiations and noble schemes really well. The kid is shining so brightly that Branford can only hope the shadows he creates won't be too deep, and maybe they will be, because right then, someone's making a shadow with a cane, and the protagonist starts trembling. The door opens, and everyone is stunned. Our boy looks over, and the guy who just arrived has a straight-up villain face. He's posing like he's ready for a portrait, too. Feet set forward and everything. And the protagonist says he finally came out of the shadows. His nemesis, his eternal enemy, Duke Delphine, had started moving, because standing in front of them was the strategist of House Delphine, Raoul Joseph. Man, the guy is pure. Dracula. And behind him, there's someone else. This really looks like a final boss entrance. Everyone recognizes them as people from House Delphine, and everyone thinks the same thing. Nothing good ever comes from getting involved with them. The guy's got a whole wall of people behind him. Raoul walks up to Branford and says it's been a long time since they talked. The old man says he thought Raoul wouldn't be interested in an occasion like this. Raoul lowers his head and says he only came to pay his respects, and he heard Branford found a young lion. The protagonist is watching, and Branford says it's nothing special. Nothing that should catch the Duke's attention. But what's that behind him? A massive group. Raoul says it's just his escort, nothing that should catch the Marquise's eye. Then the Marquise's knight steps in and says if it's an escort, he should reveal their identities, or it's disrespectful. But Raoul doesn't move a muscle, and the knight asks if he's deaf. Branford tells Tolio not to do anything. Then he tells Raoul to enjoy the party, since he came from so far away, and to behave in a way that doesn't disgrace the Delphine name. The vampire thanks him for the consideration. Watching them, Branford thinks it's no wonder people were saying certain Delphine figures were active in the capital. They always try to avoid Branford's eyes and ears, but it looks like their influence really is growing. Raoul then walks over to our boy and gives him that direct, honest stare. The protagonist looks back, and the old man raises an eyebrow, wanting to know if the kid knows him. Ghislaine pauses for a moment and then says yes, he knows him. He heard things about him in the capital. Raoul says he's heard a lot about Ghislaine too, thanks to everything Baron Ghislaine Fenris has done. The kid really caused a scene in the north, and the protagonist thinks of course this bastard knows. He's one of the people behind the fall of Perdium. Then Raoul says, "Oh, Ghislaine, now that we've gotten to know each other better, how about we go somewhere better too? There's something I'd like to discuss with you in private." Now they're at a table and Raoul says he'll be direct. He's interested in the kid's cosmetic product. And now that I remember it, the protagonist stole that product from Count Delphine, so yeah, there's history here. Raoul says he heard it was so effective it healed Miss Rosalind's skin. He looked at the product and saw that it was similar to what they're developing. The protagonist cuts him off and says if he's here to talk about an exclusive contract or sharing technology, he apologizes. But that won't be possible. Raoul says no, he doesn't like talking about boring things like that. He's more interested in the young man who was in a ruined place, in a country about to fall into decline, and then suddenly made a name for himself, led an entire country to victory, and even secured a position in the capital. He wants to know if it was luck or skill. Ghislaine says he studied a bit, that's all. Raoul says he understands. So how about Ghislaine joins the Delphine faction? The protagonist doesn't even answer, and Raoul keeps talking. He needs to understand that every talent has a limit. If he stays in that harsh place, defending against barbarians and dealing with foreign wars, soon he won't even have a chance to grow. It would be a shame to see someone young like him disappear in a place like that. But if he joins the Delphines, he won't face any of those risks. With the power they have, anything would be possible. Ghislaine says, unfortunately, he already joined the royal faction. Raoul says that might be an exaggeration, since that conversation happened just minutes ago. If he accepts the offer, he'll receive excellent lands in the south, and obviously, his father will too. He needs to understand Count Perdium must be suffering a lot, protecting against the barbarians. That man can't fight forever. Maybe it's time for him to retire. Ghislaine is impressed by this guy's nerve. He already aligned himself with the royals, and Raoul's still trying to convince him, and he's hitting exactly the right pressure points, his weaknesses. Helping his father, protecting the north. Clearly, he's experienced at doing this to other people. But the protagonist knows it's all just a plan to keep an uncontrollable variable like him within reach. So he says, "Viscount, you don't know this, but the north is a much better place than you imagine." Raoul says that's fine. The kid doesn't have to decide now. He'll be in the capital for a while, so Ghislaine can think it over and come talk later. Then Ghislaine says he'll make a counteroffer. How about the Viscount joins them? That makes the old man furious, telling him to leave the Delphines. Is he crazy? And now he's already in the carriage, leaving. In the carriage, the walking mountain of armor asks what? His impression of Ghislaine was, Raoul says the kid has a strange eye, perfect to be ripped out of his head. Hey, relax. The armored man warns that the kid wanted to kill Raoul and was judging his abilities throughout the entire conversation. Clearly, he was calculating whether he could kill Raoul and then get past him. And yeah, the protagonist was just staring at him like ping, blocking an attack aimed at Raoul, just searching for an opening. Another angle, and the guy blocks again. The kid runs through multiple visions like Doctor Strange. A whole mental fight is happening here, for free. He's the king of shadowboxing. Meanwhile, in reality, it's dead silent and nothing happens. That's when the protagonist gets annoyed and asks the Viscount why he doesn't join them. The old man smiles, understanding why Branford likes the kid. It was a pleasant conversation, and he hopes to see him again. The protagonist says yes, he's looking forward to it too, while the armored man is just standing there, looking back, shocked. And the protagonist recognizes him as the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, Caen Balzac. And the armored man realizes Ghislaine somehow knows him. Raoul says if that's true, then the kid wasn't just rumors, but it's fine. The plan to take the north might have been delayed, but it's not completely ruined. There are countless methods available. The only thing is, they'll have to make everything very clear to Desmond. They need to know Ghislaine has the strength of a knight captain. Only then will they be ready for war. Then Kian says, the strongest in the north. That's what Desmond needs to know. He's not just some ordinary captain. So now we're back at the castle, and everyone's saying not to leave even a single coin behind. People are amazed. They're receiving a ridiculous amount of supplies. But the scene shifts to Rosalind, looking kind of confused because the protagonist said he's going back home. She gets sad. "No, my boy, you're leaving already?" And Chad says yes, he has a lot to do. He sold a lot of denib in the capital, and now he has the money he wanted to help the territory. He glances to the side, but Rosalind looks a little irritated, like she wants to know if he doesn't want to talk about anything besides money. So he says, sure, how about they talk about her financial support? He says he's so cold, and as his sponsor, she needs to understand him better. That's the only way negotiations will flow better. For example, what's the goal that makes him dedicate his whole life to work? He laughs and says it's nothing special. He just wants to live without being afraid of starving to death. But she's not naive, and she says he's not telling the truth. If that were his goal, he would have joined Delphine's faction like the Viscount offered, not the royal faction. Ghislaine gets serious and says that, as Perdium's successor and Lord Fenris, he has a certain goal, and to reach it, he needs her help. but he won't put the weight of his plan on her shoulders. She's immediately interested in sharing his burdens, saying that kind of thing should be shared. Then, out of nowhere, he takes her hand and kisses it. Seriously, did you forget you have Belinda? He leaves her completely red-faced, and he walks off collecting tons of aura, saying all he wants is for the young lady to live happily. She just freezes there while he leaves, and that's that. The banquet ends on a positive note. By rejecting Raoul's offer, he kept Branford's reputation intact. And now countless carriages of support are heading to Fenris and Perdium. And with Branford's name, he pays way less tax and gets preferential treatment. On top of that, he's secured 50,000 residents who want to relocate to their territory. Not to mention he also got some dwarf slaves sent to Fenris. Let's free those short guys. Seriously, slavery is messed up. But our boy says that with this, nobody will think Perdium or Fenris are small territories anymore. On the other hand, if Raoul came to see him personally, he's sure those people are moving some kind of plan forward. In a moment of hesitation, he's the one who gets destroyed. He swears that damn Delphine will be killed by him, and every trace he left in this world will be erased. Then the scene goes to Fenris territory, where the poor dwarf slaves are arriving. Someone calls for Galveric. It's the old man in the back telling him to take a look. The Lord has arrived. The protagonist rides in on his horse, and everyone's saying, "The Lord's back, the Lord's back." Belinda and Claude are emotional. Everyone's greeting him, excited. Someone says it's good they're excited and happy because they gave it everything in the capital. As the Lord passes, the dwarves hear people around them saying, "Everyone's so happy. I've never seen a territory this lively." They say the Lord here gives everyone a home and doesn't let anyone go hungry. He really loves his people. Galveric sighs and says, "They never learn their lesson. A noble is always a noble. He's trash who only thinks about himself, and this kid is no different." One of the dwarves asks, "Galveric, are we still going through with the plan?" He says yes, they'll do it as planned, but the protagonist is watching a demoted human. Then Belinda tells the kid to start greeting everyone. Wave your hand and put a smile on your face. Claude is happy, saying it's so good to be back home. Now they have money, they'll put a lot of people to work, and things can finally calm down. But of course, the protagonist immediately puts him to work, telling him to organize the materials for Lowell's research. Claude complains, "We just got back. Why don't you rest a little?" And he goes, "Slaves don't get to rest. The time he spent in the capital was his vacation. Now it's time to get back to work." So the meeting starts right away. The main guy asks Lowell if he had any trouble with Homer, the guy who works for his father and was in charge while he was gone. And Lowell says no, everything was calm. Then Ghislaine asks to hear everything that happened while he was away. Lowell says the territory was managed exactly the way he instructed. The main guy asks about the construction projects, and Alfoy says it looks like everything's basically finished. They managed to complete the roads and canals while they weren't there. On top of that, they're finishing up all the factories for defense. And they're also wrapping up the grain warehouse. They put the dwarves on those jobs, so it should be done soon. And the latest crops have been doing so well that they don't even need to buy grain from merchants anymore. Belinda asks how good the harvests are. Claude says it looks like they're already competing with the Rayfolds. Obviously, in terms of yield per area, they're already the best in the kingdom because they've got those manna cherry trees. Wendy is impressed, thinking about how it used to be impossible to grow anything there. Belinda, all happy, says that at this pace, he's going to become a great lord, especially now that they have support from the nobles in the capital. Gillian praises him too, saying he's really bringing the land back to life. But the main guy is never satisfied. He thinks, yeah, they've managed things so far, but it's nowhere near enough. He tells Claude to keep buying food until he says it's enough, and they need to expand the residential area, so they have to secure even more land, because from now on, they're going to start preparing for war. Everyone starts shouting, asking why. Claude immediately tells him to explain. They just joined the royal faction, so who would even attack them? The blonde guy just says it's Desmond of Ryafold and tells them to read the intel. When he looks at the paper Lowell hands over, it shows Desmond's army is growing because they're recruiting a ton of knights. Basically, any man who wants to hold a sword and a spear is getting paid. On top of that, they're buying ridiculous amounts of steel and war gear. The main guy says this was the most important information he wanted when he went to the capital. And one key detail is that the materials Desmond is buying are coming from the country of Cabaldi. Jillian agrees. The most important resources for war are food, people, and weapons. Buying materials to make weapons is normal, but at the scale Desmond is buying, it's obvious this isn't peacetime. Hamburg smiles in a weird way and says it looks like another little war is coming. Al Foy has his hand on his head, saying this is the second time this is happening. Claude explains it would be a huge problem if Desmond keeps monopolizing everything like this. Those steel ores are essential for the territory's development, but Cabaldi won't want to sell to them. The main guy says, unfortunately, no. Cabaldi is probably already part of Delphine's faction, and the enemy will be ready for war while they're still getting their ore production going. That's why he wants everyone to understand the situation is bad, but he's going to explain the plan from here on out. Everyone is tense, waiting to hear it. Then he says they're going to attack Count Cabaldi first. Next chapter, they're at Cabaldi's castle. It looks hard to invade. There's a mountain, a bridge, the whole thing. Cabaldi is sitting there eating sweets, crumbs falling in front of Desmond. And he says, so what? The strongest sword in the north? That's Cabaldi, the big-jawed guy. Desmond says yes. They got the news that he's now the Duke of Fenris territory, Ghislaine Fenris, and they were told to consider him the strongest person in the north when facing him. Desmond says he seems unpredictable, and he suggests Cabaldi make preparations for a possible war. Cabaldi asks Desmond, why did you come tell me this? The one handling this war is you, Desmond Harold. And the fat guy laughs in his face. You can tell he's real nice. He says Desmond lost his mind after that defeat. Nobody told him to start a war in this territory. But Cabaldi says Desmond needs to understand this castle has double walls, tougher than any fortress in the world. There's a mountain surrounding it, and siege weapons forged by the best blacksmiths in the north. So how does Desmond have the nerve to come here and tell him to prepare when this citadel has been prepared for generations? Cabaldi says sorry, but Desmond must not know this castle has never been invaded. Not a single person has ever set foot inside, so Desmond should worry about himself, especially now that he lost his secret weapon in the north. Desmond listens in silence. Then the scene goes back to the main guy's territory. The whole group is there greeting him. He's wearing war armor, like he's really going to fight. He stands in front of everyone watching and says that today, everyone has a good look in their eyes. He says when you take money out of it, trusting and following someone isn't easy, but they trusted him and followed him this far. And that's why, just like he did before, today 200 of them will become knights. He declares the founding date of the Fenris Knight Order. Everyone celebrates, shouting with emotion, while Claude says this is insane. No matter how many times he thinks about it, it still doesn't feel possible. He asks Wendy what she thinks. Wendy, the perfect maid type, doesn't say anything. But earlier, when he announced they'd attack Cabaldi, everyone was shocked, and Claude asked why things were escalating so fast. The main guy says the problem is that Cabaldi and Desmond are acting like neutral pieces on the board, meaning they trade however they want in the name of their duchies. But the truth is, Cabaldi is their enemy, and what they want is to win this war and take all the steel ore. That would be the perfect chance to slow the enemy's growth. Everyone gets it. It's obviously an advantage. But Claude asks how they're going to do it. Jillian says he's heard Cabaldi's soldiers are some of the best in the north. Kior tries to understand how it's even possible. They have fewer people, and they aren't as skilled. So how would this work? The main guy says he's going to turn 200 mercenaries into mana-using knights. Like the saying goes, one knight trained with mana is worth more than 100 soldiers. So if they have 200 mana knights, that's the same as 20,000 men. The math checks out. Linda asks the question everyone's thinking, how? Because making a mana knight takes years. The main guy tells Vanessa to bring that. She says she'll bring it. And then we see a bunch of barrels with scrolls stuck onto them. Ghislaine says those are the secret mana compression seals. Claude sees all those barrels and immediately goes, "You didn't use all our runestones to make this, did you?" Ghislaine ignores him and says, "With this, you can master mana much faster. The only downside is that you end up a bit outside the standard, but what matters is they'll learn the Perdium family's mana technique in at least a month." Belinda asks if she heard him right. He modified the family's cultivation technique. The Lord wouldn't like that. He says it's better to change it than die without ever learning it. Jillian says the idea is interesting, but just training soldiers won't be enough to bring down a castle like Cabaldi. From his mercenary days, he remembers that place has double walls and even a lake around it. Basically, it's protected against any kind of siege. Every block of that castle was placed to favor defensive weapons. That's why it's known as the castle that hasn't fallen for generations. If they set up a defensive siege, any mercenary tactics will be hard to pull off. Claude says it sounds way too hard, and they should give up on the attack. Maybe block the roads or stop the miners from reaching Desmond. Then they can try to get other miners from other regions, even if it'll be difficult. The main guy turns and asks, "Want to bet whether we win or lose?" Claude tells that bastard to stop trying to gamble with the territory's future every time. The main guy says he learned his lesson, so don't worry, he always has a plan. Now he's face to face with all the mercenaries. Gordon asks, "I thought it takes years to use mana, so how are we supposed to do this?" Ghislaine says yes, everyone knows it takes many years, but he guarantees they'll learn in 1 month. The soldier looks confused, but Ghislaine says he'll explain and it'll be easy to understand. Scene changes. Everyone's exhausted on the ground after the main guy forced mana into all of them. That's the secret of their army. Gordon is screaming while the main guy keeps pushing mana into him, telling him to endure it. They're compressing years of progress into a single month, so the difficulty is brutal. With the mana seal, Gordon can temporarily sense mana and start circulating it through his body, bringing it to the core in his chest. Energy builds up in Gordon's hand. There's a lot of yelling, and after some time, the main guy walks out while Belinda says he worked hard. The main guy just tells her to take everyone to rest and keep an eye on them for a while. Then he tells Lowell it's time to make the armor they'll need. He asks how the dwarf slaves are doing. Lowell says the elves still haven't arrived, and the dwarves are all together in the lodging. The main guy thinks that's strange, and looks up, saying the moon won't rise tonight. Far from the castle, in the middle of the ground, a hand breaks through, and the dwarves are escaping. Galveric tells everyone to come. Some of them ask, "Galveric, are you sure? Do you really think we'll be free just by escaping this kingdom?" Someone then says, "Heard there's a secret autonomous kingdom in another region where dwarves and other races live together, so maybe that's the best option." Galveric says it doesn't matter. They were heading for the border, so they're leaving now. But the dwarves are trembling and hesitating. Galveric is about to scold them to stop hesitating, but he doesn't notice someone approaching from behind. When someone points it out, Ghislaine is standing there, saying they should have known they can't escape. The dwarves are confused, asking how he already knew the plan. Then Galveric asks, "Wait, did you come alone?" Ghislaine says yes. So the dwarves gather together and suddenly turn furious, saying that the moment he disappears, everyone will be free. The main guy says, "All right then, you can try." Next chapter, they're all wrecked on the ground. Galveric is the one getting up, completely worn out. The main guy says dwarves really are tough. Then he warns them, "You know slave traders will hunt you the second they find out you ran, so why not work here?" Galveric says he'd rather chase freedom than keep making boring toys in this place. If they thought the dwarves would work without resisting, they made a huge mistake. The main guy looks at him and thinks that's exactly why he likes this guy. No wonder in the future he'll be considered a legendary blacksmith. Then the main guy makes an offer, 10 years. If Galveric cooperates honestly, he promises to build an autonomous district for the dwarves in his territory, where they'll be free from slavery. The dwarves get emotional. 10 years for a whole lifetime is still an upgrade. Galveric says it's absurd to offer something like that, since the kingdom legally defines dwarves as slaves. So a rural lord saying they're free doesn't mean anything. Ghislaine says laws can be changed when necessary. And one dwarf lying there says, "Galveric, this guy has support from nobles in the capital. Maybe it's possible." Galveric hesitates until Ghislaine says he isn't interested in luxury. He actually likes things that are more fun. The dwarf asks what he means. Ghislaine says he wants to fly in the sky. A month later at Cabaldi Castle, a letter from Fenris arrives. "Count Cabaldi, you are dishonestly selling all steel ore to a certain house. This goes against the North's equality treaties. If you don't open the market to Fenris and the neighboring territories, you will regret it. Ghislaine Fenris." Cabaldi is like, "What is this?" Someone comments, "My God, that Baron has lost it." Another says, "This is crazy. Look at this insolent kid." Cabaldi says, "Seriously, look what happens when trash gets a little power. Why did he even bother sending a piece of garbage like this?" One of the nobles comments that Fenris seems to be buying huge amounts of food from other territories and even paying extra. The friend next to him says, "It looks like they're starving, since they took in a bunch of immigrants from the royal faction." The other guy beside him says he's honestly an amateur. The harvest will be here soon, prices will drop, and they'll go bankrupt again. The brown-haired one next to them says there's no point even trying to understand it. It's just a kid playing around. His plan's gonna blow up any minute. Cabaldi burns the letter, saying that a territory that was on the edge of ruin is now trying to threaten them. The only thing that makes him sad is that he won't be there in person when they fall. The scene then shifts to the Branford mansion. After a day of work, he takes off his matrix cloak, but notices a strange letter on his desk. He gives that stare he always does, walks over, picks it up, and reads it. It's from Ghislaine, telling him to warn everyone in their faction to buy 10 years' worth of food in advance. Times of extreme famine were coming, severe enough to shake the entire kingdom. The old man just stands there in silence until his dear Rosalind shows up, calling for her father, saying she didn't hear him go to bed. He's dead serious. Then says, "Rosalind, call a meeting with all the vassals and nobles. I need to talk to them right now." So he actually respected the protagonist's words, huh? After sending the letter to Marquise Branford, it really does look like a famine starts sweeping across the whole kingdom. The weather is brutally dry. Lakes dry up completely, and most farming goes straight down the drain. Starvation victims start showing up one after another, and large-scale chaos starts spreading because people are fighting over food. This was a natural disaster that happened in history, and Ghislaine is there behind his desk saying the time has come. Desmond finds out the famine is hitting every side. The empire, all of a sudden, has been thrown into a time of scarcity. Amelia also hears that food prices are going through the roof. How did weather this abnormal hit with no warning? And why had the royal family already stocked up on food? On top of that, there's a weird rumor that in Fenris territory, they've still been able to plant and harvest. Cabaldi slams the table, yelling about what the hell is going on. Where's the food? What is Desmond waiting for? By now, he should have taken Fenris. Then we'd have food and land. People in the meeting say Desmond asked them to wait a little longer. It seems Desmond's attack also got delayed because of the weather. Cabaldi is furious, calling him a useless idiot, asking when he's going to send them food. Then one of the men nearby says he has an idea that can guarantee food, exactly what Baron Fenris wants. They can sell some minerals in exchange for food. Other nobles immediately say he's lost his mind. Fenris works with the royal family. The duchy's people wouldn't appreciate that at all. Another agrees, warning that Desmond already said he'd send food, so they need to wait a bit longer. But someone else in the room says it's getting hard to control the citizens even with the army. At the rate things are going, there's no guarantee they'll hold out until help arrives. The brown-haired guy leans in and says the real danger is the soldiers running out of food. It would be humiliating for a fortress that's never fallen to be destroyed from the inside because of riots. Cabaldi asks if they seriously want him to crawl on the ground and beg that kid for help. He presses his lips together and says, "Fine, trade a little steel for food." The men ask if he's sure. He says it's fine. Fenris is going to die soon at the duchy's hands anyway. Handing over a bit of steel won't change anything, and it'll keep them alive longer. Besides, whether it's the duchy or Fenris, if they've got a problem, they can come try to attack this fortress. Nobody can bring them down while they're in there. He turns to the knight and orders him to send the messenger immediately. That food coming from Ghislaine has to arrive before everyone starves to death. But the knight says he came to report there's no need to ask because Fenris is already at their doorstep with an army. Cabaldi freezes, shocked, and the protagonist's troops are lined up down below. Look at the armor on those beasts and how huge Gordon has gotten. He's saying he feels kind of stiff in it, like it's too small for him. The eye patch guy tells him to stop complaining. They used double the metal to make that thing. Gordon says they should show more respect. His armor is made from python shell, and he's got mana running through his body. Nothing can affect him. Someone smacks him on the chest. It's the protagonist saying it really is tough, just like you'd expect from dwarves. Now it's time to follow the plan. Here he comes on that hellish horse. Their whole force gathers, and the protagonist says the Fenris Knight Order is marching to war today. They're all in front of Cabaldi's wall. The nobles rush up to the top, asking, "What are the Fenris people doing here?" Someone comments that because of the recent drought, the lake around the castle dried up. But what doesn't make sense is why they brought so many people for this attack. It's famine season. No baron should have an army like that. Maybe the royal faction sent support? Cabaldi says there's no need to be scared. They can't do anything against this castle. They'll use their insanely powerful siege weapons, and those guys won't even set foot inside. Ghislaine shouts for Count Cabaldi and asks if he read the letter he sent. Cabaldi fires back, asking what this circus is in front of his castle and how he dares bring an army without notice. The protagonist says he did warn him. He said clearly that if the market wasn't opened, Cabaldi would regret it. The nobles up top say it makes no sense. What kind of reason is that for a war? He just wants to use a ridiculous excuse to attack. Cabaldi says, "If you want a war, send me a formal letter. I'm not going to fight someone who disrespects noble etiquette." Real convenient, huh? Ghislaine understands they want a declaration of war. He calls for Jillian, who hands him the bow. The protagonist readies the shot. A bunch of soldiers shield Cabaldi, saying that bastard is insane. Jillian tells the kid the wall is too high, but the protagonist tilts the shot to create a spinning effect, and the horse pulls adrift. And there's that horse face again. Then the protagonist fires a curved arrow. It blows up the shield, punches through the first guy's helmet, and slices Cabaldi's ear clean off. The protagonist says, "There, that's my declaration of war." Meanwhile, in the capital, Cardania, Branford and the nobles hear that Fenris started another war. Clearly, that kid gets into way too many wars. Aylesborough says, "Well, it's undeniable we've survived this famine thanks to his preparations." The lawyer thinks it's insane. Why start a war at a time like this? Branford asks what his justification is. Rosalind says it looks like the people in Cabaldi's territory weren't trading steel ore with other northern territories. Basically, it was revealed they were doing exclusive trades with Desmond. Aylesborough says sure, he can make up any justification he wants. Easy enough. But then Macquarie says everything is clear. They need to kick that kid out of the faction before he causes more trouble. The two weird guys behind him agree, saying they need to focus on recovering from the famine hitting the kingdom. The chubby lawyer, whose name I still don't know, which is why I call him that, says Macquarie is only saying this because he hates the kid. Rosalind snaps her fan and tells everyone to calm down. What they need now is a solution. The war has already started, and arguing about whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter. Macquarie says he's perfectly calm. This situation just makes them an easy target for the Duchy's house. Then someone walks into the room and says he agrees with that opinion, calling everyone his beloved royal allies. Everyone turns around and recognizes that bastard from the Duchy. Branford asks what Count Faut is doing there. This short, ugly, creepy-looking guy says Fenris declared war on Cabaldi, a neutral noble. It's unbelievable that he wants to make everyone suffer in the middle of a natural disaster. Maybe that's what the entire royal faction wants. Marcus Branford. The old man stares at the nobles and realizes their intelligence network really is good. Albec is confused. Why did he show up so early? Was he that confident? Rosalind knows it's a problem. This incident could turn all neutral faction nobles against the royal faction. It's the perfect chance for the Duchy to gain influence. It's a tough situation because, depending on how her father responds, they're already at risk. And if Ghislaine loses, it gets even worse. They'll lose all their influence in the north. But if Fenris wins and secures the northern mines, then all this risk would be worth it. The old man holds firm and says the war is justified. Faut asks what he means. What's the justification? Branford says first, this is a personal dispute between Fenris and Cabaldi. It doesn't represent the will of the whole faction. And besides, not even the Duchy has any justification to intervene. Faut says even wars have the right time for them. They can't ignore something like this. Pretending nothing is happening is the same as abandoning their duty as royal nobles. They need to maintain order in the empire. Branford sighs and asks why the Duchy is so interested in this. It's almost like Cabaldi belongs to their faction. Up on the wall, people are shouting after Cabaldi gets hit by the arrow. Cower is laughing, saying that guy won't be wearing earrings for a while. The ear is on the ground. The knight is wrecked. Cabaldi orders everyone into position. They're going to show blood to those worms. Show that trash why Castle Cabaldi has never been invaded. Suddenly, they start setting up a bunch of ballistas. Gillian says it looks like the enemy's getting ready to attack. The protagonist realizes these people have defended so many times that their response is fast. The knights report the catapults are ready. Cabaldi orders them to fire, and a storm of massive bolts comes flying in. Everything is headed straight for the protagonist and his group, but they raise their shields while Ghislaine, looking bored, blocks it all. They're tanking it like it's nothing. Cower, Gillian. The shield maiden. Everyone looks untouched. Cabaldi can't understand it. Ghislaine asks if that's all they're capable of. Then he turns and tells all the soldiers to return to base. They're going to prepare for the next part of the plan. Next chapter, Claude is just chilling, saying the Lord picked the perfect moment for war. He asks if Wendy agrees because the enemy probably didn't stockpile food, so they'll give up soon. Alfoy, on the other hand, asks why they keep dragging him into these wars. He has nothing to do with it. Claude says, you bastard slave. I mean, you're a mage, a worker. You all worked hard, so you can rest here now. If you get bored, we can play a game. Alfoy laughs and says, if they're going to play, they're putting something on the line. Then the protagonist shows up, calling for Claude. He also calls for Alfoy, telling him to gather all the mages. They ask what's going on, and the protagonist says they're going to dig a tunnel to get in under the castle. Honestly, when I saw the castle surrounded by a mountain, that was the first thing I thought of. Claude asks why they'd do that. They can just stay outside, and the war is basically over. But Jillian says that's not the way. They need to end this war before these people start getting support from the Duchy faction. His plan is to finish this way faster than anyone expects. Inside the walls, Cabaldi is raging, saying that insolent Fenris bastard injured his noble body and ran away. The others step up and say the kid thought he had a chance, but got scared by the incredible power they have. That's why he switched to a strategy of waiting for them to run out of food. Cabaldi says that ill-mannered brat must think Cabaldi will run out of food and surrender. But he has the Dankad family backing him. Soon they'll send support because they won't want to lose the minerals he supplies. They just need to wait a little longer. Sometime later, a soldier on the wall calls for Cabaldi, saying they're digging an underground tunnel. Through a monocle, you can clearly see the digging happening. But out in the open like that, it's strange. The noble on the left says it's expected. They gave up on attacking the castle head-on. The one on the right warns that considering the castle's geography, the tunnel exit will be at the south gate. Cabaldi says the idiot is way too obvious and tells Jamon the knight to station soldiers in the southern area. As soon as the heads start popping out of the hole, that's when they're going to fire the arrows. When that happens, they'll open the gates and charge with the castle's cavalry straight into their base and finish everything once and for all. Someone asks if they're really going to leave the walls empty like that, and I think it's Cabaldi who answers that he doesn't care. Those guys don't even have siege weapons. They've got barely any infantry or cavalry, so it's ridiculously easy to hold them off. He's standing there sweating bullets with this evil little laugh, saying, "Baron Fenris, you attack me out of nowhere, but in the end, the one still standing in this castle will be me." Night falls. The castle is up ahead. The protagonist's army base is on the right. And look who's on the left, up on the high ground in the mountains. The dwarves hauling something. One of them is like, "That bastard noble is making us drag something this heavy all the way up here." Another one asks, "We built the thing like the Lord asked, but are you sure this works?" Galveric says there's no way something he made wouldn't work. Cut back to when he asked, "Wait, what? You're trying to fly?" Around the campfire, he's super curious. Did the kid somehow get one of those ancient designs for flying machines? Ghislaine has no idea what he's talking about, but they'll understand what he means when they see this. Then he throws a cloth over, a line above the fire, and it expands like a balloon. The dwarves are shocked and ask what they're supposed to be understanding. The protagonist tells them to notice how inflated it's getting. Hot air rises strongly, and it ends up filling the cloth. Galveric looks like he's starting to get it, but the friend next to him goes, "So what? It's just a bit of wind." But the sharper one says no. If it were just wind, it would have spread out, but instead, it's going upward and filling it. So the protagonist draws a balloon and says they're going to make a much bigger space for the air, and then they'll attach a basket carrying a few people. Galveric is already getting excited, saying he understands, but first he wants to know why hot air rises in the first place. And the protagonist says he has no clue. He just noticed it while he was washing clothes. The dwarf thinks that's insane. Who figures something like that out while doing something dumb like laundry? Fine, he wants to go to the kids' workshop. Let's try building this thing that's supposed to fly and test it. Now we're with the protagonist, watching them all arrive, saying they came at the perfect time. Galveric says of course they did. This is easy work for dwarves. Belinda hands over the boy's helmet and says all the mages and knights have finished their preparations. He says it's good to hear and tells her to get ready too. Alfoy, on the other hand, is furious. If he was going to use something like this, why did he have them dig a tunnel? The protagonist just ignores him. He steps forward with the whole troop, hooks on their backs, stops at the top of the mountain, and says their plan is to get dropped right into the middle of enemy territory. Like they trained and planned, they're going to take control of the inside of the castle. The main objective is to open the gates and let Gillian's cavalry in. But the Cabaldus have the best equipment in the north. Even with good mana control, it won't be easy. And they should know this too. Any enemy after this will be stronger than the Cabaldus. So if they can't end a war like this cleanly, there won't be a next time for them. The mercenaries are kind of scared. Ghislaine tells them not to worry. They were the pioneers who made it through the beast forest when nobody else could, and they were the ones who won an impossible war. Then he asks if anything is missing from their preparations. The army shouts no. He asks if they're afraid, and they say no. The tough one says everyone there grew faster than anyone could have imagined. And now it was time to fly. And look who lights the balloon. Vanessa gets the fire going. All right, let's go to another ward. This is what I'm talking about. We're up on the walls, with the guards watching, saying the enemy's been working on that tunnel all day, but where are they now? The guy holding the torch says, well, they probably went to sleep, right? Then they meet the next shift and ask if they noticed anything. The guards say no. Looks like those mana guys aren't going to attack at all. They're switching shifts, thanking them, because now they finally get to sleep. But suddenly, one of them looks confused. Up on the mountain, there's something weird in the air. One of them asks if it's a monster. What is that? He says he doesn't know. There are these round things coming closer. Then all at once, something drops, and a knight lands right next to him. The arrival is brutal. He gets cut in half immediately. It's Ghislaine. The other one falls to the ground, confused and panicking, and the protagonist shows zero mercy and cuts him down too. Now that angle of Belinda coming down, yeah, I've gotta say it. Editors, show everyone the color on the underside of Belinda's heel so they can see how distinctive it is. She's wearing all black, but there's this very important little detail under her foot. Her little foot is red. Interesting. Got a good look at the image? Good. Because the protagonist says it's time to kill everyone. The scene switches to Cabaldi's knight captain named Lessie. The guards are asking what he's doing there. Why does he want to talk to the Lord? He's sleeping, but he just opens the door. Cabaldi is there like a princess. He sits up. Lessie, what is it, boy? Leslie says it's an emergency. They've invaded the castle. Cabaldi freaks out and gets up, realizing the Clash of Clans attack is hitting his base. He was just farming, and now he's about to get looted. Belinda, Kior, and the others are tearing through everyone on the wall. Kior tells them to push forward until they find that butt chin. Cabaldi is in shock, asking how those damn Fenris soldiers got over the wall. And the tunnel? Leslie explains that from what they're saying, it looks like they're coming from the sky in unidentified spheres. Baldi tells Leslie to explain properly. What is he saying? These people can fly? The captain says, whether they can or not doesn't matter anymore. The problem is the enemy's pace is unstoppable and they're taking the castle fast. They need to move now. He's going straight to the underground passages to defend the castle exit. The plan was to move all the troops stationed at the south gate and surround the invaders. But Cabaldi is shaking. He realizes what happened. The troops are in the south because that damn tunnel was a distraction. And then he panics, saying it can't be that the castle that never fell. The Cabaldi bloodline's fortress is going to end with him. Leslie puts his hand on him and says first he needs to escape through the secret passage with the rest of the people. Leslie will stay and hold the castle. But if things don't calm down, they need to bring that thing. And here comes something that shouldn't be coming. Meanwhile, up on the walls, the soldiers are all trying to figure out how the enemies got there. They're going to die without ever knowing because Ghislaine charges in, cutting heads off as they hit the ground. Another one comes from the right to take a swing, but the kid does that classic defense while crouching and slices the guy in half. 3 more soldiers rush him, one of them yelling to shoot the kid before he gets close. But then a balloon comes down from above and crashes into all three. The knights are wrecked, and Alfoy says he knew he shouldn't have come with that damn giant, heavy Gordon. Then 2 soldiers come to finish them off. But don't worry, they get cut down too. The protagonist's group moves up, and Kior says Gordon is still the same heavy fat guy even after becoming a knight. But then Belinda hears strange movement, and when she looks over, there are men shouting to secure the gates. They start spreading the news that the enemy has invaded the castle. Kior is impressed. They're already setting up a solid defensive position, and the protagonist is sure there's someone sharp among them. He knows they need to take advantage of this moment while the enemy troops are scattered before they regroup. He asks if everyone's there, and everyone confirms. Then he tells Kior to take control of the wall and destroy the siege weapons. Belinda is to find Count Cabaldi, while he opens a path straight to the castle gate. He asks if everyone's ready, and they raise their swords with mana flaring, saying, "Yes, sir." The protagonist lowers his helmet and calls out to the Fenris Order of Knights, saying it's time to begin. Meanwhile, they warn Leslie that the enemy is coming. You can see the squad moving toward the gate. He says, as expected, they're trying to open the castle gate. He points his sword and orders everyone to raise their spears. They have to hold as long as possible until the people at the south gate arrive. But the massacre starts. The protagonist and Gordon are in front, cutting through everyone. Leslie can't understand it. His knights are getting completely crushed. The eye patch guy using mana, Gordon using mana, and the protagonist carving through everything. The soldiers are wondering how they're supposed to stop them. And then Leslie realizes something's off. Every weapon has mana active. Wait, are you telling him the entire group attacking the castle are knights? Or worse, because not even a group of mana knights should be able to wipe out his infantry like this. That guy in front has to be stopped immediately. But one of the men turns to Leslie and says their momentum is too strong. They won't be able to hold them here. The gate will fall before the main force arrives. So Leslie calls to the man and orders him to destroy all the gate mechanisms. He'll buy time. He activates his aura, but the final boss is coming straight at him. The protagonist lunges. The guy blocks the first hit. They lock eyes. Leslie shifts to the right, and the protagonist throws a vertical strike. Leslie tries a thrust. The protagonist defends and brings another vertical strike, and look, Leslie has a small shield on his arm. Soon as he blocks, he switches his sword grip and tries to stab again, but the kid slips to the side. After a heavy exchange, they stare each other down for a second. The guy introduces himself as Cabaldi's captain, Leslie, and warns that he won't get past. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, in front of a cell, Cabaldi is calling for someone named Lucas, saying he needs him to buy them some time. Suddenly Lucas wakes up and says that would only be possible if he were set free. Next scene, back on top of the wall, Cure's cutting everyone down, saying not to leave a single person intact. My God, Belinda. Seriously, no, this artist is a legend. Look at that slide. But the fight isn't only happening up there. Down below, the protagonist is face to face with Leslie, who says he won't let him through. Lane shifts his grip on the sword slightly and suddenly launches himself at the enemy. He's right up on the blade. Leslie is surprised, and the protagonist hits with an upward strike that knocks the guy's arm back. Leslie tries to come back with a vertical attack, but the protagonist steps left and comes over the top again, forcing Leslie to block with his shield, which is already shaking. The pressure is insane. The protagonist's sword slips off to the side, and they miss that clean, straightforward exchange. But it looks like the kid is turning up the heat because he comes in with another strike, this time at Leslie's neck, and slices the front of his helmet. Leslie is shocked. But before he can breathe, the protagonist attacks again, spins fully, and throws another blow at full power, forcing Leslie to block his face and sending him flying backward. He skids away, and the knights look over, terrified. If Leslie is losing, what chance do they have? But someone tells them to focus on their own fight. They don't have time to worry about anyone else. Leslie is scared. This strength is ridiculous. His arm won't hold up much longer, but that still doesn't mean he's beaten. The guy in front of him has to know that the more time he wastes, the more he'll get surrounded. All Leslie has to do is block and deflect a few attacks, keep the right distance, and survive. Time is on his side, so he'll make this guy get impatient, and only strike when he makes a bad decision. Then Ghislaine bursts toward him, asking if that's all he's got. A thrust almost catches Leslie in the head, but the protagonist uses the rhythm and drives his shoulder into the middle of his chin. Leslie tries to raise his sword to stab, but the protagonist uses the sword pulled back behind him as support, jumps over and slips to the side. And damn, what is that? Right in midair, he yanks the sword that was lying on the ground and slices the guy's arm. He stops beside him and says the guy actually wasn't that bad, then slashes him across the stomach. Leslie is there in his last few seconds of life, saying he can clearly remember what Count Desmond had said. The one attacking him was the strongest sword in the north, Ghislaine Fenris. Leslie's body drops in the middle of the chaos, with all the knights watching. They know they've just lost their captain, and the protagonist's side gets fired up, saying the gate guardian has been defeated. They really can count on their leader. Then the protagonist orders all the soldiers to push forward. It was time to open that gate. The guys move towards some spearmen positioned in front of the door. From the ground, Leslie calls out to Ghislaine and says he really can fight. Too bad things aren't going to end the way he wants. One of the knights reports the gate isn't opening. Inside, they notice everything has been destroyed. The gate is insanely heavy, and only that machinery could open it. The protagonist glances to the side and says, yeah, he really used his head. And Leslie tells him to look around. No matter how strong he is, he's not going to survive against those numbers. If the gates stay shut, their victory is guaranteed. Seeing troops approaching in the distance, Gordon asks what they're going to do now. There are too many knights surrounding them from every direction. Ghislaine looks around and realizes everyone has burned too much mana. They're exhausted. They can't face an enemy like that in this condition. Now it's time for the protagonist to step up. He walks to the gate, puts his hand on it, and says he can use it for a moment, but everyone needs to get back. Then he explains that in the current era, the title of master is more ceremonial than a measure of real mastery, because there isn't any standard that defines what level a master is, how much mana, what level of mana, or what qualifications a knight needs. Mid-sentence, he awakens his core, starts absorbing all the mana around him, and pours his own mana into the sword, saying all that energy will be compressed into the blade up to its limit. Suddenly, everything around him starts glowing gold. The sword lights up the area, and Leslie remembers a legend, something from ancient times passed down among warriors. Even for those who had pushed mana control to the extreme, there were still conditions to be considered a master. Ghislaine's blade reflects that light, and he activates Aura Blade. He slashes straight through the gate while the soldiers move to surround all of Fenris's warriors. They're closing in, getting closer and closer, but it's already over. The gate is split open, and Jillian's cavalry charges in. And then that devil horse comes charging in too. Protagonist even asks why they brought it, and Jillian says the horse followed on its own. The castle soldiers are completely confused. Wait, are you saying the gate got cut right down the middle? What happened? And honestly, it was kind of anticlimactic. It was like a knife through butter. Some of the knights start calling for a retreat, telling everyone to run deeper into the castle, while the protagonist climbs onto the devil horse and tells everyone to charge and leave no one alive. My God, why is Belinda lying on the ground looking totally worn out? Listen, you don't hit Belinda. Don't do that. If I step into this story, I'm killing you. Don't do it. And now he's staring at her, asking what her connection is to the Shadow Knights. Damn it. Next chapter, we're back in the fight. The poor knights have their heads down, running in panic, while Kior is tearing through them, saying there's nowhere left to run. They'd already taken the inner part of the castle, and Ghislaine gives the order, no prisoners. They were to kill everyone. But at the same time, he was exhausted. Obviously, his body was paying a steep price for using Aura Blade. Fighting like this was going to be hard. Kior kept pestering him, asking if he was already tired. Meanwhile, Jillian said they'd successfully wiped out all enemy forces. The protagonist praised both of them, but asked where Belinda was. Alfoy explained. She went further into the castle, and they hadn't seen her since. Kior laughed, saying she was way too slow. Then the protagonist called Jillian over and said he was sure there had to be a secret escape route somewhere in the castle. Cabaldi couldn't have gotten far, so he needed to organize the cavalry and search around the castle. And as for Belinda, don't worry, he was going to look for her, him and that devil horse. Back to Belinda, with the guy asking what her connection is to the Shadow Knights. She gets serious and asks how he knows that name. Suddenly, a knife comes flying at him, but he blocks it easily. My God, another Mona Lisa gets drawn, with Belinda throwing another kick, and he blocks again, telling her to answer him. He glances to the side. She drops off to the corner, and then it turns into a real clean exchange, him trying to stab her dodging. It looks like she wants to close the distance, but his thrusts are brutal, and she has to retreat again. Another Mona Lisa. Before her foot even hits the ground, he braces and jumps at her. The attack looks like it's going to land for sure, but she stays calm. She slips away, spinning around his spear. My God, what a sight. Coming into, yeah, obviously, it hit. She distracted the poor guy with that visual stun right over his head, but he still blocked it. He says it looks like she wants to know how he knows that name. Then he shoves her leg down, pins her, and puts the spear to her throat. He leans in and says there wasn't any special reason. She just reminded him of his ex. Yeah, sure, the guy had a dream back then. Belinda was about to ask what kind, but he cut her off. He said he didn't care about the outcome of this war, but that didn't mean he was going to do nothing. So if she wanted to keep going, she should know it wasn't personal. Then something explodes nearby. Before he can even understand what happened, the protagonist is already right there, blade to blade, knocking the spear away from Belinda's neck. That's right, don't touch the boss's wife. Belinda calls out to the young master, and he tells her to leave. He'll handle this guy. The spearman smiles when he hears young master, and then it's a straight-up fight. Back and forth, block, strike, counter. The problem is, we already know the protagonist is exhausted. The spearman says, fine, at this pace he won't be able to chase that woman. He winds up an attack and asks if he's the noble who started this war. He thrusts. The protagonist slides his sword inside the line and yanks the spear closer. Then the guy flips, slips under the attack, and our protagonist hits a Belinda-style pose and throws a mid-air kick. It lands clean right in his face, and the guy gets launched back. Then Ghislaine laughs and says he never imagined he'd see Lucas there. The guy gets up confused and asks if they know each other. And Ghislaine says Lucas doesn't know him, but he knows Lucas because in his past life, this guy was a subordinate and a war buddy. He always wondered where that lunatic had gone. Who would have thought he was stuck here in Cabaldi Castle? Lucas wipes his face and says the kid is disgusting. He clearly doesn't fight like a noble. His style is completely different from a general's. So who exactly is he? The protagonist says, let's just say he used to be a mercenary. Lucas laughs. Hold on, a noble who worked as a mercenary? That's impossible. The protagonist ignores that and says he wants to make an offer. If Lucas wins, he'll pull all his soldiers out of the castle and pay for the damage. But if Lucas loses, he'll come work for him. The protagonist really goes around recruiting people, by beating them up. Lucas looks confused and says, "Where is this nonsense coming from? Like you'd give up your victory over a stupid bet like that. And besides, he doesn't care. He has no connection to this castle." The protagonist says, "Then perfect. Come work for me." Lucas says, "Unfortunately, no. He's pretty expensive. If he wants him, he'll have to hire him." The protagonist says that's exactly why he prepared the bet. He knows the bastard is worth more than the castle, and that's why he's willing to give up the victory. Lucas looks him over and gives a little laugh, saying something's off about him. What's his name? So the protagonist introduces himself as the Lord of Fenris territory, Ghislaine Fenris, and the person Lucas will serve as master. But Ghislaine is exhausted, and Lucas says he doesn't look good. Maybe he's pushing himself too hard. Ghislaine tells him to take it as him being at a disadvantage. Lucas says fine. Then if that's what he wants, Lucas comes at him. Then the next chapter cuts to a future flashback. Someone straps on a backpack, throws it over a shoulder, and walks through the snow. It's Lucas telling Ghislaine, "Hey, you know today's the last day I promised to work for you. It's been 10 years since the Moriana recognition, which means our contract is over." Ghislaine sighs and says he didn't realize it had been that long, and asks if he wants to extend the job. Lucas keeps walking and says no thanks. Ghislaine asks if it's because of that woman. Lucas tells him not to take it personally, but he doesn't want his life swallowed up by the captain's wars. Ghislaine says that's fine. He can go find that precious woman. Because just like me, you've got a task you need to finish. Lucas stops for a moment and says he promises one thing. If the captain is ever in danger, he'll come help. That guy honors his bets. He went 10 years without seeing his woman just because he lost at Moriana's recognition. And we're back to the fight. The two weapons clash. Ghislaine locks eyes with Lucas, who fires off a sequence of 3 thrusts. Ghislaine blocks, then swings for a slash. Somehow, Lucas blocks with the wooden part of his weapon. Then when Lucas tries to follow up with a cut, Ghislaine slips under, tracking his arm. Ghislaine counters with a horizontal cut, but Lucas pole vaults up, looks down at him from above, and watch this sequence. Ghislaine tries another horizontal cut, but Lucas slips back and says it's impressive. The kid's face is screaming fatigue. Ghislaine says he doesn't lose a bet he started. Lucas laughs, saying Ghislaine's in a bad spot because Lucas isn't losing this fight. He can already tell life's going to be miserable if he ends up working for this kid. Then Lucas gathers an absurd amount of mana around him, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Ghislaine expected it. Lucas was considered strong long before Ghislaine ever met him. No wonder he survived 10 years as a mercenary and succeeded at anything he was ordered to do. But even he couldn't find his beloved, the woman he chased his whole life. And on the day Ghislaine fell into the Delphi trap, Lucas went to help him and lost his life. Ghislaine smiles, sighs, and lets go of his sword. Lucas hates seeing that, and before the sword even hits the ground, he lunges at Ghislaine. But Ghislaine warns him that this time it wasn't going to happen. He crouches, dodging Lucas's thrust. Lucas shifts the attack into a side cut, but Ghislaine jumps, lands with his legs around Lucas's neck, hits a suplex, and slams him into the ground. My God, straight up UFC. Then Ghislaine points a knife at Lucas's throat and tells him he won. Lucas is furious, saying he's sure his life is about to get way more complicated. With that, the castle was taken. Dead soldiers everywhere, blood everywhere, fire everywhere. And Cabaldi is on his knees in front of the protagonist, repeating to himself that it's impossible. Leslie and his knights, the impenetrable fortress that had never fallen. But the protagonist calls him by name, Armstrong Dugan Cabaldi, and tells him there's no such thing as an impenetrable fortress. Cabaldi looks at him and says something's wrong. Those eyes are strange. He didn't attack this castle out of greed, so what's his goal? Ghislaine says he's right. There are plenty of things he wants, but one of them is killing Cabaldi. Cabaldi says he must be losing his mind. Does he think his father is going to get out of this untouched? Even with royal support, they can't protect him from every side. If he kills him, things will spiral out of control. He might not know it, but the one backing him, Ghislaine, cuts him off and says, "You mean Duke Delphine." Cabaldi flinches, so he already knew. Ghislaine says he knows perfectly well the Duke's faction has been slowly devouring all the northern nobles. They were the ones backing the Desmonds and the Rayfords, most of all, the main forces in the conquest of the north, and obviously, they needed Cabaldi to deliver the minerals. Even the Crimson Magic Tower was already on their side. All of it was to set up an attack on the royal family at the right moment, and the whole plan's end goal was to start a civil war over in Lutonia so they could take control of the capital. Cabaldi couldn't wrap his head around it. Ghislaine knew absolutely everything, but that wasn't supposed to make sense. So Cabaldi says, if Ghislaine already knows it all, there's no need to explain anything. Actually, it's even better that he knows because Cabaldi's going to give him one last chance. If the kid spares him right now, Cabaldi will hand over half the mineral production for the next 20 years. On top of that, he'll talk to Delphine about how exceptional Ghislaine is. Ghislaine can join their faction. That way, he and his father won't have to work themselves to death and suffer anymore. They'll have a good, peaceful life. Surely sparing him would be better than killing him right there, just getting torn in half. Cabaldi still doesn't get it, and Ghislaine's standing there saying he has no intention of working with him. And when it finally hits Cabaldi, his body splits in two and the kid walks away, saying that today Cabaldi dies by his hand. Take that, aura-farming old man, full Mortal Kombat style. The kid sliced him up and left him in pieces, still hearing everything. But then the scene switches to Desmond. He gets the news from his little bird and slams his hand down on the table in rage, demanding to know how that bastard used the tiniest advantage and turned it into a win. Someone at the table says they followed everything the Duke told them. They prepared every part of the plan meticulously. But what was the result? Failure. And more failure. And now the worst part. The royal faction is backing Ghislaine. That damn sprout had been growing and should have been crushed. Desmond says he's had enough. He's not taking orders from anyone anymore. From now on, he decides everything himself because the top priority is the fall and destruction of Fenris and Perdium. Next chapter, we're in the capital of Cardania, and Macquarie is sitting there in shock. What do you mean the war is already over? Impossible. In theory, Ghislaine was attacking Cabaldi's fortress, the impenetrable fortress. Someone in the room says they never imagined Fenris would be so exceptional at military matters. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Then Rosalind says she heard it was a direct assault. Cabaldi didn't even get the chance to surrender. It looks like Ghislaine won in a way that proves his military ability in war is terrifying. Nobody can doubt Ghislaine's skills. And sure, she's totally just praising her healer, nothing else, not missing him or anything. Macquarie says it's impossible. Ghislaine just got lucky. Without the famine, he wouldn't have won that easily. And the lawyer says what matters in the end is that he won. That's it. Branford just listens, then asks Toledo if Desmond made any moves. Toledo says no. Looks like they're staying quiet for now. Macquarie's still angry, saying he even bothered sending troops from the capital to Cabaldi's castle to help that kid. He shouldn't have done that. Aylesbury says that either way, they gained a lot from it. And the lawyer agrees because it exposed that Cabaldi really was receiving support from the Duke's faction. That'll make it even harder for them to interfere in northern affairs. Rosalind thinks it might have been better if Desmond had made some move. Then they'd have confirmation he's on the Duke's side. Suddenly, Branford stands up and says it's too early to jump to conclusions. One thing is certain. They'll be able to expand their influence in the north thanks to Fenris's victory. But their advantage is so obvious that the duchy's enemies definitely won't just sit still. It's time for all of them to be more cautious than ever. Still, for today, they can be happy. Aylesbury points out that the Marquis is talking about happiness, but he doesn't even look like he's smiling. The lawyer says that's exactly why he leads the royal faction. Meanwhile, Branford is already leaving, telling Rosalind to come with him. She's about to say yes, father, but she notices something odd. His face looks kind of down. She doesn't get it, then she gets all cheerful and says yes, father. Maybe that's just his face. Got it. Put on Branford's happy face. He really is a man of big emotions. Meanwhile, near Cabaldi's castle in the northern region, someone's approaching, and a young healer is calling out to Captain Max, saying it's way too quiet for a battlefield. Max says maybe the army's already been defeated. Then he wonders what happens to their mission. Marielle and Branford's daughter told them to rescue someone called Baron Fenris at all costs. But if they go back empty-handed, they're screwed. Max tells her not to worry. If that guy lost, that's on him and nobody else. They're just mercenaries doing the job they were hired to do. They don't need to stress about it. So that was the support the capital sent. But it showed up a little late, huh? Then one of them points ahead, saying the castle is right there. And we see Gordon clapping his hands, calling everyone over, telling them to line up. There's enough food to feed everyone, so there's no need to cause a scene. The new lord of the castle will make sure nobody goes hungry, so they can come forward. On top of that, Lowell is signing people up, making contracts for the miners. Everyone's emotional, saying the new lord is merciful. Finally, the days of hunger are ending, no more working and getting nothing. Yeah, that's called slavery. Speaking of slavery, there's that little dwarf talking trash, saying Alfoy is too weak and can't even lift a tiny piece of wood. Alfoy tells the damn dwarf to show some respect. He's a mage. It's chaos. And then the capital team arrives looking confused. Max can't believe it. Wait, the war is already over? The girl hears someone nearby saying that Cabaldi, that filthy bastard, was hiding a lot of good stuff. It's Claude bouncing around happy as hell, saying there's a ton of expensive stuff in this castle. High-level equipment and lots of minerals. The girl says, wait, is he talking about the stuff they stole from Cabaldi? And Max thinks, so what does that mean? Who won here? Suddenly, Jillian appears in front of them, ordering them to reveal their identities. Then the scene cuts to inside the castle, in front of a huge gate. 2 guards bang their spears. The doors open, and standing in the middle of the hall for no reason at all is Ghislaine. The girl and Max enter, and Jillian slams the door shut, startling them. He announces the visitors from the capital. Ghislaine turns and looks back. Max is thinking that after years of working as a mercenary problem solver, he can read people quickly. The man in front of him has this metallic smell mixed with blood, proof that he did a lot in the war that just ended, and the way he carries himself makes it obvious. This is Baron Fenris. They bow, and Ghislaine asks who they are. Max introduces himself and says he was sent by Countess Aylesbury and Marcus Branford's daughter. He's there under orders to rescue Ghislaine at any cost if he was in danger. Ghislaine looks at him and says, "You're late." Max says they tried to get there as fast as possible, given how high priority the mission was. They just never imagined the war would end so quickly. No wonder people call him the rising star, right? Well, their job's done, so they'll go talk to their clients. But Ghislaine asks where he thinks he's going. Max is like, sorry? And Ghislaine says, the war just ended, and we need help here. You're leaving already? Max tries to explain that it has nothing to do with his mission. Ghislaine says it's only fair. He was in danger, and they didn't help, so how about they pay the price now? Max wants to refuse, but Ghislaine puts a hand on his shoulder and says, if your clients ask me how you performed, imagine what I'd have to say. Wouldn't it be better if you helped out a little? Sweating, Max says fine. He'll respond to the requests. The girl calls out to Max, but Ghislaine steps closer and asks if she's a priestess. He says yes, she's Piat, a servant of Joanna, the goddess of beauty and abundance. Since Countess Merrill is one of the sponsors of her order, she was sent personally. Ghislaine thinks that, in theory, Joanna, the goddess of beauty, rejects all battlefields because she hates anything dirty. And there are barely any priests in the north. Maybe Faut has a few. That's exactly why Gillian got stuck in this territory trying to find healing for his daughter. The truth is, this priestess's divine power is an extremely precious resource, and the timing is perfect for him, so he bows and says she really came a long, difficult way. Peyote says he doesn't need to be polite, but he cuts her off and tells Belinda and Wendy to take her to the work order. Peyote, getting grabbed by the two of them, tries to say she's not there to work, but they drag her away, saying lots of little sheep need to be guided. Gillian says it's a huge stroke of luck to have a priestess there. Ghislaine says yeah, he didn't expect the royal faction to send something like that to help him. With this, he can move a bit more freely. Now it cuts again. Blood is flying off Cower's face as Lucas beats him down. The knights are in shock, saying Cower is getting destroyed. Lucas says, hold on, this is the Baron's right-hand man? No way. Cower, furious, says he hasn't even started yet, and charges again. Lucas winds up a punch, but Gillian appears and blocks both of them. The knights are stunned. Cower asks what the old man is doing there, and Gillian says that's enough, they need to stop. Lucas says the old man should be the right-hand man. Cower yells to let go, saying the fight isn't over, but Gillian twists Cower's arm and throws him away, then tells him to learn to keep his dignity in front of his subordinates. Then Gillian walks up to Cower and tells him to follow. His lord is looking for him. Cower is still seething. Gillian glances back and sees Lucas laughing. He asks what's so funny. Lucas, confused, says the first order he got from the lord was to beat up his subordinates. He kept wondering what kind of weird guy this lord is. A little later, maybe a flashback right after the war, Cower is training against targets, smashing them, spinning, and then he goes at Ghislaine, who blocks the sword. This is later on. Ghislaine asks, I heard you got beat up by the new guy? Care tells him to stop messing with him. He's busy, so go handle the problems. Ghislaine laughs and tells him to catch. When Care looks back, a scroll smacks into his hand. Ghislaine says he just scribbled down some thoughts about the kind of mana circulation and swordsmanship that would work best for Care. He can put it to good use. Care looks at it, surprised, and asks what this is and why Ghislaine is giving it to him instead of the spear guy. Ghislaine says if you don't like it, give it back. Care says he's not giving it back. Ghislaine tells him not to take the loss too seriously. He didn't lose for some huge reason. He just doesn't have the fundamentals. There's a limit to how far you can go on instincts alone. Ghislaine starts walking away, but Kyra calls out and thanks him. Doesn't even sound like a mercenary anymore. Ghislaine smiles and tells the bastard to rest because tomorrow they've got work. A month passes after the war. They absorbed Cabaldi's territory into theirs. The kids' territory is huge now. Fenris, Perdium, and Cabaldi. Thanks to that, they confiscated all of Cabaldi's wealth, and it was easy to calm public anger by distributing food to all the residents. They also took control of the best minerals in the north. They raised every miner's wages, and their motivation went up too. Now higher quality minerals are coming in more often, and with that foundation, they're developing technology to make advanced armor. Finally, a lack of resources doesn't look like it'll be a major problem anymore. Ghislaine says that because everyone is doing their jobs excellently, nobody will doubt the Fenris name anymore, including Perdium. A third of the entire north belongs to them. Military strength, population, castles. They're not weaker than anyone in the region. Claude celebrates, saying, yeah, let Desmond come. Let anyone come. But Ghislaine says it's too early to celebrate. The seed of the threat is still there. Claude realizes the poor guy is never going to get a break. Then Venetia calls for the Lord and says the mages have been complaining lately that they're too tired to work. What are they going to do? Looks like Alfoy even tried to escape a few more times. But like always, he gets caught. Ghislaine says they can't complain. On paper, they're slaves. and she doesn't need to worry too much, because now they have a priestess, and she's there activating her powers, calling out to Ruana. Meanwhile, Alfoy, poor guy, is begging her not to heal him. He wants to stay exhausted. He's done working. Gordon holds him in place and tells him to accept the treatment. While that's happening, Piotr asks the goddess if it's really right to use divine power like this, healing people who are worn out just so they can be sent back to work again. She's also wondering when the Lord is finally going to let her leave. He said he only needed a little help, and right then she jumps when he says hello from behind her. Then he says it looks like her divine power has been increasing a lot. She asks if that's true and says she hasn't noticed anything. Ghislaine knows that unlike mana, divine power doesn't increase through training. It's something completely mysterious, almost like a gift. In other words, Pyota's growth shows she was never an average priestess. Then he asks, "Are you feeling any inconvenience staying here?" She, a little awkward, says, "No, I'm just really curious about when I'll be able to go back." Suddenly, he says she can leave now. Fenris territory already received a lot of help thanks to her contribution, so they'd like to repay her. The scene switches to the city of Cardenia. People are talking about how the attack came from the sky, that they infiltrated the castle. Others answer that it's impossible. What are they even saying? That Fenris is a bird now? And someone else tells them to stop with the story that he cut a gate with a sword. Only a master could do that, and that kind of level doesn't even exist. It must all be manipulated information, so it has to be a lie. Then Ghislaine and two women arrive at the Branford house, and they're received by another woman, my lady, who's all flushed, blushing, looking at him and saying she's so happy he's safe and healthy. The protagonist bows and thanks her, saying it was thanks to the talented people she sent. He got a lot of help from that great priestess. Rosalind replies that she's glad to hear it, and tells POT that now that her work is finished, she can return to the order. POT thanks her, relaxes, and says finally her job is done. Fenris was a good territory, but wow, what an exhausting place. And she trembles when the protagonist says he has a request to make about that priestess. But then one of the knights behind them says Marquise Branford is waiting for him. The protagonist turns to Rosalind and says he wants to talk to her later, and her face, her eyes practically light up. She's definitely excited. The protagonist and company enter the Marquise's room. The lawyer takes a look around. Obviously, Macquarie is furious, and Aylesbury is just watching from the side. Branford says he's late. Seriously, what nerve? The protagonist says, of course, sorry. They were stabilizing his territory. Macquarie says he should have come to the capital immediately. The lawyer asks him to calm down. Branford then says he told him to always consider his honor before acting. If he hadn't defeated Count Cabaldi, not only the royal family, but even Branford's honor would have been stained, and the duchy faction would have used that chance to secure their position. Even if Branford is his patron, he can't keep accepting these unilateral actions, so he'd better explain everything about this war and convince him it was the right thing to do. The atmosphere gets heavy, but he already won, so he doesn't care. He just says that he wouldn't have started the war if he didn't know he would win. He saw the opportunity and grabbed it quickly, and he didn't come here to argue about what happened. He came to talk about what's going to happen. Then he says to appoint him as commander of the Northern Forces. The trio is shocked, and Macquarie yells. Branford, as always, goes silent for a second. Then there's that look, one staring at the other. He calls him Ghislaine Fenris, and says he's changed a lot since the last time he came. He also feels a certain change in the royal family. The protagonist says he'll be the path for that change. Branford tells him to remember that in peacetime, commander of the Northern Forces is an empty title, but in wartime, it's an extremely important position with tremendous authority. What he's asking is to put a sword in the hands of someone unpredictable like Ghislaine. He doesn't care. He says, yes, that's exactly it. Then the story explains Lutenia's military organization. 4 groups, each tied to a region: north, south, east, west. Each region needs its own regional commander. Normally, like the Marquis said, it's a title that doesn't get used for much. But that changes completely when war starts, because that title gives the authority to summon all the lords of that region. Ghislaine says that as far as he knows, the northern commander position is vacant, and if Branford wants someone in that position, then put him there. The old man sits back and asks what makes him think he wants that empty position filled. Besides, he could put anyone else there just to pretend someone's in charge. It's not the kind of title you get just because you asked. The protagonist asks if he doesn't know that region is already completely influenced by the Duke. Even though they have a foothold in the north and east because of the Fenris territories, it's undeniable that Desmond wants to take all of it. And Branford must know how hard it is to control that whole mess. They need to take advantage of this moment while the royal faction has the upper hand to strengthen themselves as much as possible. They need enough power to stop the duchy faction from starting a civil war inside the kingdom. Looks like they didn't know that. Or did they? Hard to say. Branford gives his usual stare and says that kid really likes to get on his nerves. He was going to send a request to the royal court about that promotion. Ghislaine is already eager, and Branford says that commander position is established by the kingdom's law. And besides, Ghislaine's father is still one of the northern leaders, so it doesn't make sense to hand the title to him. So both of them would receive the promotion. But there was a condition. The girls look scared. Here comes more work. Branford explains they received a rescue request from the Shadow Mountains in the kingdom of Turian. The protagonist knows that region well, a country where a large part is dominated by powerful creatures. Monsters can appear there at any time. They come from the Shadow Mountains, which take up a huge portion of the territory. Because of that, even the average citizen there is someone who values martial skill. And it's no surprise that some of their knights are among the top 10 strongest on the continent. The protagonist remembers he trained and hunted there before. The court there even allowed some foreigners to hunt to help deal with the monsters. But if they're asking for support, there's only one possibility. Then Branford says those people are having trouble with the annual monster wave. But for the kid who invaded a castle from the sky and cut a gate with an aura sword, that shouldn't be a problem, should it? The protagonist says fine then, but he'll need the royal family to leave an army in Fenris territory while he and his allies are away from the castle. Even if the duchy is a bit weakened, there's no telling what they'll try. He glances to the side, remembering that in his past life, Duke Delphine attacked the man holding the northern commander position. That's how he started the Civil War, which ended with him taking the king's throne. Back then, the northern commander was Harold Desmond, but this time, Ghislaine will make the first move. He'll take the north completely for himself, just like Delphine did. The scene changes to Victor's helmet sitting on a sword. Someone approaches and gently strokes the helmet. It's Desmond behind him, calling for someone named Hutton and asking how he's feeling. The old man recognizes Desmond's voice and says Victor was someone he had placed great expectations on. The world really was cruel. Apparently, the name of the one who killed him was Ghislaine per Diem. Desmond says no, now he's Ghislaine Fenris. He became a baron. Hutton turns and says there's no point mourning the rules of this world. The truth is, there's always someone better than you. But he appreciates the Count's concern. Desmond says it was the duchy faction's fault for underestimating Per Diem and Fenris, and they paid the price for that mistake. Victor is dead, but Joseph only came to say Ghislaine was the powerful swordsman of the north after everything was already over. And on top of that, behind Ghislaine now, the entire royal team is moving to try to bring him down. The truth is, Desmond's position as a neutral noble is worthless now. Hutton asks if he's questioning the Duke's authority. Desmond replies that from now on, he won't follow anyone's orders. He will personally start and destroy Fenris, and then settle things with the duchy once and for all. Hutton says in that case, the royal family won't just stand there doing nothing. What he's doing is creating a civil war and opposing the royal faction without the Duke's help. Desmond cuts him off and tells him to stop hiding his real feelings in front of him. Was that supposed to be enough for him? Hutton stays silent for a second, then says he shouldn't speak such harsh words. He truly can't forget the day Victor returned as a shattered helmet. He was the precious child of his life and his only disciple. He should have trained him to be stronger. There's no way he can accept that this is enough. That's why he kneels to Desmond and says he'll be the beast that cuts off Ghislaine Fenris's head. He just needs the orders. Desmond says the time is coming. The army is already prepared, and he says that when the time comes, together with the two-winged knight's order, they'll massacre that territory, and they won't stop until Ghislaine is dead. Great. But you forgot one thing. You were the ones attacking. He died because he attacked. Respect for the guy's motivation since they killed his apprentice. But let's remember who the villain is here, who started it. Next chapter. Rosalind is really sad. What do you mean you're already going to the kingdom of Torian? Unfortunately, I received an order from the Marquise. No, Ghislaine. That place is so dangerous. You just got back from a war. Yeah, but it looks like he wasn't very happy with my performance in the war, so he wants me to prove my strength with this mission. But don't worry, I've killed plenty of monsters. Blushing, she looks off to the side. The two girls were listening outside and heard Rosalind saying she talked to the people in the order, and it looks like he can keep the priestess a little longer. He thanks her, saying he knows she supports him, but it can't be easy to keep a priestess like that with them. She says it wasn't that hard. Even though the leader of Joanna's order is a priestess, she's kind of weak when it comes to money. He bows and says, good. He thanks her again and says he's in her debt once more. She's about to say something, but then the protagonist reaches out, suddenly kisses her hand and says he always hopes for her happiness. Okay, this romance. I was going to say it feels forced, but he saved her from that illness. So it makes sense she'd like him. What I don't get is why he likes her, when he has Belinda by his side. But the scene changes to the kingdom of Turian, the Shadow Mountains. A group of tough mercenaries is pushing forward on their hellish horse. Belinda, gorgeous as ever, calls out to the young master and says they've arrived. Then there's a bunch of skinny albino giant wolves getting sliced in half easily. The protagonist tears through everything. Lucas went too, just stabbing with his spear, and Kiora's having fun, spinning and ripping through them, telling the worms to come at him. Then somehow, Belinda manages to hook her grappling hook into his mouth and yank without ripping him apart. He tells her to stop throwing that thing into his mouth. She says next time she'll stick it somewhere else. He says forget it, but he wants to know why they're running into so many monsters. This really is a lawless place ruled by creatures. Lucas says him not knowing that proves he's either brave or really stupid. Ghislaine tells them to get ready. They're arriving. But let's go back a few days earlier in Fenris territory. The protagonist just said that's why he's going to the kingdom of Turian. He won't be there long. In their heads, Alfoy and Claude are celebrating, but on the outside they're like, wow, that's so sad. Ghislaine, it's really sad you have to leave. I don't know what I'm going to do without you here. The protagonist says Jillian will manage the territory while he's gone, and they'd better make sure those guys work hard. In the meantime, they'll also leave some troop units stationed around the territory. They have no idea what Desmond is planning, and even though they look cornered, they're still the biggest threat in the north. He tells Jillian that if Desmond attacks, he's supposed to fall back without fighting. Jillian says he understands. Then the protagonist calls for Belinda and Lucas and tells them to get going. But out of nowhere, Kior says he wants to come too. Claude and Alfoy are shocked. Why would that lazy guy suddenly refuse to take a vacation? Lucas goes, look, I'm not gonna lie to you, but with the skills you've got, you're not surviving out there. Honestly, the Lord is doing you a huge favor by letting you stay here protecting the castle. But then Lucas senses something. Kyra was about to throw a punch, and our guy has to step in and break it up. Still, the redhead swears the competition isn't over, and he promises next time it won't end like it did last time. Lucas lets out a little laugh, and the protagonist looks excited about it. He asks Gillian if everything's fine. The old man says yes, he's more than capable on his own. Our guy thanks him and says, "All right then, Kyra, you're coming with us." And now we're crossing the castle gate. The doors open, and we arrive at the Ironcliff stronghold. Round a bonfire, there are knights. Some mercenaries capturing monsters, and everyone staring at them like they're weird. Belinda says it's obvious they're trying to send a message, while Lucas says this place looks exactly like he remembers. Iroh doesn't like it. He wants to know why they're being stared at. The protagonist just tells him to ignore it and not start a fight with anyone. Someone on the team asks if they're just going to drop their bags and go hunt monsters, but he says no. To hunt here, you have to register as a hunter at the guild base. Belinda, confused, says, "Wait, hold on. Didn't we come because the royal family asked for help? Shouldn't we get some kind of special treatment? Why do we have to go through all this?" Ghislaine explains that the laws here don't work like that. So they go into the guild hall, and the protagonist introduces himself as Baron Fenris of the Kingdom of Lutania. He says he came in response to the Turian royal family's request for support. The bearded guy says, "All right, so you're here to register, but you should know there's no recognition of noble status here, okay? Meaning slave or noble, it's the same for everyone." Belinda doesn't get it, and the Gazai says it's just so they don't use their noble title to cause trouble. The Turian knights are only there to observe the fortress. If he has problems with other hunters, they can sort it out themselves. And if possible, try not to kill anyone for the love of God. After all, they're here to kill monsters, aren't they? Cow War realizes those knights really are a bunch of lazy slackers. The guy asks if they agree or not, and that's when the protagonist says yes, and the insignias drop onto the table. As long as you're carrying those, you can hunt anywhere in Shadow Mountain, but please keep them on you at all times and have fun out there. The protagonist tells them to go. While Belinda thinks these people are kind of rude, suddenly a group nearby welcomes the noble and asks if he's finished registering. Ghislaine takes a look, and Cow War immediately tells them to get lost because they're busy. But the guy pulls back his hood and says he's the king of Ironcliff, Doncad. He's part of the association that protects the rights and interests of the hunters there. Cow War gives a little laugh and says it doesn't matter where you go, there's always some idiot playing king. And what does today's idiot want with them? The registration guy just listens while Doncad says that, as they know, the knights in this region don't do anything. The hunters handle everything, so together they need to maintain law and order. That's why they need to join the association by paying a small fee. That way, they won't have to compete unnecessarily and can focus on hunting monsters. Lucas asks what they're going to do. Belinda already realizes these guys are trying to scam them. But then Ghislaine calls to Kaor and tells him to pay attention. He's going to teach him what you do when you arrive in a new neighborhood, especially one without laws like this. Donkat is standing there, smiling. The little noble is going to accept. He really is a smart kid. He likes it when people cooperate. He gets punched right in the mouth and slammed into the wall. Ghislaine warns Kor that in places like this, fists come before words. Here the strong decide what justice is. The other hunters nearby say he's an idiot. They gave him a chance to work under Donkad's protection, but he chose to dig his own grave. They rush in, but the protagonist pulls 2 knives from his pocket and throws them at both. Then Belinda lands an insane kick, same long-legged style as always, and the poor guys get launched away and crash to the ground. A knight says, "Hey, cut it out, you're going to pay for all of this." She asks, "Didn't you say you weren't going to intervene?" And Kaor understands what the captain means. This isn't a place where you use your head, just use your skills. Lucas asks if the kid has been here before, because he knows exactly how things work. The protagonist says yes, and of course, Belinda thinks that's strange. He's thinking that one of the 7 strongest on the continent lives here, so of course he knows the place. Donkhead starts getting up, calling them bastards. With his face completely wrecked, he asks if they even know what they've done. They messed with the wrong person. Him, the king of the city. Kaor punches him again and tells him to shut up. The protagonist tells them to ignore that trash. Either way, once people realize they're the strongest, they'll start obeying. He says to send a message to the real king. If he has a problem, he can come talk to Ghislaine. But then the scene completely shifts to a guy screaming, and barbarians invading a village, killing a bunch of civilians. The one wearing a wolf hat tells the warriors it's harvest time, and they should all enjoy the moment. This is happening in the north of Lutania, at the camp of the Sound and Wind tribe. A while later, they're all laughing. Did you see that idiot begging to be left alive just because he lost an arm? People here are really weak. Then someone calls for the chief and tells him to look at this letter. The leader, Kustu, looks at the paper and throws it in the other guy's face, saying, "You idiot, do you think I can read this? Are you trying to make fun of me? For God's sake, call someone who can read." An old man says it says the north is empty. It's being proclaimed that the warriors can go conquer Perdium. Everyone is shocked. Wait, conquer Perdium? The bald guy on the left says it's finally time to steal those rich lands. Everyone excitedly tells the chief it's the perfect moment. But Kustu stays silent. He wonders what this is about. Why would they be telling him to conquer Perdium? Then he starts laughing and says the Lutania bastards must have some filthy little plan. Why would they send a letter like that all the way to him? Still, he doesn't care. As long as he gets a fight, it doesn't matter. And they were eager to invade Perdium anyway, so they lose nothing by going there. So tell the other chiefs to gather all the warriors. It's time to conquer Perdium. He even says his warriors are going to get sliced up by Gillian. Meanwhile, back at Shadow Mountain, Kaor is in shock, asking what this thing about what 100,000 is. Ghislaine says, "Wasn't it you who said you wanted to get stronger? With that number, you'll at least get a little better." But Kaor says it makes no sense to kill a huge pile of stupid monsters. There are much stronger people out there who could teach him way more. Then Belinda tells them to look. In front of them, there are giant birds eating another creature. The demon owls turn their heads and look back. Ghislaine says that's the apex predator in these mountains, known as the bear owl. Kaor says, "That thing is disgusting. I'm going over there to kill them." But Ghislaine shoves him aside, and the poor horse gets crushed by a stomp. Ghislaine tells him never to take his eyes off those creatures, because they don't make a sound when they move. Kaor charges in, complaining that Ghislaine should have warned him first. He swings, but the big owl actually dodges. It looks down and lands a kick, and Kaor blocks with his sword. Then another one is already behind him, biting his arm and throwing him away. He rolls across the ground, and when he tries to get up, it comes down with a claw strike. He has to block with his sword. He says those things are weird bastards, then turns to the group and asks how long they're going to stand there watching without helping. Ghislaine replies, "You said they were weak. Handle it." Everyone just stands there, and Lucas says he warned him that with those half-baked skills, he's not leaving alive. He can't deal with those bird-headed things, so he should run. Kaor is furious at being humiliated. He starts getting beaten down by the 2 birds, and Belinda asks if he's in danger of dying. Ghislaine says it's fine. He's not the type to die from this. It's just that those owls are smart. If you fight them without thinking, you fall into traps. That's why they're one of the mountain's top predators. And because they rule this place, they never imagine they'll be hunted. Ghislaine thinks Kaor has the strength to land a hit even on Victor. The problem is, he can only use it when his life is at risk. He needed to develop the hunter mindset, not the prey mindset. Instead of charging in like an idiot, he had to wait for the exact moment and strike when it was time to finish the target. Only then would that killer instinct become part of him. Cower gets serious. He changes his grip on the sword, slices the owl's finger, and steps to the side. Belinda and the owl are stunned. He slips past the next claw swing by turning aside and manages to cut along its flank, telling the bastard not to mess with him. The protagonist smiles. Then we see a bunch of people saying those bastards showed up at the base recently and have been causing trouble. It looks like with 4 people, they've been wiping out countless monsters. And then we see the mountain hunters team looking at a pile of dead creatures. A guy with an X-shaped scar on his chin says he was going to ignore the fact that the newcomer hit one of his subordinates, but he came to steal his food. He says to get ready. It's time for the hunt. Next chapter, the group is resting, with Cower saying they've already killed plenty. He tells the people hauling the bodies to count them properly because he's keeping an eye on the materials. Lucas tells him to stop putting pressure on them because if he keeps it up, he's going to end up with a sword in his back. Cower says he doesn't care. He's not going to respect anyone who respects that trash called Donkad, whatever his name was. In the end, the guy was useless, so much so that they didn't run into anyone else for 2 days. He must be scared. He says that out loud, and the city people glance back, clearly not liking it. The protagonist notices too, and when Kara asks what they're going to do with those materials since they already have a bunch stored up, the protagonist says they're going to send them to Cardania. The dwarves would love having a new kind of material to work with. He says he's already sending some to Claude. But then Belinda comes running, warning them they've got a problem. A letter from Perdium arrived and he has to read it. It's a letter from his father saying Perdium is being attacked by barbarians. A rain of arrows comes down on them. He thinks these barbarians are all going to die. From the top of the wall, Zoltar orders them to kill everyone. They're not to let those filthy barbarians set foot on their territory. Wakustu orders the troops forward and tells them to climb the walls. It's time to take the throne of the wolves. Ladders slam against the stone, and the first ones start climbing. Randolph is stunned. Those bastards came in insane numbers. They really were trying to take Palladium. Scoven agrees something is wrong. They've never attacked on this scale. Randolph shouts that they're in trouble and they're going to need the young lord's help. They should send a letter right now, but Zoltar tells him to stop thinking like that. This is something for the Lord of Peridium to handle, not the Lord of Fenris. They don't need any assistance. Back with the protagonist, he reads in the letter that 6 barbarian tribes joined together to attack the fortress. Barbarians have always attacked Peridium, but an alliance like this is something that didn't happen even in Ghislaine's past life, and it looks like half the barbarians have already arrived there, which is strange. What confuses him is that he knows his father wouldn't send a letter over something like this. But maybe it's not impossible either, since the barbarians teamed up. One thing he's sure of, something about this doesn't feel right. People start asking the young master what he's going to do. Ghislaine says they're going to end the day there. They still hadn't confirmed whether the letter was legit, so they were going to head back, and then, mid-sentence, he stops and tells everyone to jump. Everyone does it, and a storm of arrows comes flying at them. At the same time, 4 guys from each side rush in through the air to swing axes at the group. The protagonist blocks 2 coming from above, slides his sword up to their shoulders to knock their attacks away, and slices them apart mid-air. And like always, they jump, Belinda's skirt flips up, but then the second, Hokage slams his pillar into the ground, raising an avalanche straight at them. Everyone panics, but Ghislaine tells them to stay behind him. He'll handle it. The snow crashes into the group, then starts to settle, and up ahead the second Hokage is revealed. From the middle of it all, Kaur goes, "My God, you came prepared, huh? But who are you?" The guy with the big jaw introduces himself as Donkad, the king of Ironcliff. He gave them a chance to die peacefully, but they wasted it. I thought Donkad was that guy who tried to shake them down earlier, but I guess I mixed up the names. And the real Donkad, our second Hokage, says he doesn't need to explain why he's there. Ghislaine says he knows he doesn't, because Ghislaine told him to come talk if there was any problem. Then Lucas says he didn't think this guy was someone's dog, but it sure looks like he obeys orders. Seriously, they sound like kids arguing. Lucas tells the idiot to stop acting like a little king. Besides, the rule in the mountains is that no hunter is supposed to kill another hunter. Kaur asks if he thinks he's above the law just because he calls himself a king. Donkad says yes, rules matter, and he wasn't planning to kill anyone. But they're in the middle of the forest of shadows, and it's not strange for people to end up dying to monsters in a place like this. Kaur and Belinda just watch. Donkad demands to know who the leader is. Kaur starts to glance to the side, but the protagonist grabs his shoulder and says, "This guy's the leader. His name's Kaur, and he's really strong. Before long, he'll be the leader of the Ironcliff Fortress." Donkad chuckles and asks if the blonde kid isn't actually the leader. Ghislaine says unfortunately not. Some things came up that he had to deal with. Kajor pauses, laughs a little, and says the protagonist can go handle whatever he needs to handle because Kajor's about to beat this guy's ass right now. The protagonist calls the rest of the group over, but Lucas tells Kajor to try not to die at least. Then two poor idiots try to hit Ghislaine from behind. But man, I thought it was Ghislaine. But it's Kaur who draws his sword and splits both their heads, saying they'd better not take their eyes off him because today he's the opponent. Donkt says Kaur is pretty confident, so if that's how it is, let's go. Then three more come in to attack. Kaur watches the first one, deflects the axe strike with his sword, cuts him down, and as another comes from the left, Kaur keeps his blade planted in the middle of the guy's chest to block, and then slices open someone else's stomach. Another one comes from behind, but Kaur ducks the swing and throws a kick, Belinda style. Then the pillar comes in to crush him, so he's forced to retreat. Donkhead doesn't stop. He swings a vertical smash and Kaoru backs off. The Kadra compliments him, saying the red-haired kid isn't bad. How about working for him? He promises a much better salary. The guy is practically drooling, saying he guarantees everything will work out. Kadra answers that a wolf will never work for a pig. Unfortunately, he came here to take the position of king. From far off in the forest, you can only see impacts, blows landing, back and forth brawling, clean trades, dodges, attacks. Donkhead goes for another pillar smash, blocking Kadra's strike. Kadra has already realized this bastard uses the pillar more like a shield than a weapon, but suddenly Don Kaur throws another vertical strike. Kadra dodges by jumping again, and when Kadra tries to come down from above, Don Kaur blocks with the top of the pillar. And like some acrobat, he spins out and drives a kick into Kadra's chest, launching him away. Kaur is stunned. How does this fat guy move that fast? And on top of that, he isn't leaving any openings, even while fighting with that gigantic thing. How is Kaur supposed to win if he can't find an opening? Donkad is already back in his face, swinging again, and the pillar completely destroys a tree. This time, Kaur dodges by leaning back low, but the destroyed tree starts falling on top of him. He realizes the bastard knew he'd dodge that way and set it up on purpose. Now there's a pillar coming from below and a tree coming from above. Donkad says he's met plenty of people like Kaur, people who think they're something special. The tree crashes down, Kaur blocks it with his arm, sword off to the side, and both of them just crush him. He's getting absolutely flattened. They zoom out from far away, and after a while, Donkat is sitting on his pillar like it's nothing. He lights a huge cigar, giving off that full-on gangster aura, and leaves Kaur pinned under the trunk. He says it's been a long time since anyone challenged his position, so he forgot how to hold back. That's why he hates being this strong. Everyone drops before the fight gets good. He noticed Cower was scared, dodging too much, so he decided to leave because it stopped being fun. He stands up, saying he feels bad for the blonde kid who trusted Cower because this was boring. He starts to walk away until Cower suddenly asks the filthy bastard who said he was scared. Donked looks back and says he's impressed, but he'll give the kid a tip. How about he reads the situation better? Come work for him. It's not too late. Pride doesn't put food on the table. By Cower's own logic, it's better to live like a satisfied pig than a starving wolf. Cower is completely wrecked, but he just exhales, raises his sword with a trembling hand, and says today one of them is going to die, and it won't be him. Donked loses patience, powers up his aura around the pillar, and says Cower really is an idiot. He'll find out there's no regret after death. Seeing that, Cower feels like he's about to die because his bones are basically shattered, but he's always ending up in situations like this. He thought he understood what Ghislaine told him. But in moments like these, he forgets everything. And just like that pig said, he got scared and stopped attacking. His hand is shaking, but he grabs his own arm and says he's starting to understand what fear really means. Back to that mess at the fortress. He's asking how he could have gotten scared. Ghislaine says, "You were scared Lucas would steal your position, so you underestimated him. But when he turned out better than you expected, the fear only got worse. And you need to understand nobody wins a fight while they're that scared." Cower asks why Ghislaine is saying this out of nowhere. Cower was never scared when they fought in the Beast Forest or against that guy with the winged helmet. Suddenly, Ghislaine's sword is almost in his face. Cower dodges. The protagonist presses the attack with a bunch of slashes, asking what Cower thinks he's doing. Cower's head hits the wall, and the protagonist almost cuts his neck. Ghislaine explains that the moment Cower feels like he's at a disadvantage, he focuses too much on dodging. That's natural. Humans do it instinctively. Then he grabs Cower's hand, puts it on his neck, and says if Cower had acted the right way, he would have had a chance. And the only way Cower is going to get anywhere is by learning that. Back in the fight, Donked comes at him again. Cower watches the attack head-on, the pillar almost grazing his face, thinking that obviously death is something you avoid at any cost, but it's also the greatest teacher. He dodges by millimeters, letting the pillar clip his shoulder, then slips underneath and slashes Donked across the stomach. Donked looks confused and tries a vertical smash, but Cower spins, comes down from above, rushes in and cuts his shoulder. Donked is shocked, damn it, second time. Those two attacks from the redhead weren't luck. He was getting stronger in the middle of the fight. But as the king of Ironcliff, he wasn't going to lose to some kid. He attacks again. Cower dodges with a step back, and another tree gets destroyed. Donked, getting desperate, demands to know what Cower did. Cower says nothing special. Tree coming from one side, pillar from the other. He jumps to the right and up, clearing the pillar from above. He says the only thing that changed is that he isn't scared anymore. And Donked's head goes flying. He cuts it clean off, no mercy at all. Yeah, put some respect on Cower's name. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the protagonist's team is riding, and someone is watching them. The guy says it looks like they started moving. One of them says one of Fenris's subordinates is missing, but that shouldn't be a problem. Send the letter to Desmond. The Fenris were moving according to their plan. Yeah, but watch out, because the devil's horse is coming, and the demon is riding it. Meanwhile, at the northern Purdon fortress, the barbarians are arriving with a bunch of ladders, trying to climb the walls. But up top, Alcar, Randolph, and Scovan are tearing through them. Alter tells everyone not to be afraid. They're just flesh and bone scarecrows. The soldiers are stabbing with spears, fighting, wondering if these guys ever get tired. Normally, this is the moment they give up the attack. But Kostu is smiling, saying the wolves are getting exhausted. A few more waves like this and the kingdom will fall. tells the Soundwind tribe's men to rest. They're switching shifts. The guys look disappointed, like already? I was just warming up. The soldier on the wall is terrified because that means another wave is coming. How many damn people are even in this? Randolph says there have to be at least 6 tribes rotating. They were using shifts to keep the pressure constant. And the problem is, the wall team barely had time to recover before the next attack. Scovin says something's off. Why are the barbarians being this strategic? Randolph agrees it's weird. Someone had to be behind the whole plan. Right then, Alter says next time they should open the gate. The Northern Wolf would personally go, take the chief's head, but Randolph suddenly tells them to look to the side. Far out on the horizon there's smoke, and a group is approaching. Salter recognizes it instantly. With that demon horse, you can tell who it is. Belinda says those damn barbarians are attacking them in huge numbers. Lucas agrees it looks like that whole 6-tribe alliance thing was true. The protagonist tells Belinda and Lucas to spread out to the flanks and form a circle. They're ending this now. The two of them move out to the sides, while the protagonist goes straight down the middle. The barbarians grin, asking who these losers are who think they can come at them from behind. They're all going to die like idiots. Good thing they showed up now, because the barbarians didn't want to stop fighting. Poor bastards, they're talking about having fun at the blood festival. But the protagonist just raises that axe sword hybrid, pours aura into the blade, and cuts through them like butter. Barbarian pieces go flying. The rest look up, not understanding, and then they're gone. The protagonist spins the axe and keeps cutting everyone down. It turns into a brutal massacre, with barbarians screaming that the front line is being destroyed. They need help. Who is this Perdium warrior? Too late. In front of Kustu, it's just barbarian remains dropping. He can't even process it and asks what those trash idiots think they're doing. How could his whole tribe be scared of one man? But his friend comes up and says they've got a problem. The flanks are getting hit by Belinda, an acrobat, and by that human who's punching spears through people's necks. On top of that, the castle gate opened, and the fortress troops are charging out. That sounds like part of a plan. Desmond's plan, maybe? Kustu says, that damn Northern Wolf, he only had the guts to open the gate now. But it doesn't matter. He bangs his axes together and says they have the numbers advantage. The warriors should push forward, but everyone is just standing there, saying a demon is coming. They remember the tribe's myth about the blood-soaked demon, the beast that burned the forests, the legend of the crimson creature that stole everyone's soul, okay? They're really going all in. But there it is. Our demon just standing there, drenched. Kustu flinches for a second, says, yeah, it can't be the blood demon. He tries to lighten the mood, saying this is actually pretty fun. He never imagined he'd run into an enemy this strong up north. He charges in, shouting that he's Kustu, the great Nordic warrior, and today he's taking the demon's head. The protagonist, though, calls him disgusting. Then the protagonist's horse steps on Kustu's horse's head and shoves it forward. Ghislaine says the North has already lost too much to these barbarian tribes. He thrusts up under Kustu's arm. Kustu tries to answer with a spinning strike, but the protagonist backs off, dodges, hooks his axe sword onto Kustu's axe, and slams him down to the ground beside him. The leader rolls away and tells him to fight properly. He's about to finish his sentence when the horse kicks him right in the face. Someone there says a new mythology is going to spread among the barbarians, that the Wolf of the North will cut the throats of every warrior. Then Zalter's sword comes in from behind and pierces Kustu. Kustu looks back, screams for the wolf, and drops dead. With that, the chief is dead. Zalter orders them to wipe out everyone who's left. The fight is quick, and not long after that, the protagonist gets off his horse. His father says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Ghislaine takes off his helmet and apologizes for taking so long, but Randolph walks up and hugs him, saying he's proud of the young lord, Baron Fenris. Thanks to him, They can finally breathe again. Zoltar, though, wants to know how he found out what was happening and how he managed to bring so many troops. Ghislaine says he came after receiving an urgent request for help from Perdium. The letter said they were under attack and that part of Fenris's forces had already been sent out. He shows the letter and asks if Zoltar didn't send it. Zoltar looks at Randolph like, "Was it you?" Randolph answers, "Brother, no, it wasn't me, I swear. You told me not to send the letter, so I didn't." So Zoltar asks who did it. Then Ghislaine turns serious and tells his father to listen. They'd fallen into a trap. So did someone attack Fenris? In the next chapter, we see the map: Perdium, Fenris, Desmond, and Haven Fortress. We're at one of the places where the royal troops are stationed. They're playing cards, and one of them complains he lost his week's pay again. Loreno asks the commander when they're going home. The guy next to him says he wants to know too. This life is exhausting. They miss Cardinia. Doran, the commander of the Royal Army's second base, says they'll go back when they get orders. The soldiers ask, "If I'm not mistaken, we're here in case Count Desmond attacks, right?" The guy beside him says, "Yeah, and if that's the case, we're useless because he hasn't made a single move. And besides, Desmond wouldn't do anything while the royal family's people are watching." Doran tells them to relax. Desmond isn't the type to act impulsively. If he attacked them there, he'd be making the entire kingdom his enemy. Even the strongest lord in the north wouldn't do something that insane. Then, on the mountain peak on the horizon, a force starts approaching. A soldier rushes in, panicking, telling the commander they've got a problem. Desmond's army is coming this way. And the moment they crest the mountain ridge, they come charging at full speed. Those soldiers don't stand a chance. The commander tells everyone to get ready for an ambush. They level their spears. He orders a phalanx formation, but Desmond's troops smash through them, slaughtering everyone without mercy. The soldiers are terrified. How are they not holding? They've got the Empire's elite right there. Doran orders a retreat. They need to abandon the fight and get back to Fenris Castle to send the message to Cardinia. But then another unit hits them from behind, destroying everything. Doran realizes the goal from the start was to stop them from sharing news of the attack. They've been surrounded. Desmond shows up and greets Viscount Doran, and Doran says he must have lost his mind. The scene shifts to Claude finding out. Wait, Desmond attacked all the forward troops? Lowell says yes, and it looks like he's heading straight for Fenris without stopping. Alfoy is in shock that he's getting dragged into a war again, while Piotr has never even been in one. Lowell asks what they're going to do. Claude remembers Ghislaine said that if Desmond attacked, they should destroy everything important in Outer Largo and move everything valuable inside the castle. Gillian agrees and says, "Well, that's exactly what's happening now." Alfoy immediately yells, "Then move people. What are you waiting for? This place is done for." But everyone hesitates a little. Vanessa is standing there, still quiet. Alfoy yells again, telling them to wake up. The strongest general in the north is attacking, and they're doing nothing? Vanessa snaps and says no, she's going to stop them somehow using magic. Everyone looks at her, confused, and Alfoy tells her to stop being stupid. If she stays there, she's guaranteed to die. But she says she doesn't want to abandon the land they worked so hard on. Everything would be taken by the enemy. Alfoy says they're not losing everything. This is just survival. She knows what the young lord is like. They'll take it back later. Vanessa says they've already pulled off the impossible, so she thinks they can stop these people. And there are all the forges and buildings the mages and dwarves worked so hard to make. Order in the region was only established through the knight's efforts. A lot of citizens started new lives. This place is the dreamland they built, so she swears she'll protect it at any cost. Beauty is impressed by her. Then Claude says, "Fine, Vanessa. If you really want to stay, let me give you the facts." Desmond's army is coming with 30,000 soldiers, 8 siege towers, and 12 catapults. And on top of that, Desmond has a 6th circle mage in his army. Alfoy jumps at that because that's the same level as their leader. Jillian explains their strongest troops are in Pertium, so they won't last 3 days once the siege starts. The gates will be breached before their lord arrives. Vanessa tries to argue, but Jillian warns her that the Lord's command is absolute. Everyone else is to start evacuating now with the supplies, but he's staying. Vanessa looks shocked and suddenly shy, while Claude asks if the old man didn't hear what he just said. But Jillian says they can use the stone fortress. That would let them delay Desmond for a while. It's the least they can do, so they don't make it easy for him. Galvark says that means he has no choice. He'll have to make some good equipment. The dwarf agrees they don't have time to relax. Then Gordon says he's staying too. How are they supposed to leave if the captain is staying? The one-eyed guy agrees. He'd rather fight and die than run like a coward. Suddenly, the soldiers start raising their swords, saying, "I'll stay. I'll stay too. I'm staying." Alfoy is furious. They were supposed to follow the Lord's order and get out. But Vanessa is moved. She'd better be ready to back it up because she's the one who got everyone fired up to stay. Meanwhile, at Pertium Fortress, he's reading the letter Jillian sent, saying the boy managed the impossible. He knows holding that position is necessary against stronger enemies, and that's why he's staying there. The letter also says 30,000 men are attacking. They wiped out the royal troops and the outposts. The protagonist had considered Desmond might attack, but he never imagined Desmond could distract him with the northern barbarians. Randolph is confused. Wait, Desmond's attack is coming? But they shouldn't have arrived yet. Soltar is about to say that Ghislaine just got there, but it looks like he'll have to go right back to his territory. Then Skulven shows up, warning them they've got another problem. More barbarian cavalry are advancing this way. They go up to the top of the wall and see an army approaching. Randolph doesn't get it. Why are the barbarians throwing everything they have at the castle? Soltar agrees it makes no sense. The attack should have ended already. Seeing it, the protagonist knows not even his father could stop all those barbarians. If he leaves now, Pertium will fall. He's starting to understand Desmond's strategy. Desmond is really putting everything on the line in this war. Then his father puts a hand on Ghislaine's shoulder and asks why he's still standing there. Defending this city from the barbarians is the job of the Wolf of the North and the people of Pertium, not his. Ghislaine looks confused. His father says he's a lord now. There are people he needs to protect who are waiting for him, and right now he has to do what needs to be done. Randolph tells all the soldiers to prepare for the attack. If they don't stop the barbarians from advancing now, the city will be overrun. Zoltar starts walking off, telling Ghislaine to leave. But Ghislaine calls out to his father and says yes. There are people he needs to protect, people he trusts more than anyone. He tells Belinda and Lucas to clear this place out as fast as possible so they can return to their territory. Before the day is over, Desmond will die in this war. Back at the stone fortress, what seems like Cabaldi's castle, everyone is gathering supplies, ordering more stone brought in, and Jillian is telling everyone to hurry. They need everything ready before Desmond arrives. Galvar calls Jillian over, fully armored, and asks if Gillian put those armor sets on everyone. Jillian says yes, and he noticed they're all high quality. Galvark says, of course they are. Look who made them. Those armors won't be pierced by arrows, and they're light, so they'll fight well. The knight's armor was marked with magic circles, so it'll neutralize other magical attacks. Jillian says the dwarves under Galvark are truly priceless talents, so why do they want to stay? Galvark says he knows those people don't want to kill them, since nobles across the empire are interested in dwarven work. But if a slave's life is all that's waiting for him, then at least he wants to believe in the 10-year promise of freedom Ghislaine made. That plan won't work if Ghislaine is dead in 10 years. Then he hands Gillian a helmet with serious style. Jillian smiles a little and calls everyone over. He asks if they're all here. They have 1 priestess, 10 mages, a few hundred knights, and just under 1,000 soldiers. All of that against Desmond's 30,000. The legion stretches across the horizon. Everyone realizes the math doesn't work. It's 30 enemies for every one of them. The one-eyed guy admits it's terrifying. Alfoy already wants to run, saying there's no way he's staying. The Lord doesn't want them dying there. They should all leave. But Vanessa holds firm and says it's too late. The soldiers under their helms are shaking. Jillian asks if they're afraid. They need to remember the goal isn't to defeat everyone. It's to buy enough time for Ghislaine to arrive. If the enemy gets past this territory, they'll take everything in an instant. The place they worked on, everyone's families, all the homes, everything they built, gone. The work and life they have now exist because of the Lord, and that applies to him too. Then he puts on the helmet and looks unstoppable. He says today is the day they protect all the dreams they built. Everyone gets emotional, while far away Desmond watches. Hutton appears beside the Count and says the catapults are loaded. Desmond calls for someone named Yahello, the Sixth Circle mage in his army. The Count asks if he found that runestone trap in the region they used against Degard. Yahello says no. They checked the area's energy, and there's no runestone. Since it's a surprise war, they didn't have time to prepare. Desmond orders them to fire, and the catapults start launching stones. A storm of rock comes crashing toward them. Jillian tells everyone to brace for impact, but there isn't much they can do. The wall gets hammered, and Desmond's army advances with the siege weapons. Galvark warns they're coming, and Gillian orders them to clear out anything that got damaged. He tells the archers to take their positions, and then comes a rain of bolts from the ballistas. The bolts are huge, but somehow those soldiers are tanking them. These aren't the kind of bolts that punch through a steel wall. The size of them is insane. Hutton says, as expected, the walls here are tough. 12 catapults fired, and there isn't any visible damage. Desmond says he heard they're packed with dwarves, so yeah, they probably reinforced those walls. Then the first squad of archers lets loose a rain of arrows. It looks like it's going to wipe out everyone on top of the rampart. But those dwarf armors, completely impenetrable. They're just standing there like it's water falling on them. The warriors are all stunned, saying those armors are insanely overpowered. Who was the monster who made them? Galvaric's off to the side, just smiling to himself. Then another storm of arrows comes down toward Desmond's army. That's when he calls for Yahello and tells him to launch a rain of fire. The mages gather and start a triple casting, with the leader saying he'll handle it right now. Suddenly, Galvaric points upward and tells Jillian the sky looks weird. A massive cloud starts forming, and of course, Jillian knows that's magic. From far away, Willow warns them to watch their heads, because now the burning rain is about to fall. Fireballs start dropping from the clouds. The knights know their armor can handle arrows, but there's no way it's surviving magic like that. Someone's shouting orders for them to take cover, but Jillian just stands there, saying they don't need to worry because they've got magic too. Vanessa throws up a wind curtain. She raises a dense ball of energy that expands from the top of the wall up into the sky and starts shielding them from the fire rain. She tanks it without breaking a sweat. The sky clears and the castle is untouched. Jillian and all the knights just stare, not understanding, while Willow looks confused. So that must be the mage who evacuated to guard his troops. But she didn't do it alone, did she? Alfoy's there complaining that his life as a battery is brutal. She tells him not to lose focus. They need to get ready because more attacks are coming. Hutton says he's waiting for the Count's next order, but the Count isn't responding. Desmond's thinking these bastards have reinforced walls that counter all the catapults. Their soldiers have armor arrows can't pierce. Even magic isn't working because they can counter that too. Even split up and without Ghislaine, they're not inferior at all. He knows he started this war without help from the Duke's faction and without caring what the royal side would do. He's not acting calm, which isn't like him. Still, he smiles and says it was a lucky break. If he hadn't moved today, he'd never eliminate Ghislaine. He feels relieved. He tells Hutton they don't need to test anything else with these attacks. It's time for the whole army to advance. The fortress is going to be wiped off the map. He points his sword and orders the soldiers forward. Time to capture the fortress, and the catapults are pounding non-stop. They're positioned with soldiers on the right wall, while Vanessa and the mages are up on the left. The ballistas won't stop firing. Arrows keep coming down, but they're managing to block everything with their shields. Then one soldier warns that the catapults are launching fireballs now, but Gillian yanks out his axe and literally cuts the fireball apart in mid-air. Gordon looks like he's doing the same thing. Mana Knights really are built different. The archers realize they're actually protected, just like you'd expect from Mana Knights. The problem is the siege towers have pushed too far forward. Gillian tells them not to be afraid. They have to trust each other and hold their positions. The trio of mercenaries gets ready, and Gillian says it's time for close combat. Their first strike has to crush these guys. Usually, the first clash decides the outcome, and troops start pouring out of the siege tower. Gillian splits 3 men clean in half with one axe swing. Then he uses the axe like a shovel, smacking the rest of the bodies back into the siege tower and forcing the soldiers inside out. It's just piles of dead bodies behind him, and the guys climbing up next have no idea what just happened up there. When they reach the top and look, no way. Gillian's just farming endless aura. He looks like some god of slaughter, everything shaking. People are screaming, chaos everywhere, kill this, kill that. And Desmond is watching from a distance. Who's that strange white lion? Hutton says the level of those knights is weirdly high, and it'll take time with average soldiers. So Desmond calls in the order of the 2 winged knights. Everyone is to dismount and join the infantry, climb the siege towers, and eliminate the enemy knights. Another squad is to join the team that will break the wall. Meanwhile, Willow is to keep gathering mana so he can fire off a large-scale special at any moment. Then Desmond calls Hutton and says that guy with the white lion mane is a problem. Take him out. I'm nervous. Don't kill Gillian. Hutton stands up. His horse looks kind of terrifying too. He comes in excited, saying he's been waiting for that order. Meanwhile, in the city of Cartania, Count Foude, one of the people responsible for House Delphine, is trembling in front of Branford, who asks one simple question. What's the pretext for this war? Foude asks what he's talking about. Branford says Desmond annihilated the legion he sent and is currently attacking Baron Fenris, who belongs to the royal faction. There's obviously no pretext for this war, so it must be what Delphine wants either way. Foude awkwardly says, no, it could never be that. He understands the Marquise's anger, but he can't understand what Desmond, who's a neutral noble like Delphine, has to do with it. Then Rosalind tells him to be quiet. It's past time to stop denying the connection. In the investigation into the Cabaldi War, they already found out Desmond was working with the Duke's house. That's exactly why they stationed the 2nd Legion there. Morris warns them to watch their words. The price for doing anything against the royal family wouldn't be small, but he's furious because they're clearly being aggressive toward him. It's all the fault of that damned Viscount Raoul who dumped this filthy job on him. Still, he puts on a performance. Please, royal faction, Desmond will take responsibility for this. It has nothing to do with the duchy. He bows, swears, and promises the Duke's faction won't be involved in any way. They won't join in at any point to attack Baron Fenris. Branford asks if they're really going to pretend they have no responsibility. Foude says they didn't get involved in Cabaldi, and it would be better if they didn't get involved in this war either. Branford stands up and says he's making things worse. They must want Fenris destroyed so the nobles turn on the royal family. That way, both sides weaken, and then the ducal house can strike. Foude says no, it's a misunderstanding. They just won't interfere because they never wanted this war in the first place. Branford says fine, he's tired of these schemes. He calls Tolu and orders this man thrown in prison immediately. And he orders the arrest of every noble from the ducal faction currently in the capital. If Baron Fenris loses, they're to cut off all those nobles' heads and send them to Duke Delphine. Fouad just freezes. Wait, what? Too late, he's arrested. As they drag him away, he says this is insanity. He's the voice of the entire ducal house. Tradition says their safety is guaranteed. Branford ignores him and asks Morris which of the duchy's noble territories is the weakest. Morris answers that the easiest targets would be the barony of Harrington and a place called Kalinda up north. Branford gives the order. The moment Fenris is defeated, seize those two territories. Also, order every army near the north to move and start supporting Count Fenris. He won't hold back in dealing with Desmond. The problem is, by the time that help arrives, the war will already be over. Still, credit for trying, Branford. Back to the war. The massacre is starting because now that Desmond's two-winged troops have advanced, they're taking the wall. People are shouting that the bastards reached the ramparts. Gordon charges one of them, yelling for the bastard to come at him. He'll crush everyone's skulls. He slams his mace into the soldier's shield, but the soldier blocks it, then goes for an overhead sword strike. Jillian interrupts with a full-force axe blow into the shield, crushing the guy, and tells Gordon he almost got his head taken off. Jillian covers their backs with the axe, yanks the enemy's shield with his other hand, shoves him aside, pulls the axe back, and slices across the neck. He's unreal. Then someone behind them says he's kind of beast-like. Jillian looks over and asks who he is. The man tosses his sword aside and introduces himself as Hutton, captain of the Two-Winged Knights. He tells the white-maned beast to give his name. Jillian, as always, says his name doesn't need to be given to anyone because he's nothing more than a weapon of Lord Fenris. So Desmond's dog can come at him. Hutton chuckles and says he really does act like a creature, and he advances with one hand behind his back. Then the chapter shifts, and we see the rest of the protagonist's knights clashing with the two-winged men, while the wall is getting hammered by the battering ram. Jillian's axe slams into Hutton's sword. They lock eyes. Jillian tries a rising attack from below, but Hutton creates distance. Hutton thrusts. Jillian guards his shoulder and slips aside. Hutton is impressed. He fires off a string of thrusts. Jillian blocks, uses the axe as support, tries to kick, but Hutton ducks. Jillian loves flashy moves. Mid-spin, he shifts his footing into a cut and throws a vertical strike, but Hutton steps away. Hutton says he never imagined seeing a style this free from a knight. This fight is going to entertain him. Hutton swings down at Jillian. Jillian blocks with the axe handle and knocks it aside, but during that defense, Hutton slips out and lands a cut across Jillian's stomach. Hutton says he's not bad, but he leaves too many openings. Blood sprays. Then it cuts to Desmond, who says it's enough. Pull back the battering ram. It's time for Yahello to open the gate. The mage says he understands. Galveric and the people on the wall watch a giant orb of energy forming. Yahello warns this. One will be harder to defend than the last. He casts a solar eruption. Everyone braces, and the attack hits dead on, destroying the entire wall. Desmond orders the advance. The gate is gone. The cavalry ride straight into the castle. Up on the wall, Jillian is still fighting Hutton. Jillian blocks an overhead strike and draws a new dagger. He says it's impressive. Jillian reacts like that. Then he shifts right, blocks the axe behind him, and stops Gillian from using the knife with his other hand. Hutton says it's a waste. If Gillian had received proper training, he'd be a much better fighter. But it's always like this. The talented die first, and the fortress will be taken before this fight even ends. Jillian remembers Claude saying that, if he's really going to stay and fight, he has to follow commands. Alfoy is confused. Why is Claude giving orders? He's a slave too. Claude tells him not to compare himself, because right now he's the Lord General of Tactics. What matters is they're being attacked by a national force. No matter how strong they are individually, it's impossible to stop them with this numbers gap. That's why he's going to explain another plan. Their operation starts the moment the walls are breached. As soon as that happens, the regular soldiers and the mages are to retreat to the rear wall. The difference in numbers is so huge there's no reason to stay even 1 second after that. The knights will draw attention for a short time, and when Jillian gives the signal, the scene returns to the fight. Jillian asks if Victor was Hutton's disciple. He taunts him, saying Victor was just an idiot who died after charging at his lord without fear, and his master won't be any different. Hutton snaps and starts to ask how he dares, but Jillian grabs him by the collar and headbutts him in the face. Hutton staggers back. Jillian grabs a ballista, and instead of firing at Hutton, shoots a bell up above. All the knights react, and Hutton is confused. Jillian glances to the side and jumps off the top of the wall. Hutton thinks that bastard is running from the enemy. Someone who acts like that doesn't deserve to be called a knight. But then he notices the sound of swords has stopped, and when he looks to the side, none of the knights are there anymore. The rest of the troops say they managed to take the walls, but the enemy ran off. Were they supposed to chase them? Hutton thinks it's weird. Something's off. Those guys had the kind of faces you see on people ready to throw their lives away. So why would they suddenly quit the fight like that? He starts thinking there's only one explanation. Meanwhile, the infantry soldiers who stormed the castle are following Gillian's group as they head out through the back gate. And the moment Jillian passes through the gate, who's waiting for them? Vanessa, already casting a spell. She raises her staff, slams it into the ground, and electricity starts racing straight toward them. It almost feels like there's something under their feet. Hard to tell. Then she triggers the flaming strike. From far away, Hutton, Desmond, and the knights can only watch a massive explosion. Desmond can't even react. Wallow says it's impossible. Where did that much mana come from? That would only be possible if there was a runestone. The knights start running in panic, screaming that they're burning, getting roasted alive. Hutton orders everyone to abandon the castle. The Order of the Two Winged Knights is supposed to help the wounded and get as many survivors out as possible. Then Desmond comes through the gate and demands that Hutton explain the situation immediately. Far in the distance, Jillian is holding Vanessa in his arms while everyone watches everything burn. Leote comes over to help Gillian, saying his abdomen is bleeding. Alforce says their group is seriously weird. Every time, they spend insane amounts of money destroying piles of runestones. Gordon says it doesn't matter. The captain's rich. Galveric agrees it's better to spend them, since those people would have stolen them anyway. Jillian just says Claude's plan was excellent. He asks if everyone's safe, and they say yes. So before they could be tracked, it was time to move to the second point. Seriously, they were setting another trap? Meanwhile, over in Perdium, there are about 100 dead barbarians on the ground. One of them is still on a horse that looks like it's about to collapse. Exhausted, he looks ahead. Ghislaine is charging hard. The protagonist swings, but the guy deflects it, slips to the side, and they start trading blows like real knights. Then the protagonist throws another cut while his horse knocks the other guy's horse down. That horse is absurdly overpowered. He's the only one with a horse that can body other horses. The barbarian says that damn blood demon doesn't know when to quit. He's more addicted to war than any barbarian. If he had even a little sense in his head, he'd listen for 1 second. He's Waroka, a representative of the barbarians, and he wants to propose a truce. He tells him to look around. Everyone who was here before is nothing but miserable souls now. They've turned into disgusting meat corpses. They were fighting under Custos's orders. But now that Custos is dead, there's no reason to keep this war going. The protagonist watches him and remembers that Warka was a barbarian general who, in a past life, got rewarded with a piece of Perdium because he helped Duchy faction. Honestly, for a barbarian, he's one of the smart ones. Warka says enough with this meaningless war. They've both sacrificed enough men. He promises he'll never attack the northern fortress again. But the protagonist attacks anyway, asking if he's bought enough time already. They were the ones who attacked, so now it's too late. The axe strike Warka tries to defend against goes straight through, and he drops dead. Looks like the protagonist just solved the barbarian problem. Then it cuts back to Jillian's group pushing forward, with Gordon warning that the enemy is right behind them. 2 winged knights are closing in. Hutton tells the Lord they finally found those rats. Desmond orders all soldiers to advance. They were never going to defeat Fenris if it wasn't now. Parity is scared that people are already there, while Alfoy wants to know how they're on their tail so fast after taking so much damage. Jillian knows there's still some distance to the meeting point. Please don't do something reckless, Jillian. He makes his horse skid and tells everyone to go to the point. He'll hold a defensive line and buy time. But on the horizon, everyone sees a gigantic force coming. The knights stop and stare too, wondering if those people even took any losses. Others answer that even if they lost half, there are still 15,000. Gordon agrees those thick-skulled monsters really are strong. Their technique is on another level. The one-eyed guy tells him to stop being scared. What's the point of being built like that if you're going to panic? Gazelle agrees. He'll fight here and tell Captain K everything that happened. Gordon says if he can stop even one of them, he'll be happy, because in the end, the captain will avenge them. Don't you all go dying on me. Somebody survive, please. Where are the nobles from the capital? Every time they show up saying they'll help, they're useless. Jillian raises his axe and says the Lord won't let them get away with this. The whole force charges, except it's basically 50 against 15,000. And once they collide, the fight explodes. Mercenaries against the 2 wings, Hutton against Jillian, Gordon having the time of his life, Gazelle saying he'll wipe out those bastards so they never attack Fenris again. Desmond comments that it's unbelievable. They chose to resist to the very end, but now there's no way they can escape. He orders the first line of mages to handle it, and a rain of fireballs comes down. One-eyed Gordon realizes they'll have to trust the raw toughness of the dwarf armor, but of course Vanessa extends her staff, and a barrier rises to protect them. Desmond and Hutton are shocked again. There she is. Tight dress, staff in hand, and a ridiculous amount of mana. She says she'll fight with them right there. Jillian faces Hutton again, and Hutton says he finally remembers his name. He knows he's Gillian, captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, a group they used to trade with constantly because they had tons of resources. He'd forgotten the name because they vanished out of nowhere. Why would a mercenary like him risk his life for Baron Fenris? Does he think his mercenary nature changed just because he's playing knight now? And if he thinks an idiot like Fenris is going to rule the north, here's some advice. That's nothing but a pointless dream. Jillian ignores him and says he already died as a mercenary. Ghislaine gave him a new life, and the kid's dream became his dream. I'm nervous they might actually die here, but let's keep going. Jillian throws the huge axe up and turns toward Hutton. Hutton blocks, but gets knocked backward. His horse stumbles. Jillian presses again. Hutton manages a defensive sequence, then lands a hit to the chest, but Gillian blocks with the handle, hooks Hutton's sword with the axe head, and yanks it away. He knocks the sword out of his hand and slices through, catching the horse in the chest. Hutton is getting wrecked. His horse goes down, and he hits the ground, completely spent. Confused, he says something's different from last time. Jillian is way stronger. He's injured. He's at a disadvantage. So where is that strength coming from? Exhausted, he says he doesn't understand why someone like him, a mercenary, would work like an animal for a lord. Jillian answers that nobody gets to call Lord Fenris an animal, and he won't tolerate anyone who stands against Fenris's dreams. That's his honor as a knight. Hutton is thrown off. No mercenary in the world is supposed to be that loyal to a lord. To him, only money matters. The only thing mercenaries know is following their instincts. So how did Baron Fenris manage to tame a beast like this? Jillian comes in again. Hutton goes for a wide swing, but gets forced into defense. He twists the blade and cuts Jillian's horse. He apologizes for earlier and says now he'll challenge him to a duel like a knight. Meanwhile, Desmond orders them to flank the enemy. Vanessa is right there in the middle of the troops. I thought she had an escape route, but now I'm not so sure. Alfoy says exactly that. With this numbers gap, they have no chance. Galvric says he doesn't know how they're getting out of this, but Vanessa tells all the mages to form a circle. Then she summons a massive wall of ice around the whole force, leaving only a small entrance. The two winged knights realize flanking won't work anymore. Desmond is furious, saying that woman is getting in the way. He calls for Yahello and tells him to finish this already. He orders the two winged knights to push through the main entrance and eliminate the mages as fast as possible. They start forcing their way in. One-eyed Gordon takes a hit to the shoulder. Gordon gets slammed to the ground. They break through the front and start moving toward Vanessa. But then she and the mages cast a chain of lightning spears, electrocuting them until they drop. But she's exhausted. Alfoy tells her that's enough. If she uses more high-cost mana spells, she'll die. Galvaric tells her to hang on. She says not to worry about her. They have to deal with the knights. Then her face lights up. Jillian and Hutton glance over and see Yahello conjuring a gigantic sphere. It's the same magic that destroyed the castle gate. If that hits them, it'll pulverize the ice barrier. Jillian wants to do something, but Hutton rushes him and tells him to focus. The fight is between them. Yahello says Fenris's mages really impressed him, but their talent doesn't matter because now they'll be turned to ash for choosing the wrong side. I'm trying to think of 1,000 ways this can still work out, but let's see what happens. Jillian shouts, smashes Hutton with an axe strike, and sends him flying, then throws a dagger at Yahello. It lands right in the shoulder. The solar explosion spell goes completely off course and shoots into the sky. Desmond jumps, and the knights breathe in relief. Vanessa relaxes because there was nothing she could have done. Jillian orders everyone to reform the circle and hold. No, he gets stabbed in the back. No, Vanessa freezes in shock, and Hutton says that's the price of losing focus in a sacred duel. This is the end of the White Lion. Jillian tries to answer with an axe swing, but Hutton steps aside while pulling the sword out, blocks the strike, cuts his chest again, drives the blade into his shoulder, and drags it deep. Hutton says he didn't want it to end like this, but on a battlefield, things never go the way you plan. He rips out a brutal slash and Jillian collapses. Everyone screams, "Pyotr, where's the healing?" I didn't like seeing Pyotr panicking. I thought she was going to be the answer. Vanessa is screaming. But then Desmond orders the army forward. On the ground, Jillian looks to the side and sees their force getting completely slaughtered. Vanessa's screaming, so he thinks that's it. This is where he dies. He remembers the protagonist saying he was excited to work with him. He remembers the new life the Lord gave him. Everything from the last trips to the first hunt in the beast forest to the day they returned to the castle. He remembers his daughter too. He almost forgot about her, but his mind keeps going back to the protagonist. The kid saying Gillian was the person he trusted most. So Jillian apologizes to the Lord, but suddenly someone calls out to Gillian. It's Kaor telling the old man to keep his dignity in front of his subordinates. Right, he was in the north, stayed behind, and got here first because he didn't have to go all the way to Perdium. Let's go. I'm hoping he pulls off a miracle. But before we see what he does, we have to jump into a progression arc because we're going back a bit, back in the mountains, during one of the monster waves. The army is screaming in panic. Arrows are raining down. Creatures are climbing the wall, people are dying everywhere. In the middle of it all, there's a beast holding a staff and hurling boulders. The beast Titan, one huge shot tears through the entire wall. The creature is massive and keeps advancing. The hunters are terrified by its size. It's basically destroying the whole castle by throwing rocks. Even with the Turian knights who belong to that region helping, they can't do anything. They needed Donkad's help, but Donkad is dead. And here comes another boulder. What the hell? Kyra stole that human's pillar and threw the boulder right back into the monster's face. People think they've been saved because the new king of Ironcliff has arrived. But Kyra is wondering how that pig Donkad used to carry something that huge. The thing has a rope on it. He swings it into the monsters, crushing a bunch into the ground, then drops in and starts cutting everything down. He's thinking about those fundamentals. It's probably those techniques the protagonist gave him in that book to learn. After he'd figured out those moves and finally gotten over the fear, he was starting to reach the next stage. Back in the fight, he watches Hutton's shoulder movement, the shift in his center of gravity, and his foot placement. If he paid attention to all those signs, he could predict what the other guy was about to do. So Hutton comes charging in, and he feels like now he could take on anyone. He slides out to the left, and it looks like he lands one right in Hutton's face, leaving him confused, trying to figure out how this kid is reading his movements. But another hit is already coming straight at him. Hutton yells, laughing, and manages to pull back while defending. Still, he realizes that if he hadn't lowered his head for even a moment, he would have been decapitated. But who is this weirdo who showed up out of nowhere? He didn't have mana or an impressive physique, so where was this skill coming from? Hutton asks his name, and the guy answers, "Why do you want to know?" Hutton is instantly sure. "Yeah, that's enough for me. You're no knight. You've got to be a mercenary that King paid a fortune to hire." But Kaor shuts him down, saying he isn't ready. He's the captain of the Fenris Knight Order Corps. Hutton is confused. "Wait, you're the captain, not the White Lion?" Jillian, practically dying, says he's lying. Corps tells him to shut up. People on the ground don't get to talk. If he's got a problem with it, get up and fight. Because Corps is in charge now, and he goes straight at Hutton. A clean exchange goes back and forth. Corps blocks one of Hutton's strikes using both hands, and Hutton comments that once again, he's fighting someone with no restrictions. Baron Fenris only ever created monsters. He'd already won at least 5 duels against famous knights with entire countries on the line. What could trash like Caro possibly do? Caro answers that as far as he knows, his lord has won hundreds of duels like that. And with that, he lands a hard kick to Hutton's chin. Hutton falls backward. Caro moves in to slash him, but Hutton blocks and tells him to stop lying. He shoves Caro aside and uses the sword's hilt to sweep his legs. Caro drops flat on his back, and Hutton says he'll kill anyone who stands in the way of Count Desmond. But suddenly his blade gets stopped by Jillian's axe. Somehow he got back up. Both of them freeze for a second, and Hutton has to retreat. Jillian says Caro really is stronger. The redhead wants to know if Gillian can actually move, and Jillian reveals Piotr came over and healed him a bit so he can still do something. Hutton warns the White Lion, "When you lose a fight, you're supposed to back off." Why was he interfering? Typical mercenary nonsense. Jillian tells Caro to get ready. This guy was Victor's teacher, the one who almost killed him. The redhead says that explains why this bastard is so strong. But the problem is, Jillian clearly doesn't look good. Looks like the next attack is his last. He says, "Yeah, everything or nothing." Caro immediately charges, saying that's enough. The two of them attack Hutton. Caro's strike gets blocked with the sword braced over the forearm, and at the same time Hutton twists Caro's arm, making him drop his sword. He dodges Jillian's axe swing and slices his shoulder, but Caro reacts too. He kicks Hutton's hand, making him drop his weapon. Then Jillian closes in and slams his shoulder into Hutton's chest, launching him away. Hutton rolls, tries to get up, but Caro is already there and punches him right in the middle of the face. Before he can react, Jillian comes from the other side and hits him on the right, too. A kick to the stomach. Then Gillian grabs him by the shoulder and smashes his head. The guy is losing insane amounts of blood and collapses. Completely done. One detail, though, where's Desmond? Doesn't he fight? Hutton, exhausted, calls them filthy cowards. How can they call themselves knights, fighting like this? Caro helps Gillian hold the axe and says, this is a battlefield. Out here there are no excuses, only results. And with that, Hutton's head gets blown apart. And there's Desmond talking big. I'm just chilling on my battlefield. Then he looks to the side, gets the shock of his life, and panics. He really should have looked over there at least once in the last 50 minutes. The scene shifts to high foul territory. Amelia is in a meeting where they're talking about the war. It looks like Baron Fenris stayed in the Perdium region to defend against the barbarians, while Desmond is advancing toward Fenris City. With an army of 30,000, he's already pushed past the royal forces and is heading straight into the center. Someone says he attacked at the exact moment the forces were split. Another replies that, yeah, it's a risky war, but the timing was perfect. Berna says it's an interesting war. Fenris would be destroyed, and Perdium would take heavy damage. Amelia smiles a little and says she sees what's happening. This is the perfect moment for them to attack Desmond's territory. And she's changed positions now. She's Countess Highfoud. And seriously, does the title come with implants? Because she was not that big before. Her announcement obviously freaks everyone out. They say, okay, they get that Desmond's territory is empty right now, but what are they supposed to do after that? Burnif explains that if they do nothing, those people will become the most powerful group in the north. Amelia agrees, saying it would be stupid not to act now. If Desmond beats Fenris, he becomes too powerful and would definitely become an enemy of the duchy. But if Ghislaine wins, he becomes the strongest in the north. Either way, the duchy won't just sit there and watch. Win or lose, Desmond is no longer on the duchy's side. So why don't they take that position and show even more support? She'd probably be favored for it. The others are surprised but interested. Burnef thinks it's the perfect chance. Without even joining the war, she'll come out the winner. It's a plan packed with advantages. She tells Burnef to get ready because they're leaving. The chance they wanted has arrived. He shouts, "Yes, my lady," and immediately starts calling up the whole army, saying it's time to show the strength of the new Hayford team. Watching from the balcony, Amelia says it doesn't matter how strong Ghislaine is. He drew too much attention, and now everything would be taken in a single, precise strike from her. But then Belinda is right behind her. Amelia turns, and the dangerous one says it's been a while since they've seen each other, but she wasn't going to miss the chance to come chat with a dagger already at Amelia's throat. Belinda says everything is happening just like the young master said it would. Amelia recognizes the voice as Ghislaine's maid. What was she doing there? Belinda says she has a warning from Baron Fenris. He suggests Amelia shouldn't move carelessly. Looks like she'll have to make some adjustments to her plan. No idea what happens next, because the scene cuts back to the battlefield, right? As Hutton's head gets split apart. The Flatheads and Desmond start screaming in panic, and everyone rushes Gillian along with Kaor. Kaor immediately knows that must be Desmond. He's coming. Get up. Nope, Gillian faceplants. Kaor is sure he's screwed, but fine, come at him. He was the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries, the king of the Steel Cliff, the captain of Fenris Order. He was Kaor. But then there's someone off to the side. Look who shows up, firing an arrow at Desmond, forcing him to stop and block it. Desmond looks confused, but Kaor recognizes it instantly. The captain has arrived. Everyone breaks into smiles. The eye patch guy looks like he's got a hole in his head. Alfoy yells that the bastard took too long. Vanessa celebrates. Desmond, on the other hand, is confused. The barbarians were supposed to be attacking the north. There's no way that got handled that fast, and it doesn't look like anyone is behind him, so he came alone. He probably left Perdium to deal with the barbarians and came by himself. Now he'll pay the price, because without support, he's useless. But then we see Zalter asking a knight if this is correct. The knight says authority and command over part of the kingdom's army were entrusted to Fenris and Perdium. That was the message sent by Marquise Branford. Zalter thanks him while Randolph says, "Well, they didn't arrive that late." Then the father orders everyone to raise their swords. Now they've got all of the north plus support from the capital. The Flatheads don't understand where a massive army like this came from out of nowhere. Desmond recognizes it immediately. It's the capital's armor. The royal faction has started moving. So he really is on the Duke's side. It was pointless because they aren't helping at all. But fine, let that damn Ghislaine come at him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is basically in a 1 versus 20. The Flatheads say if that kid dies, they win. He says the horse's name is King of Darkness. My God, it sounds like me making a character when I was 8. They shout that Jillian is the priority, but the huge horse leaps, cuts through everyone, and the protagonist ends up face to face with Desmond. He calls him out and swings the axe, but Desmond bad. He blocks it. The sword slides back and they start trading blows. Not that clean, because as Desmond gets slammed to the ground and spits blood, it looks like he's not that strong after all. From far away, Kaor calls for the Black King. The horse comes in drifting, like it's about to park. Look at that horse, its stance. That thing has style. It's there to get Gillian onto its back. Meanwhile, the protagonist is still facing Desmond. Desmond looks at him and says he really is a filthy bastard, the one who's been ruining the plan he's been building for years. Not only that, but the most loyal knights he had, Hutton and Victor, died because of him. He's the one who interfered with everything. And now, he ran straight across this battlefield to face him. So he'd better be ready. Protagonist says, of course. He steps in with that swagger axe to the side, saying he's been waiting for this day for a long time. The next chapter starts with Zalter ordering everyone to advance and finish them. Horses are screaming. Gordon is tearing through people, and the Flatheads are in shock. The remaining commander tells them not to break formation and to annihilate the enemies in front of them. They charge Vanessa and the others too. Gordon says this isn't exactly what he expected to happen. Gazelle realizes they're only pushing forward because they're being surrounded, and someone suddenly orders fire, but it's arrows. Claude, who had run back to base, brought the army back. He orders the soldiers into action, and they start raining arrows down. And what the hell, do their arrows have mana? Seriously? So it turns into chaos. Cror carrying Gillian on the horse, Zalter shouting orders, arrows everywhere, bodies hitting the ground, and Desmond charging toward the protagonist. Axe and sword collide. Technically, the protagonist isn't even using his main weapon, but the choreography is still crazy, like always. Desmond's sword hits inside the curve of the axe and knocks it back. Then Desmond turns, grabs the handle, and comes in to throw a punch, letting go of his own sword. But the protagonist jumps. He uses the axe head on the ground as a step and kicks Desmond in the head. Then he pulls a classic Gillian move, using the momentum from that kick. He yanks the axe up and tries to bring it down, but Desmond blocks and retreats. He gets knocked back, but the protagonist doesn't even give the narrator time to breathe and rushes him again. Desmond is furious, thinking he's lived a life of perfect plans. Nothing he tries ever gets interrupted. He's always managed to steer his family in the right direction every time. Trial and error isn't even in his vocabulary. While he's thinking that, the exchange is anything but fair. He goes for a thrust. The protagonist ducks, uses the axe as support again, spins like he's pole dancing, and drives a kick into Desmond's chest. Desmond spits blood. Wondering why and how, because that vertical spinning move forces him to use both arms and his sword to defend, and the ground still explodes. Then he calls out Ghislaine. He asks who he thinks he is, making him shake like this. He really is the bastard behind the collapse of his plans. The people who followed Desmond died at this guy's hands, and he swallowed humiliation again and again. He shoves Ghislaine back and says it's all his fault, going for another thrust, but the protagonist slips to the right. He brings a top-down cut, but now Desmond manages to dodge by spinning away. Screaming that it's all his fault, he uses that dodge as a setup to come down with an overhead attack. With that, it looks like the protagonist is about to block, but Desmond brings his other arm up over the sword, and damn, he sends the explosion right back. Now the protagonist is the one getting blasted backward. Ghislaine realizes it. Desmond was pushing himself to the limit. All his mana cores plus his own life force. Desmond puts a hand on his chest and says he wasn't going to lose. He wasn't going to let that bastard destroy the things he worked so hard to build. And the only way to fix everything was to kill him. Then whoosh, he shoots like a bullet right in front of the protagonist. The protagonist's caught off guard, and for a second the helmet jerks up, and it looks like the sword went in. But not today. Our guy knocks the arm aside and drags the attack upward. He calls him Harold Desmond and says he can't forget the first time he killed him, no matter how many times he stabbed his dead body. The people who mattered to him never came back. But this time is different. This time, he can cut Desmond down for all of them. Now he braces himself. His core has awakened. Desmond flinches. The protagonist, who was blocking the overhead strike, throws his arm to the side and tries to thrust for the head. But Desmond slips away again. Only this time, the blade smashes into his ear like a cannon. The protagonist shifts his grip and throws a vertical slash. Desmond blocks, counters, forces our guy to guard, and then our guy comes back with the axe from underneath. Desmond blocks again. Our guy tries to wrap the axe around Desmond's sword to yank him closer, and at the same time he drives his other arm up from below and buries it into Desmond's stomach. Desmond freezes in shock. The protagonist swings the axe again to knock Desmond's arm up, then cracks him in the chin. As Desmond falls to the side, the protagonist comes in low with the sword and slices through his arm. Now it's a stump. Desmond's wrecked. Desmond says back then he should have killed him instead of focusing on his sister. He should have been dead from the start. Too late, because the protagonist drives the sword through him again, and then out of nowhere someone shows up, bam, slams a cane on the floor and orders everyone to be quiet. That's insane. Before we jump to that scene, did you see the protagonist's choreography there? The way he snapped the guy's little sword into his axe, pulled him in, came under with the other arm. Crazy. Back in the meeting room, it's Raoul telling everyone to shut up. Why do they look so scared? Are they really shocked that Desmond started this war? The blonde guy on the right says it's an insult to the Dutch-Eats people. The man in the turban on the left says all the royal families are furious because of it, and it looks like the Duchy's family won't be arrested. Raoul tells them not to let tiny variables like that shake them. Desmond hadn't been showing many results lately, so Raoul knows how frustrated he must have been. Right now, he was a simple man who'd lived his whole life perfectly until, for the first time, he had to correct a single wrong mark. Raoul understands that feeling well, and if they can't understand the heart of one man, how can they call themselves the advisors of the great Lord Delphine? The blonde guy says he has no doubt Desmond will conquer the north. He's just worried about what comes after. The man in the turban agrees. After the north, would Desmond still follow Raoul's orders? Raoul chuckles and says once the war starts, Desmond won't have a choice. He'll have to follow him whether he wants to or not. But from the back, Cayenne, the strongest swordsman, asks what happens if Desmond loses. The blonde guy with the mustache says that's impossible. Desmond has an army of 30,000. Thinking like that makes no sense. With that many people, there's no way you can't defeat Fenris. Raoul looks over and asks if Kyan is worried. Kyan says he already warned them. Ghislaine isn't an easy enemy. If Desmond loses to Ghislaine, what worries him most is Desmond bringing out that power. Wait, what power is that? When the protagonist landed the finishing sword, he saw Desmond turn into some black-eyed vampire-looking monster. He's got this black-red aura swirling around him, and then he grabs the protagonist's sword and crushes it with his hand. Ghislaine immediately senses something's wrong and backs off. He's confused. No one should be able to destroy a mana-coated sword with their bare hand like that. He calls out to Desmond and asks what that power is. Desmond's arm is pinned to the ground by the sword, and he just says he didn't want to use the strength he received from the Duchy's family, but it's still better than being defeated by Ghislaine. His helmet drops, and he really looks like a final boss, one arm gone, some kind of mana universe in his chest, saying there's no turning back now. He shoots straight at Ghislaine and swings a huge cut from low to high. Ghislaine tries to defend with the axe, but Desmond spins like a Beyblade and throws another slash immediately. Ghislaine slips away again, and the exchange keeps going. Ghislaine can still apply pressure, but Desmond says it's all pointless. Suddenly, Desmond comes in with a frontal sequence. Ghislaine lets the axe slide under it. His arm seems to slip behind the blade, moving toward Desmond's back. Then Desmond comes in from the side and says Ghislaine's attacks and movements are easy to read. Desmond throws a heavy slash, and this time Ghislaine's chest actually gets ripped open. Ghislaine tries the Beyblade style move himself. He uses the fact that he got cut on the left, spins the same way, plants his front foot, and fires a hard kick, but Desmond dodges again. Desmond mirrors the motion and returns with another kick from above, forcing Ghislaine to brace with the axe. The impact is so strong, Ghislaine gets launched away. Ghislaine is confused. Every one of his attacks is getting shut down. Even he can't keep up with that speed. Desmond advances again, saying in front of this power, there's nothing Ghislaine can do. Ghislaine pours mana into the axe and tries a thrust. Desmond steps right. Desmond swings a horizontal cut to the right. Ghislaine blocks with one end of the axe and counters with the other end from low to high. Desmond slips away again, and now Ghislaine has to hop and slide out to the side, using the axe for support. As always, he lands on the axe support, then throws a spinning strike midair, but Desmond dodges again. The moment Ghislaine touches down, Desmond triggers another mana explosion and swings another horizontal cut, forcing Ghislaine to go almost airborne. From above, Ghislaine tries to bring the axe down, but Desmond guards it. Ghislaine lands, dodges, retreats, and manages to throw an attack. Desmond slips away again. They stare each other down. Ghislaine comes in with everything, this time from above. Again, Desmond raises the sword and blocks. Ghislaine tries that technique where he spins the axe to trap the opponent's sword, but instead, his own weapon gets yanked and he eats a hard kick to the chest. Ghislaine goes flying. Desmond appears right in front of him and says it's over for Ghislaine. Perdium. Everyone's stunned, thinking the protagonist is really going to lose. Then Lucas looks over. His expression changes, and he throws a sword toward the two of them. Desmond's attack is coming in, but the protagonist's hand is already stretched out. Is he using some kind of wire? I don't know, because there's an explosion, and the scene cuts to Khan saying his biggest fear is Desmond releasing that power right at the end. Raoul asks if he means the power they got from those people. Kyan says yes. Even if half of it is a mana technique, the effects are more than enough. It lets someone surpass their limits instantly. Raoul is sure that if Desmond uses that power, Ghislaine will suffer badly. The only thing that confuses Kyan is that Ghislaine seemed to have mana with the same properties as that power. Back to the fight. The protagonist managed to defend. Desmond is wondering how it's even possible to block his full power attack in that form. Ghislaine says it really is incredible strength. To think that even with 3 cores open, he still couldn't handle it. Last time Ghislaine cut him down, he finished him with a single strike, so he had no idea it was like this. Ghislaine has met people with that power before. It's the same mana technique that showed up in the Madness Vanessa, used to burn the entire north. Ghislaine warns him there are enemies far stronger than Desmond, and if his current strength isn't enough, he just needs to take one more step. That golden mana, the aura blade he used earlier, appears in his chest, and he knocks Desmond back. The impacts are hitting. Golden droplets scatter. Ghislaine says the mana properties Desmond is giving off are the same as his, and what he absorbed in this fight is enough to create a new core. He explains that first, he had to create a vessel around the 3 cores to withstand the explosion. With them wrapped, he can release one more, and suddenly, the kid is glowing gold in the middle of the battlefield. Desmond says it's impossible. That light shouldn't exist. Ghislaine calls to Desmond and asks, wasn't Desmond the one who said he could see every attack? If so, he'd better pay attention. Now it's the protagonist who unleashes that impact explosion and rockets toward Desmond. Desmond sees himself face to face with the sword's reflection, and what the hell? The kid pierces straight through. Clean and simple, one strike. Back with Kian, he says, if Desmond uses that power and still can't kill Ghislaine, then he'll be terrified because that means the kid reached another stage of awakening. And damn, the kid activated it and burned through that power fast. This wasn't the version where the protagonist gets stronger and suffers. He shredded it instantly. Now I want to see what happens with the results of this war, because the scene shifts to the capital, Cartania. Macquarie is asking what they mean, the strongest sword in the north. No, he must have heard wrong. They're telling him Baron Fenris is the strongest in the north, that kid. One of the knights says it's confirmed. First, they have to consider that the Fenris Knight Order surpassed the Duasasa Knight Order. On top of that, it seems he personally has a 6-core mage whose abilities matched Wello's. His martial skill was also at a master level. With all that, Baron Ghislaine Fenris had power worthy of that title. Rosalind is already blushing, though honestly she's always red, just asking if Lord Ghislaine is safe. The messenger says yes. It looks like he's on the battlefield moving to absorb Desmond's territory. Macquarie is shaken. Wait, so they're even taking Desmond's land? My lawyer celebrates, and Aylesbury agrees, saying it's not an exaggeration to call the kid the strongest in the north from now on. Macquarie says, sure, interesting, but maybe he's growing too fast, isn't he? Wouldn't it be better to put that kid in his place? Rosalind immediately steps up and asks what he means by that. Macquarie explains that kid is clearly hard to control. He doesn't listen to anyone. Their royal faction has to keep him in line, not let him do whatever he wants. Taliu says the commander makes a good point. The Marquis should reconsider some adjustments so Fenris serves the royal faction better. Branford, however, says it's impossible. Fenris will be a huge help in the war against the duchy, and small things like him doing whatever he wants in the north can be dealt with later. The enemy is the duchy, so nobody should provoke the Baron. The lawyer tells Macquarie not to be so upset. He wasn't the only reason for the victory. Thanks to the support the royal family sent, an army went to help the Perdium forces, and they survived. Aylesbury says for sure, if it weren't for Macquarie, the victory wouldn't have been possible. Macquarie starts feeling himself. That's obvious because, you know, my incredible army. Anyway, with that, the meeting ends for the day, until Branford tells Tolo to bring in Count Foude. The door opens, and he walks in beaten up, filthy, and stinking. He was already ugly, now he's twice as ugly. He says, well, if he's been released, that means Fenris won. Branford says, you can go back, Foude. The other nobles aligned with the duchy will be released too. But be careful. Don't let something like this happen again. Foude answers that Branford is making a serious mistake. With Desmond dead, the kingdom's balance has been completely thrown off. A civil war would be impossible to avoid. Branford says he doesn't understand what Foude means. Everyone already knows the duchy wants to take the kingdom. It's the royal faction that's been suppressing that civil war from happening for a long time. But Fouad says no, none of that. The one preventing the war from happening is the duchy. Branford tells him to stop lying. But the guy keeps insisting that His Majesty the King is sick in bed. It's been a long time since that king title was anything more than a way for Branford to use him like a puppet. Branford then shouts at Fouad to watch his insolence, watch his mouth. The knights immediately press a sword to his neck. Fouad tells him to remember what kind of man Duke Delphin is. He was someone who wanted to avoid war, but now the kingdom is going to be drenched in blood. With that, he leaves and the door shuts. Branford starts thinking about Delphin. In the flashback, Branford looks to the side as someone calls out to him, asking whether power and politics really matter that much in the human world. In the end, everyone disappears with time. Branford looks over and asks what kind of nonsense he's talking about. Delphin says that's exactly why it matters, especially for people in positions like theirs, because they decide the direction of countless lives. Delphin looks at some ants and asks what the point is for beings who don't live forever. Then he crushes them and tells Branford to listen. He wanted to find something beyond all of this. Clearly, he's trying to become immortal, right? So that's why everyone's a vampire. There's the plot twist. Back in the present, Branford says it's been a long time since they last saw each other. The scene shifts to the Delphin Duchy at Eclipse Castle. The guys got a full-on final boss castle. Raoul and Cayenne are walking through the corridors, and Raoul wants to know if the Duke is back and whether he's angry. Cayenne says it seems like it. Even though the Duke had entrusted things to Raoul, it looks like he's going to start handling matters personally now. Raoul is sweating bullets, and Cayenne tells him to calm down. It doesn't suit him, but Raoul just tells him to shut up. Then he shouts that they're in front of the meeting chamber. The door opens. Deep inside, there's a throne, but the Duke is sitting with his back to them, so no one can see him. The two kneel, greeting him and paying their respects to Your Highness. Delphine asks if Desmond is dead. Raoul confirms it. Apparently he was defeated by Baron Ghislain Fenris. Delphine repeats the name. Ghislain this, Ghislain that. He's been hearing it constantly lately. Seems the boy is quite capable. Raoul offers his deepest apologies. He failed to properly understand that person's abilities. Delphine calls for Cayenne. Since Cayenne saw Ghislain in person, what does he think of him? Cayenne says there's no one else in the north who compares to that kid. Give it a little more time, and no one will even dare challenge him. Delphine tells Raoul he knows how good Raoul is at waiting things out. That's why he entrusted the plans to him and waited. But he's been rotting away more and more. Raoul looks shaken just hearing him say that. Delphine asks whether Raoul's position has changed. Raoul apologizes and says rushing only invites disaster. But Delphine asks whether they haven't already lost Desmond in the north. Terrified, the servant says he already contacted them. They said they'd send someone to help. He'll settle all of this before His Majesty's thirst grows even more. He swears it. Delphine says Raoul keeps getting hung up on trivial things, as always. Still, if Raoul is going to act with those people, then Delphine will wait a little longer. But Raoul is warned. Delphine's patience has dropped drastically. Raoul, panicking, blurts out, Yes, Your Highness. Delphine tells them to leave. It looks like Cayenne is going to stay. Delphine orders him out too, saying he wants to be alone. He's having his whole hour of darkness moment. Cayenne says that's fine, they'll withdraw. Sometime later, someone else approaches the throne and asks His Majesty whether they should proceed with the plans. Delphine says no, they'll wait a little longer. The guy is the big black vampire. He says no, they'll wait, and tells Aiden to stay calm. That's the one who killed the protagonist in the previous life, right? But let's be honest, after he destroyed the entire empire, it was 50 against 1. That fight was unfair, so don't act so proud. Bowing like, as you command, Your Highness, get out of here. Yeah, Ghislain's going to cut your head off. Speaking of Ghislaine, in the next chapter, he's lying in bed, sweating cold. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and sees a storm, tornadoes, portals opening, the entire empire in flames. He's flying over it all, watching and wondering if these are memories from his past life. He knows those were terrible times. A red sky with strange cracks spreading across the entire continent, and entities from another world being thrown onto the planet to turn everything upside down. That's when he and the 7 strongest on the continent started to act. But why is he seeing this scene now? And who was that knight? A creature covered in skulls comes in to attack, but the knight just rips its arm off from underneath and then drives his blade into its core. One twist of the sword, and the thing falls apart. The protagonist thinks something's off. This person wasn't in his memories. He feels strangely familiar. Then he starts recognizing the techniques as Perdium swordsmanship. But this was perfect mastery of his family's technique, something beyond this generation. Then the skeleton guy comes from behind. The protagonist senses the danger, but the armor doesn't do anything. The instant the monster's blade touches his mana, the knight turns, sliding his sword along the monster's and slicing its belly open. The protagonist notices the guy can defend any blind spot in an instant. Looks like he's sensing everything around him and spreading mana around his body. The protagonist is thrilled. He wants to see more. He wants to understand that power. But then, bam, he wakes up with Belinda right in front of him. He grabs her. Great scene. She says she got scared because he was sweating so much. She was wiping the sweat off his face. Was he having a nightmare? The protagonist looks at his hand and apologizes, trying to remember what that was. Belinda asks if he's hurt, if he wants an elixir. He says no, he's fine. As he gets up, Belinda says a letter arrived from Branford in the capital. Now he's the commander of the northern troops. The protagonist knows it. Starting now, he's Count Fenris. But more importantly, where's Gillian? Belinda says he's more alive than ever. Peyote gave him intensive treatment. The protagonist says that's a relief and tells her to call all the vassals. It was time to prepare the next move. But the scene cuts to Alfoy going, "Wait, you want me to make a donation? You're trying to squeeze money out of me." Alfoy, a mage from the Fenris Tower? Piatti awkwardly says she's not trying to ruin his finances. She just wanted a few coins for people in need, some help, but he tells her to stop being ridiculous. In this territory, he's the one who needs money the most. He was the heir to the Flame Magic Tower, and he's living here like someone with no salary at all in this messed up territory. How is she that broke? How much does she even have? Piatti, embarrassed, shows she has a few gold coins. Alfoy gets emotional. She starts to leave and he goes, "Whoa, wait, hold on. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't give you money. I just couldn't tell everyone, but I'll give you a chance to earn a lot of coins. Come with me." Of course, the bastard drags her into a coin toss game. She's standing there like, not sure if he's serious. Alfoy asks if she doesn't know the rules. They toss the coin and try to guess which side it'll land on. Simple. But Piotr says this is clearly a bet, and the root of betting is greed. Doing something like that is a sin for a priestess. Then he says she still has a lot to learn. This isn't gambling. It's just an excuse for him to give her money. He'll bet first so she can watch. He says she gets tails, it lands heads. And he hands her the coin, saying, "Keep it." She asks him not to give her that coin, but he says she doesn't get it. She's doing this not for money, but to help people in need. Who in this world would call a noble priestess helping the needy greedy? Piotr says that actually makes sense. He says now she can finally start helping people. And up goes the coin. She picks heads, and it lands tails. He picks tails, and it lands heads. He picks heads, tails, heads, and her little coin pouch keeps shrinking. She's crying desperately, asking how she can't get it right even once. Alfoy is acting like a thug, like, "Hey, this time we found someone really bad at this, didn't we?" Piotr stands up and says it's not over. One more round. But one of the guys leans in and whispers, "Priestess, give up. He's using magic to cheat. You can't win." Pyotr goes to grab the money, telling the bastard to stop being a filthy bandit. But he says that money isn't hers anymore. It's his now. She should go help people in need. But she shows she has one coin left. She says she wants to bet that last one. He tosses it and the coin spins. Alfoy says it doesn't matter how much she prays. None of it will work. He developed a coin switching technique. As long as he uses it, not even a goddess can beat him. He's the god of heads or tails. Pyotr apologizes to the goddess Joanna, saying that because of this bastard, no, because of her own ignorance, she fell into this pit of sin. She's crying, begging the almighty goddess Joanna to bless her and let her win. Suddenly, there's a blast of light at the top of the tower. Pot is floating there, transcending. Alfoy and the others stumble back, asking why there's a pillar of light in the middle of the room. Alfoy says he read about this in literature, the moment a saint is chosen by the goddess to receive a revelation. But why would a goddess interfere in a coin toss game? Pyotr suddenly reaches out and says to put it on heads. Alfoy, panicking, says he has to switch the coin immediately, but his magic isn't working. He realizes on the spot that the divine power is stopping him from doing anything. Furious, he tells her not to look down on him. Just because she brought in a goddess, she thinks she's going to win? He's already guaranteed to be the successor of the Flame Tower, and today, he's going to have fun with the goddess. They're both yelling until Gordon walks in, asking what that pillar of light was. When he looks, both of them are on the floor, passed out and exhausted. Alfoy, trembling, sees that he managed to switch the coin and says he won. He's Alfoy, the man who defeated a goddess. Important detail, we learn Pyotr can cancel magic. Ghislaine hears this and goes, "Wait, you overcame Pyotr's power after he became a saint?" Alfoy says, yes, I'm the man who defeats goddesses." The protagonist says that's hard to believe, because Pyotr isn't a goddess. Pyotr is a god since he's a man. He says he's not that surprised because there was a moment he suspected it. He noticed Pyotr never had a chest and was always acting all cute. Put those together and you know. He says he's very experienced. He doesn't fall for those traps. But the protagonist knows the most important thing is that Pyotr has now become an agent who can use divine authority. In his past life, the saint chosen by the goddess of war became one of the 7 strongest on the continent, meaning this guy is going to be extremely useful when hard times come. The protagonist claps his hands and tells them to focus. Desmond, the biggest danger, has disappeared. Fenris has become a huge territory, absorbing 3 northern lands and an army of over 20,000 people. It would have been impossible without the strength and individual decisions of everyone there. So he says they did great work. Everyone celebrates, and he says it's time for the next job. Claude asks how long they're going to keep going. He starts yelling a bunch, saying they have documents from the capital, but the protagonist says that's Claude's job. He needs to remember that now that they're part of the royal faction and have become a major power in the north, everyone knows who the next target will be. Everyone goes quiet. Jillian says they'll have to go head-to-head with the Delphine Duchy family, but Alfoy says not this time. That would be an all-out war. He doesn't want to get involved in something like that. Cower asks where the guy who defeated the goddess went. The protagonist walks over to the map and says whether they like it or not, the clash is inevitable. He taps the territory and says that, at this stage, the conflict isn't limited to the north. It's the entire kingdom. And his next target is right there. Lucas looks confused, but Jillian knows that's the western territory of Roderick. The protagonist says the eastern part is controlled by the royal faction, so they don't need to worry about it. They'll have to start taking control of the west to put pressure on the southern region. That was the only way they'd be able to reach where the ducal family was hiding. Claude says that's not happening. The Rodericks are a massive territory. A huge chunk of the entire kingdom's market is controlled by them, and every noble in the region does business with them. The ridiculous amount of money they have let them build an army that can go up against whole kingdoms. He might not realize it, but they're on a completely different level from the northern families. So why is he trying to attack? Ghislaine says they're not attacking anyone right now. What he means is they're going to prepare with that target in mind. Cower, confused, asks if they're really not ready, and the protagonist says not even close. They all must have felt the pressure from that battle. It doesn't matter how strong the individuals are if there aren't enough of them. The number of places they can operate and the kinds of tactics they can use get really limited. Belinda asks how they're supposed to prepare. Then the mercenary king says it's obvious. He's going to put every mercenary in the entire kingdom under his command, establishing the Fenris mercenary group. Cower is confused, and Lucas thinks it's interesting. Hold on, you want to make a mercenary group instead of a knightly army? But Jillian points out that the West is the territory with the most mercenaries operating, and the Drake mercenary group, which answered to Marcus Roderick, was based there. If Gillian's bringing that up, he's planning to take that group for himself. Claude starts thinking, so Ghislaine wants to shave down the enemy's strength first, and only then deal with them. The protagonist immediately gives orders. Claude and Cake War are to take charge of all the northern mercenaries. Hire everyone, and if anyone refuses, beat them until they agree to sign on. Then Jillian calls out to the protagonist and says the West would be easier. Just recruit the Drake mercenary group, but the strongest knight in the West might interfere. The protagonist knows the strongest in that region is called Tenant, but I'm not sure it's him, because now we're at an abandoned farm, and there's a worn-out kid practicing against a target. The person next to him asks if they should try again. The kid raises his sword, and the other guy tells him to relax his arms and loosen up. He needs to learn how to connect the vertical cut into the next movement, and for that, first he has to relax his breathing, then let the tip of the sword drop lightly, and the moment he does, he slices the target clean in half. He gets all emotional, tells his master he did it, and everyone starts celebrating. They're like, "Master, teach me, teach me." And that must be the mustached guy, the strong one maybe. He says yes, he'll help one at a time. Someone asks if Master Tenant really hasn't changed at all. After a long time, the student Martin comes over to talk. Tenant takes a look at him, and Martin explains there are some things that need to be discussed. It'd be better to send the kids away, but Tenant cuts him off, saying class is still going. Martin doesn't answer. He just waits outside. A while later, Tenant comes back and apologizes for making him wait. Martin, irritated, says Tenant is wasting the time of someone who has a lot to do, but he let it go because it's him. Tenant apologizes again, and Martin says he looks pretty relaxed, which is good. And it makes sense if he's the strongest in the West who's going to interfere with him. Tenant says he'll tell him in advance. He has no intention of going back to the Marquia. Martin asks him to listen for a second. There's nobody in the West with Tenant's level of skill. Tenant says it doesn't matter. Even if he's not there, the Drake group can handle it. Besides, Dominic, their friend, is excellent, so he doesn't need to get involved in this mess between noble families. Martin gets even angrier and says to forget all that family nonsense. If Tenant helped out, he wouldn't have to go through all these problems. He's telling him to just come back already, but the old man lets out a sigh and asks what level Martin thinks Tenant is at. Martin says there's no point even saying it. He knows Tenant has already reached the peak. Tenant sighs and says it's funny hearing him talk about a peak because he once met someone stronger than him. The moment he stood in front of that person, his whole body shook like a child. Martin thinks it's impossible that his master trembled in fear. Tenant explains it wasn't fear. When their blades collided, he felt something indescribable. It only happened when he gave everything he had and reached that life or death edge. But in the East, there's nobody like that anymore. All he wants is to feel that again. I've got a feeling this guy is going to end up on the team. Next chapter, though, it switches to a mansion in the rain. And Martin is furious. He says that damn tenant is clinging to his pride for no reason. He learned everything from him. But yeah, there's no denying he's a weirdo. How can someone with that level of skill choose to rot away in a place like that? He asks Dominic if that makes any sense. Dominic, under his hood, lifts his head and asks if that's why he was called. Martin says, all right, fine, here's the deal. My older brother's gone blind with power. He's even creating a new merchant's guild, something he doesn't even understand, just to challenge me. And he's doing it inside my territory. Dominic asks what Martin wants him to do. Martin says not much, just enough to make that guy remember who's in charge. So they're going to cook everyone in the Combo Merchants Guild and make sure it's done in a way that everyone sees it. Dominic recognizes the dagger as belonging to another noble. And Martin keeps going, saying the deadline is the auction next week. He'd better do a good job because Martin still has his children. So yeah, Dark Martin. He kidnapped Dominic's kids. I thought with that little hat he'd be more decent, but he's a real villain. The scene changes to a house with people yelling, probably all mercenaries, saying this whole thing about wiping out another guild that belongs to Martin's brother over. This is stupid. They're screwed if he keeps using Dominic's kids forever to make threats. That bastard has been doing whatever he wants with the Drake mercenary group in this succession war, and they've had enough. Everyone agrees. Nobody's happy about it, but Dominic tells them to shut up. If they don't know where the kids are being held, then keep their mouths closed. Nobody says a word. There's another one there. You can't even see his eyes under his helmet. Thea, with her hands behind her back, says the atmosphere is awful. She asks whether it matters that they're the biggest mercenary group in the kingdom if they're just obeying that trash like dogs. Another powerhouse shows up, and she warns that attacking the Combo Merchants Guild is insane because those people aren't weak. Martin sending them there is basically the same as telling them to die. But she'll follow the captain's orders, so whatever. Still, she says one thing. At this rate, they'll never escape Martin's shadow, and they'll die under it. Dominic stays silent and says nothing. Meanwhile, the guy whose eyes are the only thing you can see says Dominic should have gone north. The bald guy tells him to watch what he's saying, but the helmeted one says all the mercenaries up north are living under Lord Fenris, who's taking over everything, and life is good. The bald guy agrees. He's been hearing rumors that mercenaries are treated well there. And someone comments that even the Cerberus mercenaries, who were always a mess in that territory, are under him now. On top of that, they're saying even a legend, the former leader of Ratatosk, is alive at his side. Dominic says it'd be interesting to meet that guy once before dying, even if the only chance they'd have to meet is on the battlefield. Yeah, sure, just a coincidence, right? Right then, a knight comes in saying a visitor has arrived. They ask who would visit a place like this at a time like this, and the knight says the visitor claimed he's an envoy of Count Fenris. It's him, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries and now vice captain of the Fenris group, Jillian. Dominic turns around immediately. Everyone knows that name, the legendary mercenary captain. And Jillian walks in saying someone needs the help of the leader of the Drake mercenary group, so follow him. That's pressure. Looks like Dominic's going along with it, because now they're at an abandoned cabin in the middle of the forest. Someone opens the door. Inside there's a small fire, and in front of it there's someone sitting, warming something up, and Dominic walks in. Jillian says, "I brought him, my lord," and of course it's Ghislaine. He apologizes for calling Dominic at a time like this and asks him to sit. Dominic is confused. The person in front of him is way too young. So who is he? He can't even believe it, so he asks, "Are you really Count Fenris?" The protagonist says, yes, he's Count Ghislaine Fenris. Dominic thinks he'd never believe it if someone just told him. But the fact that the mercenary legend is following this guy means there has to be something to it. So he sits and says, "Fine, let's pretend you're Lord Fenris. What do you want with me?" Ghislaine gets straight to it. "I want the Drake mercenary group to come work for us." Dominic says that's ridiculous. He knows Fenris has already absorbed the most prominent mercenary groups in the north. So why would the Northern Lord come all the way to the west to look for another mercenary group? Ghislaine explains he needs the information network Dominic's group has built. His plan is to put every mercenary in the entire kingdom under his command, and for that he invites Dominic to come to Fenris. Dominic is shocked. He's not sure if he's sweating from nerves or just soaked from the rain. He thinks about Martin inside, because it would almost be a dream, but the truth is he can't. He thanks Ghislaine and says he can't accept. He starts to stand up, saying the West has its own circumstances, and no matter how impressive the Northern Lord is, but before he can finish, Ghislaine cuts him off and asks if his family is being held hostage. Dominic flinches, and Ghislaine continues, saying he'll solve that problem for him. He'll free him from every tie he has to the Roderick Marquisate. Ghislaine knows Dominic is the last mercenary captain who fought against the mercenary king's army, meaning him. The scene shifts again to the rainy city. Up on a tower there's Belinda, saying this place is huge, so that really is the Roderick mansion. And why is it that no matter what city they go to, they always end up getting into trouble? Ghislaine says that's just how it is, and unfortunately, they'll have to go in secretly since nobody can know the Northern commander is there. Lucas thinks it's interesting that Ghislaine is taking such a big risk. Suddenly, Ghislaine asks Belinda if she brought the bag. She says yes, and then he jumps off the wall. If Belinda jumps too, it's going to get loud. He tells Belinda and Lucas to go ahead and infiltrate, but she asks why they aren't going together. Ghislaine says he's going through the front door. Inside the mansion, there's a guy who looks like Martin. Maybe it is him. He looks at the little wolf and says, it's pretty suspicious that Ghislaine came alone, but that confirms it. He really is Count Fenris, but so what? Is he there to buy the Drake mercenary group? He tosses the wolf back and says it makes no sense. He broke in the middle of the night over a mere mercenary group. Ghislaine says no, he's not there just for a mercenary group. He's looking for a useful blade. Martin says the blade already belongs to him. Ghislaine says he knows, and that's why he wants to buy it. Martin calls him arrogant, but Ghislaine slams a bag on the table and shows a pile of runestones. Martin is impressed. Honestly, that amount really is enough to buy a castle or two. But he asks, you're telling me to sell my entire mercenary group for this? Ghislaine says if it's not enough, he'll add more. He's got tons of it rotting away in his castle. Martin loses patience and asks if Ghislaine has any idea who he's dealing with. There's a succession war going on, and Ghislaine definitely knows that. It makes no sense for him to show up trying to buy Martin's military power at a critical moment like this. He must think Martin is an idiot. Ghislaine says he's not an idiot. He's just a classless person obsessed with one mercenary group in a succession war. No wonder the young lord didn't expect much from him. That hits a nerve, because Martin jumps up, frantic, demanding to know if Ghislaine is asking to die. Damn, he really came in swinging. The protagonist just smiles, leans back, and kicks up from under the table, sending it flying straight at Martin. With his view blocked, the only option is to cut through the table to figure out where this kid with the cheap tricks went. But the protagonist is already right there at his side. Then, out of nowhere, a few knights rush into the room calling for Martin. And holy crap, Ghislaine's sword is already at his throat. He says this isn't a proper duel between nobles because Roderick's son is acting with zero dignity. Martin snaps back, saying he's a bastard. What's he planning? Does he really think he's walking out of there alive after putting a sword to a Roderick's head? The protagonist smiles, pulls the blade away from his neck and says, all right then, let's do it like this. He points the sword and says, I, Count Ghislaine Fenris, challenge Martin Roderick to a formal duel. The knights behind them are confused. What? A duel all of a sudden? But Martin isn't stupid. He says, "Don't make me laugh. I'm not playing your little games. My knights are going to kill you. That's what's going to happen." The protagonist says that for nobles, having a justification should matter. But apparently Martin really does act like a bandit. Martin's getting more and more stressed while Ghislaine laughs and says fine, he'll give Martin a small advantage. If Martin manages to leave even a scratch on Ghislaine, Martin wins. Ghislaine will drop the whole runestone deal. But in exchange, if Ghislaine wins, he gets the Drake mercenary group and the hostages too. The idiot realizes the bastard already knows everything. The knights start cursing, asking what this guy thinks he's doing, and they start asking Martin whether they should kill him or arrest him. Martin just laughs and says he's heard the name Ghislaine Fenris before, some northern lunatic, and apparently he really lives up to it, giving him a chance to win with a single cut. That just means he dug his own grave, and the duel is happening. Now we're outside with all the knights gathered around watching. On one side, the young lord of the Roderick Marquisate, H8 Martin Roderick. On the other, Count Fenris, Ghislaine Fenris. In the name of the knights, they're supposed to swear the duel will be fair and honorable, and that neither of them will carry complaints or regrets afterward. Ghislaine says yes, he swears. Martin tells them to listen. If anything happens to him, they're to kill that kid no matter what the result is. The protagonist laughs and says it's no wonder Martin is so inferior. Any little provocation works on him. But then Martin explodes forward. Going for a slash, the protagonist blocks to the left. Martin's blade slides past and hits the ground. But Martin shifts his footing and spins into another strike. The protagonist blocks high. Martin drops to the ground, and the protagonist uses the moment to create distance. But Martin lunges in with a thrust. The protagonist blocks again, backing toward the doorway, and Martin ends up driving his sword into the door. Ghislaine tries to swing, but Martin uses the sword stuck in the door as leverage to pull himself up. He comes in from behind, confident he's already won, but then the protagonist's aura starts expanding. The second a sword enters the flow of mana, he's already got his blade ready to defend. Martin's confused. How does someone defend a hit from behind like that? Ghislaine says Martin's a little better than he expected, and in the middle of Martin falling, Ghislaine takes the chance to kick him hard in the stomach. Martin goes flying through the doorway, skids down the corridor, and ends up wrecked on the floor. Ghislaine tells him to come on. Why is he just standing there? Martin tells him to enjoy it, because regret is going to hit soon, because there's something Ghislaine doesn't know. The swordsmanship Martin mastered was tenets, the best in the entire West, and he charges again. Ghislaine glances down, pulls his sword into a guard, and crouches, while Martin looks confused. This is the secret technique his master taught him, so this should be easy. He goes in for another thrust, gripping the sword with both hands. The impact happens, but the protagonist is already off to the side, asking what kind of story this is about Martin mastering the best swordsmanship in the West. Was he one of that guy's disciples? Then the protagonist blocks and kicks him in the chest, sending Martin back into the middle of the room. But now Ghislaine is the one applying pressure. He appears right in front of him. He goes for a cut and Martin manages to block. Ghislaine explains that becoming someone's disciple doesn't mean you learned every technique. He swings his arm over Martin's hand. Now he's the one doing that grip on the blade that slides past the neck. For a second, Martin looks like he recognizes the technique, but then with it, the sword goes straight into his stomach. Martin starts realizing it. That was Tenet's swordsmanship. It was impossible. He'd only seen it once, and Ghislaine had already improved it. Even with the sword in his chest, Martin starts saying that if it were him, maybe he could move Tenet. But unfortunately, he's going to lose and die. His body hits the ground, and everyone rushes in calling for the young lord. Their plan was kind of terrible, wasn't it? The young lord is dead, and now they, who are weaker than him, are going to kill Ghislaine. Ghislaine looks ahead and says this is exactly what he expected, and then 3 explosions go off in front of them. The kids' whole team has arrived. Scene cuts to Eclipse Castle. In one of the rooms, someone walks in, calls for Raoul, and says the visitor has arrived. Raoul tells him to make himself at home. It's the master of the Crimson Tower, a 7-circle mage known as Delmuth. So yeah, now it's about to turn into a magic war, isn't it? The Tower of Flames going up against the Crimson Tower for sure. Delmuth gives a little laugh and says if Raoul called him, that means Raoul has no way out. The vampire answers that His Majesty is furious. And Helmuth should remember the night he wiped out Raoul's entire family from the face of the earth. So the guy killed everyone in his castle and celebrated, saying he'd finally destroyed the chains that bound him and gained a little freedom. Raoul says he can't forget the smile on His Highness's face that day. Helmuth says he remembers it very well. Then the vampire tosses him a scroll. It has information on the entire Fenris system and their main forces. Help will arrive soon, but they can't just sit around waiting. They need to eliminate everything that stands in His Highness's way. Former captain of Ratatosk, the White Lion Jurian, captain of the Brain Mercenaries, the Mad Dog Carrower, the Piercing Spear Lucas, an unidentified assassin, Saint Piao, and the exclusive mage Vanessa. What is this, trying to kill everybody? Helmuth says something feels off. How is there a 6-circle mage when Fenris's magic tower was only just established? How did someone like that appear in such a short time? Raoul explains the intel says she went head-to-head with Willow in the Desmond War. And even if she isn't at that level, there's no reason not to be cautious. And there's something else bothering him. The man who defeated a god, Alfoy, is that guy serious? Raoul says that according to the intel, he's a mage powerful enough to survive a power used by the saint. On top of that, he's the successor to the old magic tower, and he seems to be Fenris's secret trump card. Helmuth goes, interesting. This is basically a situation where it's inevitable I get involved. He tells Raoul not to worry, they'll make that magic tower disappear soon. Good news is on the way. Raoul says he understands, but asks him to stay vigilant and remember that both of them are nothing more than frothing than ants in front of the Duke. Then the scene switches to a mercenary base, where Dominic is meeting up with his kids. Everyone gets emotional. He really is reuniting with his family, so the offer was real. Dominic asks what they did, how they dealt with Martin. Ghislaine says Martin died in a fair knight's duel. They're stunned. Wait, you killed him? You came into another country and killed the Marquise's son. Everyone's completely freaked out. The mercenaries are in shock. This guy's insane. He has no idea what kind of absurd incident he just created. The protagonist's team just listens while everyone panics, yelling that Roderick's army is going to show up any moment and they're screwed. Then the protagonist lowers his hood and tells the Drake mercenaries to listen. He's the commander of the Northern Army, Count Ghislaine Fenris. Today, he completely destroyed all the chains that bound them. They don't have to live like puppets anymore, acting without purpose, so they didn't know. Now they're even more scared, and they don't even care about that information, saying sure, they can be free, but it doesn't matter. This place is about to become a war zone. Everyone's going to get killed by Roderick's army, but the protagonist tells them not to worry. He'll take responsibility for protecting everyone. The mercenaries are confused, like, yeah, right. This count is going to take responsibility for protecting people like them. Even they know what they are. Then Dominic steps up and asks what Ghislaine needs them to do from now on. Ghislaine gives them that commander-style speech. Just follow him. He doesn't hide, he doesn't run. He'll be at the front of the battlefield, in the vanguard, like a guiding light. Basically, I'm going to war with you and I'll be out front. That hits Dominic hard. He kneels and says if that's the case, he'll be there too. As captain of the Drake mercenaries, he swears to be in the vanguard at Count Fenris's side. The protagonist puts his sword on his back. Suddenly, there's an oath happening, but he knows that with this, He's secured one of the greatest forces in the West. Now it's time to explain what needs to be done. With a map spread out in the meeting room, he says Lucas will be responsible for establishing the Fenris mercenary base in this region. Claude and Carr have probably already finished their work. And to wrap it up, Dominic and Julian will absorb the rest of the mercenaries here in the West. Since Dominic knows the region better than Ghislaine, he'll decide part of the plan. The only thing Ghislaine makes clear is that if a mercenary doesn't want to obey, use physical persuasion. It's always the fastest solution. Dominic thinks the plan is a bit intense. Lucas, on the other hand, asks what the captain is going to do. Ghislaine explains he has to handle something that, if it isn't resolved as fast as possible, is going to become a problem. Then he calls Belinda to go south with him. It's always more reliable that way. If there's one person who's always with him, it's her. Lucas points out that the south is Delphine Duchy territory. Belinda also says it's crazy. Martin was just killed. There's no way the Roderick Marquisat is going to sit still. Why does he want to go south out of nowhere? The protagonist says all of that is true, but they won't move immediately. It was the result of a night's duel, so he has justification. They don't need to worry. He'll be back within a week, so the trip begins. We're heading south through Lutonio. We pass through the gate. It slams shut behind us, and we're looking at a place that's completely empty. Belinda says it's way too quiet. He says he heard rumors that the local lord is dealing with some problems, so everyone's on edge. She asks what problem. He says it's the kind of problem that creates an opportunity for him. She taps her chest and tells him to just say it. There's only the two of them. The protagonist explains he needs a new power. One of Delphine's main forces, a seven-circle master mage of the School of Illusions named Aloz. He says this guy can control minds and create illusions, and because he's seven-circle, his illusions can affect an entire battlefield. A bad example would be soldiers starting to mistake their allies for enemies. Linda's scared. How are they supposed to deal with something like that? Ghislaine says the power to counter him is here. But when they approach the gate, one of the soldiers up top tells them to stop. This is Lord Mowbray's castle, and he has nothing to settle with them, so they should leave. Belinda introduces the protagonist as Baron Dudley, a totally random name, and says he came to solve Mowbray's problem. The guard asks what problem she's talking about. The protagonist says he's here to solve the problem with Lord Mowbray's young son, Edwin Mowbray. Tell him an exorcist has arrived. The scene cuts to a tower, with Mowbray climbing the stairs. At the top, a knight welcomes him, and Mowbray asks how Edwin's condition is. The knight says it's the same as always, no sign of improvement. Mowbray says that's fine, he'll take a look. The door opens, Mowbray steps inside, and his son is there with those pitch-black eyes, staring like he's looking straight into the dark. My God, he's stretched out over there, tied up, calling Count Mowbray cold as ice. He should feel sorry seeing his son living like this. Why doesn't he take these shackles off and let him be free? The soldier tells Mowbray to keep his distance, but Mowbray is only thinking that his son really was a pathetic idiot. How weak does your mind have to be to get eaten up by an evil spirit like that? Edwin is there screaming, saying it's all his fault, all his fault. He was never treated like a human. He keeps repeating, it's your fault, it's yours, it's yours, it's yours. Then Mowbray talks to the spirit. I can get you another body, and then you leave. If I do that, will you let go of my son's body? But the spirit laughs and says there's no way it can leave anymore, because the owner of the body wants it to stay. Shocked, Mowbray asks if Edwin really wants that, and the problem is that up to now, not even magic or divine power has been able to do anything against this creature. He even secretly captured a dark mage from another territory to try to solve it. But nothing worked, and he wonders if there really is no way to undo this evil spirit. A little while later, he's leaving the tower. Some soldiers call out to him and say someone from the northeast seems to want to talk. Mowbray says to send the guy away. He doesn't feel like seeing anyone. The knight says, well, he'll just pass along that the guy said he's an exorcist. Right away, Mowbray turns around. The scene switches to the protagonist sitting down, introducing himself as Baron Dudley of the East. He heard that young Lord Edwin is suffering from a certain mental affliction, and he wants to cure him. Mowbray replies that he's talking about a mental affliction, but calling himself an exorcist. That makes no sense. The protagonist answers that normally, when people suffer from a mental affliction, everyone says they're possessed by an evil spirit. So hold on, I'm confused, because now Mowbray is thinking he came here already knowing everything. I told everyone to keep their mouths shut, but he already knows. So Edwin isn't possessed by an evil spirit? I thought he was. I don't know. Either way, we'll find out. Mowbray asks where he heard it, but the boy cuts him off, saying that isn't important. What matters is that he can exorcise the evil spirit. Mowbray wants to know if he's going to use some kind of magical power or something divine. He says no, but he's very familiar with the symptoms. The whites of the eyes completely black and a black aura coming off him. Mowbray is surprised he actually knows that, and he stands up immediately, wanting to know if he really has any idea what's afflicting his son. Ghislaine explains it's an entity of sick bonds that has been following him for a long time, but he can't tell him anything beyond that. He just wants to know if he has permission to treat him or not. Mowbray isn't stupid, and he wants to know what he's after for coming all the way there. The protagonist says he'll tell him once the treatment is successful, but he guarantees it won't be anything too hard for the Count. Mowbray asks how long it'll take, and he explains a few days, since this exorcism is exhausting and dangerous. Mowbray asks what he needs, and the protagonist says nothing besides what he already brought. Mowbray hesitates, and finally says he can try, but if he fails, he won't be leaving there in one piece. Ghislaine says he's willing to take that risk. He stands up, warning them not to let anyone else into the tower. Only he and the attendant will exorcise this spirit, and they'd better enforce those rules, because otherwise Edwin's life will be in serious danger. With that, the protagonist and Belinda go up the stairs, reach the room, and at the far end is Edwin, who smiles and says a new one has arrived. The protagonist steps through the door and says he came to cure him, but Edwin, meaning the spirit, laughs, asking what this cure thing is supposed to be. They must have brought a priest, but it's useless since he's a superior being immune to divine power. No matter what ritual they do, it'll all be pointless. But the first thing the protagonist does is punch him straight in the face and slam him into the wall. The spirit is shaking, confused, trying to figure out why that hurt. Normally, when a spirit takes over a body, it doesn't feel damage. It doesn't feel pain from that human body. Belinda comments that he seems a bit tougher than she expected. Ghislaine explains it's because that bastard is covering the body with a black aura. She says that's good, because that way he won't end up turned into a chunk of meat. The protagonist says yes and tells her to hand over the tools. While he's grabbing the box, Edwin is screaming, telling the bastard to say what he wants, and to remember this is the body of a lord's son. Does he really think he can act like that and walk out alive? Ghislaine turns and says that talk doesn't work here. This I'm the body of so-and-so stuff. He's here to exorcise an evil spirit and nothing else. Then he pulls out a little hammer and 3 different torture tools, saying he's going to use the cross. The spirit says he's crazy. Just a kid, 1 hit to the mouth like that kills people. Then it's 1 to the right, 1 to the left. A combo of punches to the chest, hits to the head, to the face. It doesn't stop. I scroll forward like 10 seconds, and he's still getting beaten. His chest is completely caved in. The spirit is asking why it hurts so much. What the hell is this? This definitely isn't an exorcism. Suddenly, he tells him to stop, begging him to please stop for a second. And for an instant, they hear a different voice coming out of the body. Belinda notices it too. The tone shifts a little. The evil spirit rolls its eyes in hatred because the body's owner is starting to wake up. Then Edwin screams for his father, begging for help. Protagonist smiles and says he woke up pretty fast. Belinda says physical therapy really worked on this weakling. The protagonist tells her to keep an eye on him for now. At the back of the room, the black energy is furious, saying it finally found a body that didn't resist, then that bastard ruined everything. Ghislaine asks what the problem is. It can go back into the heir's body? But the spirit reveals that once it leaves a body, it can never enter that same one again. Imagine getting driven out by someone who isn't even a mage or a priest. It's a bad situation because if it doesn't find another body, it'll disappear. But it refuses to let that happen. Looking at Ghislaine, it says he has an excellent body, completely different from that fragile one. He's the ideal vessel. Belinda realizes it's trying to take control of Ghislaine's body. The demon says he's so resilient he's going to be put to use. First, it'll take the form of the most powerful being in its memory and make him give up. And at the end of the fight, he'll hand over the body. The protagonist recognizes the appearance, the best swordsman in the kingdom, Cain Balzac. The spirit starts drawing the sword, saying it'll use all the power it has absorbed up to now and make sure he surrenders and gives up his body. Then it leaps at the protagonist, who draws his sword and blocks, slipping to the right. It looks like it's going for an overhead strike, but Cain pulls the blade back to the left, an honest back-and-forth exchange. The spirit is impressed, saying it's incredible he can defend against attacks. It's copying from the best swordsman around. Ghislaine is impressed by how much mana the spirit can use. If a trained master could access that kind of power. So he came all the way here to take the spirit, because now he says he wants even more. The spirit throws a slash. The protagonist backs off, steps in with a thrust to the right, but the thing dodges, tries a strike from the left, and he covers his chest with the sword. Then comes that whole choreography, blocking behind his back, then a shoulder check into the ribs. The spirit is surprised, but when the protagonist goes for the counter on the right, the thing manages to block his shoulder with the sword. It tries a sideways cut, but our guy spins, and you already know what comes next. A kick to the shoulder, and it drops onto its back. The spirit just freezes there, and the protagonist looks at it and sighs. Then the creature says he really is a bastard. Ghislaine says there's no way it's already shown everything it can do. That's not all, is it? The creature says fine. Looks like things won't move forward unless it changes things up. Suddenly, it throws the sword at Ghislaine, who dodges. It sticks into the wall, but then the thing conjures a mana rope and yanks itself toward him. I thought that technique was only the protagonist's. With the monster's throw, the protagonist is forced to defend, but the thing also puts a rope on his chest and pulls him sideways. Our guy has to use that technique where he goes limp, but keeps the sword rigid. He's confused. How is that bastard manipulating mana lines so freely? Keeping a technique like that going takes insane precision and concentration, especially in a life or death situation. It's something he normally doesn't use unless it's absolutely necessary. But for a monster boosted by pure mana, it doesn't have to worry, since mana is basically free-floating. This is really starting to get on his nerves. He throws a vertical slash, but Kian jumps left and uses the rope to pull him at the same time. It comes in with an attack aimed at his skull, saying the body belongs to it now. But then the protagonist calls for the beautiful one, and she throws that hook, snags the human's arm, and there it is, the athletic move. The demon is confused, and the protagonist says he didn't want to use this power against it. But it's time to calm everything down. Was that aura power? Because it passes through and slices right through the spirit. The creature starts falling apart, saying it's impossible for its form to be collapsing. It didn't even see the cut happen. The spirit turns into an orb. Sure, the boy didn't take the fight seriously. Ghislaine says there, trying to take my body failed. What are you going to do now? But the spirit is muttering in rage, laughing bitterly. The mana it absorbed from those other bodies went far enough to think there's an incredible body right in front of it, and it's going to let that chance slip. Then Ghislaine says he'll make an offer. He'll allow the spirit to enter body and live there. The spirit is surprised. Belinda even more so. Confused, she says, "Wait, you just fought with everything you had to stop that from happening." He says letting it live inside him is completely different from letting it absorb him. What he's allowing is for the spirit to have a place to stay inside him, and it would even receive mana if necessary. The spirit laughs, asking if he really wants to hand over his body without resisting. What does he get out of it? The protagonist says he wants the spirit's power that amplifies mana. Belinda looks shocked while the spirit laughs in his face, saying it's the dumbest thing it's ever heard. Does the boy really think he'll be able to control it once it's inside? But if he wants to risk his own body in such a pathetic way, fine, then it'll transfer into him. The spirit flies over and starts circling Ghislaine's body, and he's there agonizing with the energy wrapping around him. His eye starts getting swallowed by darkness. Belinda is desperate, but he tells her to stay calm. Now the boy is fully in dark mode. The spirit says it's over for him. Now that he accepted it, there's no going back. Humans are greedy and blind themselves for power, but it's too late for him to regret it now. The protagonist seems to pass out, and Belinda catches him. She screams for Master Ghislaine, but he's in the world of illusions. While the spirit starts walking through his sea of mana, it's thrilled, saying this place is incredible, packed with energy. It's the first time it's entered a body this powerful on a completely different level from all that trash. And now that he handed over the body, he's going to learn what real power is. It'll take control of this body and push it even further. The emotions in his memories will be the source of power. So first it's going to see what he went through. The first thing the spirit sees is him standing on a battlefield with everyone dead around him. The spirit is like, this is terrifying. What did this kid go through? Then the protagonist, the older version, just looks back. The evil spirit is stunned. The final boss is staring right at it. And for a second, the spirit wonders who this person is, who invaded its body. But then it notices the face, older but definitely the body's owner. Only he looks way more mature than he does now. And then future Ghislaine asks if the spirit wants to take a look at the memories. He can look at anything he wants, sure, if he can handle it. The spirit ends up feeling tiny in the middle of all those memories. It starts screaming in panic as it watches his sister being killed, someone begging for help, his father pinned down by 500 swords, the entire empire wiped out, the day he swore he'd get revenge, and started tearing the whole kingdom apart. After piling up thousands of corpses, he was finally stopped by the Delphines, who at the very last second revealed it was them all along, the ones who destroyed that damn Perdium. The protagonist had his head cut off, and in that moment he swore that if he was ever reborn, he'd never forgive anyone. The spirit is there, thinking those emotions feel strangely inhuman. There was no way you could call something that violent human. It comes to the conclusion that there's no way it could devour all those emotions. And then Ghislaine asks how he's feeling after taking a look at other people's memories. The spirit, though, says it all has to be a lie. How does a human get up from the dead and go back to the past? Ghislaine says whether it makes sense or not doesn't matter. What matters is that he's alive, and that's it. But the spirit wants out, saying there's no way he can live in a human body carrying the weight of the world. He asks to be taken away, but in the next second, he's standing in front of a tree, confused. The spirit asks where he ended up. Ghislaine says that what's there is what he needs to protect at any cost. He would never lose anyone again. The monster says he's starting to understand why he wants to carry the whole world on his shoulders. It was all driven by a sense of responsibility. Lying with his head in Belinda's lap, the protagonist opens his eyes. Still swallowed by darkness, he starts floating up into the sky. He really is possessed. Then all of a sudden, the black energy starts to fade, and his eye goes back to normal. He spreads his arms with that full-on Dragon Ball vibe, looks at his hand, and smiles. Belinda calls out to the young lord, and he apologizes for making her worry, but says it was time to come back. She smiles, relieved, and then he realizes he now has the spirit of darkness with him, which he's going to call Dark. With this creature, something that can invade other people's consciousness, he can break Alois's illusion magic. That was a power Kyan had in his past life, but now he has it. And with that, he'll be able to face him. The scene shifts to the Flame Magic Tower in Fenris, unit at the Runestone Refinery. The mages are working hard, exhausted, saying that at this rate they're going to die. Those bastards in the region are treating them, brilliant mages, like slaves. They want to rest. But then someone shows up, telling them to stop whining. Don't those idiots know how to work? It's Alfoy. He warns them they still haven't hit the day's quota, and they'd better get ready to have their mana drained by Vanessa if they don't finish today. He's enjoying himself, acting like some kind of Lloyd, until Vanessa asks what's going on. He awkwardly says that, as she can see, he's managing the mages who just arrived. Those arrogant types have never accomplished anything in their lives, never even fought in wars. And they don't listen to him. Good thing he's here. Alfoy, the amazing mage who fought in wars and even survived a goddess. Vanessa says she gets it. Anyway, they're going to have to leave for a while. He asks why. She says it looks like the Crimson Tower requested an exchange with the Magic Tower. Basically, a meetup. Something disguised as a super luxurious, prestigious, elegant event where mages from different towers go to share knowledge, debate, and test their skills. But as always, the most anticipated part is the duel between disciples. And it's not unusual for accidents to happen. Alfoy thinks it's weird. That kind of event almost never happens, so why do those bastards want it now? Vanessa says it seems Hubert himself from the Crimson Tower sent an invitation. Looks like he wants to talk to the master, and they'll use the event as an excuse. Alfoy laughs and says, I refuse to go. I'm the successor of the Flame Magic Tower, and the master didn't even send me a note. I've been suffering in this place forever, and he just ignored me. So why should I help him now? I'm a man who's going to be buried in Fenris. I'm not leaving. Then Vanessa tells him to relax. His name wasn't even on the guest list. That obviously hits his ego hard. Now we're at the Flame Tower. Red Hat asks if it's really fine not to call him. Yellow Hat agrees, saying that even if he isn't that strong, he's still the successor. Robert yells that that bastard Alfoy is still stuck in the third circle. And what exactly is he learning while he's over there? He's useless. Yellow Hat says it'll be really hard for their disciples to beat Delmuth, the seven-circle mage. Hubert says it doesn't matter. Vanessa is enough. But look who shows up, Alfoy. Hubert is about to ask, what are you doing here? But he cuts himself off. Ah, welcome, Alfoy. You doing well, my boy? Then he suddenly ignores him and latches onto Vanessa. Vanessa, how was your trip? Are you feeling okay? Is it true you reached the sixth circle? I heard you did. You're incredible. Gentlemen, you all need to learn from Vanessa's talent. You're all still stuck in the fifth circle. Zagan starts cursing, saying the damn Tower Master is also in the sixth circle, so he can't talk like that. She just started, and she's already catching up to him. Wasn't he the one who said he'd reach 7 stars if he had runestones? The Master tells everyone to shut up, but he wants to know what the hell Fenris did to make her advance that much. She didn't have a single drop of mana before. Then he calms down and says it doesn't matter how amazing those Crimson Bastards are. He still has countless runestones. There's no reason for them to keep following and obeying that damn Delmuth. Because with the stones they have, it's only a matter of time before the Flame Magic Tower becomes the greatest in the kingdom. Then at the tower gate, Pointy Hat arrives. This is the kind of thing that's historically dangerous. Hubert and the whole group flinch. Zagan is confused. Why did this guy bring so many disciples? There are at least 15 masters there. Hubert can't understand those numbers. Were they trying to start a war? Helmuth greets Hubert, who's hesitating because the guy is radiating a ridiculous aura that leaves everyone stunned. Zagan immediately starts telling them to activate the mana protection fields, while Hubert asks what the meaning of this is. Helmuth just chuckles, shuts off his mana, and says he was only saying hello to check a few things. Sure enough, his friends still hadn't improved at all. Hubert says they can start the duel right now and settle it once and for all. Helmuth says they're just visiting, because right now he's more interested in observing her. Vanessa, the 6-star mage in the most intricately detailed white dress, and the man who defeated a god, Alfoy. Fenris's 2 key figures were right there, which was perfect. He wouldn't even have to bother looking for them to kill them. That's what we expected. He came for the duel. The scene changes to an arena beneath the tower. A statue announces that the exchange between disciples is about to begin. In total, there will be 5 magical duels. Each magic tower must send forward the disciples who will participate. Helmuth calls first for someone named Modi. He gives a look like he's signaling something, and the guy laughs and says he understands. Modi step out already wrapped in mana. Zagan says it looks like they're starting by sending a 4-circle mage. Who is their leader going to send? They need someone who can match that. Hubert says to send Romero, who's in the 2nd circle. Zagan thinks that's insane. How is a 2-circle mage supposed to beat a 4-circle mage? Hubert says he doesn't want to reveal their strongest cards right away. If they're going to lose, he'll send someone who never had a chance. That way, they won't want to kill a disciple in public over something so trivial. Besides, they can lose every match and then send Vanessa at the end to win the last one. That way, they won't be humiliated. From above, he says, "Go on, Romero. This is your chance to fight someone strong. Give it everything you've got." But Romero knows he's being thrown into a lion's den. The two face each other in full Harry Potter mode, and the guy starts conjuring twin fireballs. That was Romero's big attack, but Modi calls it ridiculous. Sends a blade of air, and damn, it blows straight through Romero's chest. What is that? That's brutal. The mages rush in to help, saying the bleeding is severe and he could die. He needs urgent treatment. Hubert yells, asking if they're there to kill disciples. What kind of training is this? Helmuth tells him to calm down. The most shocked person is Modi himself. He didn't expect the guy in front of him to be so weak that something that simple would nearly kill him. Hubert is furious, but Helmuth tells him again to calm down. He needs to remember and be prepared. Accidents happen in this kind of duel. It's common. He says to move on to the next duel before things cool off. So 2 random disciples face off. One of them blows the other up, and that's it. The next disciple is supposed to step forward, but before he even gets hit, he screams that he surrenders. Everyone from the Crimson Tower says the strongest in the north is still trash. No wonder people say their glory days are long gone. That rumor about them being loaded with crystals and getting stronger is fake. Zagan asks Hubert if there's really nothing they can do. Not only are the Crimson disciples much stronger, they're clearly trying to kill their students. Hubert, furious, asks if there's nobody who wants to step forward for the next duel. But the disciples are shaking, saying, "No, no, no, they don't want to die out there. Those people are obviously trying to kill everyone." Helmuth says this was supposed to be an event to show the disciples' achievements. But if nobody is stepping forward, how about Hubert and him entering the arena themselves? The Flame Tower leader is crushed, realizing the gap between them is way bigger than he expected. At this rate, the Flame Tower is finished. Then someone shouts that they're pathetic. The king of gambling jumps into the arena and says he'll take command. Hubert and the elders are confused by Alfoy doing this. Helmuth says it's interesting, so it's the successor of the magic tower. Obviously, in front of such an impressive man, they need to send someone appropriate. So they sent Brody, the top disciple and successor of the magic tower. He says it's a pleasure to meet Alfoy. Everyone recognizes him as a 4-circle master. And now I'm torn. I really want Alfoy to win, but I haven't seen him training. Still, he's messed around a lot with runestones, and he's got that personality. It's true. He fought a goddess, and I'm starting to fall for the bait. He introduces himself, and then Hubert from above tells him to be careful. That guy is a four-circle master. How is he supposed to win, or even have a chance, when he's in the third? Alfoy puts on a smug look and scratches his ear, saying not to forget he already beat a god. Hubert says the kid has lost his mind. For a mage, nothing is clearer than circle count. Being one circle behind makes it impossible to win. Then Vanessa tells the master not to worry. Alfoy is a mage with a lot of issues. Hard to talk to, completely clueless, and he's arrogant. But there's one thing he isn't: weak. That's hyping him up, so let's see. Brody says having a three-circle successor is embarrassing, and Alfoy should know that today he's going to die. Alfoy is about to farm the kid. He goes, "Die?" He starts spinning a coin on his finger and says, "Sure." He's been in situations like this countless times, all because of that bastard Ghislaine. But today is nowhere near the day he came closest to dying. Then he flicks the coin like a shot and nails the guy right in the middle of the forehead. Everyone gets furious. Brody says that filthy bastard used a cowardly sneak attack. He really has no elegance as a mage, and he starts firing off a bunch of attacks in every direction. But Alfoy activates acceleration, vanishes, leaving only his cloak behind, and rushes in like a blur. Brody can't understand why that bastard is so fast and yells at him not to come closer. He tries to land more attacks, but Alfoy activates telekinesis, twisting the platform under the arena. Brody's attacks get blocked, and a storm of fragments gets launched back at him. Brody tells him to stop using cheap tricks, but Alfoy is already right next to him, activates a flaming punch, and smashes him straight in the face. What's this? He's talking about the real monster. The mages are in shock. Vanessa's all smiles, and Helmuth is confused. This was impossible. How was a mage overcoming a whole circle gap? Something was off. His spells were way too fast. He barely needed any time to cast. How could a mage at that level be in the third circle? And now Alfoy is absolutely wrecking the guy, going, "What's up, bastard? You enjoying getting beaten? Say it again. Say you were gonna kill me." The guy's there begging. "Stop, you coward. The fight is already decided." But Alfoy shoves a fireball into his mouth and detonates it inside. That kills someone, doesn't it? And Alfoy says there's no such thing as cowardice on a battlefield. Results are everything, you piece of trash. Seriously, he farmed him. He's the real deal. With that, Alfoy wins, and the guy gets turned into a puddle of blood. The dwarves are standing there confused, saying something's wrong. That kid's mana control got way better. It's almost like he's been practicing those spells every day. What kind of training is that? Vanessa's just there, thinking part of this is her fault. Then suddenly, Hubert is getting all emotional. "Oh, what do you think, Helmuth? Looks like my successor beat your successor, doesn't it? My work is incredible." He goes right up like, "Alfoy, you're amazing." Even though they haven't talked in a long time, Alfoy just tells him to get away. He's already tired from the fight. The leader is furious because that bastard is so cold, while the dwarf is thinking this guy doesn't even treat his own successor well. All right, now it's Vanessa's turn, and now Hubert is confident, telling Delmuth to come at him. He immediately sends out the disciple he wanted to put in play. Hubert knows Delmuth doesn't have anyone above Vanessa's circle. With Alfoy's win, he's already covered. In the end, victory is going to belong to the Tower of Flames, until Helmuth suddenly starts clapping, like a maniac, and he says it was excellent. He really was a man who had defeated a god, Alfoy. And besides, it's time for the sixth circle mage, Vanessa. This exchange between the towers is turning out to be very beneficial. He's getting to see these skills with his own eyes, and that's why, to guarantee the event's success, he'll step in for the grand final. Good grief, the guy starts flying, conjuring an energy sphere around himself. Obviously, nobody understands what's happening. The windows, the arena, Everything starts exploding. Hubert asks what that bastard thinks he's doing. Did he forget the rules that tower masters can't participate in duels? Helmuth says Hubert was the one who called him to step forward, so what's the problem? Hubert says he meant it figuratively. He wasn't supposed to literally come into the arena. That doesn't even make sense. But then Alfoy grabs him by the collar and tells him to wake up and stop using useless arguments. That bastard came here from the start intending to kill everyone, so if Hubert doesn't want to die, he'd better get ready now. Vanessa immediately tells the dwarves to start conjuring the magic fields. She was going to hold Delmuth back as long as she could, so she activates her spell before he does, sending down a rain of ice. Helmuth watches the attack, raises his hand, puts up a barrier and blocks it all, while also triggering an electrical explosion. When the shot cuts to a faraway frame, you know the hit is going to be huge. Lightning starts swallowing the entire tower, shining in a massive blast. When it clears, Helmuth is exhausted, but in front of him, Vanessa tanked it for everyone. She really is built different. Look at that arm holding that staff all day training biceps. Hubert says he really is a bastard. How can he act like this inside a magic tower? But Helmuth is more impressed that Vanessa managed to block a 7th circle spell. She absorbed Alfoy's mana to erase the circle difference. So Alfoy's power really is the source of their strength. Helmuth says it's interesting. Now he understands why they're key figures in the Fenris army. Still, defending against someone at his level is going to be exhausting. And how long can they keep it up? Then he conjures 5 more hellish pentagrams and forms flame lances. Vanessa grits her teeth, raises another barrier, defends, and still counterattacks. She thrusts her staff forward and fires a full-on Kamehameha at him. He's forced to raise a barrier of debris, but at the same time he laughs. Hubert throws a flame attack, but obviously it wasn't going to be that easy. Helmuth makes a few hand signs, triggers an air shift, and cancels the spell. Vanessa and everyone else are already worn out. Then Helmuth says it's not easy dealing with 2 6-circle mages, but this would be the end. He starts another cast, and the windstorm slams through the room. Looking around, Hubert sees the elders are down, and the disciples are finished. He asks them to raise a mana field, but nobody answers. Not Vanessa, not Alfoy. Worst of all, their mana was already drained from that last defense. There's no way this generation of the Magic Tower was going to end there. No, never. Don't worry, my blonde spider is coming. He drops in front of them and says it's a pleasure to meet the master of the Crimson Tower. He's Lord Ghislaine Fenris. He came to participate in the Duel of Towers, but he arrived a little late. Vanessa sees him right ahead, and she and Hubert get emotional that Ghislaine showed up. And of course, Helmuth has heard of the strongest swordsman in the north. Supposedly, this is the bastard who ruined all the duchy's plans. Helmuth still tries to play it off, and I love when they run to the rulebook. This is a fair duel between magic towers, got it? Don't even think about joining in. A noble interfering in mages' affairs is way beyond your authority. Then Ghislaine says, looks like Hubert didn't tell you. I'm participating as a guest of the Tower of Flames. I was just running late. Hubert is about to say the kid isn't a mage, but Vanessa smacks him on the head with her staff. That's right, Helmuth. We invited him as a mage. He's a mage of the Tower of Flames. And we invited him to help in this fight. Helmuth asks, hold on, the Count of Fenris is saying he's a mage? He pauses, realizing those two aren't even in fighting condition anymore. He was planning to wipe out the Tower of Flames and then go after Fenris, but now the situation has improved. He says, fine then, Count Fenris. If you insist on stepping into the flames, I won't stop you. To hell with this exchange and everything going on. This is a God-given chance to eliminate the duchy's enemies. In the end, my power would have settled this either way. He continues casting. Energy spreads through the hall, and a cloud forms at the top of the tower. Vanessa and Hubert flinch when Ghislaine throws his sword upward, energy gathering at the tip, saying that's the best news he's heard all day. because he also loves solving problems with raw power. He braces himself and launches at Helmuth. Helmuth is surprised by the rush, but manages to use the spell he was casting to block the sword. And look at this, magic duel time. Helmuth activates teleportation and, pure Dragon Ball style, appears behind him, but he's shaken. How is a normal person's sword piercing a 7th circle mage's barrier? If he'd been a second slower, he would have been cut. Then Helmuth summons a bunch of swords and says Ghislaine really deserves the title of greatest swordsman in the north, but it ends here today. But Ghislaine yanks his line, swings aside, spins to dodge the blades, steps off the corner, and launches straight at Helmuth, slipping through the attacks. Another strike slams into the barrier. Helmuth is stunned. The guy's got swagger. He's fighting like he's got a flying sword, you know? Helmuth blocks the first cut and tries a counter, but Ghislaine blocks from behind. He drops, pulling himself down with a mana cord, and at the same time throws another one into Helmuth's chest. Then he yanks, slamming Helmuth into the floor, sending him rolling across the hall. Hubert is lost, saying none of this makes sense. How is this kid fighting Helmuth? The spirit beside Ghislaine says his master is good at fighting, surviving against a 7th circle mage, even though he still hasn't reached the strength he had in his past life. Ghislaine tells the spirit to shut up, while Helmuth demands that arrogant bastard Ghislaine explain what kind of power this is. No knight should be able to do something like this. Ghislaine says, "Some things you only believe when you see them." Looks like there are people in this world even an incredible 7th circle mage doesn't know about. But Helmuth tells him to stop messing around. That weird energy he was using wasn't pure mana. It was the same power the Duchy family had given to their key figures. Ghislaine is surprised he knows that. Helmuth says he doesn't know how Ghislaine has so much energy. And now it's starting to make sense why the Duchy has trouble dealing with him. But Helmuth himself wouldn't have gotten this far without the Duchy's help and favor. So even if he dies here today, he'll make sure the kid dies with him to repay every favor. Here come these mages who love self-destruction. Hubert and Vanessa start trying to move everyone out using mana, carrying people and saying they need to get out of there. Meanwhile, Ghislaine stands still, calling for Dark, asking for a power boost. His aura starts expanding around him, but he says he needs more. More, and his eye turns black. The spirit says he must be losing it. Why does he want that much mana? Then Ghislaine opens the 4th core. He explains those mazages are persistent. If you want to kill one, you make sure it's done. But it won't be that hard, since he killed this guy in his past life. The spirit says fine, but it'll handle the problem since it's the one being asked for that mana. It'll use the most intense emotions to create it. But Ghislaine needs to remember, if he loses control of that mana, the spirit takes over. Ghislaine starts seeing visions of Delphine, the one who killed him. Helmuth keeps casting the self-detonation, and Ghislaine is surrounded by red mana. Then the mage activates Hells itself, a flash of light slamming into the red ground. Ghislaine's sword shines with golden light, and he unleashes an aura blade at Helmuth. The attack lands clean and splits him in half. And then, what the hell? The scene completely changes out of nowhere. It cuts to Tenet teaching the kids. Someone approaches him. He claps his hands and tells everyone class is over. He has to take care of something and won't be back for a while. The white-haired kid wants to know if he'll be gone long, and he says no, he promises. The fight with Helmuth didn't even properly finish because it exploded or didn't explode. And now we've got Tenet saying Martin was an idiot pupil. But hey, nothing more fair than the master getting revenge by liking this video. That helps the channel make more juicy content for its viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell and peace out.